the first unfortunate woman Zhao Lan. Su Yang burst into wild laughter. Haha, I've actually been reborn. I'm going to topple every woman in this village. What's wrong with you? Just as Su Yang was brimming with excitement, the girl beside him tugged at his arm. Su Yang froze for a moment and muttered under his breath, except for you. Su Qian frowned and asked, brother, have you been too sad? Is your mind a little unstable? No, your brother is fine. In his previous life, Su Yang's father had been the village chief, yet later died inexplicably in a car accident. The police said that someone had tampered with his father's car, but even after a round of investigation, they could not uncover any clues. Until the day Su Yang died in his previous life, the mastermind behind the scenes was never caught. Although Su Yang did not know who the hidden culprit was, he was certain that it had to be someone from the village. Why did he say so? Because Su Yang's father had been a good-natured man who always considered the villagers' interests, while this village was filled entirely with beasts in human skin. There was a local tyrant who lent money at exorbitant interest and forced good women into prostitution, a village accountant who was endlessly greedy, and a village belle who was a gold-digging two-faced seductress. Even the old men and women at the village entrance, upon seeing a car overturned by the roadside, would rush forward to loot the goods inside. In his previous life, it was these people who had driven Su Yang to his death. After his father Su Zhengwo passed away, Su Yang took over the position of village chief. He devoted himself to the people, wanting to lead the villagers to prosperity. Yet once the villagers privately raised the prices of their agricultural products, causing all the peaches in the village to remain unsold and rot in the fields. They did not feel they were at fault at all. Instead, they shifted all the blame onto Su Yang. A mob stormed into the village committee office and beat him up, leaving Su Yang gravely injured, and he eventually died from his wounds. Su Yang patted his younger sister's shoulder. Qian, after Dad's funeral is over, you go back to school and focus on your classes. Without a call from me, don't leave the campus, understand? I'll visit you every week, and I'll transfer your living expenses to your card on time. Hearing this, Su Qian grew anxious. Brother, are you planning to fight them? Brother, I beg you, let's leave this village and live a good life elsewhere, all right? You can't beat them. Tears welled in Su Qian's eyes as she gazed at him. Su Yang gently wiped away the tears at the corner of his sister's eyes. Qian, don't worry. Your brother will definitely seek justice for Dad. Our father must not die in vain. The next day, Su Yang sent his sister back to school and gave her 3,000 yuan for living expenses so she could use it for the time being. After returning to the village, Su Yang crossed his legs and sat in the chair in the village committee office. After quite a while, crackling firecrackers went off at the village entrance. A woman in a tight pencil skirt and sunglasses drove a Mercedes-Benz E300 or rolled down the window and smugly drove into the village. As she passed by Su Yang's house, the woman deliberately honked the horn twice. The corners of Su Yang's lips curved slightly. She's here. Then I'll start with you. The woman driving was Zhao Lan, the wife of the village accountant Wang Suanpan. That Mercedes-Benz E300 had been bought with village public funds that Zhao Lan had embezzled. In his previous life, when Zhao Lan's embezzlement of village funds nearly came to light, she instead bit back and accused Su Yang's father Su Zhengwo of pocketing the money himself. The bookkeeping had always been handled by Wang Suanpan. He produced all kinds of receipts and documents, making his case seem perfectly reasonable, until Su Zhengwo was forced to make up for tens of thousands out of his own pocket. Since things were like this, and since Zhao Lan loved to show off so much, he would begin with her. Zhao Lan parked the car in the open space before the village committee, and many villagers crowded around to flatter them. Wang Suanpan, a bald man, sat in the passenger seat, his face also full of smug pride. After fully enjoying the villagers' praise, he finally stepped out of the car, pulled a pack of matte cigarettes from his bag, and handed one to each of the gathered old men. Zhao Lan, meanwhile, lifted a fruit basket filled with candies. Every villager who flattered them received a generous handful. Those villagers smoked and ate candy, praising Zhao Lan to the skies. Oh my Zhao Lan, you really married the right man. You've only been married to Suanpan for just over a year, and you're already driving an E300. Impressive. Exactly, Suanpan is really capable. The boy has been smart since he was little, and now he's smart to the extreme. A group of villagers burst into laughter. Su Yang walked out of the village committee office, smiling as he approached Zhao Lan. Sister Lan, congratulations. Zhao Lan was a young married woman, not yet 30, about 27 or 28 by the look of her. The reason she chose to marry Wang Suanpan was entirely because he was one of the men in the village most adept. There was no real affection between her and Wang Suanpan. They did not even have a normal married life, because Wang Suanpan was incapable in that regard. This left Zhao Lan suffering. Zhao Lan had a curvy, voluptuous figure, a typical pear-shaped body with an especially prominent rear. She could only comfort herself day and night to relieve her loneliness. Zhao Lan also scooped a handful of candies for Su Yang and said hypocritically, Su Yang, don't be too sad. The dead cannot return. Your father was the village chief. Now that he's gone, his mantle should be passed on to you. You're a college student. I believe you can lead our whole village to prosperity. The corner of Su Yang's mouth lifted slightly as he smiled. Why was no one willing to be village chief? Because no one wanted to be the scapegoat. When there was benefit, it belonged to the entire village. When there was blame to shoulder, the village chief bore it alone. Of course, Su Yang would definitely take on the role of village chief because he intended to make use of his position to ruthlessly deal with these shameless dogs in the village. Sister Lan, you're the first in our village to drive a Mercedes-Benz E300. You've really brought glory to all of us. I've also noticed you've been glowing lately, and your backside has gotten even perkier. As soon as the words left Su Yang's mouth, Zhao Lan froze. In her impression, Su Yang had always been a rather quiet boy. How could he say something like that in public? Haha, really? How did I not notice? Zhao Lan turned to look over her own figure, and discovered it did indeed seem a bit more uplifted. At this moment, Su Yang leaned close to Zhao Lan's ear, and whispered, Sister Lan, a few days ago you went to the credit union to transfer 100,000 yuan to your younger brother, didn't you? At these words, Zhao Lan's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, she glanced at Wang Suanpan, who stood nearby smiling foolishly as he handed out cigarettes. She forced a laugh to cover it up. Su Yang, you must have seen wrong. How could I have that much money? All my money belongs to Suanpan. I only have a bit of pocket money. Even this car, though registered in my name, was bought with Suanpan's money. Su Yang let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Then I'll go ask Brother Wang right now and have him check with the credit union to see whether there's a record of that 100,000 yuan transfer. With that, Su Yang turned and started walking toward Wang Suanpan. Startled, Zhao Lan grabbed Su Yang's arm with all her strength, her ample chest pressing against his forearm. Hey Su Yang, whatever it is, let's talk in private. Zhao Lan doted excessively on her younger brother, and she had never truly intended to spend her whole life with Wang Suanpan. All she wanted was to find every possible way to hollow out his family's wealth. She clearly remembered that the day she went to the credit union to transfer the money, she had worn both a mask and sunglasses covering herself up tightly. No one should have recognized her. So how did Su Yang know? Su Yang smiled and said, all right, there are some things I shouldn't speak of carelessly. How about this? Come to my house at midnight, and we'll talk in detail. With that, Su Yang gave Zhao Lan no chance to respond. He turned and left the village committee, striding quickly toward back at home. Su Yang gazed at his late father's portrait before landing a heavy punch on the nearby pillar. Father, in those days your punches lacked both the requisite speed and ferocity. I wonder if these brutes can withstand my punch imbued with 20 years of prowess. After respectfully offering incense to his father, he spoke with cold resolve. Su Yang retrieved some meat from the refrigerator, prepared a hot pot, and even enjoyed a small drink. Satiated and invigorated, he resolved to accomplish great deeds later that night, lest he be drained of strength. After taking a shower, he went to bed. Unexpectedly at midnight, his phone buzzed suddenly. Su Yang picked it up. It was a message from Zhao Lan. The brief text read, I am at your home's back gate, open the door quickly. Su Yang chuckled softly, donned a piece of clothing, and went to answer the door. At the back gate, Zhao Lan glanced around warily, fearful that the villagers might catch sight of her midnight tryst with Su Yang. She waited, trembling with apprehension. With a creak, the back door opened. Only then did Zhao Lan slip inside like a thief. Fully decked in disguise, wearing both a mask and a hat along with a thick overcoat, she bundled herself up securely. Su Yang, speak up quickly. Upon entering, Zhao Lan impatiently hissed, but Su Yang paid her no heed. He strode directly into the room and nonchalantly sat on the living room sofa. Perplexed, Zhao Lan bit her lip and followed him inside. Su Yang casually draped his legs over the coffee table and glanced at Zhao Lan standing beside him, as stiff as a wooden block. Sister Lan, you dress so heavily, it isn't even cold. What's the matter, are you cold? Zhao Lan did not reply, but instead stomped her foot in urgency, saying, Oh Su Yang, if you have something to say, speak quickly, you're driving me mad with anticipation. Su Yang lit a cigarette, drawing a leisurely puff, with a contented smile. You are in a hurry, but I'm not. Then he added, take off your coat. It feels unbearably warm. Uncertain of his intent, Zhao Lan glared sharply at Su Yang. Nonetheless, in his presence, she removed her woolen overcoat and tossed it aside. She then removed her mask and took off the hat from her head. Beneath the coat, Zhao Lan still wore the bodycon skirt from earlier that day. Her legs were adorned with stockings, and her feet were encased in black high heels with red soles. Su Yang scrutinized her unabashedly, as if beholding a masterpiece. His gaze wandered incessantly over her figure, making Zhao Lan visibly uneasy as goosebumps rose on her skin. Oh Su Yang, what exactly are you planning to do? If you have something to say, then speak quickly. I'm at my wit's end. Su Yang resumed his seat, taking a slow, deliberate drag and exhaling a smoke ring. Sister Lan, you surely wouldn't want your reputation as a foodie MO to be exposed to your husband, would you? At these words, Zhao Lan's heart skipped a beat in shock. She swallowed hard and forced a calm facade. Su Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? Very well, I confess. I did transfer 1,000 yuan to my brother, he admitted. He has a girlfriend in the city, and she needed a bit more for the down payment on a house, so I transferred the money. What of it? This is a family matter, none of your business. Moreover, this money is to be repaid. Even if you were to mention it to Suanpan right now, I trust he wouldn't hold it. Go ahead and tell him. Zhao Lan, adopting a defensive stance, wagered that Su Yang wouldn't dare approach Wang Suanpan. Su Yang chuckled heartily. Is that so? And what about that golden bracelet Wang Suanpan bought for you last time? Where did it go? I recall that your brother wanted to buy an iPhone 17, and you sold it to get him a new phone, right? Zhao Lan felt a jolt deep within, cold sweat beating instantly. Wait, how does Su Yang know about this? Su Yang flicked away the ash and continued, by the way, there's more. During Valentine's Day, you made such a fuss insisting that Wang Suanpan buy you a handbag worth 100 yuan. He did buy it, yet it seems you later returned it, didn't you? And the refunded money, did you also transfer it to your brother? Not only that, there's more. Enough. Before Su Yang could finish his sentence, Zhao Lan abruptly interrupted him. Panic overcame her as she cried, Su Yang, what exactly do you intend? Speak plainly if you have something to say. Do you want money or what? Tell me, how much must you pay to keep my secret? Su Yang snorted coldly. Zhao Lan, who had once been admired solely for her beauty, had never been so overbearing. Ever since marrying Wang Suanpan, she had grown increasingly haughty. In conversation, her nostrils flared, as if reaching the heavens, exuding disdain for everyone around her. Indeed, Wang Suanpan possessed a modest fortune. Not only was he the village accountant, but he also invested in ventures with friends, reaping handsome annual dividends. Thus Zhao Lan regarded the villagers with utter contempt, seeing them all as paupers. Su Yang rose and looked down at her imperiously. You have quite a lot of money, don't you? Fine, then transfer 5 million to me, he declared. Once the money arrives, I promise to make it seem as if nothing ever occurred. We can even sign a confidentiality agreement. Zhao Lan's eyes widened in shock. She extended her 5 fingers, shaking them vigorously before Su Yang. Are you out of your mind, Su Yang? 5 million. Do you understand the magnitude of 5 million? 5 million is enough to buy your life 10 times over. Whether you wish to kill or to maim, obey my orders. If you have no money, then your life is forfeit. Su Yang added bluntly. He then hoisted his leg as though about to leave in search of Wang Suanpan. Realizing Su Yang meant business, Zhao Lan completely lost her composure and grabbed his arm tightly. Her ample bosom brushed against Su Yang's arm as she pleaded softly. Oh, Su Yang Swanjio, I beg you. I truly don't have that much money. If not, could you lower your demands a bit? Zhao Lan regarded Wang Suanpan like a pitiful ATM, though she was reluctant to provoke a full-blown rift. After all, that sum is like a mountain of gold and silver. Su Yang chuckled. Sister Lan, did you not claim you were unafraid? If you weren't, why are you clinging to me? Su Yang Swanjia, I implore you. Zhao Lan's voice softened as she added. Let's sit down and talk. As long as your price isn't outrageous, I'll agree. Su Yang halted mid-step and extended a finger. 500,000. Transfer 500 to me first, he insisted. 500,000. I don't have that much money. We just bought a car. Su Yang laughed coldly and interjected. Then that's not my concern. You know full well how that car came about. And I have evidence, she retorted. If you wish to avoid prison, transfer 500 to me, declared Su Yang. Zhao Lan felt numb. That car, even with its landing costs, was barely 500. The low-end model was approximately 400. Su Yang's audacious demand was outrageous, even expecting a profit of 100,000. I truly don't have that much money. Zhao Lan fretted, nearly in tears, while Su Yang fixed his gaze on her, aware of her financial incapability. He then relented, saying, Very well, I shall give you time to gather the funds. I am in no hurry. Zhao Lan quickly looked up and asked, So if I manage to raise the money, will you let me go? She had just crunched the numbers in her mind. After all, the 400 for that car was ill-gotten from the village committee's funds, and returning it seemed only natural. Even paying an extra 100 to Su Yang would not be a loss. Spending that sum to safeguard such a significant secret was acceptable to her. Faced with Zhao Lan's inquiry, the pressure mounted. Su Yang did not rush to reply. Instead, he leaned back against the sofa, his eyelids half closed as he observed her. Casually, he picked up the remote on the coffee table and turned on the television. Sister Lan, have you ever seen the Triad film starring Wu Jinyu? Zhao Lan was momentarily stunned, shaking her head in confusion. What Triad film? I don't understand what you're saying. Su Yang offered no further explanation. He tossed his phone to Zhao Lan, which displayed that familiar expression sticker, one that all his comrades would recognize. Zhao Lan saw Wu Jinyu's expression on the screen. Su Yang, you scoundrel! Zhao Lan exclaimed, but Su Yang remained silent, casually placing one hand on his knee and idly tapping his pant leg. The room was remarkably silent. Su Yang raised his eyes and said, Sister Lan, I am not negotiating with you. His voice was soft and his tone even. Zhao Lan, staring into Su Yang's unwavering gaze, swallowed hard. In a mere few seconds of confrontation, she realized that she had utterly lost this game. She had no choice. Zhao Lan glared fiercely at Su Yang. That bastard Su Yang. Truly a beast. Why not idolize Kuan Gu, Guanxi Gu, or Fan Gu instead of these people? Why should Wu Jinyu be considered an idol? Yet Su Yang casually leaned back on the sofa. He relished this feeling. Zhao Lan bit her lip and asked softly, Can I leave now? Su Yang chuckled. This is just the appetizer. Does your family only eat cold dishes at the restaurant? The main course isn't served yet, so what's the rush? Zhao Lan was on the verge of breaking down. Su Yang, what exactly do you want? Su Yang's gaze landed on her. I want. Zhao Lan stared at Su Yang knowing she had lost. Su Yang looked at his father's black and white photo, vowing in his heart, Dad, watch over me from the heavens, keep a good eye on things. Those who have made things difficult for you will not have a good ending. I will bring them all before your spirit tablet, so you can witness their miserable state. The movies you never saw in life, I will perform for you myself. The next day as dawn broke, Zhao Lan sneakily returned home. As she opened the door, she was in the hallway changing her shoes. Wang Su and Pan walked out of the bedroom yawning. Wife, did you sleep on the sofa last night? Zhao Lan jumped in fright, and quickly covered, yes, I was playing mahjong with Miao Miao, and the others. It got too late. I saw you were asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you, and just made do on the sofa for the night. Wife, are you leaving so early? Wang Su and Pan looked at Zhao Lan, who was already dressed, and had her bag ready a bit. Zhao Lan's eyes darted, and she quickly put her shoes back on. Yes, don't you still have bills to settle? I'm going to the village committee to help you sort it out, so you won't have to worry too much. Wang Su and Pan kindly reminded her wife, don't tire yourself too much or I see you don't look well. It's nothing, dear. We're a couple. If I can help you a little, I will. I'm off to the village committee to help you settle the accounts. Wait, wife. Wang Su and Pan suddenly walked up to Zhao Lan, rubbing the white mark on her clothes left by the tooth. Come back when you're done. I will make lunch and wait for you. Okay, I got it, dear. I'm leaving now. Zhao Lan couldn't stay at home any longer. To maintain her lie, she had to leave home with a stiff upper lip and head to the village committee office to catch some sleep. She returned home only at noon. Once home, Zhao Lan collapsed onto the bed, not wanting to move an inch. She grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it hard against the wall. Su Yang, bastard, son of a bitch. Who the hell would idolize Wu Jinyu? You bastard, you dog, may you never have peace. Though she cursed fiercely, Su Yang's wicked face kept flashing in her mind. Especially the way Su Yang rolled his eyes at her while sitting on the sofa. On the other side, Su Yang got dressed, tidied up briefly, and strolled to the village committee for a meeting. As he reached the village committee's entrance, he heard a commotion inside, though he couldn't tell what they were discussing. Upon entering the office, everyone immediately fell silent, looking at him without speaking. Su Yang scanned the room. Everyone was present. Good. He wouldn't let a single one of them off the hook. The accountant Wang, the deputy director Chen Rong of the village committee, the women's director Wei Xiaoxia, and the clerk Jin Miao Miao. Perfect, one by one, no need to rush. After Su Yang took his seat, Deputy Director Chen Rong spoke first. Su Yang, before you arrived, we discussed this. It's more fitting for you to take your father's position. Your father has worked tirelessly for our village over the years. As his son and a party member, it is only right for you to take on this role, and we all agree. Clerk Jin Miao Miao chimed in. Yes, Su Yang, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Su Yang coldly observed this group of schemers, fully aware of their intentions. He nodded. All right, since everyone is advocating for me to become the village head as a college graduate from our village, I have the responsibility and obligation to lead everyone towards prosperity. I will not shy away from this position. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, the office erupted with insincere. Then came the routine handover of duties. After the handover, everyone dispersed, leaving only Jin Miao. This woman, Jin Miao Miao, was quite flirtatious. Her specialty was using her looks and figure to seduce the men in the village. Of course, she would never actually sleep with these village bumpkins, as she merely used her beauty as bait, treating them like cash machines to extract money. Once everyone left, Jin Miao Miao in high heels swayed her hips as she approached Su Yang. She wore a tight-fitting suit with a pencil skirt and a white blouse with gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Though she was in the countryside, her outfit would stand out even in the city, perfectly embodying the urban beauty style. Sitting beside Su Yang, Jin Miao Miao leaned closer on the adjacent chair. Su Yang, if there's anything you don't understand, be sure to ask me. Jin Miao Miao's voice was sweet and sticky. As she spoke, she subtly traced a circle on Su Yang's chest with her finger. Su Yang glanced at her. How crazy could this woman Jin Miao Miao be? To put it bluntly, she had once seduced Su Yang's father for money, absolutely capable of charming men of all ages. Unfortunately, Su Yang's father was a man of integrity and uninterested in women, which was why Jin Miao Miao's advances had failed. Now that she learned Su Yang had become the village head, she immediately had ulterior motives. She wanted to use her beauty to keep Su Yang in her grasp, allowing her to manipulate the village funds as she wished. If something went wrong, Su Yang, the young fool, would bear the brunt. What did she have to fear? Su Yang looked at her eager demeanor and suddenly laughed. He turned his head and stared directly into Jin Miao Miao's eyes. Really? Can I ask anything? Of course. Jin Miao Miao gazed back at him, feeling a surge of joy in her heart. She thought Su Yang would surely ask some lewd questions next, like what color of undergarments she was wearing today, or her body. After all, he's a man. Besides matters between men and women, what else could he possibly ask? Instead, Su Yang leisurely lit a cigarette, took a puff, and seriously asked, do you think the May War will break out in the next few days? What do you think about the U issue? Do you believe Elon Musk's plan to colonize Mars could be realized within 10 years? After asking these 3 questions, the smile on Jean Miao's face instantly froze. She widened her eyes, looking at Su Yang in disbelief. What the? Dude, are you out of your mind? Did your brain short-circuit? Why didn't you ask what tomorrow's lottery numbers are? What a lunatic. Jean Miao snorted coldly, realizing Su Yang was deliberately messing with her. She stood up angrily, swaying her ample hips as she stomped out in her high heels. Su Yang watched her retreating figure, letting out a cold laugh. Was he really uninterested in Jean Miao? Certainly not. Was he planning to let her off the hook? That was even less likely. Su Yang simply enjoyed the feeling of absolute control. He didn't like being led by a woman. Jean Miao was definitely not a good bird. She and Su Yang actually attended the same university, and she was technically Su Yang's senior. During their university days, Jean Miao dated the student council president. They all came from the same village and should have supported one another. But what happened? Jean Miao actually encouraged her boyfriend to manipulate the situation, causing Su Yang to lose his scholarship. The reason was utterly ridiculous. She was simply jealous and didn't want Su Yang to receive the scholarship, not wanting him to appear more outstanding than her in the village. Su Yang had always kept this dead in mind. Do they think he would let Jean Miao off the hook? In their dreams. Jean Miao was the second target of Su Yang's revenge plan. Moreover, if Su Yang wasn't mistaken, something big would happen in the village tonight. A matter significant enough to keep Jean Miao firmly in his grasp. On the other side, Jean Miao had already arrived at Zhao Lan's home. Zhao Lan and Jean Miao were like plastic friends. Their relationship was quite good. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Zhao Lan stood up to serve Jean Miao some fruit. Just as she took a step, her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Jean Miao quickly supported her. Sister Lan, what's wrong? Are you okay? Zhao Lan's face flushed as she hurriedly covered up. I'm fine, I just sat too long, and my leg cramped up. After sitting down again, Jean Miao, while eating fruit, began to complain. That idiot Su Yang really thinks too highly of himself. What does he think he is? He actually doesn't fall for my... I don't believe I can't handle him. Once I have him under my thumb, I'll definitely lead him by the nose. By then this village will be run by us sisters. Hearing the name Su Yang, Zhao Lan froze for a moment. Memories of last night resurfaced, and she felt her legs starting to ache again. Sister Lan, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Jean Miao waved her hand in front of Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan finally came to her senses, her eyes darting. Oh, I'm fine. Hee, how is it? Sister Lan, my plan is good, right? Jean Miao proudly calculated. I'll actively seduce that idiot Su Yang and keep him tightly bound. As for the public funds in the village, we'll just invest them directly, make a profit, and return it secretly. What is there to be? Zhao Lan, feeling guilty, could only awkwardly nod in agreement, not daring to say anything. Jean Miao suddenly shifted the topic, acting cute. Sister Lan, let me drive your Mercedes E300. Well, I haven't driven one before. Let's go out for a drive tonight. I want to experience what it feels like to drive a luxury car. Zhao Lan nodded. All right, once we finish dinner, we'll go out. There's that dead-end road behind the village that's usually empty, perfect for you to practice. Yay? Sister Lan, you're the best. After the two finished dinner at home, it was already completely dark. Zhao Lan took the car keys and led Jean Miao outside. Meanwhile, Su Yang checked the time at home, estimated it was about time, put on his coat, and headed out the door. In the village, there was a notorious bully named Han Yueka. This guy was big and burly with a small patch of beard. He had been a soldier before, and after returning to the village, he relied on his skills to run rampant, and no one dared to provoke him. He kept a gang of thugs under his wing, surviving by collecting protection fees in town. Sometimes when there were demolition projects in the city and they couldn't deal with those stubborn residents, the big bosses would pay Han Yueka to intervene. He would intimidate and smash things with his gang, and there was nothing he couldn't handle. Han Yueka was a complete loser, indulging in drinking, gambling, and all sorts of debauchery. But he had one weakness: he loved dogs to an extreme degree, treating them as if they were his own life. It was said that he had been a dog trainer in the military and had a deep affection for dogs. He was the kind of extreme dog lover who would do anything crazy and cruel for their sake. Han Yueka had a that bulldog was his most treasured companion, and he would even cuddle it in bed while sleeping. The dog usually roamed freely in the village, running around everywhere, but with Han Yuek's influence, the villagers would avoid it, fearing trouble. If Su Yang remembered correctly, tonight Han Yuek's bulldog would be run over by a car. Earlier in the day, Su Yang specifically made a circle around the village and found that the families with cars hadn't returned. Besides, according to his memories from his past life, that dog died on the dead-end road behind the village. Who would drive to that dead-end road at night for no reason? Only those two stupid women, Zhao Lan and Jean Miao. Su Yang remembered from his past life that he had happened to see Zhao Lan and Jean Miao driving back to the village, both looking flustered and evasive. When Han Yueka found out his dog was dead, he went completely mad. He took a knife and cursed every household in the village, kicking doors to question who had killed his dog. Coincidentally, that day Zhao Lan and Jean Miao made an excuse to go to the county town and fled for 3 or 4 days before daring to come back. So that dog was definitely killed by these two women. Sure enough, just as Su Yang stepped out of his house, he saw Zhao Lan driving that Mercedes coming towards him. As the car passed in front of Su Yang, Jin Miao Miao in the passenger seat shot him a fierce glare exuding arrogance. However, Zhao Lan, who was driving, felt guilty and didn't dare to meet Su Yang's gaze, quickly stepping on the gas to speed away. Su Yang wasn't in a hurry either. He hopped onto his electric scooter and followed at a safe distance. As the Mercedes turned onto the deadened road behind the village, a smirk appeared on Su Yang's lips, reassuring him. He rode his scooter over and hid it among the bushes by the roadside. Taking advantage of the night, he squatted in the grass, lit a cigarette, and coldly watched what these two women were up to. Once the Mercedes came to a stop, Jin Miao Miao excitedly switched from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. Zhao Lan was in the passenger seat, teaching her how to shift gears and accelerate. Jin Miao Miao nodded repeatedly, saying she understood, adjusted the seat, and started to practice driving slowly on the deadened road. Sister Lan, this feels so good. No wonder it's a Mercedes E300, the pinnacle for ordinary people. The interior is simply luxurious. That idiot Su Yang, even if he spends his whole life as the village head, could never afford even a wheel of this car. The two sat in the car, belittling Su Yang. Zhao Lan boasted beside her, "This car has great power. Step on the gas and try it. The pushback feeling is incredible." Jin Miao Miao excitedly licked her lips. "Alright, I'll give it a try." Jin Miao Miao clumsily turned the car around and drove it to the starting point of the deadened road. Then she slammed the gas pedal all the way down. Boom. The Mercedes shot out like an arrow at speed, instantly soaring to nearly 100 miles per hour. Just then, a black shadow suddenly dashed out from the bushes. Bang! A crunching sound that made one's teeth ache. The bulldog was solidly hit against the Mercedes bumper and headlights. It didn't even have time to let out a cry before it died on the spot. Accompanied by the ear-piercing screech of brakes, the Mercedes came to a halt. Jin Miao Miao and Zhao Lan, still in shock, pushed open the car doors. Upon approaching, they saw the dog had been completely flattened, a bloody mess. However, these two foolish women had no realization of the severity of the situation. Because the dog was crushed beyond recognition, they couldn't tell whose dog it was from the village. Zhao Lan was heartbroken as she checked the front of her beloved car. Thank goodness the car is fine, just a bit of blood on it. She breathed a sigh of relief, even taking out a wet wipe to squat down and disdainfully wipe the bloodstains off the bumper. At that moment, a crisp sound of clapping suddenly echoed in the silent night. Clap, clap, clap. Su Yang walked leisurely out from the dark bushes, clapping his hands. Very good, your driving skills are impressive. Upon seeing who it was, Jin Miao Miao frowned and shouted, "Su Yang, what are you doing hiding here at this late hour?" Su Yang sneered, "Oh, nothing much, I just accidentally saw. You ran over a dog." Jin Miao Miao crossed her arms, rolling her eyes in disdain. "So what? It's just a stray dog. We can pay for it if it's dead. Is that so?" Su Yang's lips curled into a cruel smile as he spoke slowly. "That dog, however, is Han Yuk's little bull. How do you plan to compensate? With your lives, eh?" Su Yang's words were like a bolt from the blue. The two women trembled all over, quickly squatting down again to examine the pile of dog meat closely. Jin Miao Miao's voice trembled. Sister Lan, is this really Han Yuk's bulldog?" Zhao Lan's face turned pale, stammering to reassure herself. It shouldn't be right. Han Yuk's bulldog. Isn't this flattened?" Jin Miao Miao, upon hearing this, directly slumped down to the ground in despair. "It's completely squashed. How could it not be flattened?" At that moment, Su Yang had already pulled out his phone, waving it in front of their pale faces. "Unfortunately, I recorded the entire scene of you speeding and hitting the dog just now." After saying that, Su Yang squatted down, fighting back the smell of blood, and ripped off the bloody collar with a unique mark from the dog's neck. He casually wiped it with a tissue, holding it up in his hand. "You two say? If I show this video along with the collar to Han Yueka, that madman, would he chop you two into pieces to feed the dog?" Su Yang's words struck like a heavy hammer, hitting the two of them right in the heart. It should be known that Han Yuk's wife had long since passed away. This dog was the only memory his wife left him before she died. If that madman found out they had turned his beloved pet into a dog biscuit, Han Yueka would surely flay them alive. Don't talk about the law. A ruthless person like Han Yueka, once he goes mad, even the king himself would be useless. Zhao Lan was the quickest to react. With a thud, she knelt directly in front of Su Yang, clutching his thigh tightly. "Su Yang, I'm begging you. We have no enmity. Oh, please don't tell Han Yueka about this. Please, I'm begging you." While crying out, Zhao Lan elbowed Jin Miao Miao beside her, urging her to react. Only then did Jin Miao Miao come to her senses. Thud. She also knelt down, grabbing hold of Su Yang's other thigh. "Su Yang, we're begging you, please. You want money, right? How much do you want? I'll give it to you." Su Yang looked down at the two terrified women, letting out a cold snort. "I'm not short on money. Besides, how much can you give me?" He took a puff of his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. "Let's do this quickly. Drive the car to the car wash in town. Wash the car thoroughly and change all 4 tires overnight. Remember, use different tread patterns. If Han Yueka finds out about the tire tracks tomorrow, it will be enough trouble for both of you. As for the reward..." Su Yang's lips curled into a wicked smile. They'll let you know how you can repay me once. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan and Jean Meow Meow felt as if they had been granted amnesty, right? They had to quickly destroy the evidence. If Han Yueka found out, they were doomed. Thus Xiaolan clumsily climbed into the driver's seat and floored the gas pedal straight to the car wash in town. In the dead of night, she threw money at the car repair shop owner to wake him up. Not only did they wash the car inside and out 3 times, but they also forced the mechanic to change all 4 tires to brand new ones with completely different tread patterns overnight. The young mechanic was bewildered. Damn it, this new car had just landed, and now it was running around at night to change tires. However, seeing the money, the young mechanic complied. It was not until deep night that Zhao Lan and Jean Meow Meow returned to the village in their car, locking it tightly in Zhao Lan's yard. After returning home, Jean Meow Meow couldn't sleep a wink. She tossed and turned in bed, her heart in turmoil. Would Han Yueka find out? Even if Han Yueka didn't find out, what about Su Yang? He had the video and the bloody dog collar in his hands. What would he threaten her with? On the other side, that night Han Yueka returned home. He opened the refrigerator, sliced some pig's head meat, and poured a glass. After taking a couple of sips, he suddenly felt something was missing at home. It was too quiet. He walked into the yard and saw the dog cage wide open, empty inside. Han Yueka didn't think much of it. This little French bulldog was smart. It usually opened the door by itself, ran out to play, and would come back after a while. Their home was near the dead-end road behind the village, so it was likely it had gone for a stroll there. However, when it was already 2 or 3 in the morning, the little French bulldog still hadn't returned. Han Yueka finally became anxious. He grabbed a flashlight and hurriedly headed outside to search. After circling the village without finding it, he finally walked towards the dead-end road with the flashlight. The beam of the flashlight swept across the dead-end road. Suddenly Han Yueka's pupils contracted. There was a large pool of glaring blood on the ground. Although the dog Biscuit had been kicked to the side in the chaos, the gruesome scene was still shocking. A sense of foreboding surged in Han Yueka's heart. Indeed, he found the little French bulldog flattened like a QR code in the nearby bushes. At the moment he saw the little French bulldog's body, Han Yueka felt as if the sky had fallen. The man over 6 feet tall who had bled and sweat collapsed to his knees with a thud. Holding that bloodied corpse, he wept bitterly, crying as if his parents had died. After he cried enough, his expression turned icy as he carefully carried the little French bulldog's body back and buried it in his own yard. The next morning, Su Yang yawned and leisurely made his way to the village committee office. Bang! With a loud crash, the office door was kicked open with force. It was Han Yueka. His eyes were bloodshot, and he held a sharp knife used for slaughtering pigs. He walked up to Su Yang, his voice icy. "I want to use the village's loudspeaker." Without even lifting his eyelids, Su Yang casually tossed him the key to the broadcasting room. Han Yueka took the knife into the broadcasting room and directly pushed the microphone. His cold and frenzied voice instantly spread throughout the entire Erba village. "Anyone in the village with a car, get it to the village committee's yard in 10 minutes. If I see any family that doesn't show up in 10 minutes, they'll come knocking and smash the car. They'll chop the..." In Erba village, when Han Yueka lost his temper, it was sometimes more effective than the village secretary's speeches. The elderly men and women sitting at the village entrance, as well as the villagers working in the fields, all trembled in fear. What was Han Yueka planning to do? What madness was he about to unleash? But no one dared to provoke him. This guy was famously known as the Mad Dog across 10 li and 8 townships. The villagers privately gossiped that when he got drunk, he liked to wave his knife and mutter a phrase, 2 shots to the chest, and 1 to the head. Even the gods would shake their heads. Some said it was the post-traumatic stress from his time in the military, while others said he must have blood on his hands. Everyone knew that this mentally unstable madman might not even face consequences for murder. Who would dare provoke him? It took less than 10 minutes. In just 5 minutes, over 10 cars, including sedans and vans, lined up obediently in front of the village committee. Su Yang, with a cigarette in his mouth, pulled up a chair and sat on the porch enjoying the show. The villagers also gathered from a distance, stretching their necks to watch the excitement. After all, who doesn't love some gossip? The night before, Han Yueka had meticulously examined the tire tracks on the ground. He concluded that the car that killed his little French bulldog must have been a sedan. Today he was going to check each car one by one to see whose car's tire tread matched the tracks at the scene. In the crowd, Jean Meow Meow, with 2 heavy dark circles under her eyes, shrank back, her legs feeling weak. She wasn't the only one scared. Zhao Lan was terrified as well. Although Zhao Lan hadn't driven the car that ran over the dog, who knew if that madman would hold her accountable. What if this mad dog stabbed her with that knife? However, Zhao Lan's mental fortitude was evidently stronger than Jean Meow Meow's. She forced herself to appear calm, standing aside, as if nothing was wrong, not daring to breathe. Han Yueka pulled out a magnifying glass from somewhere, inspecting each car, as if he were a paranoid. He crouched down beside one car after another, checking the tires. The air was suffocating. Finally, it was Zhao Lan's turn for her Mercedes E300. Han Yueka squatted down, holding the magnifying glass, inspecting all 4 tires over and over again. Jean Meow Meow's heart was about to leap out of her throat. She nearly forgot to breathe. But after a thorough inspection, he still couldn't find a match. Han Yueka suddenly stood up. He clenched the knife tightly, surveying the trembling villagers, and roared through gritted teeth. If I find out who killed my dog, I swear I'll kill his entire family. After he finished speaking, he dragged the knife and swaggered away through the crowd. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. So it was this madman's lifeline that had died. He suspected it was someone from the village who had driven over his dog, which was why he caused such a ruckus early in the morning. Once Han Yuk's figure completely disappeared, Jin Miao Miao and Zhao Lan finally dared to take deep breaths, patting their chests. The cold sweat had already soaked through their backs. Oh my, I thought I was dead today. Thankfully Su Yang reminded them last night to change the tires. If they hadn't, that sharp knife of Han Yuk's would have probably already pierced their throats. Once the onlookers had mostly dispersed, Jin Miao Miao hesitantly approached Su Yang, her voice trembling as she asked Su Yang, "What do you want for helping us hide this last night?" Su Yang extinguished the cigarette, but stood up and glanced down at her. He casually dropped one sentence, "Come find me at my house tonight." After saying that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and swaggered into the office, leaving Jin Miao Miao standing there full of confusion and fear. Jin Miao Miao returned home, her entire being in a daze. She couldn't fathom what Su Yang was up to. But the leverage that could lead her to utter ruin was firmly in Su Yang's hands, leaving her no room for negotiation, forcing her to compromise. At that moment her phone rang. It was her boyfriend Zhang Zihao, who had previously been the student council president at their university, calling from the county. "Miao Miao, come to the city tomorrow. He'll take you to eat at Haidaleo." "Okay, he'll come over tomorrow." Jin Miao Miao suppressed her rising panic, daring not to let her voice betray her emotions. Meanwhile, after work, Su Yang rode his electric scooter to the town. At the corner of the street, there was a men's store, and Su Yang pushed aside the curtain and walked in. The shop owner was wearing a fitted t-shirt and hot pants, her charm still intact. "What can I get for you, handsome?" Su Yang glanced around the shelves with an indifferent expression. "They'll take one set of each battle robe you have in stock." The shop owner was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Handsome, can you handle that? I have more than 20 sets here. Just pack them all up." Su Yang couldn't be bothered to chat. Before long, the shop owner had wrapped up a heap of battle robes that were pitifully scant in material. Su Yang paid and turned to leave. The shop owner watched his retreating figure and scoffed, "Why can't I meet such a bold man?" It wasn't until nightfall, when the streets of the village were deserted, that Jin Miao Miao dared to head towards Su Yang's house. At this moment, Su Yang was sitting in the living room sipping on some liquor and leisurely eating grilled pork belly, looking quite content. Hearing the door open, he glanced at her. "You're here, sit down, have some food." He handed a pair of clean chopsticks to Jin Miao Miao, and then picked up a piece of potato, dipped it in some sauce, and put it in his mouth. Jin Miao Miao slammed the chopsticks onto the table, staring at him intently. Su Yang stopped playing games. "What exactly do you want?" Su Yang wiped his mouth with a napkin and chuckled lightly. "How can you not eat when I'm treating you to grilled meat? What kind of person are you?" Seeing Jin Miao Miao bite her lip in silence, Su Yang wasn't annoyed. He took out his phone and casually talked. The screen lit up, revealing a clear video of a dog being hit by a car. Jin Miao Miao's breath caught, instinctively reaching out to grab it. But halfway through she hesitated. She wasn't foolish, though Su Yang had likely backed it up in the cloud long ago, so snatching it wouldn't help. "So what do you really want?" Jin Miao Miao felt like a deflated balloon. Su Yang casually opened a bottle of beer and pushed it toward her. "Drink with me." Jin Miao Miao took a deep breath, suppressing her humiliation as she sat down. She gritted her teeth, enduring this tasteless grilled meat meal with Su Yang. It wasn't until they had nearly finished what was on the table that she suddenly stood up. "Su Yang, you've eaten and drunk. Just tell me what you want directly." Su Yang leaned back in his chair and said nonchalantly, "Nothing much. I bought some clothes today, but have no model to try them on. I just wanted to have a good look, but there was no opportunity." Jin Miao Miao frowned. "What clothes?" Su Yang stood up. "Come with me." He led Jin Miao Miao upstairs. As soon as she entered the room, Jin Miao Miao froze. On the large bed lay neatly arranged more than 20 sets of colorful speed gear. There was even one set that was just a few pieces of fabric. "Su Yang, what do you mean? Do you want me to wear these?" Jin Miao Miao's voice trembled. Su Yang leaned against the door frame, leisurely lighting a cigarette. "I never said I wanted you to wear them. I didn't ask you, nor did I threaten you, so don't slander me." He exhaled a smoke ring, looking at her through the haze. "I merely said I bought some clothes for you to admire." His words cut like a soft knife. Jin Miao Miao took a deep breath, her fists clenched tightly. She was conflicted and struggling intensely. In the end, fear overcame reason, and she pushed Su Yang away, entering the bathroom without looking back. After a while, the sound of water stopped. Jin Miao Miao emerged. She walked to the bed, biting her lip, and picked a relatively normal outfit to change into. Su Yang remained silent, casually tossing his phone onto the bed. Jin Miao Miao understood his intention. She picked up the phone, faced the camera, and started taking selfies. Once she started, her bottom line collapsed. Black, white, pink. Backless lace. She tried on all 20 sets without missing a single one. After finishing all the photos, Jin Miao Miao lay exhausted on the big bed. Her eyes were red, and she looked at Su Yang with a broken spirit. Come on. Isn't it what you want to do with me? Come on. I'll let you. To her surprise, Su Yang merely shot her a cold glance. Alright, you can go now. Jean Miao Miao was stunned. Dealing with such an aloof green tea, Su Yang had plenty of patience. He certainly intended to sleep with her, but he wouldn't follow her lead. He wanted Jean Miao Miao to live in perpetual fear of the unknown until she could no longer bear the psychological pressure and came to him begging for release. You? Really let me go? Jean Miao Miao couldn't believe it. Go ahead. Seeing that Su Yang didn't seem to be joking, Jean Miao Miao could only grit her teeth and hastily put on her clothes. As she reached the door, she looked back at Su Yang with a puzzled expression. After she left, Su Yang picked up his phone and casually browsed through the album. I must say this woman's figure was indeed flawless, but her scheming was too heavy. Back home, as soon as Jean Miao Miao burrowed into bed, she couldn't wait to text him, Su Yang. I took photos too, you've seen enough, and it was you who didn't do anything. Can you delete the video? Su Yang replied instantly, did I ever say you should wear those clothes? No, right. Did I ever say that if you wore them I would delete the video? No, right. Su Yang, you bastard. Jean Miao Miao furiously sent a long voice message, feeling both defensive and enraged. Listening to the impotent fury coming from the phone, Su Yang's lips curled into a satisfied cold smile. That voice was simply heavenly. So satisfying. He tossed his phone aside and fell into a content sleep. The next day, Jean Miao Miao, with dark circles under her eyes, took a bus to the county. Her boyfriend Zhang Zihao had been waiting for her there. As soon as he saw Jean Miao Miao get off the bus, he rushed over, hugging her tightly and trying to kiss her. However, Jean Miao Miao instinctively felt nauseous and turned her face aside. Zhang Zihao was momentarily stunned. What's wrong, Miao Miao? Is it because I didn't pick you up that you're unhappy? Oh, I have something going on today. I'll definitely pick you up next time. Let's go eat at Haidaleo. Zhang Zihao, oblivious, pulled Jean Miao Miao into the hot pot restaurant. While eating at Haidaleo, Zhang Zihao casually commented while cooking meat, I heard that dumbass Su Yang actually became the village head of your village. Hehe, it's just laughable. How could someone like him be the village head? Seeing that Jean Miao Miao was keeping her head down and not responding, Zhang Zihao leaned closer, speaking affectionately. Miao Miao, consider our marriage okay. We've been together for 3 years, it's time to get married. Jean Miao Miao held her cup of water, forcing a dry laugh, and nodded. But at that moment her mind couldn't absorb what Zhang Zihao was saying. All that flashed before her eyes were the scenes from last night, where she had worn those battle robes in front of Su Yang. Xiaolan sat on her sofa, secretly planning how to escape Su Yang's control. She had already devised a retreat for herself. Tomorrow morning, she would secretly take the property deed to pawn for a loan. The newly purchased luxury car was paid in full and could also be used as collateral. The money raised would be enough to cover the village's deficit and conveniently settle the debts owed to her brother. As long as the accounts were clean, Su Yang would have nothing to hold over her. As for crushing Han Yuk's dog, what did that have to do with her? Worst case, she would just throw Jin Yinyan under the bus. A dead friend does not concern a poor Taoist, let it be. However, Su Yang had no intention of giving her a breather. With a click, the front door opened. Su Yang and Wang Suanpan walked in shoulder to shoulder. Wang Suanpan carried a bag of freshly bought braised meat, while Su Yang held a dozen chilled beers. The two were chatting and laughing like close brothers. Brother Wang, I'll be counting on you for future matters. Su Yang smiled as he said, you know I can't make heads or tails of accounting. The funds allocated from above along with the village land acquisitions and rents will all need your help. Wang Suanpan's face lit up with a smile. Little brother, we're all serving the village collective here. No need to be— Come sit down. Let's eat and drink together tonight. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Lan abruptly lifted her head. The moment her eyes met Su Yang, she froze. What was Su Yang doing in her house? And he was even shoulder to shoulder with her husband. What on earth was this guy up to? She recalled some plot twists from movies. When a husband comes home with a colleague, the outcome is rarely good. Although her heart raced, Zhao Lan quickly put on a warm smile, eagerly inviting Su Yang to sit down and placing the food and drinks on the coffee table. Cheers. Wang Suanpan opened a can of beer and handed it to Su Yang. Come on, Su Yang, let's have a toast. Wang Suanpan had invited Su Yang over for drinks tonight to take the opportunity to control the newly appointed young village chief and hold the village's financial power in his hands. Su Yang was well aware and chose to play along with this old fool. After taking a couple of sips, Su Yang turned his head to glance at Zhao Lan, who was absent-mindedly watching TV on the sofa. Brother Wang, it's not right for us to eat and drink here while sister-in-law is over there watching TV, is it? Su Yang said with a half-smile. If someone didn't know better, they might think we two big men were not providing her any food. Sister-in-law, come sit with us and have a bite to eat. Wang Suanpan, caught off guard, quickly waved her over. Yes, Zhao Lan, you haven't had dinner either, have you? Come on, let's eat together. Zhao Lan found herself in a difficult position and could only reluctantly shuffle over to sit beside Wang Suanpan. She was wearing a silk home robe tonight, looking quite sexy. Here's to you, brother Wang and sister-in-law. Su Yang raised his beer, wishing you both a lifetime of happiness and prosperity. After saying this, he tilted his head back and downed it. Wang Suanpan happily lifted his glass, and Zhao Lan could only stiffly raise her, clinking it with his. The three of them chatted and ate meat. As they drank, Wang Suanpan suddenly recalled something and casually gossiped. Hey little brother, who do you think hit and killed Han Yueka's dog? They must be out of their minds daring to run over Han's crazy dog. They must be tired of living. At these words, Zhao Lan's face instantly turned pale, her palms sweating as she nervously glanced at Su Yang. But Su Yang didn't even blink, casually replying, who knows? I heard it was hit on the deadened road behind the village. Recently, quite a few youngsters like to go there to race for thrills. It could be someone from the neighboring village. Wang Suanpan took a sip of beer, smacking his lips. True, if Han Yueka catches that person, he would surely skin them alive. Hearing her husband's words, Zhao Lan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Just then her phone buzzed. She looked down to see a WeChat message from Su Yang. The screen displayed a cold, terse command, get your husband drunk. Zhao Lan's pupils constricted. She knew exactly what those 5 words implied. She raised her head, looking at Su Yang across from her with a conflicted gaze. Su Yang expressionlessly picked up a piece of braised meat. At the same time, under the table, he stretched out his toes and poked Zhao Lan. She trembled all over. She gritted her teeth and immediately put on a charming smile, raising her glass to Wang Suanpan. Darling, come. To celebrate Su Yang becoming the village chief and your re-election as our village's wealth god, let's drink another cup. Wang Suanpan was in high spirits and didn't think too much about it. With his wife toasting and Su Yang supporting him from the side, he immediately opened up and drank. Wang Suanpan's alcohol tolerance was already poor, and he couldn't handle being pressured by the two. Before long, after downing a few cans of beer, he began to slur his words, his eyes becoming glazed. Su Yang, my little brother. I'm drunk. Wang Suanpan burped loudly, waving his hand. I really didn't treat you well. I need to go to bed. I just can't take it anymore. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn back and remind Zhao Lan, remember to send my little brother off later. After saying this, Wang Suanpan stood up unsteadily, leaning on the stairs as he wobbled towards the upstairs bedroom. Once upstairs, with a loud thud, the bedroom door closed. The living room instantly quieted down. The two looked up at the direction of the second floor, confirming that Wang Suanpan had entered the room and collapsed. Only then did Zhao Lan lower her voice and tremble as she asked Su Yang, what do you want? What do I have to do to be let go? Su Yang dropped the pretense. He leaned back against the sofa, skillfully opened the camera function on his phone, and placed the phone on the coffee table. Go take a shower. Zhao Lan was taken aback, biting her lip in humiliation. But she dared not disobey, and could only stand up and walk into the bathroom. After finishing her shower, she came out. Su Yang pulled out a set of clothes from his bag and tossed them to Zhao Lan. It was the outfit Jin Mian had worn the night before. Zhao Lan grabbed the clothes, stunned. What? Clothes? Don't you recognize them? Su Yang's eyes were cold. Zhao Lan's face shifted between shades of pale and green, her expression conflicted. But upon meeting Su Yang's indifferent and domineering gaze, she dared not resist. In the end, she could only tremble as she put on the outfit in front of Su Yang. Once dressed, she awkwardly, after filming Su Yang, put away his phone, grabbed Zhao Lan's wrist, and directly pulled her towards the second floor. The moment she stepped on the stairs, Zhao Lan felt her heart was going to jump out of her throat. She desperately lowered her voice, fearfully struggling. You lunatic. What are you going to do? Su Yang coldly chuckled without turning back. What are you afraid of? Su Yang dragged Zhao Lan all the way to the bedroom door. Zhao Lan was so frightened that tears welled up. Su Yang, I beg you. I'm begging you, please. Can you let me go? How about we go to the county town for a fun hotel another day? Su Yang held the doorknob, looking down at her condescendingly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No. I like this environment. Click. Su Yang turned the bedroom door handle unceremoniously, pushing Zhao Lan inside. The bedroom was lit only by a dim bedside lamp. Scared, her legs went weak and she leaned against the wall, unable to move. Su Yang swaggered over to the bed and forcefully pushed Wang Suanpan. In the darkness, Zhao Lan gritted her teeth. She moved her weak legs and slowly walked over. Don't misunderstand, they didn't do anything. The two discussed the issue of cattle. Su Yang claimed that there are cattle in this world, and he is one of them. Zhao Lan scolded him for being brain dead. At 4 in the morning, Su Yang felt that discussing cattle with Zhao Lan was pointless, and went back. Before leaving, Su Yang smiled down at her, and said, You've worked hard. With a click, the door closed. Su Yang. Zhao Lan collapsed into the chair, as if her marrow had been drained, her whole body limp. She turned her head to glance at Wang Suanpan, who was still snoring. A mixture of emotions swirled within her. Wang Suanpan. Why do you always have to find someone to drink with? Damn you, old bastard. At the same time, in a budget hotel in the county town, Zhang Zihao treated Jin Miao Miao to hot pot, and the two rented a big bedroom. Zhang Zihao, freshly washed and fragrant, eagerly jumped onto the bed. But as soon as he touched it, he was pushed aside with a look of disgust by Jin Miao Miao. Don't touch me. Zhang Zihao was taken aback, feeling wronged. Miao Miao, what's wrong? Why are you acting crazy? What did I do to upset you? Just tell me and I'll change it. It's nothing. Jin Miao Miao turned over, facing away from him. I just feel bad today. Alright, Zhang Zihao lay on the side like a deflated balloon unwillingly playing with his phone. Jean Miao Miao stared at the dark wall, her mood reaching a boiling point. Her mind was filled with thoughts of that devil Su Yang. What should she do to break free from his control? Forget it'll go back to the village tomorrow and discuss it with Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan is an old hand, but she must have a way to handle it. The next morning Zhang Zihao eagerly drove Jean Miao Miao back to the village. As soon as Jean Miao Miao got out of the car, she hurried to Zhao Lan's house and knocked on the door. The door opened. Zhao Lan stood at the door in a loose nightgown, heavily dark-circled, her legs trembling. She looked as if she had been drained of all energy. Jean Miao Miao was startled. Sister Lan, what happened? Why do you look so exhausted? Hey, nothing happened. Little sister, why are you looking for me so early? Jean Miao Miao covered her mouth and chuckled. Last night. You and my brother Wang. Zhao Lan's heart sank, almost causing her legs to give way. She hurriedly covered up. Oh no, that's not the case. What can I do for you this early? Oh, what else could it be? It's that troublesome matter with Su Yang. Jean Miao Miao stomped her foot. He keeps using that video to threaten us. That's not a solution. Zhao Lan peeked outside. Come in and talk. Su and Pan has gone to the county, and there's no one at home. They sat down in the living room. Jean Miao Miao eagerly grabbed Zhao Lan's hand. Sister Lan, you must come up with a solution. Find a way to get rid of Su Yang. Ooh, I can't stand him any longer. Zhao Lan cursed inwardly. You're just annoyed, but I almost lost half my life last night. Suddenly a hint of suspicion flashed through Zhao Lan's mind. She stared intently at Jean Miao Miao and asked tentatively, did Su Yang ask you to go to his house yesterday? Jean Miao Miao was taken aback. Of course she couldn't admit that she had tried on a bunch of lace at Su Yang's house the day before, so she hurriedly shook her head and denied it. No, he didn't say anything to me, so I felt strange and unsettled. Speaking of which, Jean Miao Miao suddenly realized and turned the tables. What? Sister Lan, did he ask you to go to his house? What did he do to you? Zhao Lan's eyes flickered as she quickly waved her hand. No. I didn't go, I don't think too much. Although Zhao Lan vehemently denied it, Jean Miao Miao's keen instincts immediately sensed something was off. Something's wrong. Zhao Lan must be hiding something from me. A wave of immense fear surged within Jean Miao Miao. What if Zhao Lan had secretly climbed into Su Yang's bed for her own safety? If they had made some dirty deal and Su Yang pinned all the blame on Jean Miao Miao, then all the consequences would fall on her alone, wouldn't they? Thinking of this, Jean Miao Miao panicked. She tightly grasped Zhao Lan's wrist, her voice sharp. Sister Lan. Have you already slept with Su Yang? Zhao Lan, feeling guilty, shook off her hand. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a married woman. How could I? Immediately following, Zhao Lan sneered. You just asked me if I went to his house. Seems like you went to his house yesterday, didn't you? Jean Miao Miao swallowed hard. Seeing that she couldn't hide it, she could only admit half-truthfully. Yeah, I went. Zhao Lan's eyes widened, immediately pressing on. What did he make you do? Did he sleep with you? No. Jean Miao Miao quickly shook her head in defense. He just had me try on a bunch of clothes and took some photos of me. Really, nothing else happened. Listening to this weak excuse, Zhao Lan didn't believe it at all. Nonsense. You, Jean Miao Miao, are young and beautiful with a sexy figure. How could Su Yang resist when you went to his house at night to change into all those ridiculous clothes? Zhao Lan sneered inwardly. You, Jean Miao Miao, little slut. You definitely slept with Su Yang. When the time comes, you'll just walk away and leave me to take the fall, right? At that moment, Jean Miao Miao had the exact same thoughts in her mind. Just like that, even though Su Yang had done nothing, a seed of suspicion had already taken root in the hearts of the two plastic friends. Both harbored ulterior motives and exchanged a few perfunctory words before Jean Miao Miao hurriedly took her leave. Watching her leave, Zhao Lan snorted coldly. If you think just because you're young and beautiful you can take the lead. I've been married before, but in terms of charm I can outshine you by 10 streets. Tonight I'm still going to find Su Yang. I want to see if Su Yang is more infatuated with you or can't let go of me. As Jean Miao Miao walked home, she gritted her teeth as well. Zhao Lan, you old hen. With that sagging figure of yours, do you think you can compete with me? I'm a college student. I can learn your tricks too. Just wait and see. After returning home, Jean Miao Miao immediately took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to her boyfriend Zhang Zihao. Zihao, I'm sorry. Yesterday was my fault. I was under too much work pressure and neglected you. Zhang Zihao, the ultimate submissive, couldn't handle the goddess' gentle reproach and instantly replied, Miao Miao, it's fine. I don't blame you. Actually, Zhang Zihao was aware of the situation. He was also a typical person who started strong but lacked endurance in that regard. Jean Miao Miao looked at the screen and typed a message to him. Zihao, can you send me a few of those websites that boys like to visit? I want to learn some new things to use on you in the future. After all, we've known each other for so long. You'll get bored eventually. Seeing this message, Zhang Zihao in the county town almost jumped out of his seat in excitement. Oh my god, what kind of divine girlfriend is this? Zhang Zihao swallowed hard and quickly sent over all the study websites he had cherished for years. Jean Miao Miao clicked on the links and put on her headphones. With intense focus, she unleashed the determination she had during her college entrance exams, seriously studying the difficult techniques inside. She was determined to learn these skills and not be outdone by that bitch Xiaolon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang was sitting in the village committee office drinking tea and took out his phone to send Zhao Lan a WeChat message. Sister Lan, I've been a bit tight on funds recently. When will the money you promised me arrive? You know me, when I run out of money, I get anxious easily. When I get anxious, I tend to babble on. If I babble, what if I accidentally spill your romantic escapades, or the matter with Han Yuk's dog? Well, just to be clear, I'm definitely not doing it on purpose. Zhao Lan was furious, her whole body trembling as she bit her back teeth. But she had no choice but to respond humbly. When Su and Pan comes back tonight, he'll ask him for a bit and transfer you a portion first. 50,000 is too much. I really can't gather that much money all at once. Ding dong. Su Yang replied immediately, okay, hurry up. My sister is waiting to pay tuition. That morning, Su Yang sat in his office. With a loud bang, the slightly ajar office door was kicked open. Immediately after, there was a sharp sound. An application form was thrown onto Su Yang's desk. Director, this is the construction application for my family's homestead. Please take it to the county for approval. The villager speaking was Wang Erniu, known in the village as a notorious thug. He was different from the ruthless bullies like Han Yueka. Wang Erniu was simply a rogue, a typical cowardly bully who would take advantage of the weak. Especially when he learned that the young Su Yang had actually become the village director, he felt even more displeased. In this situation, he could have gone directly to the clerk Jean Miao Miao, but today he specifically wanted to confront Su Yang to make things difficult for this new official. Su Yang leaned back in his chair, coldly glancing at him. He remained silent, picked up the application form, and casually tossed it into the drawer beside him. I'm busy today, I'll take care of it tomorrow. This was not Su Yang putting on airs as a new official. He truly couldn't spare the time to run this errand today. However, Su Yang's indifferent attitude made Wang Erniu feel embarrassed. Hey, what the hell? Wang Erniu slammed the table and shouted in a hoarse voice, Xiao Yang, you've only been the village director for a few days, and you already don't take your uncle Erniu seriously. When your father was the village director, he would still offer me a cigarette when he saw me. What's the matter? You think you can establish your authority by acting tough now, eh? Su Yang picked up his enamel tea jar, slowly skimmed off the tea foam on top, and took a sip. Uncle Erniu, when have I not taken you seriously? It's just that it can't be done today, we can do it tomorrow. Hey, you little brat, you're quite arrogant. Seeing that Su Yang was unyielding, Wang Erniu rolled up his sleeves, revealing a faded fish tattoo on his arm, and pretended to climb over the desk to teach Su Yang a lesson. Su Yang did not indulge him. With a snap, he suddenly stood up, grabbing the heavy wooden chair beside him, and lifted. He said nothing, his eyes fixed on Wang Erniu with a fierce glare. If Wang Erniu dared to take another step forward, Su Yang promised that this chair would definitely smash his head, leaving him unable to get up off the ground. Looking at Su Yang's tall and imposing figure radiating a murderous aura and the heavy wooden chair that could come crashing down at any moment, the previously loud Wang Erniu instantly shrank back. He was just a blustering thug. If it came to blows, he would only be on the receiving end of a beating in front of Su Yang. Damn it. You little bastard, what are you trying to be tough for? Wang Erniu retreated while trying to save face. In the elder, I won't hold it against you. Hurry up and handle it, I'll come back tomorrow to pick it up. Having said that, Wang Erniu turned to leave. Before exiting, he didn't forget to turn back and spit a thick loogie on the ground, indicating that he hadn't lost face. When you come back, if you don't clean it up, I'll make you lick it clean. Su Yang glared fiercely at Wang Erniu. Seeing the murderous intent in Su Yang's eyes, Wang Erniu could only pull out a tissue, squat down, and wipe up the spit. After taking a glance at Su Yang, he left feeling dissatisfied. Watching Wang Erniu's awkward retreat, Su Yang put down the chair and snorted coldly. There wasn't a single decent person among the villagers of Erba village. Thugs like Wang Erniu who pushed their luck were a dime a dozen in the village. If he directly hit them, it would only dirty his hands and easily lead to trouble. As the saying goes, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. Su Yang stroked his chin, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He decided to subdue Han Yueka and make him his dog. When the time comes, he would let the madman Han deal with these foolish villagers. Subduing Han Yueka was actually quite simple. According to Su Yang's memories from his previous life, the village's deputy director Chenrong was actually the mistress of a small leader from the county's housing bureau. That is to say, she was what people commonly refer to as a third party. And that leader from the housing bureau happened to be Han Yuk's biggest backer. Su Yang's plan was ruthless. First, he would secure Chenrong and grasp her weakness. Then he would force Chenrong to go to that small leader and steal a piece of incriminating evidence. As long as he held this evidence, it would be equivalent to grasping the throats of both the small leader and Han Yueka. With the mad dog Han Yueka watching the door, he didn't believe that those foolish villagers could stir up any trouble. After making up his mind, Su Yang took his tea jar and strolled into the adjacent deputy director's office. Director Chen, are you busy? Su Yang knocked on the door and smiled. The water heater in my office is broken. I came to borrow a cup of hot water. As he spoke, he walked over to the water dispenser and filled a cup with hot water. After getting the water, Su Yang did not hurry to leave, but casually probed. By the way, Director Chen, are you going to the county tomorrow? If you are, could you take a few applications with you to run through the process? The villagers are pressing hard. Chun Rong was looking down at her phone when she heard this and put down her pen. She was a woman in her 30s, well-maintained, exuding a sense of mature charm. Tomorrow? Let me think. Chun Rong flipped through her WeChat. Just then the small leader from the county sent her a private message inviting her to meet at a certain hotel in the county for a rendezvous, and to bring her a designer bag he had just bought her. Chun Rong smiled seductively, looking up at Su Yang. All right, then I'll make a trip tomorrow. Thank you, Director Chen. Su Yang nodded nonchalantly, carrying the tea jar back to his office. At the moment he closed the door, Su Yang, just wait, I won't let this group of foolish villagers off easily. The small leader from the Housing Bureau managed many engineering projects, and had recently been getting fat off of them. It was precisely because he was protecting Han Yueka that he was able to run rampant in the town, forcibly demolishing houses. This greedy official Su Yang not only wanted to control him, but also extort a sum from him, making him spit out all he had swallowed. On the other side, Jean Miao Miao had not reported to the village committee today. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to ask. This green tea bitch letting her stew for 2 days, waiting for her sense of fear to ferment. Then he could torment her. At that moment, Jean Miao Miao was sprawled out on her sofa at home. She was wearing headphones, seriously studying the website sent to her by her boyfriend Zhang Zihao. In order to compete for Su Yang's affection and outshine Zhao Lan, she dug out the same feelings she had while preparing for the college entrance examination back in the day. She opened every video in the sections and carefully observed them. After this in-depth study, Jean Miao Miao felt that her values had been severely shaken. There are too many tricks. For a moment, the overwhelming amount of information made it hard for her to remember. Simply she dialed Zhang Zihao's phone number. Hey Zihao. Jean Miao Miao's voice was sweet and charming. I've watched the website you sent me, there are too many videos in it. What do you like to watch most? Hearing the goddess take the initiative to ask such questions, Zhang Zihao was so excited, he almost had a brain bleed. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Miao Miao, I want to see you in black stockings, paired with those red-bottomed high heels. That must be heavenly. Upon hearing this, Jean Miao Miao frowned slightly in confusion, asking earnestly, I can understand the black stockings, all men like that. But why wear high heels? It's exhausting to stand in them. Zhang Zihao was so excited he was tongue-tied, unable to clearly explain the intricacies. Oh, how can I say? It's just the ultimate romance for men. Black stockings paired with red-bottomed high heels, it's definitely a weapon to slay men. No man can resist. Slay men. Jean Miao Miao's eyes lit up as she pondered. Since Zhang Zihao as a man liked it so much, then Su Yang, that lecher, would surely like it too. She absolutely could not let that old crow Zhao Lan get ahead of her. Okay, I understand now. Jean Miao Miao decisively hung up the phone. The next day, Saturday, Su Yang moved a bamboo lounge chair, comfortably leaning against the balcony on the second floor, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, as he squinted his eyes, gazing down at the road that led to the village entrance. As noon approached, a twisting figure appeared at the end of his line of sight. Chun Rong had dressed up specially today, her form-fitting pencil skirt accentuating her voluptuous curves, exuding a charming wife vibe. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup. Even from a distance, the scent of her perfume could be detected. As she passed by Su Yang's house, Chun Rong deliberately paused, adjusted her glasses, and put on a businesslike smile. Director Su enjoying the moment, huh? Indeed, basking in the sun, shaking off the dampness. Su Yang exhaled a puff of smoke, leaning over the railing to look down. Director Chun is dressed so beautifully. Are you heading into town? Just running some personal errands in the county. Chun Rong brushed her hair back, feigning seriousness. And I'm also submitting the villagers' applications as I go. Alright then, thank you for your hard work, Director Chun. Watching Chun Rong walk away, Su Yang's smile instantly vanished. He snuffed out his cigarette, grabbed a black jacket and a cap from the sofa, hopped on the small electric scooter in the yard, and quietly followed her. He trailed her all the way to the county town. As Chun Rong stepped off the bus, she looked around like a thief, then lowered her head and skillfully slid into a black Volkswagen parked by the roadside. With the car window half closed, Su Yang parked the scooter under the shade of a tree about 10 meters away, watching coldly. As soon as Chun Rong settled into the passenger seat, a plump old man with a receding hairline in the driver's seat lunged at her. "Oh, Rong, I've missed you so much. Come here, let your husband give you a kiss." Chun Rong suppressed the disgust in her eyes and loudly planted a kiss on that greasy old face. This old man was Zhao Jifeng, the director of the county's Housing Construction Bureau, and also the biggest shield for the village bully Han Yueka. After the kiss, Chun Rong could hardly wait, spreading her delicate hand. "Didn't you say you had a surprise for me? Where is it?" Zhao Jifeng chuckled, pulling out a high-end velvet jewelry box from the armrest. "This is precious. Hurry up and open it to take a look." With a click, the box opened. Inside lay a dazzling diamond ring that sparkled under the sunlight. This was the exact ring Chun Rong had hinted at several times on social media, worth at least 18,000 on the market. Chun Rong's eyes lit up instantly. What she didn't know was that this ring was not purchased by Zhao Jifeng himself. It was a gift from a developer seeking his favor meant for his original wife. Yet this old lecher with a cunning trick of using gifts to woo a mistress directly used it to fill the appetite of his concubine. Oh my, it's so beautiful. My goodness. Chun Rong's voice trembled with excitement as she quickly slipped the ring onto her ring finger, posing it against the sunlight. You're so good, husband, do I love you to death. Seeing Chun Rong's ecstatic expression almost as if she wanted to bear Zhao Jifeng's child on the spot, Su Yang, hidden at a distance, couldn't help but snicker. It was known that Chun Rong usually put on a stern face in the village, presenting herself as a cold and independent heroine. Yet in front of this old pig, she was like a lapdog. What a perfect contrast of a hypocritical bimbo. After a while of mutual affection in the car, they finally started the engine and headed to a high-end hot pot restaurant in the county. The two, feeling guilty, requested a private booth. Su Yang, familiar with the place, slipped into the restaurant and directly booked the booth next to theirs. The partitions in this hot pot restaurant were virtually paper-thin, with a disastrous soundproofing effect. Just as Su Yang poured himself a cup of tea, he could hear Chun Rong's voice from the other side. Honey, when are you going to divorce that old tigress of yours? I can't wait any longer. Staying in the village as a mere deputy director, serving those poor folks, I get no money, and only stress. It's driving me crazy. Then came Zhao Jifeng's voice, smacking his lips as he chewed. Oh my little darling, you can't rush hot tofu. If I divorce her now, she'll skin me alive and take half my assets. Can you bear that? Of course I wouldn't want that, Chun Rong replied coyly. So we have to wait for the right opportunity. Zhao Jifeng painted a big picture with his words, but internally he scoffed. Divorce? Wait until you're old and wrinkled. I'll kick you to the streets to beg. The scheming dialogue between these two was fully recorded on Su Yang's phone. As Su Yang swirled the beef, Tripe chuckled. That old bastard Zhao Jifeng was just a henpecked husband. He was once a penniless low-level clerk who married Wu Liufeng, 8 years his senior and daughter of an old leader, as a son-in-law, which ultimately helped him climb to the position of director. In front of the old tigress, he didn't dare speak a word. If Wu Liufeng found out that this old fool not only kept a mistress outside, but also used a ring gifted by someone else to woo a vixen, just the thought of it made Su Yang feel exhilarated. Of course, just having the audio wasn't enough to bury them. To catch them in the act, Su Yang needed video evidence to turn Chun Rong into a puppet on strings. As they finished eating, Zhao Jifeng's impatient voice finally came through the wall. Rong, I'm done eating. Let's go have some fun. Oh, how annoying. As soon as the two stepped out of the booth, Su Yang settled the bill and followed closely behind. All the way trailing, they entered a hotel named Gondashuang. That shameless Zhao Jifeng actually announced loudly to the front desk, with his big belly sticking out, "Book me the biggest love room." As soon as they took the elevator, Su Yang immediately lowered the brim of his hat and went past, casually booking a room on the same floor. Once upstairs, the corridor was eerily quiet. Not knowing which room these two scoundrels had entered, Su Yang had to press his ear against the doors, stealthily listening one by one down the hallway, until he reached the end of the corridor at the room on the far right around the corner. The faint sounds coming from inside made Su Yang's eyes widen instantly. Smack! A crisp sound pierced through the door, followed by Zhao Jifeng's voice from within. Yes. Rong. Just like that. You like to be high and mighty in the village, stepping on men's necks, don't you? Come, don't treat me as a leader. Treat me like a dog and step on me. Su Yang, standing outside the door, instantly got goosebumps all over. He nearly vomited the hot pot he had just eaten onto the carpet in the corridor. Damn, this pretentious little leader, secretly a masochist. These hypocritical scoundrels were actually more indulgent behind closed doors than anyone else. Su Yang stared at the tightly closed door, a manic cold smile spreading across his face. This leverage was simply more explosive than a nuclear weapon. Unfortunately, with a door in between, Su Yang could only hear sounds, unable to see what was happening inside. It was truly frustrating. Su Yang took a glance at the room card he had just opened. Coincidentally, his room was right next door. He swiped the card and locked the door behind him. Walking to the window to observe, Su Yang noticed that each room of this budget hotel had a small protruding balcony outside. He peeked out to see that Chun Rong's room had the curtains drawn, but they weren't completely closed, leaving a small gap. Su Yang estimated that the gap between the two balconies was about half a meter wide. This was the third floor. Although it was a bit dangerous to cross over, Su Yang decided to take the risk for the sake of obtaining leverage. He set his phone to silent and activated the video recording feature. Then, standing on the windowsill like a nimble cat, he placed one foot on the edge of his balcony, took a deep breath, and suddenly leaped over to the neighboring balcony. As he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, the sounds in the room became extraordinarily clear. It was all the muffled grunts of that fat pig Zhao Jifeng. It seemed he had something stuffed in his mouth, unable to scream, only able to make whimpering sounds. Su Yang pressed himself tightly against the wall, aiming his phone camera at the small gap in the curtains. Through the gap, the scene inside was simply eye-watering. Damn it, the sick pervert really knows how to play. Su Yang silently cursed, yet his hand holding the camera remained steady as a rock. And so he recorded in high definition for a full 3 to 4 minutes, capturing both their faces clearly. That's enough. With these few minutes, it's enough to ruin her. Soo-young put away his phone and crossed back to his own balcony. After checking out, he rode his electric scooter back to Erba village, feeling quite pleased. As soon as he reached the village entrance, Soo-young squeezed the brakes. There stood the village bully Han Yueka leaning against an old willow tree at the village entrance, holding a pig-killing knife and smoking. He would stop any vehicle that passed by, whether it was a motorcycle, tractor, or car, glaring intently at it. Clearly he was still looking for the one who had killed his beloved dog. Upon seeing Soo-young riding towards him, Han Yuek's eyes widened, and he pointed his knife, saying, "Get off the bike." Soo-young did not dismount. He stopped the scooter and slowly raised his head, his deep-set eyes coldly and unwaveringly fixed on Han Yueka. Han Yueka was about to curse, but hesitated when he met Soo-young's gaze. Others in the village might not show him respect, but Soo-young was after all the village director. Some respect had to be given. Eventually Han Yueka irritably waved his hand, allowing Soo-young to pass. Back home, the first thing Soo-young did was to quickly export the video from his phone, making multiple backups on his computer and in the cloud. Looking at the footage on the screen, a cold smile crept across Soo-young's face. Very good. Up to now, he had successfully grasped the dirt on the 3 most shameless women in the village. If we were to rank them, Chen Rong was even more hateful than Zhao Lan and Jin Miao Miao combined. Zhao Lan was merely a money-grubbing sister-in-law, and Jin Miao Miao was just a vain green tea BTCH. But Chen Rong was simply a collection of numerous flaws. Greedy green tea and a master of disguise. She always wore a stern face in the village, claiming to be an independent woman and a strong female lead. And yet, behind the scenes, she was being a mistress, playing such perverse games. If this video were to be posted in the village WeChat group or sent to the County Discipline Inspection Commission, I wonder if this aloof, strong female lead would face public humiliation and jump into the river. On the other side, Zhao Jifeng was sweating profusely from the beating. After washing up, the two went downstairs, each returning to their own homes. Sitting on the bus back to the village, Chen Rong touched the diamond ring on her ring finger, feeling quite pleased with herself. Before leaving, she was even gifted a designer handbag. Hee, this money is so easy to earn. Oh, just playing a little game with that fat pig, and I got a diamond ring worth over 10,000, so refreshing. When Chen Rong arrived at her yard, it was already dark. She hummed a tune, took out her keys, and prepared to unlock. Just as the key was inserted into the lock, a man's voice sounded from behind. "Director Chen, it seems you had a lot of fun today at the county." In the dead of night, being suddenly approached from behind startled Chen Rong, making her shiver all over. With a clang, the keys in her hand fell to the ground. She quickly turned around. There stood Soo-young, arms crossed, a cigarette in his mouth, staring at her with a half smile. "Oh my god. Director Soo, do you walk without making any sound? You scare me to death." Chen Rong patted her impressive chest, forcing herself to appear calm, and asked, "Is there something urgent you need from me at this late hour?" "Yes, there is something, but isn't it inconvenient to talk here?" "Then, let's talk inside." Chen Rong opened the door and let Soo-young in. Once inside, she politely walked to the water dispenser. "No need to fuss, Director Chen." Soo-young boldly sat on the sofa. "Just a few words, and I'll be on my way." Chen Rong, holding the cup, sat on the single sofa opposite Soo-young, crossing her legs. "Director Soo, what is it? You're so secretive." Soo-young flicked the ash from his cigarette and suddenly got straight to the point. "Director Chen, it seems you had quite a wild time with my brother Zhao today." As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Chen Rong's face instantly froze. "Huh? What brother Zhao?" Chen Rong's eyes darted around as she quickly tried to cover up. "I went to the county to get my hair done today. You know, my hair was dry and split, so I went to the shop for some maintenance." Soo-young chuckled, his gaze falling directly on her right hand. "Is that so? Did you get a diamond ring while getting your hair maintained? That ring looks quite nice." Chen Rong instinctively withdrew her hand, forcing a laugh. "Oh, you mean this? It's a high imitation from a street vendor, fake, just for looks." "Alright, stop pretending." Soo-young was too lazy to waste words with her, directly taking out his phone, opening the video he had recorded on the balcony, and hit play, sliding it across the coffee table to Chen Rong. "Director Chen, I never would have guessed that you, usually so serious in the village, could play so well privately. It seems you older folks have quite the wild side." Chen Rong glanced down at the screen. After just a second, her heart jolted, and her face turned pale. The video clearly showed her beating Zhao Jifeng. How could this be? How could Soo-young have recorded it? The high and mighty expression she had maintained instantly crumbled. Fear, shame, and panic flooded her heart. "Soo-young, what are you planning to do?" Chen Rong suddenly stood up, pointing at Soo-young in a panic and screaming, "Are you stalking me? You took a video of me. This is an invasion of privacy. Do you believe that I could call the police right now and have the county police arrest you? You think I want? I can just dial 110 and have them take you in for questioning." Faced with Chen Rong's hysterical threats, Soo-young remained as steady as a mountain. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke onto Chen Rong's pale face. "Go ahead, call." Soo-young even spread his hands, making a gesture that invited her to proceed. "Just right, I also have a few things I want to discuss with the police." Director Chun colluding with brother Zhao to do those shady things in town. I want them to investigate thoroughly. Chun Rong's body trembled violently. Her hand, holding the phone, froze midair. What? Not going to call, huh? Su Yang sneered, and directly picked up his phone. If you want, I will. As he spoke, Su Yang's finger decisively pressed 110, his thumb, just about to hit the green call button. Don't. Chun Rong collapsed. She lunged forward like a madwoman, desperately trying to hold Su Yang's hand. In this psychological battle, she was utterly defeated. Because she suddenly realized Su Yang was a man with nothing to lose, a life with no value. But Chun Rong had everything to lose. Zhao Jifeng had embezzled a lot of dirty money over the years using his position, and she was well aware of it. In fact, much of that money had been spent on her. She could not escape responsibility. If this call were to go through, Su Yang would only face a few days of detention, at most being charged with invasion of privacy. But what about her? If this were proven true, not only would she be disgraced, but she would also spend her remaining years in prison. Su Yang was just in his early 20s. Even if he went in for 3 years, he would still come out a good man. Chun Rong was flustered. She never expected Su Yang to act so ruthlessly with such deep schemes. Previously, in the villagers' eyes, Su Yang was just a quiet university student, somewhat handsome, but in the countryside, what good is being handsome? Who could have imagined that after the old village chief passed away, this guy seemed to have suddenly evolved? The level of ruthlessness in his speech and actions was far beyond what a fresh graduate in his 20s could possess. Su Yang, you've gone through so much trouble to deal with me, you must have your reasons. Just tell me, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. In Chun Rong's view, the man was making such an effort for two things. Either he sought wealth, or he coveted her body. Men, after all, are creatures that think with their lower halves. However, Su Yang's answer was beyond her expectations. I need you to help me steal something. Those criminal evidence in Zhao Jifeng's hands. What? Chun Rong was taken. Only at that moment did she realize that Su Yang had no interest in her body at all. She was merely an insignificant bait. The big fish Su Yang truly wanted to catch was Zhao Jifeng. But she simply couldn't understand what deep-seated hatred there could be between Zhao Jifeng and Su Yang. Of course, there was animosity, and a substantial one at that. Su Yang remembered it clearly from his past life. He had painstakingly saved up a lifetime of hard-earned money to buy a house in the county. The result was that it was not a commercial property at all, but a complete shoddy building. The developer behind it was supported by Zhao Jifeng. Zhao Jifeng received huge kickbacks, and the developer, in order to recoup costs, could only cut corners in the construction. Hundreds of families had emptied their savings accumulated over a lifetime only to see it all go to waste. And after Zhao Jifeng's incident, he wore a face of indifference, arrogantly saying, if there's a problem with the house, go find the developer, it has nothing to do with me. Su Yang remembered it vividly. There was a young couple who bought that house as their wedding home, and before long the couple sought justice but were beaten up by thugs called by Zhao Jifeng, and ultimately forced to jump off a building to commit suicide. Even when lives were lost, Zhao Jifeng still suppressed the matter, receiving no punishment at all. In this life, Su Yang would never let this scoundrel get away. What? What do you want? Chun Rong looked at Su Yang, her face filled with fear. Don't worry about what I want to, just tell me if you can do it. Su Yang looked at her coldly. If you can't do it, I'll call 110 right now. No. Chun Rong hurriedly pressed Su Yang's hand, her voice trembling ill. He'll find a way to help you, okay? Su Yang smiled faintly, but his gaze was as cold as ice. You better hurry. I'm not a patient person. I need substantial evidence within a week. Otherwise, I guarantee this video will be promptly sent to the County Disciplinary Committee's report email. Fine. I understand, I'll try my best. Not try your best, but you must. Su Yang looked down at her with a commanding tone. All right. I will definitely do it. Su Yang satisfactorily patted Chun Rong's pale cheek and stood up to leave. As soon as he left, Chun Rong instantly felt drained of energy, collapsing onto the sofa, her eyes filled with despair. Back home, Su Yang comfortably stretched. For him, obtaining evidence to eliminate Zhao Jifeng was only the first step. He also wanted to mentally destroy Chun Rong, the high and mighty green tea bitch. Wasn't Chun Rong always claiming to be the great female lead? Didn't she always say she would never bow down to men? Well, then Su Yang would ensure that she would kneel on the ground forever, looking up at him. That posture would surely be delightful. Just as Su Yang was about to take a shower, there was a soft, urgent knock at the back. Su Yang walked over and opened the door. In the darkness stood a woman wearing a long trench coat, a hat, and a mask. All bundled up in the middle of the night. Just by looking at her shy figure, Su Yang knew who it was. What are you doing here so late? Su Yang, I have urgent business with you. Can I come in to talk? Jean Miamian's voice. Su Yang stepped aside to let her in and casually closed the door. As soon as they reached the living room, Jean Miamian immediately took off her hat, shook her long hair, and removed her mask. So what do you need from me? Su Yang sat down on the sofa, feigning ignorance. Jean Miamian bit her bright red lips, staring at Su Yang. You have to tell me, honestly, have you already slept with Xiaolan? Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Xiaolan still had some pride and definitely wouldn't spread rumors. She must have guessed it herself or tested Xiaolan during the day. Su Yang picked up his teacup and took a sip, deliberately responding ambiguously. How did you know? Upon hearing this, Jean Yinyan thought Su Yang had admitted it. She was so furious that she stomped her feet on the spot, abandoning the refined lady persona she usually feigned, and directly cursed, "Damn. That old cuckoo. I knew that this filthy bitch wanted to sell me out." Jean Miamian's eyes turned red as she rushed forward to confront him. "Did Xiaolan make a deal with you? She sleeps with you, and then you push me out as a shield. You tell Han Yueka that the incident was all my doing and it has nothing to do with her, right?" Watching Jean Yinyan in such a state of fury, Su Yang felt utterly delighted. This was too interesting. Once a woman's jealousy takes root, its power is even greater than an atomic bomb. Su Yang recalled a funny incident from his university days. In their dormitory, 5 girls were living together, yet they secretly formed 6 WeChat groups. This is what they call plastic sisters. Since Jean Yinyan had come to him on her own, Su Yang simply decided to push her further into the flames. "Yes." Su Yang sighed, pretending to be serious, and made up a story. "Sister Lan said that she had nothing to do with that incident. She felt very unlucky for lending you her new car only for you to cause such a disaster, making her terrified every time she drives. She also complained that she had to pay for the 4 new tires out of her own pocket, saying you were too stingy." Upon hearing this incitement, Jean Yinyan trembled with rage, her fists clenched tightly. "Go to hell, you filthy bitch. Old hag." Jean Yinyan cursed furiously. "Wasn't she the one who encouraged me back then? She kept bragging about how fast that damn car could accelerate and how strong the pushback felt, insisting I try stepping on the gas. If she hadn't encouraged me, could I have pressed the gas pedal that hard? If I hadn't driven so fast, could I have killed Han Yueka? That filthy bitch. I've always disliked her, always holding herself up high. I never expected her to be so sinister and disgusting behind the scenes, trying to sell me out with her body." Having enjoyed her furious outburst, Su Yang then leisurely asked, "So you came to find me late at night just to complain about Xiaolan?" Jean Yinyan took a deep breath, her face slightly flushed as she replied, "Su Yang, I came to find you tonight for another reason." With that, Jean Miamian's eyes hardened as she reached to unbutton her trench coat. With a rustle, the long trench coat slid to the ground. Underneath was a black bodycon skirt and a pair of red-soled high heels. The visual impact was overwhelming. Seeing this, Su Yang leaned back on the sofa and laughed. Indeed, what good friends. It was all nonsense. When trouble arose, they instantly turned into enemies, ready to stab one another. Since Jean Yinyan believed that Xiaolan had already surrendered herself for safety, her intention for tonight was clear. She not only wanted to outdo Xiaolan, but also to snatch Su Yang this protective umbrella for herself. Watching Jean Miao Miao take off her windbreaker voluntarily, Su Yang leaned against the sofa and couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing. Too amusing. In these times, there are still people who can teach themselves and come knocking on the door. Su Yang's original plan was to finish his business first before dealing with these 2 women with hidden agendas. Unexpectedly, he didn't even have to lift a finger, and these 2 plastic friends went wild on their own. Since they were offering themselves on a silver platter, Su Yang naturally wouldn't hold back. "Give me a leg massage." Jean Miao Miao was taken aback for a moment, but obediently nodded. "Got it." "What?" Su Yang didn't even open his eyes. "No honorifics." Jean Miao Miao bit her bright red lips and quickly corrected herself. "Yanggu will help you with the leg massage." "Just one Yanggu." Su Yang turned his head and glanced at her. Jean Miao Miao's heart trembled, her legs weakened. Knowledge from the day flashed through her mind. Finally, she lowered her proud head and called out in a tiny voice, "Master. Director. The male lead is the village director, so calling him director is reasonable. Don't think too much into it." She chose the latter between being killed by Han Yueka and being Su Yang's dog. She could only choose to endure humiliation for now. The next day, just as dawn broke, Jean Miao Miao hurriedly sneaked back home like a thief. She didn't want to walk out from Su Yang's house early in the morning and be gossiped about by the village's elderly men and women. However, she had no idea. Last night, she had made too much noise, and the big yellow dog in the neighbor's yard barked all night. Jean Miao Miao returned home and collapsed onto her bed, catching up on sleep. It wasn't until 10 in the morning that she forced herself to get up and go to the village committee for the morning meeting. As she walked down the street past the village entrance, the idle villagers gathered in small groups, pointing at her. They were all guessing and raising their eyebrows to speculate whether the woman who made such a commotion last night was Jean Miao Miao. "Is it her? I heard the noise and it sounded a lot like her." "Oh, stop talking nonsense. How could it be Miao Miao? She has a boyfriend in the county, and they say they are getting married." "But I really heard the voice. It sounded so much like her. TSK tisk. She was making a scene all night." A nosy villager saw Jean Miao Miao walking over and intentionally greeted her loudly to test the waters. "Oh, Miao Miao. Good morning." Jean Miao Miao was about to respond, but as she swallowed, she found her throat dry as if she had swallowed a blade, and she couldn't make a normal sound. She panicked, fearing that she would expose herself as soon as she spoke. So she could only awkwardly smile, nod her head, and quicken her pace to escape. This matter was not just gossip among the villagers. Even Zhao Lan, who rushed to the village committee early in the morning, had already heard about it. Jean Miao Miao was the last to enter the village committee office. When she entered, Su Yang, Zhao Lan, and several other officials were already seated. Wang Su and Pan had gone to the city for business, so Zhao Lan was asked to help out by attending the meeting. Sitting in her spot, Jean Miao Miao nervously opened her thermos, tilted her head back, and gulped down 2 large mouthfuls of hot water. She was afraid that when it was her turn to speak during the meeting others would notice her hoarse voice. But everyone was still using a very ambiguous and peculiar gaze, shifting their attention between Jean Miao Miao and Su Yang, who was sitting at the head of the table. Su Yang acted as if nothing was wrong, completely ignoring the gossiping looks. He knocked on the table and directly got down to business, assigning tasks. After more than half an hour the meeting was adjourned. Everyone gradually left Su Yang's office. As they walked into the corridor, Zhao Lan deliberately slowed her pace and playfully patted Jean Miao Miao's shoulder with a sly smile. "Oh Miao Miao, what's wrong with you? Your face looks so bad. Do you have a cold? Are you okay?" Since Zhao Lan had initiated a conversation, if Jean Miao Miao pretended to be mute and didn't reply, it would seem too guilty. She could only steel herself, cover her mouth, and cough a couple of times. In an extremely hoarse voice, she replied, "Cough, cough. Sister Lan, I'm fine. I just caught a slight cold after taking a shower last night. It'll be fine after taking some medicine." "Oh, just a slight cold. Then drink more hot water, go on, and be busy." Zhao Lan elongated her tone, sarcastically sneering, as she turned and walked into her husband Wang Suanpan's office. As soon as Zhao Lan sat down at the desk, the door of the office was pushed open from the outside with a creak. Su Yang locked the door behind him and walked in. Seeing Su Yang's demeanor, Zhao Lan's heart skipped a beat, and her palms began to sweat. Su Yang didn't hide or put on airs, directly plopping down on the sofa and crossing his legs. "Sister Lan, when will the hush money you promised me arrive? It can't be delayed any longer. When I have no money to spend, my temper gets volatile, and I might do something outrageous that I can't control myself. I understand before work ends this afternoon, I will transfer 100 yuan to your account first." Zhao Lan gritted her teeth and humbly agreed. "Can we do that?" Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. 100 is fine to spend for now. But your husband embezzled 400 yuan from the village committee to buy you a luxury car. When will that 400 yuan be made up? You have to hurry. Don't force me to check the accounts. Don't worry, you'll find a way to make it up. Zhao Lan lowered her head. After the warning, Su Yang stood up, preparing to leave. "Su Yang," Zhao Lan suddenly called out to him. Su Yang stopped and returned with a smile, his eyes filled with interest. "What is it, Sister Lan? Are you reluctant to see me go?" Zhao Lan bit her lip tightly, staring at Su Yang, finally managing to stammer out the question that had been on her mind all morning. "Su Yang, last night did you sleep with Jean Miao Miao?" Su Yang shrugged and replied candidly, "Yeah, I did. What's wrong?" A flicker of jealousy and panic flashed in Zhao Lan's eyes then. "What did she say to you?" "Not much." Su Yang leaned closer to her and said with a mischievous smile, "Just that I'm very impressive." "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" "No, nothing." Zhao Lan clenched the hem of her clothes, her voice trembling. "Su Yang, since you slept with her, you wouldn't turn around and betray me, would you?" Su Yang stretched his arms in a big lazy stretch. "That depends on your future performance." Su Yang glanced around the office, his gaze finally landing on Zhao Lan. "Actually, I quite like the environment in the office. But not right now." Zhao Lan suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide with fear. Su Yang was indeed feeling a bit tired. Moreover, with these 2 pieces of bait already in the trap, he had plenty of time to enjoy them slowly and didn't need to rush. "All right, hurry up and settle the accounts for your husband. He's not in the village today, don't delay his work." After saying this, Su Yang whistled and left. Watching Su Yang's departing figure, Zhao Lan gasped. She felt as if someone was gripping her neck tightly, almost suffocating her. Yet strangely, she found a bit of pleasure in this danger and manipulation. At this moment, Zhao Lan couldn't find the words to describe her conflicted feelings. On the other side, after Jean Miao Miao returned to her workstation, she immediately reclined her office chair and slumped back in exhaustion. After a while, she opened her computer and logged into WeChat. She couldn't wait to send a message to her boyfriend Zhang Zihao. "Zihao, what you taught me yesterday about wearing high heels and black stockings. I feel quite good about it. Besides this, do you have any other favorites?" Zhang Zihao, who was working in the county, was so excited to see the message that he slapped his thigh. "Miao Miao, your comprehension ability is so strong. You learned it that quickly. And there's more. Let me think. After a while, Zhang Zihao sent a mysterious message. "All right, there's something even more fun. That is, Miao Miao, let me quiz you. I want to ask you, what is 2, 3? Jean Miao Miao looked at the screen, puzzled. Why was he suddenly quizzing her on arithmetic? She casually typed on the keyboard, "It equals 6. Zhang Zihao quickly asked again, "What about 3, 3? Jean Miao Miao replied immediately, "It equals 9. What exactly are you trying to say? Isn't that correct?" Zhang Zihao sent a lewd, cheeky emoji from the other side of WeChat. At first, Jean Miao Miao didn't react. Staring at the numbers, she turned it over in her mind a couple of times. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and she instantly realized. "Zihao, are you saying?" Zhang Zihao sent a nodding emoji. That's right. He. In front of the computer screen, Zhang Zihao, a top-notch laborer, was seriously teaching on WeChat. Sitting in front of the computer, Jean Miao Miao resembled a diligent student absorbed in her learning. As the conversation came to a close, Zhang Zihao shamelessly sent a nauseating voice message. Meow meow, you're learning so earnestly, you wouldn't want to use it on someone, would you? So annoying. I wouldn't be able to handle it. Hearing his voice, Jean Meow Meow rolled her eyes dramatically, almost gagging on the spot. What an utter lack of words. I'd use you for what? With your 3-second skill you think you're worthy? Of course, she only dared to curse in her heart. On the surface, she continued typing on the keyboard, and replied with a shy emoji. Oh Zihao, if I don't use it on you, I can use it on someone else, right? The day passed so boringly. In the evening in Erba village, the village accountant Wang Suanpan returned home, dragging his weary body. As soon as he took off his shoes, he flopped onto the sofa like a dead pig. Zhao Lan, with a twinkle in her eye, walked over, swaying her hips, and kindly began to massage Wang Suanpan's shoulders. Darling, you've been running around in the county all day, you must be exhausted. So tired I could die. Wang Suanpan closed his eyes in enjoyment. But it's worth it. I contacted several large manufacturers of canned fruits today. They will come to our Erba village to lease a large area of land. Lowering his voice, Wang Suanpan chuckled. When that hefty sum is contracted, it must first pass through my pocket before it reaches the villagers. Wang Suanpan excitedly held up 2 fingers, signifying the number 8. This time I'll be able to rake in a hefty profit again. At the very least it will be this amount. Zhao Lan's eyes lit up. 800,000. Wang Suanpan nodded proudly. Of course. Just think about it, with so much land leased out in our village, if I just manipulate a little on the books, and then take a kickback from those big bosses. Hee. By then we can afford to buy a luxury car outright again. You're amazing, darling. Zhao Lan pretended to admire him with a kiss. Seizing the moment of Wang Suanpan's joy, Zhao Lan shifted her tone to feign concern. By the way, dear, I discovered something critical at the village committee today. Wang Suanpan abruptly turned to Zhao Lan. What is it? Darling, today, Su Yang suddenly came to find me. He said he had gone through the village's account books and recalculated them. He found our village's public account is inexplicably short of 400,000 in land subsidy. Zhao Lan observed Wang Suanpan's expression continuing to scare him. Su Yang said that the accounts and receipts don't match at all, and he's already organized the materials. He plans to personally go to the county early tomorrow to inquire about where this 400,000 went, and did the county forget to send it. Upon hearing this, Wang Suanpan's body shook and his heart plummeted. Cold sweat instantly broke out. How could this be? Impossible. Wang Suanpan in a panic sat up from the sofa. I didn't empty out that 400,000 in just one day. I only shift a little bit each month. How could a rookie like him possibly notice? Even his old man, who was the village head for decades, never noticed. He just took over our Erba village a few days ago, and he figured it out. Wife, you're not scaring me, are you? Oh dear, what time is it? Why would I scare you with such things? Zhao Lan looked anxious. He's a university graduate. He's much better at calculations than you. He sounded convincing. If he really goes to the county tomorrow to check. Wang Suanpan bit his lip, his face pale. We cannot let him go to the county. If Su Yang really went to the county to check the accounts, it wouldn't just be about this 400,000 for a luxury car. The public funds Wang Suanpan embezzled over the years far exceeded 400,000. Erba village is a key village in the town, with fish farming, greenhouse fruit and vegetable planting, and several township processing factories. All of these are lucrative spots. Wang Suanpan has embezzled over $1 million in private funds over the years using his position as an accountant. If Su Yang goes to the county and exposes the accounts, they will definitely send an investigation team to audit the accounts. Who will they look for? The first person they will question is him, the accountant. If that happens, not only will he spend years in prison, but he could also lose his life. Wang Suanpan nervously licked his chapped lips, his brow furrowed like a bulldog, agitated like an ant on a hot pan. Seeing Wang Suanpan hooked, Zhao Lan seized the opportunity. Darling, we can't lose big over a small issue. My idea is simple. Don't we have cash at home? Let's find a way to fill the 400,000 gap back into. Zhao Lan coaxed. Tomorrow when you take the balanced account book to meet Su Yang, if everything matches perfectly, then Su Yang won't have an excuse to cause trouble at the county, right? Once the heat passes and Su Yang lets his guard down and stops checking the accounts, we still hold the purse strings, right? At that time we can just create some fake accounts, retrieve the 400,000 we filled in. Isn't it just a matter of transferring from one hand to the other? What do you think? Wang Suanpan touched his sparse bald head, his eyes brightening. Upon careful consideration, he realized his wife was right. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Let's just get past this hurdle first. Damn it, fine. I'll listen to you this time. Wang Suanpan gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked heavily toward the bedroom upstairs. Upon entering the bedroom, he cautiously opened the safe behind the wardrobe. The safe was stuffed with bundles of 100 yuan bills with at least over $1 million in cash. He painfully counted out 400,000 and stuffed it into a large black plastic bag. Wife, you take this money tomorrow morning and hurry to deposit it into the village collective's public account. Wang Suanpan handed the plastic bag to Zhao Lan. At first light, I'll deal with that kid. Oh, we must keep him stable. Got it. Don't worry, darling, leave it to me. Zhao Lan took the money, feeling a long sigh of relief. After handing it over, Wang Suanpan, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, walked to the single sofa in the bedroom and sat down, lighting a cigarette. Seeing Wang Suanpan sitting in that chair, Zhao Lan's face flushed as she recalled some unpleasant images. The next morning, Zhao Lan carried the black plastic bag, sneaking off to the town's credit cooperative like a thief. Meanwhile, Wang Suanpan also burrowed into the office as soon as it was light. He was sweating profusely as he forged various fake receipts, forcefully balancing the 400,000 in accounts, striving for perfection. By the time Su Yang leisurely arrived at the village committee, Wang Suanpan approached him eagerly as if he had seen his long-lost father. "Little Su, come here, I have something to report." Wang Suanpan pulled Su Yang into the accounting room, locked the door behind him, and lowered his voice. "Little Su, I heard from Xiaolan that you found that our village committee's account is short by 400,000. Su Yang looked at Wang Suanpan's hypocritical face, coldly smiling inside. "Did it go missing, you old bastard? Don't you have any idea how much money you've embezzled? I'm just too lazy to expose you right now." But on the surface, Su Yang still pretended to be troubled, smiling as he said, "Yes, Brother Wang, I noticed something seemed off with the accounts. Isn't the land fund allocated by the town last time still not received? I was just planning to go to the county finance bureau to ask about it." "Oh, my dear brother, how could that be?" Wang Suanpan was anxious, slapping his thigh. "I'm the village's old accountant. Oh, I know the village's accounts best. Not a penny will be missing. Come sit here, let me calculate it personally for you." Wang Suanpan seriously pressed Su Yang into it. Then he took out the calculator and laid out the fake receipts he had prepared overnight, seriously calculating them for Su Yang. "Look, this is for buying fertilizer, this is for repairing the water canal, adding this newly received 400,000. After finishing, the number on the calculator perfectly matched the total account. "Look, little Su, I told you." Wang Suanpan wiped his sweat with pride. "The village's money is managed by me. There's absolutely no problem. Not taking a single needle or thread, that's my principle." Su Yang held back his laughter. "Yes, you didn't take a needle or thread, but you've embezzled everything else. What a vile creature. Oh, it seems I just took over and wasn't familiar with the business, leading to a miscalculation." Su Yang pretended to realize. "Brother Wang, I'm really sorry I wronged you. I thought it was the county that forgot to transfer the funds. It's fine. If there are any accounts you don't understand in the future, feel free to ask me." Wang Suanpan, seeing he had managed to deceive him, felt the heavy stone in his heart finally lift. "All right then, Brother Wang, I'll head back to the office." Su Yang turned to leave. Just as he sat back down in his office, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Zhao Lan. "Su Yang, I've already filled the 400,000 in public funds back into the account. Also, the 100,000 private hush money I promised you has been transferred to your card. Check it out." Su Yang opened the mobile banking app. Sure enough, a pop-up from the industrial and commercial bank showed account just credited RMB 100,000. Su Yang looked at the long string of zeros, smiling in satisfaction. He knew very well that this 100,000 came from Zhao Lan's desperate efforts to get it back from her vampire brother. Her useless brother was usually a leech, taking in but not giving out. To retrieve this 100,000, Zhao Lan probably nearly fought with her brother, causing a complete falling out. That feeling of letting enemies tear each other apart is truly exhilarating. Returning to the office, Su Yang took out his lunchbox and heated it in the microwave. After hastily finishing a couple of bites of breakfast, he looked up and glanced at the calendar on the wall. "Good, very good." A cold smile crept onto his lips as he said, "Finally, the opportunity has come to take revenge on that village and those wretched commoners." Su Yang remembered clearly. Tomorrow morning, Herba village would erupt in a scandal so shocking that it would make the headlines across the province. In the village, there was a specialist in traditional Chinese medicine cultivation named Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was actually Su Yang's high school classmate, and they were desk mates back in school. Later, Wang Yuan was admitted to an agricultural university, while Su Yang studied economics. Although they did not attend the same university, their relationship remained strong. In the entirely villainous Herba village, Wang Yuan's family could be considered one of the few genuinely good people. Memories from his past life surged back like a tide. Su Yang remembered clearly it was indeed tomorrow morning. Wang Yuan pieced together her investments with loans, and the herbal garden she cultivated had just matured. Before she could harvest, it was ransacked overnight by the envious villagers. Those herbs were worth over 1 million. It was the result of Wang Yuan's hard work for more than 2 years after graduating from university and settling in the countryside. But because there were no surveillance cameras in the village at that time, and it was dark, they could not see the faces of the thieves, leaving no clue about who led the robbery. Moreover, there were too many villagers involved in the looting, and with the law not punishing the masses, the police could only do a round and leave without resolving the issue. Over 1 million's worth of hard work went down the drain, along with a mountain of debt. In despair, Wang Yuan hanged herself from the beams of her house, dying a tragic death. When Su Yang returned to the village and saw her body, she lay on the ground with a deep purple mark around her neck, her eyes still open. Most importantly, Wang Yuan was the one who helped him in his past life when he was at his wit's end. He could ignore everyone else, but he had to save Wang Yuan. Since heaven had given him a second chance, Su Yang would never allow such a tragedy to happen again. Wang Yuan was a truly good girl. She enrolled in agricultural university to learn proper cultivation techniques, intending to return to the village and lead everyone to prosperity. But she was too naive, completely underestimating the villainous nature of these commoners. Wang Yuan had contributed significantly to the village over the past few years. Just take the recent canal repair for instance. Wang Yuan only needed to fix the water channel for her contracted medicinal field. However, seeing that many other villagers' fields were dry and lacked irrigation, she stubbornly spent an extra 40 to 50,000 yuan to help the village repair a long main waterway. What did she get in return? Just the greed and jealousy of these ingrates. This time Su Yang was prepared to make these foolish villagers pay the price. On the other side, under the large banyan tree at the village entrance, several elderly men and women were gathered together cracking sunflower seeds while gossiping. Hey, have you heard? That girl from the Wang family, those weeds she grows. What do you call them? Chinese medicinal herbs are so expensive. Isn't that so? Yesterday, I heard Sister Zhao say that a big boss in a car came to collect offering 50 yuan per pound, but she refused to sell. 50? Come on. Later I asked someone to find out in town, and their herbs can sell for 100 yuan a pound. What? How much? 100 yuan per pound. The crowd erupted in excitement. Are those herbs from her family or gold bars? Who cares what she grows as long as she can make money? Just think about it, her family has contracted over 20 acres. If all the herbs in that field are dug up, they could sell for at least 2 to 3 million, right? The Wang family is going to strike it rich this time. Upon hearing the figure of 2 to 3 million, the eyes of the elderly men and women instantly turned red with jealousy. Damn, the Wang family used to be so poor in the village that they couldn't even afford a pot. If my old man hadn't helped them with half a bag of sweet potatoes back, then they would have starved. Exactly. That dead girl from the Wang family, ever since she got into that broken university, has her tail up in the air, not looking at us old folks at all. If she really makes those millions, will she still look at us? Ugh, it's disgusting. Nowadays, when someone has a little bit of money, they act like they're above everyone else, treating others like garbage. Look at Wang Suanpan's wife, Zhaolan. Isn't she the perfect example? Every day driving that broken Benz around the village, honking, as if no one knew she bought a car. Last time I saw her, while carrying a basket in town, and just as I wanted to greet her and get a ride, she stepped on the gas and drove off, afraid I would dirty her car. Damn, it's really disgusting. The villagers exchanged words, collectively degrading Wang Yuan's family to nothing. In fact, Wang Yuan's family was the most approachable in the village. But human nature is twisted like that. If you're worse off than me, I can find a sense of superiority in front of you, easily extending a hand. But if you suddenly become better off than me, it makes me feel worse than if you killed me. At that moment, someone in the crowd, a self-proclaimed genius, suddenly lowered their voice and said, damn it. Why don't we all ambush her before dawn tomorrow? Let's just take all the herbs from her family's field. You take a bag, I'll take a bag. It's the middle of the night with so many people going together, how would she know who did it? That's called the law, not punishing the masses. As soon as this was said, the crowd didn't feel ashamed at all. Their eyes lit up. Oh, Lao Zhao, I have to say you're the smartest in our village. I think that's a great idea, let's do it. Alright, I'll hurry home and tell my husband, and we'll take a big basket with us. If we get a basket full, that could be several thousand yuan. Remember to inform all the relatives at home. We're all going to work together to strip her of everything. Damn, anything grown on our village's land belongs to everyone in the village. Right. Everyone shares. Just then Su Yang rode by on his electric bike behind the banyan tree. He heard these shameless villagers' despicable plot clearly. A glint of chilling rage flashed through Su Yang's eyes, making him clench his teeth in anger. These beasts. They rob others of their wealth and force people to death, yet they can speak so righteously. However, Su Yang remained calm and composed. He tightened the throttle and rode directly to Wang Yuan's home at the end of the village. Wang Yuan's father was sitting on the steps of the courtyard smoking a pipe. Oh, Xiao Yang is here. Come sit. Uncle Wang, are you doing well? Su Yang greeted with a smile. I'm good, still strong. Well, Uncle Wang, I'm not here for anything in particular. I just want to talk to Yuan. Yuan, is she around? Oh, Yuan is in the herbal garden on the back slope. You can go find her directly. Alright, thank you, Uncle. I'll head over now. Su Yang rode his electric bike along the dirt road towards the slope. From a distance, he saw Wang Yuan wearing a large sun hat and dressed in simple sportswear, bending over to weed the herbs in the garden. Su Yang parked his bike by the side of the road and walked along the ridge. He took out 2 bottles of chilled mineral water from his bag, opened one, and handed it to Wang Yuan while taking a sip from the other. Wang Yuan wiped her sweat and gulped down half a bottle of water. Her rosy cheeks were dotted with fine beads of sweat, looking very healthy and full of vitality. Su Yang, wow, have you become our village chief? Wang Yuan joked with a bright smile. In the future, if I need your help in the village, you must remember the bond we had as desk mates back then. Hey, what's so great about being the village chief? I was pushed into it without choice, Su Yang said, glancing around the empty fields, his expression suddenly turning serious. He grabbed Wang Yuan's arm and pulled her aside, lowering his voice to ask, Yuan, has the medicinal herbs in this field matured enough to be harvested? Yes, they're at their peak efficacy. Why? Wang Yuan asked, puzzled. Listen to me, as soon as it gets dark you need to hire some people and harvest this entire field overnight. Not a single blade of grass should be left. Huh? Why? Wang Yuan was confused. I haven't found a suitable buyer yet, and we haven't settled on a price. Why should I rush to harvest it all? What will I do with it later? Su Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his head anxiously. He couldn't say that he was reborn and knew that tomorrow morning this field would be ransacked by the whole village, and that she would even be driven to suicide. That would be too ridiculous. Also, Su Yang was not a saint who had to help Wang Yuan. He simply owed her too much from his past life. In his past life, Wang Yuan had offended many people to help him and was constantly threatened. Even her suicide was partly due to choosing to stand by him. Su Yang took a deep breath and could only find a way to broach the subject. I just rode past the banyan tree at the village entrance, and those old bastards in the village were gathered together discussing something. They are envious of your herbs selling for 2 to 3 million, and are planning to come over with their entire families before dawn tomorrow to clean out your herbs. They even said something about the law not punishing the masses. Su Yang didn't hide anything, recounting the vile words spoken by those bastards under the banyan tree word for word. This wasn't even exaggerating, because the words that came out of those old bastards' mouths were already disgusting enough, completely devoid of morality. Haha. Is that true? After hearing this, Wang Yuan not only didn't get angry, but instead burst into a shocked laugh. She looked at Su Yang with disbelief, thinking this was simply absurd. Although Wang Yuan knew that the villagers were not good people, always enjoying the misfortune of others and laughing at those who had less, she also understood that these uneducated individuals were unlikely to engage in anything too nefarious. However, to say that the entire village would mobilize for a robbery at dawn seemed improbable to her. After all, this is a case of burglary and agricultural destruction. It's a crime. Wang Yuan wiped her sweat and comforted Su Yang, saying, Su Yang, don't take it to heart. They are just envious of my success sitting under the giant banyan tree cracking sunflower seeds and talking nonsense. After saying that, Wang Yuan turned around and continued weeding nonchalantly. Su Yang grabbed her arm anxiously, saying, Yuan, I'm not lying to you. These unscrupulous villagers are desperate. They understand the principle of the law does not punish the masses better than anyone. What could they not do? Do you still not believe me? Wang Yuan sighed, her expression troubled. Su Yang, it's not that I don't believe you, but I haven't found a buyer for this batch of medicinal herbs. If I collect them in advance and store them at home, the efficacy and quality will suffer, and I won't be able to sell them for a good price. I would lose about 10% of the profit at least. Su Yang, anxious, slapped his thigh. Oh, 10% is just losing a little money is better than ending up with nothing at all. Su Yang looked at Wang Yuan's innocent face. Yuan, trust me once. Wang Yuan looked seriously into Su Yang's sincere eyes. Su Yang, I believe you. She gazed at the over 20 acres of lush medicinal fields, feeling troubled. But it's already almost afternoon. Where can I find so many people to harvest all the herbs overnight? Su Yang's mind raced. Here's what we'll do. Quickly call your parents, and have everyone from your family come over, collect as much as you can. They'll go to the town to find laborers. Let's get this done overnight and harvest these herbs. As Su Yang ran out a few steps, he turned back to remind her, oh right. When your parents bring people over, make sure they don't take the paved road at the village entrance. They should come via the rugged back mountain path. We absolutely cannot let those envious villagers know that your family is harvesting herbs tonight, understood? Got it. Wang Yuan's expression also became serious. I'll call my dad right now to gather people. Just as Su Yang hopped onto his electric scooter, a dark and brilliant idea flashed through his mind that could recover the loss from the early harvest. He pressed down on Wang Yuan's phone. Yuan, I have a question for you. You graduated from an agricultural university and know a bit about medicine, right? Su Yang leaned closer, lowered his voice, and grinned like a villain. Tell me, is there any medicine that causes severe diarrhea, but won't kill someone? Wang Yuan paused for a moment, then her eyes brightened. There really is. Wait a moment, I'll send the name of the medicine to you on WeChat. Wang Yuan took out her phone and quickly typed a line of text to send to Su Yang. Su Yang looked down at the WeChat message and immediately laughed, saying, got it. Su Yang, you're not planning to. Wang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Yes, just as you think. Su Yang chuckled mischievously. You hurry and find people. I'm going to town to buy things and gather laborers. All right. Su Yang, thank you. Wang Yuan immediately began calling for help. Before long, her family of 6, grandparents, parents, younger brother, and herself, were all ready to pitch in. Carrying sacks and tools, they quietly entered the herb garden via the small back mountain path. Meanwhile, Su Yang was also busy. He rode his scooter at full speed straight to the labor market in town. At the intersection, there was a large crowd of laborers waiting for work. Su Yang stopped the vehicle and shouted loudly, 200 a day. 200 a day. Immediate payment. Who's ready to harvest herbs? Upon hearing the good price, the laborers all stood up and rushed over. Boss. Over here. Boss, how many do you want? Su Yang waved his hand grandly saying, "All of them. Take as many as you have. Get in the car." Su Yang directly rented an old Wuling Hongguang van in town, cramming more than a dozen strong men into it. Although it was severely overloaded, the urgency of the situation took precedence. After gathering the workers, Su Yang rushed to the town's agricultural market and wholesale bought over 200 pounds of the cheapest carrots. After buying the carrots, he turned into a nearby veterinary pharmacy and, following Wang Yuan's message, purchased several large bottles of a special cow diarrhea remedy. This medication is meant for cows. When they have bloating, they need to take this. If cows can have severe diarrhea, how much more so for humans? Perfect. Su Yang couldn't suppress a smirk. The village of Bully had two roads. One was the wide, paved road passing directly by Su Yang's house into the village. The other was a rugged mountain road that wound around the back of the village right below, which lay Wang Yuan's medicinal herb base. Before long, Su Yang led a large group of laborers down via the back mountain path. As soon as a dozen strong men got out of the car, Wang Yuan immediately distributed the special herb-picking tools. The laborers were responsible for harvesting herbs, while Su Yang drove a tricycle, making trips to quietly transport the precious herbs to the warehouse behind Wang Yuan's house. Having proper tools made it faster, unlike digging up potatoes with a hoe, which was labor-intensive. They worked from around 4 or 5 in the afternoon until late into the night, around 11 or 12. The valuable medicinal herbs from 20 acres were finally harvested before the villagers could act safely put away. After the herbs were stored, Wang Yuan was not stingy, immediately pulling out a thick stack of cash. She not only paid each laborer 200 yuan, but also slipped each one an extra 50. Everyone worked hard. It's so late now, go treat yourselves to a nice late-night snack. With this batch of herbs secured, which could sell for over 2 million yuan, Wang Yuan naturally did not care about this small amount of money, feeling grateful. After sending the laborers away, Wang Yuan sat exhausted on the field ridge, wiping the sweat from her forehead, feeling as if her back was about to break. Looking at the barren 20 acres of land, she turned to Su Yang and asked, "Su Yang, now that the herbs are all harvested, what will you do next?" Su Yang chuckled, patting the several large bags of over 200 pounds of carrots at his feet. "Next, of course, we're going to help these troublesome villagers clear their bowels." Su Yang picked up a bucket, filled it with water from the nearby ditch, mixed in the cow diarrhea remedy, and poured it into a high-pressure sprayer. Then he dumped all 200 pounds of carrots onto the ground. "Come on, Yuan, lend a hand." Su Yang mischievously directed. "Let's bury these carrots one by one into the holes where we just dug up the herbs. Cover the soil, while leaving only the tops exposed. Tonight we must make sure these thieves have a blast digging." Hearing this, Wang Yuan burst into laughter, shaking off her earlier fatigue. The two of them worked through the night in the empty field, burying the 200 pounds of diarrhea-inducing carrots. After finishing burying the carrots, Su Yang carried the agricultural sprayer, spraying a layer of the diarrhea remedy evenly over each buried carrot. By the time they finished all this, it was already around 2 or 3 in the morning. Only then did Su Yang drag his almost exhausted body back home with Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's mother had already prepared a sumptuous late-night feast. Homemade cured meat, sausages, stewed beef, and seafood filled the table, mainly to thank Su Yang for saving. Although the terrifying event Su Yang mentioned had yet to happen at this moment, the entire Wang family had already unconditionally trusted Su Yang. After eating their fill, Su Yang let out a loud belch, sprawled on the sofa, looking utterly exhausted. Su Yang half closed his eyes and asked, "Are you going to watch the good show at dawn?" Wang Yuan bit her lip and nodded vigorously, saying, "Of course we have to watch. If I want to see with my own eyes what these neighbors who usually act like brothers can do behind the scenes, worse than pigs." And the two of them lay down on the sofa fully clothed and took a short nap. Around 5 in the morning, before the dawn broke, it was the darkest time, when people slept the deepest. The set alarm on the phone vibrated. Su Yang flipped over and jumped up, splashed cold water on his face, and with Wang Yuan stealthily made their way to the small woods behind the herb garden. The two of them, using the cover of darkness, squatted behind the bushes, breathing quietly, staring intently at the dim field below. Suddenly, a dense sound of footsteps broke the stillness of the village road. The scene was as if an ancient army was marching quickly under the cover of night. Soon after, dozens of blinding flashlight beams swept through the darkness, nearly illuminating half the village. With the light of the flashlights, Wang Yuan's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth tightly to suppress any. She saw the usually smiling uncles and aunties, as well as relatives with beer bellies, all of them now looking fierce, their eyes gleaming with greed. Some were carrying hoes, some were shouldering large sacks, and others were pushing wheelbarrows, charging towards Wang Yuan's herb garden like a swarm of zombies. In the dark woods, Wang Yuan covered her mouth tightly, watching a chilling scene unfold in the fields. Among the crowd of people with glowing green eyes ready to rob, there were even children as young as a few years old. Even the little ones were dragged out of bed by their parents in the middle of the night, participating in this zero-cost purchase. This scene shattered Wang Yuan's worldview. What kind of people are these? Indeed, humanity cannot withstand the test of profit. The villagers charged at the perimeter of the medicinal garden like mad dogs. They pulled out their already prepared large pliers, and with a few snips rendered the wooden stakes and barbed wire useless. A swarm of people rushed into the field, squatting down with flashlights, and began frantically digging. After digging for a long time, they found nothing but stared blankly. The garden worth millions had not a single root left. Damn it. What happened? The garden was full of herbs yesterday. How could it all be gone today? Is it possible that the little brat from the Wong family collected it all beforehand? Bullshit. 20 acres of land, you say it was collected just like that. Wouldn't it take several days? If they hired people, wouldn't we have heard something in the village? Then what the hell is going on? The villagers were frantically discussing like a human plowing machine, turning over the ground inch by inch. Suddenly someone touched the carrots that Su Yang had buried a few hours earlier. Found it. Found it. There are roots of the herbs here. The villager was ecstatic, holding a flashlight in his mouth, digging with both hands desperately. In a strong pull he brought out a large carrot, muddy and vividly red. Damn it. Why is it a carrot? Shit, the one I dug up is also a carrot. One after another many people dug up carrots, each cursing angrily. Their dreams of wealth were shattered just like that. These cunning villagers had calculated beforehand, thinking they could take home a sack of precious herbs and sell them for a few thousand. At that time, not only would they have capital for mahjong, but they could also visit the foot massage parlor in town for some relaxation. Now with their dreams dashed, the immense disappointment made these villagers furious. But since they couldn't catch anyone, what could they do? Suddenly a thug in the crowd spat viciously, "Damn it. Thieves don't leave empty-handed. Since we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. These carrots are big and red, let's pull them all up and take them home. We'll eat stewed pork tonight." The phrase "thieves don't leave empty-handed" immediately received a response from everyone. Su Yang, hidden in the shadows, watched this scene with extreme calmness. Having lived a second life, he was no stranger to the inherent flaws of these rural villagers. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan was so furious that she trembled all over, wishing to rush out and curse them out. Su Yang pressed her down and shook his head. Rushing out now would not only be futile, but could also alert them. What if these bastards don't fall for it and don't take the specially treated carrots home? How would tomorrow's grand performance proceed? Following the principle of thieves don't leave empty-handed, the villagers cleared out the 200 pounds of carrots that Su Yang had buried. Moreover, even the few leftover rotten herb leaves at the edge of the field were scraped clean. They were truly a group of beasts who took everything. Watching the flashlight beams and the crowd retreating, Wang Yuan finally collapsed to the ground, her eyes red and tears flowing freely. When she was born, the village was still very poor, filled with muddy roads and broken houses. Having seen the hardships of the villagers, she was determined to attend an agricultural university, hoping to return and lead her fellow villagers towards prosperity. This medicinal field was the starting point of her career. She had even planned that once this batch of herbs made money, she would generously share the planting techniques with the entire village, introduce them to the boss, and help everyone live better lives. But everything that happened tonight felt like a cold knife piercing through her heart. Poverty breeds cunning. These people were not pure when they were poor. Seeing others making money, they would rather drink your blood and eat your flesh. Bastards. Beasts. Sons of bitches. Wang Yuan suppressed her voice, cursing hysterically, her ideals completely shattered. Su Yang walked over and patted her shoulder. Enough, don't cry, tears are useless against these beasts. Do you think that if you shout a few times they will have a change of heart and repent? The only way to deal with these beasts is to use methods that are even harsher and more vicious, making them wish they were never born. Su Yang pulled Wang Yuan up and, taking advantage of the night, returned home. Once they arrived at the Wang family, Su Yang took a gulp of cold water and smiled. "Uncle Wang, get ready tomorrow at dawn. Your clinic's business is going." Wang Yuan's father, Wang Jingzhong, was taken aback, not understanding what Su Yang meant. Su Yang smiled and said, "Tomorrow these villagers will definitely come to you holding their stomachs lining up to get medicine and 4 drips. When that happens, Uncle Wang, you must not hold back. You have to bleed them profusely." After hearing Su Yang's words, Wang Jingzhong and Wang Yuan exchanged a glance and instantly understood. Of course, the 200 pounds of carrots were sprayed with a high concentration of special laxative. These greedy people took them home to eat overnight, and by tomorrow morning they would be severely dehydrated. Wang Jingzhong was the only traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the village with a medical license. Whenever someone in the village had a headache, fever, or diarrhea, they would all come to him for 4 drips in medicine. Because the Wang family had been practicing medicine for generations and had a kind heart, they usually charged only the cost price, making a small profit. But now that they had seen through the true nature of these beasts, why should they be polite? Wang Yuan grasped her father's hand tightly, her eyes still red, but her gaze had turned cold and resolute. "Dad, you didn't see the situation just now. It was like a raid by bandits. If we delayed even a day in collecting the herbs, all the hard work worth over $1 million at home would have been squandered by them tonight. Dad, this time you must deal with them harshly. Don't have any psychological burden." Wang Jingzhong remained silent for a moment and suddenly took a deep puff of smoke. Then he spat a thick phlegm on the ground. This honest old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for the first time revealed a fierce look in his eyes, as if he had been pushed to the brink. Alright, damn it. Since you made the first move, don't blame me for being ruthless. You all can just perish. Last night the villagers who went to the fields for a Ziriyuan purchase returned fully laden. Over 200 pounds of carrots. This bunch of envious rascals uprooted every single one without leaving a trace. 200 pounds sounds like a lot. But divided among the dozens of households in the village that participated in the raid, each family only received 2 or 3 carrots. These things aren't worth much. However, driven by the mentality of the poor who believe that thieves shouldn't go home empty-handed and that they can't get enough of a good deal, everyone happily brought their spoils home. Once home, some peeled the carrots and munched on them raw like fruit. Others chopped them into large pieces and boiled them with pork filling a big pot. The entire family, young and old, feasted heartily. Meanwhile, Su Yang, the mastermind behind it all, had already taken a comfortable hot bath and was sound asleep on a soft bed. He was just waiting for the dawn to witness the spectacle of the whole village's misfortune. The next day, just before noon, Su Yang woke up naturally and stretched lazily. He opened the window and glanced down. Good heavens! A single exclamation of surprise. The village path of Erba village looked like a scene from a zombie apocalypse. Groups of villagers, pale-faced and trembling, were helping each other along, stumbling towards the village Dr. Wang Jinghong's house, like zombies. What was even funnier was that a few were halfway there. Suddenly one burly man's face changed dramatically. He was clutching his behind with both hands, his eyes nearly popping out. After glancing around, he rolled and crawled straight into the wild grass by the roadside. Puff, puff, puff. A series of strange muffled sounds echoed across the fields. In an instant, a nauseating odor wafted through the air over Erba village. At the village committee on the second-floor balcony, Zhao Lan and Jean Miao Miao were pinching their noses tightly, their brows furrowed as if they could crush a fly. My God, what on earth is happening? Jean Miao Miao exclaimed in terror. Why is the whole village having diarrhea? Could it be that the village well was poisoned? Zhao Lan also looked confused. Then why are we fine? The two exchanged glances. The newly arrived Chen Rong had an even more ashen face. On her way here, she had witnessed an elderly man with a cane. As he walked, there was a loud puff. A stream of yellow-brown liquid burst forth from his empty pant leg. That scene, that smell, nearly made Chen Rong vomit her overnight meal. Director Su, what on earth is going on outside? Seeing Su Yang coming upstairs, she quickly covered her nose and approached him. It couldn't be an issue with the water source, could it? Su Yang calmly took a sip of the soy milk in his hand. He rolled his eyes. What problem could there possibly be? If the water had an issue, why am I fine? Why are the three women, each with their own thoughts, were stunned? It seemed Su Yang was right. Su Yang couldn't be bothered with them, and cheerfully walked back to the office. Serves this bunch of bastards right. Su Yang sneered inwardly. If you aren't dead from this, it's a miracle that your ancestors' graves aren't smoking. On the other side, in Wang Jinghong's clinic, business was booming. The old Dr. Wang Jinghong, dressed in a white coat, sat in a grand chair, leisurely smoking a water pipe. The first patient, pale and suffering from diarrhea, slid in while holding onto the doorframe. Dr. Wang, help me. Before he could finish his sentence, Gulu, his stomach churned again violently. The villager squeezed his legs tightly, his face turning a purplish hue. Dr. Wang, where's your toilet? Wang Jinghong didn't even lift his eyelids. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he replied, in the backyard, but someone is inside. Oh no. The villager let out a desperate wail akin to a pig being slaughtered. Clenching his legs, he twisted awkwardly and dashed out of the clinic to find a wild place. Immediately after, another exhausted villager was brought in. Dr. Wang, I can't take it anymore. Please give me in 4. Wang Jinghong picked up the stethoscope and pretended to check. With a flourish, he wrote out a prescription. Go next door to find my wife to pay for the medicine. The villager trembled as he took the prescription. Looking down, he nearly had his eyes pop out. And no, this can't be right. Dr. Wang, am I seeing things? 588 yuan. Since when did it become so expensive to get in 4 in our village? This is robbery. Wang Jinghong snorted heavily, not even sparing him a glance. Do you think it's expensive? If you think it's too expensive, you can go to town for in 4. Go to the county hospital, it's cheaper there. This price of 588 was something Wang Jinghong had thoughtfully decided the night before. Why 588? Because he had calculated the villagers' vulnerabilities. With the entire village suffering from diarrhea, the local clinic didn't have enough beds. Go to the county. Now these people can barely pull up their pants. How can they take a bus to the county? By the time they reached the hospital with registration, waiting, blood tests, and all, wouldn't it cost them over 1,000? So, 588 yuan. This was the psychological bottom line for them, where they felt both the pain of spending and had to comply. This is called precise harvesting of leeks. The villager, clutching his almost bursting belly, was in so much pain, he couldn't hold it anymore. Alright, fine. 588 it is. He could only grit his teeth and obediently go queue up to pay. In just half a morning, The courtyard of Wang Jinghong's home was filled with villagers who looked like they were on the brink of death. There were too many people. Even the big peach tree at the entrance of the courtyard was densely covered with 4 drips. A bunch of people sat weakly under the tree clutching their stomachs while receiving IVs, the scene reminiscent of a refugee camp. What the hell? What is going on? Could it be that the carrots from last night had a problem? There must be something wrong. Now those sitting here with diarrhea are all the ones who ate the carrots last night. One thug, furious, gritted his teeth. Damn. That little girl from Wang's family is too wicked. She actually poisoned the carrots. I'm going to settle the score with her. Someone beside him grabbed him, scolding, "You idiot. If you go to reason with her, it's like admitting to the entire village that you were a thief last night. Do you even have any shame?" The thug looked frustrated. "So we're just going to let ourselves get ripped off for 588. Then you'll just have to endure it. Diarrhea for 588, or go to the police station to sew a quilt, you pick." The entire place fell silent. Only the sound of water droplets from the 4 bottles could be heard. Just as these people were filled with grievances, Wang Yuan came out holding a basin, walking swaggeringly. She looked at the weak thieves under the tree and deliberately raised her voice. "Oh, Uncle Zhao? Grandpa Wang? Is the whole village having a meeting to get IVs?" Everyone's faces stiffened. Wang Yuan continued to indirectly scold them, her voice incredibly loud. "Oh, it's infuriating. I planted several 100 pounds of carrots next to my medicine garden, intending to save them for stew. But today when I looked, not a single one was left. Not even a leaf was spared." Wang Yuan sneered, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. "I wonder which shameless thief came to steal my carrots in the middle of the night. These scoundrels worse than beasts. Stealing my carrots, they deserve to die." Each word pierced their hearts. Under the big tree there was a silence. All the villagers' faces turned a mix of green and white, and they lowered their heads, feeling guilty. Not a single one dared to respond, or even fart. After finishing her tirade, Wang Yuan felt all the grievances of the past 2 years lift away, leaving her refreshed. She bounced back into the house to help her father count money. This feels great. Just this morning alone, over 400 people came for IVs, earning over 2,000, which more than compensates for the loss from the early harvest. And with a few of my father's friends helping out, otherwise we wouldn't be able to handle so many people. I secretly vowed to treat Su Yang to a big meal in town tonight. If it weren't for Su Yang, her family would have long been ruined." Meanwhile, in the 3rd-floor office of the village committee, Su Yang leaned back in his boss chair, holding a military binocular, watching the commotion outside old Wang's courtyard with great interest. Watching the villagers hanging with 4 drips, Su Yang's lips curled into a cruel smile. This little lesson is merely an appetizer. The real fun is yet to come. After finishing the accounts at night, deducting the costs of the medicine and the losses from early harvests, the Wang family made a profit of over 230,000. Wang Yuan was also a person of integrity. She left 30,000 at home and took the remaining 200,000 in cash. She put it in a tightly sealed black plastic bag, tucked it under her clothes, and rode her small electric scooter to find Su Yang. This money must go to Su Yang. This is the hard-earned fee for him, saving her family. Moreover, once the more than 1 million worth of herbs is sold, she has to give Su Yang a large red envelope. After all, he saved her entire family. Upon arriving at Su Yang's home, Wang Yuan knocked on the door and pushed the small electric scooter inside. As soon as they entered the room and closed the door, the two exchanged guilty glances. In the next second, they both held their stomachs and burst into loud laughter in the living room. "Oh my, Su Yang, you have no idea, I almost died laughing today." Wang Yuan laughed until tears streamed down her face. Those scoundrels were running around like wild dogs, covering their butts while they pooped in the fields. I laughed so hard my stomach cramped. Su Yang also laughed heartily, saying, "Exactly. It's a pity they didn't die from it and come to trouble your family, and otherwise it would have been better to just get rid of those scoundrels." Wang Yuan snorted coldly. They deserve to die. Although she said this, they both knew deep down. If a dozen people died suddenly in the village, the authorities would definitely investigate thoroughly, and Su Yang and the others would have to take the blame. Now, by taking a hefty toll on them, it's just right. After laughing enough, Wang Yuan took a deep breath, pulled out the bulging black bag from her clothes, and stuffed it into Su Yang's hands. "Su Yang, take this money. This money isn't mine, nor did I earn it. It's all your idea. You take it." Su Yang was taken aback. "What is this?" "It's the money my dad earned from his infusion today. 200,000. Hurry and take it." Wang Yuan pushed the money into Su Yang's hands with all her might. Su Yang waited, and not being polite, accepted it directly. Indeed, this was all his idea. After all, he had saved Wang Yuan's family. If it weren't for him, the 1 million loan and the destroyed medicinal fields would have crushed this family long ago. "Su Yang, I sincerely thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Wang Yuan's eyes showed gratitude, but then a hint of worry surfaced. "But Su Yang, what should I do next? What about my herbs? Should I continue planting them? If I do, what if those scoundrels come to ruin them again? After all, thieves can only act for 1,000 days, but who can guard against them for 1,000 days? Su Yang leaned back on the sofa, smiling confidently. "No worries. At that time I'll bring a powerful backing to you, isn't that enough? These scoundrels are just bullies who fear the strong. As long as there is this powerful backing protecting your medicinal fields, even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare touch a single blade of grass. Seeing Su Yang's mysterious expression, Wang Yuan curiously leaned closer. A backing? What big shot are you talking about? Su Yang smiled mysteriously and pointed to the sky, the county people. The county? Wang Yuan was stunned. Actually, the powerful backing Su Yang was referring to was the father of the top green turtle Zhang Zihao, the director of the county agricultural bureau Zhang Dafu. As long as he has this agricultural director as a backing, he doesn't believe this group of fools in the village can stir up any waves. Indeed, Su Yang currently cannot directly control Zhang Dafu, but he can control Jin Miao Miao. Jin Miao Miao can manipulate Zhang Zihao like a dog, and Zhang Zihao is the only child of Zhang Dafu, who treats this precious son like a father would. Su Yang manages Jin Miao Miao, Jin Miao Miao manages Zhang Zihao, and Zhang Zihao manages Zhang Dafu. Hehe. This is a perfect food chain loop. With this operation, Su Yang thinks that getting Zhang Dafu as a backing would be as easy as pie. However, this crazy plan Su Yang did not fully disclose. Wang Yuan was sensible and did not ask further. Alright, if you can really find me a powerful backing, I'll give you shares for your technical expertise. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Don't worry, your medicinal base will grow bigger and bigger in the future. Let's go. Su Yang, let's head to the town. I'll treat you to barbecue. Sure. Wang Yuan straddled the front of the small electric scooter as the driver, while Su Yang sat in the back seat. At first Su Yang didn't know where to place his hands, and could only awkwardly grab the iron frame of the back seat. But the rural dirt road was full of bumps. When encountering a large pit, there was a screech. Wang Yuan suddenly slammed on the brakes. With a huge inertia, Su Yang lunged forward, instinctively arms outstretched, and hugged Wang Yuan's waist. At first Wang Yuan's body stiffened, and she felt a bit unaccustomed. But gradually, as she inhaled the clean scent of the boy, she didn't resist as much and instead felt a strange sensation in her heart. Just then, a deep pit suddenly appeared ahead. Watch out! Screech! Wang Yuan slammed on the brakes again. Su Yang collided forward. Due to inertia, his hands, which were originally around her waist, shifted. In that moment, Su Yang's mind buzzed and he was completely stunned. He realized that his previous judgments were truly flawed. Holy crap! My goodness! This is simply the legendary Hidden Beauty. Usually Wang Yuan always wore loose sportswear. While working in the fields, he never noticed that her figure was so terrifying. Wang Yuan's face instantly turned red to her ears, and even her long neck was tinted with a layer of pink. She bit her lip, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Su Yang, your hand. Su Yang's old face flushed, and he reluctantly moved his hand away. Ahem. I'm sorry, the brakes were too sudden, I didn't hold on properly. Su Yang sat in the back looking at Wang Yuan's flushed ears and smiled. Wang Yuan was different from Jin Miao Miao and Shen Rong, those flashy cheap women. She rarely dressed up, yet she was a natural beauty with a solid foundation. Even though she had recently tanned a bit from working in the fields, with just a little makeup, her pure looks and this terrifying figure would easily outshine Jin Miao Miao by several streets. Soon the two arrived at the town. They found a lively little eatery, ordered a big table of barbecue. This place had an exceptional flavor, and the two chatted and laughed as they ate. Suddenly, the door curtain was lifted and two street-smart girls walked in from outside. One had dyed pink hair with a flashy nose ring. The other had striking blonde hair, wearing exaggerated large earrings and a wild hairstyle resembling a lion. She was also dressed in oversized jeans full of holes, like she had just crawled out of a garbage pile. The two just found an empty table to sit down. The blonde lion spoke proudly. Nana, what do you think of my plan today? Is it awesome? Wow, that's brilliant. The pink-haired girl, named Nana, chuckled wickedly. Arya, you're simply a genius. This is too great. Using this trick to scam those old perverts can earn us a lot of money. From now on we won't have to worry about not having money for bar seats. Exactly. If you hang out with me, Arya, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury and carry designer bags every day. That's great. Arya, you're truly my best friend. The two excitedly ordered a large pitcher of beer and clinked their glasses. Arya lowered her voice, a glimmer of greed flashing in her eyes. Nana, tomorrow, let's think of a way to find a wealthy fool in town. When we get the money, we can buy the latest iPhones. At a nearby table, Su Yang held a skewer of lamb meat, staring coldly at the two girls, a hint of a chilling smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wang Yuan was puzzled. She waved her fair hand in front of Su Yang. Su Yang, what's wrong? Do you know them? Su Yang nodded, sneering. I do, they are from our village. Wang Yuan awkwardly smiled. I don't know them, I study herbs in my own fields every day and rarely go out, so I'm not very familiar with the young people in the village. Su Yang certainly knew these two characters. In his memories from his past life, these two girls were among the worst in Erba village. The blonde was named Arya, and the pink-haired one was Nana. In order to scam money for luxury goods, they were involved in a shady business in town that specifically targeted men. It was a scam. The golden retriever named Air has quite a remarkable background. Though she currently resembles a little street punk, her past is tragic. In reality, she has been a rare superhuman since childhood. Born with a fierce aggressiveness and antisocial tendencies. Air's original name was Wang Air. Her father was once a soldier, and after retiring, he married a woman from the neighboring county. At first, life was relatively stable. However, Wang Air's mother later developed a gambling addiction, destroying their family's finances, and relentlessly brainwashing Wang Air with a twisted ideology: no man is worth anything. Men are all beasts. They only deserve to serve women as dogs. Wang Air was naturally a superhuman. As a child among the kids in the village, even the strongest boys were afraid of her, often finding themselves slapped down to the ground by her. Coupled with her mother's distorted education as a gambler, this was the result. She directly cultivated into a psychologically twisted female demon and a female superhuman. Eventually, Wang Air's father could no longer tolerate it and divorced her mother. How could a gambler like her mother raise a child? Wang Air relied solely on her father to support her. Wang Air's father was a very upright veteran. Seeing his daughter going further astray, he earnestly educated her every day, even resorting to family discipline in an attempt to bring her back to the right path. What was the outcome? Not only did Wang Air refuse to repent, but she also went to the police station to turn on her father, falsely accusing him of molesting her. It almost landed her honest father in jail. After this incident, her father was utterly disheartened. There was nothing he could do. This daughter was beyond saving, so let her be. Without any constraints, Wang Air completely unleashed herself. Every day in the town and the village, she mixed with those spirited young men, and over time, she transformed into her current unrecognizable form. As for the pink-haired Nana, her situation was similar. Nana's real name was Chao-Na. In contrast to Wang Air, Chao-Na's parents were decent people who treated her very well. But Chao-Na, being completely brainless, was easily influenced. She spent her days scrolling through online content that incited gender division. After consuming too much toxic content, her brain directly shrank, clearly spending her parents' hard-earned money, yet she constantly fought online, harboring hatred for men. Thus, two exceptional fighters, two spirited girls, happened to meet and became inseparable. They followed small-time delinquents around, and when they ran out of money, what could they do? Those spirited young men were as broke as they looked, unable to provide any benefit. Over time, the two devised a sinister scheme. A honey trap. The two took turns going to the town, baiting wealthy older men or naive young boys. Then they would intimidate and extort them. This was their second offense. The first time they did this, they were terrified and worried that the man would report them. To their surprise, the man, feeling embarrassed, willingly handed over money to avoid trouble. The first time was a success. The second time was also a success. Over the course of 2 attempts, they easily scammed several thousand yuan. Several thousand yuan. In the town, that amount was a fortune. Especially in the eyes of these two spirited girls, it was the fastest way to wealth. Their hearts grew more greedy and fervent. Seeing this, some might wonder, what does these two punks' honey trap in the town have to do with Su Yang? It doesn't harm Su Yang's interests. It actually has a connection, and it's a deep-seated grudge in the memories of his past life. Su Yang's father, Su Jiangwo, once took a bus to the county and happened to sit next to these two brainless girls. As a result, these two lunatics, in order to attract attention and gain views, publicly accused Su Jiangwo of filming up their skirts on the bus. Not only did they make a scene on the bus, but afterwards they also spread this fabricated incident all over Erba village. It infuriated Su Jiangwo, who had lived a clean life to the point of spitting blood and fainting. He lay in the hospital for several months before barely recovering. Later, even when the police reviewed the surveillance footage and cleared his name, restoring Su Jiangwo's honor. But a rumor spreads easily while a clarification takes effort. The way the villagers looked at Su Jiangwo changed completely. They all pointed fingers behind his back, saying Su Jiangwo was lewd, making it so that the village women dared not speak to him alone. Su Jiangwo's reputation was tarnished. Thinking of this, Su Yang fixed his gaze on the two punks, a terrifying, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Oh, so this is how you want to play, huh? You came right to my doorstep, didn't you? Fine. He'll settle both the new and old. How should scum like you be dealt with? Haha, of course, by inviting them to a free meal. Aliokaniat with room and board included, plus a free sewing machine pedal. However, today is not the time to act recklessly, though I'll plan slowly to take them down another day. Come, cheers." Su Yang withdrew his cold gaze, replacing it with a smile, raising his glass to clink with Wang Yuan. Yuan, among the villains in this village, you can be considered one of the few normal ones. Wang Yuan chuckled, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Really? I think you are too." As they chatted, Wang Yuan suddenly changed the subject. She propped her chin with her hands, gazing at Su Yang with sparkling eyes. "So, Su Yang, do you have a girlfriend?" No. Su Yang shook his head, giving a self-deprecating smile. "How could I afford a girlfriend? My father just passed away, and I have little savings. Nowadays, marrying a wife outside costs at least 1,800 to 2,800 as bride price. How could I afford that? That's because they lack vision." Wang Yuan was anxious, exclaiming, "Su Yang, you are so capable and intelligent. I can tell you will make a lot of money and do great things. Whoever can marry you will be the happiest person in their life. While speaking, Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled as if filled with tiny shining stars full of admiration and unmasked affection. Su Yang, being a reincarnator, could see through Wang Yuan's little thoughts at a glance. This girl had a crush on it. Wang Yuan was indeed a rare good girl. But having lived a second life, Su Yang had a grand plan to execute. He aimed to crush all the evildoers and wicked women in this village underfoot. Sentiment. For now he would set it aside. The vow he made to eradicate all the wicked women in this village was no empty promise. Where was he right now? The best part was yet to come. The two continued to chat and drink until the early hours around 1 or 2 in the morning before preparing to return. This time Su Yang rode the bike. After all, he was a man with a good alcohol tolerance, and it only took about 10 minutes of night road from the town to the village. On the way back, the night wind was slightly cool. Wang Yuan, feeling a bit tipsy, leaned her head gently against Su Yang's broad and solid back. Feeling the man's reassuring warmth, even the night breeze felt gentle. So this is what it feels like to rely on a man. Oh, it's so wonderful. Wang Yuan closed her eyes, a sweet smile gracing her lips. If I had known, I should have taken the initiative to date Su Yang right after graduating high school. And so she continued to think aimlessly. Su Yang safely delivered Wang Yuan home, then strolled back to the old. Back home, he took a cold shower. As Su Yang just dried his hair, he comfortably lay down on the bed. Buzz buzz. The phone placed on the bedside suddenly vibrated. Picking it up to look, it was a barrage of WeChat messages from Xiaolan. Su Yang, I have made up the 4,000 deficit. I also transferred the 1,000 yuan, hush money you wanted. What do you want from me to let me go? We've done this 2 or 3 times already. What more do you want? Su Yang, give me a straightforward answer. What do I need to do to delete that video? Looking at the screen filled with desperate and frantic messages, Su Yang leaned against the pillow and chuckled. His fingers lightly tapped the screen, replying with a heartless remark, what, wasn't I able to make you happy? At least it's much better than that 3-second waste of a husband, Wang Swan, right? Don't you think? After sending that message, Su Yang was too lazy to look at Zhao Lan's hysterics. He coldly laughed and exited WeChat, setting her to message do not disturb. Want to get off the ship? Once you board my thieving ship, you can't get off. Su Yang leisurely opened the Taobao app. In the search box, he entered several special keywords. Soon a page full of shiny little products popped up. Su Yang chose the most expensive item that could be controlled remotely via the mobile app. Clicked, ordered, and paid. All in one go. The next morning, Su Yang woke up, naturally enjoyed a delicious bowl of steaming breakfast, and leisurely strolled towards the village committee. However, before he even stepped into the courtyard of the village committee, he could hear a deafening chorus of curses coming. 2 aunties were furiously arguing. Old Chow's family, you son of a gun. I wish your family would be cut off from offspring. I hope your whole family explodes. Even if a damn mantis sneaks into your house, it would trigger isolation. Aunt Liao was cursing with such filth that even the gaming jargon of the youth came out, her combat power off the charts. On the opposite side, Aunt Chow, though less articulate, was wild with her body language. She stood with her legs apart, pointing frantically at the air with both hands, her feet stomping hard on the ground. Retreat! 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 The 2 aunties squabbled like fighting cocks in the courtyard, surrounded by a circle of villagers watching the commotion. Before Su Yang could squeeze in, he heard the villagers chattering nearby. Oh dear, old Chow's family has really gone too far. Relying on their son's wealth, they built a 4-story villa and even extended the 2nd-floor balcony outward. They nearly covered old Liao's roof with it. What does this mean? It's just too much bullying. Su Yang instantly understood. Building houses in the countryside is a serious taboo. If 2 families live close together and one builds a tall building while deliberately extending a large balcony over the roof of the other house, what is this? This is humiliation. The underlying implication is, I bet your family will forever be poor, unable to build a high-rise. Your family for generations will only be stepped on by mine. Seeing village chief Su Yang arrive, the onlooking villagers quickly made way. Su Yang stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked in. Aunt Chow, Aunt Liao, what's going on here? Early in the morning, practicing singing here. Seeing Su Yang, the 2 aunties clutched his arms like they had found a— Oh, Chief Su, you finally made it. Aunt Liao trembled with anger, pointing her finger at Aunt Chow and shouting, Old Chow's family is bullying us too much. They built a 4-story villa and the balcony is directly on top of my house. If we want to add another floor in the future, it will all be blocked by their balcony. What are we to do? Chief Su, don't listen to this old shrew's nonsense. Aunt Chow jumped up and countered, What's wrong with my big balcony? Where does it block her house? Go measure it yourself. Our balcony is entirely in line with our house's foundation, not extending even an inch beyond it. After hearing this, Su Yang tugged at the corner of his mouth and remained silent. He knew well the character of these old Chow's family, relying on their eldest son Chao Zhengming, making money on county projects, walked around the village with an air of superiority. This time they were clearly trying to use feng shui and construction to oppress old Liao's family. But Aunt Liao was no easy target either. A few years ago, she secretly occupied a small corner of old Chow's land, and the two families nearly had a fatal clash over it. All of them were villains, equally matched. Enough, stop arguing. We are neighbors, can arguing solve the problem? Su-yang was getting a headache from the noise. Chief Su, you just say whether you will manage this matter or not. Aunt Liao was about to sit down on the ground and throw a tantrum. If you don't manage it, I'll hang myself in the village committee today. I'll haunt them as a ghost and report them to the county. Su-yang rolled his eyes internally. Mediating such matters was the most troublesome. These troublesome villagers were unreasonable. But since he held the position of village chief, he had to put on a show. Let's go, let's see the sight. Su-yang led a group of onlookers along with the two aunties to the front of Old Chow's newly built villa. I must say Old Chow's villa was indeed impressive. A 4-story European-style mansion with a cement parking lot at the entrance and the yard planted with precious flowers and plants, it was the most luxurious in Urba Village. As for Old Liao's dilapidated house, it was squeezed right next to it, separated only by a narrow drainage ditch less than half a meter wide. Su-yang squinted and looked up to measure it. Chow's second-floor large balcony indeed did not directly cover Old Liao's roof. However, that protruding large balcony's vertical edge was completely aligned with the boundary line between the two houses. This means that if Old Liao's family later decides to tear down the house and build a tall building, as long as the wall is slightly thicker, Old Liao's outer wall will perfectly meet Old Chow's balcony. If one says Old Chow's family didn't build this balcony to annoy others, no one would believe it. But to calm the dispute, Su-yang still pretended to sigh and planned to have Jean Miao Miao bring a measuring tape to measure the boundary. Just then, click click, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from the villa. A young woman wearing a tight-fitting skirt draped in a faux mink coat on her shoulders despite the hot weather walked out with a seductive sway. Oh, isn't this Su-yang? The woman looked down at Su-yang, covering her mouth and letting out a mocking laugh. Our Chief Su is quite impressive now, huh? You've come to our doorstep. Behind the woman was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, slicked-back hair, and a large belly. This man was none other than Old Chow's eldest son, the upstart Chao Jingming. And the woman speaking so mockingly was none other than Su Yang's high school classmate, and his once infatuated first love, Luo Yushua. Seeing Luo Yushua snuggled up against Chao Jingming, Su-yang felt a wave of physiological nausea. It was simply eye-searing. Not to mention Chao Jingming was already 45 this year, nearly bald on top, while Luo Yushua, being the same age as Su-yang, was only 22. Damn. To cling to a wealthy man, this woman truly has no shame. The two were a full 23 years apart, almost 2 generations. At this age, Chao Jingming could easily be Luo Yuxia's father. The villagers often gossiped about Luo Yushua behind her back, saying she was morally bankrupt. But Luo Yushua didn't care. She was just after the old man's money, so what? Whether it's true love or not is none of others' business. Anyway, I want his money and he wants my body. It's mutually beneficial. Moreover, ever since she got with this old man Luo Yushua, and not only started looking down on others, but also liked to flaunt her presence. She used to frequently post pictures of her dining in high-end restaurants and buying designer bags in their high school class group to show off. She even often mockingly taunted her classmates. Oh, what good is it to study hard in the past? Look at someone like Su-yang, who only studied hard. Isn't he now just a poor village chief? A monthly salary of 2,000 or 3,000, that's all there is to life. He can't even afford a toilet in the county. This woman had a venomous tongue. Not only did she attack Su-yang, but even her former close friends from high school were mocked and blacklisted. Faced with Luo Yuxia's high and mighty sarcastic demeanor, Su-yang was no pushover. He wouldn't indulge her. What's wrong? Are you the king of heaven? As the village head, can I manage you? Su-yang sneered, and in front of the crowd pointed directly at the 4-story villa, exclaiming, the current policy states that rural self-built houses cannot exceed 3 stories. Look up and count for yourself. How many stories has your house built? With these words, the people from the Lao Chao family instantly changed their expressions. I won't make trouble for your family regarding the illegal construction, which is already giving you face. Su-yang glared at Luo Yushua with disdain, saying, what are you trying to do with your sarcasm? Just because you have a wealthy man who could be your father, you think you're something special. This is not your place to speak. Go stand to the side. Su-yang's words were fierce. In front of everyone, not only did he show no mercy to Luo Yushua, but he also slapped Chao Jingming's face hard. Chao Jingming's face turned ashen, trembling with anger, and just as he was about to roll up his sleeves to retaliate, his mother, Aunt Chao, was frightened and quickly grabbed his arm, saying, son, forget it. Don't act impulsively. The Lao Chao family was genuinely scared this time. They feared that Su-yang, in a fit of rage, would report the illegal construction to the county. After all, their 4-story villa was indeed built illegally. Generally speaking, as long as the neighbors don't complain, village officials usually turn a blind eye provided it doesn't go too far. But such matters can escalate. If Su-yang were to order them to demolish the extra story, it would be entirely reasonable and justifiable. Chao Jingming gritted his teeth and shot Su-yang a fierce glare, suppressing his anger. Su-yang couldn't be bothered to respond. He turned to Jean Miao Miao and instructed, Meow Meow go to the second floor and take a leather tape measure, drop it straight down from the outer edge of their balcony and measure if it indeed crosses the boundary. If it does exceed, then we'll tear down that balcony today. Jean Meow Meow obediently nodded and took a long leather tape measure upstairs. She pressed the tape measure against the balcony edge and let it hang down. Su-Yang stood below, stretching the tape to compare it against the boundary line of the property. It truly didn't exceed. Even though it was less than 2 centimeters short, it was right on the boundary line, not crossing it. Aunt Liao, you saw it yourself. They indeed didn't cross the boundary line. Su-Yang put away the tape measure and stated matter-of-factly, I can't interfere with this. They are not breaking any laws by building their house, nor have they occupied an inch of your land. That's enough. Don't stir up trouble. We're all neighbors. When your family has money in the future, just build your house. Su-Yang casually mediated a bit and turned to leave. Just as he took a couple of steps, Luo Yuxiue in her 10-centimeter high heels hurriedly chased after him. She reached Su-Yang's side, crossed her arms, and adopted an air of arrogance, speaking in a low, threatening voice. Su-Yang, just wait. You dare to publicly humiliate me. Just wait and see how I will deal with you later. Seeing her in a frantic dog-like state, Su-Yang stopped and suddenly chuckled. He leaned closer to Luo Yuxiue's ear and whispered so only they could hear, Luo Yuxiue, I want to ask you. Yesterday at the hotel in the county, Chun Mumming gave you a bottle of pure milk. Do you remember? Boom. Luo Yuxiue was struck as if by lightning, her whole body freezing in place, her pupils suddenly constricting. After speaking, Su-Yang didn't even give her a glance and strode back to the village committee with Jean Meow Meow, leaving Luo Yuxiue standing alone in the wind, her legs weak. What did Su-Yang mean about Chun Mumming? Those who understand understand. That Chun Mumming was a high school classmate of Su-Yang and Luo Yuxiue. He was notoriously a playboy, a scoundrel who charmed every girl. However, he had a fatal flaw. He was somewhat handsome, full of sweet talk, and most importantly, he was exceptionally skilled. Damn, in this day and age, being good at video games can indeed mesmerize girls. Luo Yuxiue, this gold digger, was superficially kept by the 54-year-old nouveau riche, Chao Jingming. But secretly, she was happily gaming with Chun Mumming on a daily basis, enjoying being carried to victory. Then naturally, Chun Mumming invited her to have fun in the county. These two maintained a clandestine relationship, and apart from Su-Yang, no one in the village knew. How did Su-Yang find out? It was indeed quite a coincidence. In his past life, Su-Yang once happened upon Luo Yuxiue linking arms with Chun Mumming while browsing a high-end phone store in the county. Luo Yuxiue even generously pulled out Chao Jingming's card to buy this blonde young pup the latest model. Although they were both wearing masks and hats wrapped up like dumplings, Su-Yang recognized this pair of dogs at a glance. However, in the past, such matters were none of his concern, and he couldn't be bothered to meddle. But now, since this scheming girl dared to jump out like a clown and annoy others, if Su-Yang didn't teach her a harsh lesson, what would that mean? Looking at Su-Yang's departing figure, Luo Yuxiue swallowed hard. Damn it. How did this poor guy find out about my affair with Chun Mumming? She was so scared that she was breaking out in a cold sweat. Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Chao Jingming approached, placing his hands gently on Luo Yuxiue's shoulders. Luo Yuxiue quickly concealed the guilt in her eyes, putting on a pitiful expression, leaning against the arms of the older man and whining. It's nothing, I mean, it's just that this Su-Yang is really getting more and more disrespectful. A poor dog. He deserves to be poor for the rest of his life. Oomph. Chao Jingming snorted coldly, his eyes filled with malice. Poor people are just like this. Once they have a little bit of power, they think they are something. Don't be angry, darling. Just wait. I will find an opportunity to eliminate this arrogant brat. Chao Jingming treated Luo Yuxiue like a rare treasure, pulling her back to the luxurious villa. As soon as they entered the house, he treated Luo Yuxiue like a goddess, personally washing grapes for her and peeling walnuts. Little did he know, the precious treasure he was nurturing, spending hundreds of thousands to support, had already been taken for a ride by. After returning to the village committee, as soon as he entered the office, Jean Meow Meow mysteriously followed him in and locked the office door with a click. She walked up to Su-Yang's desk, her eyes a bit flustered, and stammered, Su-Yang. I have something very important to tell you. Su-Yang leaned back in his chair, raising his eyelids to glance at her. What is it? Su-Yang, can you swear to the heavens that you won't tell anyone about the incident involving the car accident with Han Yueka? Jean Meow Meow bit her lip, her face full of pleading. Swear? Su-Yang chuckled. Why would I swear? What if one night I get drunk and accidentally let it slip? Su-Yang, you're such a rogue. Jean Meow Meow stomped her feet anxiously. I've made you happy so many times, what more do you want? Su-Yang chuckled, leaning slightly forward, staring at her. What's wrong? Don't you look happy? Jean Meow Meow's face flushed, biting her lip in embarrassment, turning her face away. Su-Yang stood up, dominantly grasping her chin forcibly, turning her delicate face towards him. Look into my eyes and tell me, do you like me, eh? Jean Meow Meow was forced to meet his intense gaze, her body trembling slightly. Finally, she lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito, stammering out 2 words, Li. Like. Su-Yang's smile deepened as he relentlessly pressed on. What do you like? I like you. Don't be vague, be specific. What do you like about me? Jean Mayo's face instantly turned crimson, as if it might bleed. You're so annoying. She pouted in annoyance, standing on her tiptoes to whisper 3 words in Su Yang's ear. The words were omitted as the censor could not understand them. Su Yang snorted satisfied as he patted her cheek. At least you're sensible, that's good to know. Since you like me so much, why pretend to play hard to get earlier? No, it's just. Jean sighed, her face full of worry. I'm genuinely scared. Look at that Han Yueka, he's acting like a mad dog, doing nothing these days, just standing guard with a cleaver at the village entrance. This morning when I passed by him, he glared at me, and my legs nearly turned to jelly. Su Yang picked up his teacup, blowing gently on the tea leaves, and said leisurely, what are you afraid of? As long as I don't open my mouth, he'll never find out it was you who hit him. Just focus on your work. Alright, I believe. Hearing Su Yang's assurance, Jean finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly her eyes sparkled, and she pulled a pen out of her pocket like a magician. On a sheet of A4 paper on Su Yang's desk, she quickly wrote down a math problem. What is 70 plus 5 minus 6? Jean blushed, looking at Su Yang with a dreamy gaze. Su Yang, I researched an arithmetic problem at home yesterday and wanted to discuss the answer with you after work tonight. Su Yang looked down at the problem. Understood. He chuckled, patting Jean Mayo's shoulder. No rush, good things take time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. But these days won't work. I need to go comfort Sister Lan first. Upon hearing this, Jean Mayo's smile instantly vanished, replaced by overwhelming jealousy. Su Yang, why her? Jean puffed her cheeks angrily. What's so great about Zhao Lan? She's already been married. Is she younger than me? Is her figure better than mine? Why do you like her so much? Jean was genuinely. This jealousy was not mixed with interests or fears, but rather a pure primal jealousy of a woman unwilling to lose to another woman. Watching Jean Miao's frustrated, jealous expression, Su Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of something. He leaned forward, suddenly intensely locking his gaze on Jean Miao's eyes, lowering his voice to ask, if I remember correctly, you're about to marry Zhang Zihao, right? I heard that even the engagement and banquet dates have been set in the county, correct? Jean was momentarily stunned, her eyes suddenly becoming flustered. How do you know? Su Yang's lips curled into a mysterious, inscrutable smile. Don't worry about how I know. Just tell me, is it true? Yes. It is. Jean swallowed hard, her heart racing. So, what do you want? Nothing much, just curious. Su Yang leaned back against the chair, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. A bold, even reckless plan quickly formed in his mind. However, he could not reveal it just yet. The best show must be performed on the most vibrant stage to be truly entertaining. Alright, just keep your thoughts to yourself. Su Yang gently patted Jean Mayo's head like petting a puppy, reassuring her. I, Su Yang, am not one to betray those who have helped me. After all, I've already benefited from you a couple of times. How could I sell you out? Just focus on your work. You can go back to work and get married as planned. It's all good, go ahead. Su Yang sent the nervous Jean out of the office like comforting a child. With a click, the door closed. Su Yang reclined in his chair, casually sitting back with his legs crossed, cracking sunflower seeds while scrolling through his phone. In fact, there wasn't much going on at the village committee. Back and forth, it was all just trivial matters. Next, Su Yang's grand plan was just waiting for 2 favorable wins. First, waiting for Chun Rong to steal the embezzlement account book. Second, finding an opportunity to personally send Wang Area's 2 troublesome little girls to enjoy a free stay in jail. Finally, the workday came to an end. Su Yang stretched widely, locked the door, and strolled towards home. Just as he reached the entrance of his yard, he saw someone outside the door, anxiously pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, scratching his head and sweating profusely. Su Yang focused his gaze and recognized him. It was Lu Huaqiang, the single man who raised chickens in the village. Lu Huaqiang looked up and saw Su Yang. His eyes lit up as if he had grabbed a lifeline in a drowning sea. Oh, my ancestor. Su Yang, you're finally back. Lu Huaqiang rushed up in a few strides, anxiously rubbing his hands. While opening the door with his keys, Su Yang looked at him in confusion. Uncle Lu, what's going on? What's the emergency? Su Yang, this is not something to discuss outside. Lu Huaqiang glanced around with shifty eyes. Let's go inside. Let's talk after closing the door. Su Yang regarded him with a strange look and pushed open the yard door. Upon entering the house, Lu Huaqiang was fearful of eavesdroppers beyond the wall. He not only locked the door tightly, but even drew the curtains in the living room shut. The atmosphere was shrouded in mystery and tension. Seeing his comical, guilty demeanor, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He casually poured a cup of hot tea and handed it over, saying, Uncle Lu, sit down and have some water. Take your time to talk. Lu Huaqiang was hardly in the mood for tea. Sweating profusely, he leaned closer to Su Yang, lowering his voice to a whisper. Su Yang, do you still have any cash on you? Can you lend Uncle Lu a bit? Just 5,000 yuan will do. I promise to pay you back in a couple of days. Borrowing money. To Su Yang, 5,000 yuan was hardly a drop in the bucket. But he wasn't the kind of person who would always help others. Lu Huaqiang was a rare, honest man in the village of bullies, much better than those greedy and unscrupulous villagers. His wife ran off with a man years ago, and he had been single ever since. Usually he would just farm and raise a few local chickens, occasionally playing a few rounds of low-stakes mahjong, leading a relatively stable life. Why would such an honest man suddenly need 5,000 yuan in a hurry? In the countryside, 5,000 yuan was no small amount for an average farmer. Su Yang took a sip of tea and casually asked, "What's the matter, Uncle Lu? Why the urgent need for money?" Lu Huaqiang swallowed hard, his face flushed with embarrassment. Sigh. "Su Yang, if I tell you, you mustn't laugh at your Uncle Lu." "Go on, Uncle Lu. I've received professional training. Ooh, I won't laugh. It's like this." Lu Huaqiang was so anxious he began to pound his thigh. "I've encountered a dire situation and must get 5,000 yuan right away to settle it. Don't worry, Su Yang. That batch of big fat chickens in my coop is about to be sold. Once I sell the chickens, I'll pay you back immediately. You know what kind of person I am, Lu Huaqiang. Even when I buy a watermelon, I have to cut it open to check if it's ripe. I'm an honest man. I will never default." Su Yang calmly set down his teacup. "Uncle Lu, borrowing money is easy to say, but you have to give me a reason, right? Why do you need 5,000 yuan so late at night? What trouble have you gotten into?" Lu Huaqiang rubbed his bald head and vigorously scrubbed his face, looking conflicted and utterly ashamed. "All right, Su Yang, I'll be honest with you. You must not spread this around. Fine, go ahead." Lu Huaqiang sighed, his face flushed as he confessed, "I usually stay at home alone and enjoy scrolling through a certain. I often post teaching videos about raising chickens from our village on that app. Then just a few days ago, a particularly cute girl added me on WeChat through that app. At first we didn't chat about anything inappropriate. She said she was from the neighboring village and wanted to start her own chicken farm, seeking my advice on some techniques. As we continued chatting, we became quite familiar with each other." Lu Huaqiang got more excited, his eyes even showing a hint of grievance. "Then just the day before yesterday, that girl suddenly confessed her feelings for me. She said she liked me, the kind of uncle I am. She finds me mature, stable, and charming. She wants to date me seriously. Damn, Su Yang, you can't imagine. For that minute, I genuinely believed love had come my way. I thought heaven had opened its eyes, allowing this old bachelor to have a second spring in life." At this point, Lu Huaqiang's once clear eyes, filled with fond memories, suddenly turned utterly despairing. "Then, just last night, she invited me to meet at a small hotel in town. I got carried away and just went. Oh my god, damn, I was blind." Upon hearing this, Su Yang, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but let his mouth curl up in a wild grin. He had already guessed the situation with near certainty. This was undoubtedly the work of Wang Area and Chao Nana, those two little troublemakers. Who else but these two notorious female troublemakers could pull off such a scheme, one that even betrays their fellow villagers? But on the surface, Su Yang pretended not to know anything, suppressing his laughter as he prompted, "All right, Uncle Lu, stop keeping me in suspense. Who did you see at the hotel?" Lu Huaqiang anxiously pounded his chest, nearly bursting into tears. "As soon as I pushed open the door, I found it was none other than that little troublemaker from the village, Wang Area. She was wearing a thin sheer nightgown, looking incredibly seductive. Although I didn't care for her golden hairstyle, the moment she came up to me, she hugged me and said she had secretly admired me for a long time, that she liked this type of uncle. At that moment, with just the two of us in the room, I was quite taken with her. I couldn't resist, so I touched her." And then, Lu Huaqiang's voice cracked with fright. "As soon as my hand touched her, she suddenly changed her demeanor. She pushed me away, pointed at my nose, and accused me of molesting her. She said she would immediately call the police and have me arrested." When I heard that, I was completely stunned. "Su Yang, as far as I know, that little girl Wang Area is only 18 this year, right? Oh my god. I usually watch legal awareness videos. Molesting a minor. If this gets reported to the police station, not only would I face several years of imprisonment, but my reputation in the village would be completely ruined. How could I ever hold my head high and live on after this?" Lu Huaqiang sank despairingly into the sofa, gripping his hair in agony. Then she made a demand. She said she would settle this privately and not report it if I immediately paid her 5,000 yuan for emotional damages. She even claimed there were hidden cameras in the room and they had recorded everything. It was only then that I realized. Those two little girls were playing a scam, treating me like a pig to be slaughtered. But what can I do? They have the evidence in their hands. Su Yang, please help Uncle Lu. Lend me 5,000 yuan to avert this disaster. By the end of the year, when I sell the chickens, I'll pay you back 6,000, okay? Looking at Lu Huaqiang, who had a sorrowful face and was humbled to the extreme. When you want to nap, heaven sends a pillow. 5,000 yuan. A private settlement. Uncle Lu, oh Uncle Lu. Su Yang chuckled coldly to himself. Since they dared to reach into our village to extort us, then this time in prison I must face it. The night was quiet and still. Chun Rong lay on her large bed, her brow furrowed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. A look of distress covered her face as her heart surged with anxiety. With only 3 days left until Su Yang's ultimatum of 7 days, how was she supposed to obtain the damning evidence of Zhao Jifeng's embezzlement and bribery? It was obvious. Such incriminating documents and ledgers were surely hidden away in Zhao Jifeng's safe at home. But Zhao Jifeng's home was also inhabited by that fierce woman Wu Lufang. Even with 10 times the courage Chun Rong dared not directly break in to steal. If that fierce woman caught her, she would surely swallow her whole. Just as Chun Rong was at her wits' end, the phone by her pillow suddenly lit up. The screen displayed her note for her lover hubby. It was a call from Zhao Jifeng. Chun Rong was momentarily. Usually at this hour Zhao Jifeng would be at home dutifully attending to that fierce woman afraid to call his mistress. What was going on today? Chun Rong quickly answered the phone, lowering her voice and sweetly asking, "Hello, what's up, darling? In the dead of night, were you missing me?" On the other end of the line, Zhao Jifeng's suppressed laughter came through. "Of course I missed. Rong, I have a huge piece of good news to tell you. My fierce wife was sent on a business trip to another province this afternoon. She won't be back for several days." "Really?" Chun Rong was so excited she sat up straight from the bed, exclaiming. Zhao Jifeng thought Chun Rong was thrilled because they could meet without restraint. He proudly said, "Of course it's true. Rong, tomorrow is Saturday. Come to the county town to find me. Let's go to the most luxurious hotel and have a walk." I even bought several new things online. Go to a hotel. But how could she steal the ledgers then? Chun Rong's mind raced, her eyes darted, and she immediately feigned a pout. "Oh darling, why go to a hotel? It's such a waste of money, and what if we run into someone we know in the county town? How about I come over to your house to play tomorrow?" Chun Rong lowered her voice. "Wouldn't the atmosphere at your place be—" Zhao Jifeng on the other end gasped in surprise. Just hearing this made his perverse heart race. However, a sliver of reason left in Zhao Jifeng made him hesitate. Rong, it's exciting. But although my wife is on a business trip, my son in elementary school is still at home." Upon hearing this, Chun Rong immediately giggled and suggested, "Isn't tomorrow the weekend? Just send your son to his grandparents' house for a couple of days, right?" Zhao Jifeng smacked his thigh, his lust-driven brain losing its judgment. "Completely great idea. Let's do it. Tomorrow morning I'll send him back to my parents' place, and then you just wait at home for me. He'll drive over to pick you up." "Okay, darling, I'll go to sleep now, so I have the energy to play with you tomorrow. Good night." After hanging up, Chun Rong excitedly punched the air on her bed. It was like a stroke of luck, as if the heavens were sending her a pillow when she was sleepy. As long as she could secretly dig out those ledgers while Zhao Jifeng took a shower or fell asleep afterward, she could snap photos to hand in. As long as she got rid of Su Yang, she could continue being her vice director, safely siphoning off from this cash cow. As for what Su Yang wanted to do with that evidence, she couldn't care less. In her eyes, Su Yang was just a freshly graduated kid, probably just wanting to use that dirt to blackmail Zhao Jifeng for a small project, making a little money. As long as it didn't affect her ability to make money, Su Yang could extort however he wished. It had nothing to do with her. At the same time, in Su Yang's living room, Lu Huaxiang was still anxiously pacing back and forth, scratching his bald head, while looking at Su Yang with eager eyes. "Su Yang, say something. Are you going to lend me the 5,000 yuan or not? I'm about to go crazy." Su Yang picked up his teacup, looking at the desperate old bachelor, and sneered, "Uncle Lu, don't be foolish. This type of honey trap is just a bottomless pit. As soon as you back down today and transfer that 5,000 yuan, they'll treat you like a fat pig on the chopping block. If you can give this time, what about the next when they blackmail you with videos? Will you still give? Once they see you as a cash cow and squeeze all your hard-earned money from raising chickens, let's see what you'll do then. Jump into the river." After being lectured by Su Yang, Lu Huaqiang felt as if he had been enlightened, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought it over carefully. Right? How could those shameless girls possibly be trustworthy? Once they get a taste of it, they'll definitely come back for more. Then, what should I do? Su Yang, I can't really go and step on the sewing machine, can I? Lu Huaqiang was almost in tears from anxiety. Step on a sewing machine. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. They set the trap to ensnare you first, blackmailing you afterward. That's a serious crime. As long as we gather decisive evidence, we can fight back. We can send those two little vixens to the sewing machine, right? Huh? Lu Huaqiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Yang like he was a deity. "Su Yang, do you have a brilliant plan?" Su Yang waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. "I already have a plan in mind, but you need to cooperate with me. Once you get back, immediately transfer 200 yuan to that Wang area on WeChat. Tell her you're broke, and that this is all that's left of your living expenses. Keep her sweet, so she thinks you're an easy target to squeeze. Once I have my net ready, I'll let you know when to reel it in." Su Yang paused, and gave Lu Huaqiang a reassurance. "Uncle Lu, their aim in this line of work is to make money. As long as you don't force them into a corner, they won't report you to the police. If they report, they won't make a penny, and might even get caught themselves. They're not that stupid." Lu Huaqiang paced back and forth in the room, pondering for a while. Su Yang's words made perfect sense. "All right, Su Yang, I'm entrusting my life to you." Lu Huaqiang gritted his teeth and slapped his chest. "If you can truly help me settle this matter once the new year comes, and I clear out the chicken farm, I'll give you a super big red envelope." After seeing Lu Huaqiang off, Su Yang walked to the courtyard ready to close the gate. Suddenly a figure full of charm swiftly slipped over from the village path under the cover of night. As the figure approached, illuminated by the dim light in the courtyard, Su Yang could see that it was Zhao Lan, dressed in a tight-fitting trench coat. "Oh, Sister Lan, Su Yang raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on his lips. What brings you here at this late hour? Xiaolan looked at Su Yang with complex emotions, biting her plump red lips tightly. Swallowing hard, Su Yang chuckled and stepped aside to let her in, casually locking the door behind him. Once inside, Xiaolan noticed that the curtains on the first floor were drawn tight, blocking any light. Su Yang, did you already guess that I would come to find you tonight? Xiaolan took a deep breath. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. In fact, he had closed the curtains to conspire with Lu Huaqiang earlier. However, he nodded in agreement. Yes, so what? Have you come to a realization? Xiaolan suddenly fixed her gaze on Su Yang, her tone laced with jealousy and resentment. Su Yang, you must tell me the truth. I saw her this morning locked in your office for so long. Did she seduce you? What did you two talk about? Xiaolan stepped closer, gripping Su Yang's arm tightly. Su Yang, you mustn't be biased and betray me. Watching Xiaolan's tense and jealous demeanor, Su Yang couldn't help but feel delighted. These two plastic friends competing with each other was truly amusing. Oh, Sister Lan, you say such things. Am I the kind of person who is heartless? I don't care what Jean Yimyan does as long as Sister Lan can keep me happy. In the future, if you make money from Wang Suanpan, I will turn a blind eye and pretend I didn't see it. You have your goals and I have my needs. Let's mutually benefit each other, shall we? Xiaolan internally scoffed. Shameless scoundrel. I'm the one taking Wang Suanpan's money while you're just after my body. How can that be the same? However, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Xiaolan found herself unexpectedly infatuated with Su Yang. All right. As long as you keep it a secret, you can do whatever you want. Come on, let's go upstairs. This time Xiaolan took the initiative to grab Su Yang's hand and eagerly headed towards the bedroom on the second floor. Once in the bedroom, Xiaolan exhaled softly. Lie down, I'll help you with a massage. Su Yang, oh Su Yang. While helping Su Yang with the massage, Xiaolan lamented with a tinge of resentment. You young and handsome, why do you have to torment me and Jean Yimyan? We've never offended you in the village. Oh, we have no grudges or enmities against you. Listening to Xiaolan's Su Yang, lying on the bed, couldn't help but scoff in his heart. Oh, does what you say make me seem like a villain? The disgusting things you both did, do you really think I don't know? From my memories of my past life. This seemingly pitiful Xiaolan not only drained Wang Suanpan dry later on, but also found an even wealthier new cash cow outside, decisively kicking Wang Suanpan aside, taking all his possessions, and driving him to his death. As for Jean Yimyan, that green tea bitch, she is even more disgusting. After marrying Zhang Zihao, she despised him for being useless. Then she turned around and kept a young gigolo outside. She funneled all of Zhang Daff's dirty money to that gigolo. In the end, when the truth was exposed, both Zhang and his son were ruined by Jean Yimyan. These two extreme toxic women ended up serving time in prison in their last life. Therefore, Su Yang now manipulating them bore him no psychological burden. On the contrary, he felt like he was doing a good deed by saving those poor victims. Enough of the nonsense. Su Yang suddenly flipped over, closing the distance between them, his masculine aura enveloping her. With a domineering gaze, I just love seeing you two like this. What's wrong? Sugar time has begun. That night, the big yellow dog in the neighbor's yard was forced to bark all night long. The next day, the sun shone on his backside. Su Yang slept until noon before finally stirring awake. He took a cup of water and walked to the balcony on the second floor. Just in time, he spotted that familiar black Volkswagen quietly driving into Herba Village. Dressed up flamboyantly, Chen-rong, like a lovesick girl, sneakily jogged and hopped into the passenger seat. As the car passed beneath Su Yang's house with the window partially rolled down, Chen-rong deliberately looked up, casting a smug glance at Su Yang, as if everything was under her control. Hey, interesting. Su Yang watched the departing Volkswagen, took a sip of water, and stretched out his body. After finishing his grooming, Su Yang returned to the sofa in the living room, munching on snacks while picking up his phone. Chen-rong had already begun her actions. Next, it was time for him to get down to business. Su Yang opened WeChat and entered the account number that Lu Huaqiang had sent him last night. He clicked search. The avatar that popped up nearly blinded Su Yang. Good grief. The profile picture was of a girl in tight yoga pants taking a selfie with an enticing peach-shaped backside. However, as a college student who had lived a second life, Su Yang saw through it at a glance. It was a stolen internet celebrity photo from a certain book. But he had to admit, with such a striking avatar and Facebook background, which unworldly old bachelor wouldn't be confused? No wonder Lu Huaqiang fell for it. Su Yang sneered and directly clicked at friend. Note, hello, your figure is truly amazing. After a good half hour, WeChat finally dinged, and the friend request was accepted. However, the other party clearly had no interest in such a mundane greeting, sending a cold and aloof message. Who are you? Are we familiar? Looking at these words, Su Yang cursed inwardly. What are you pretending to be high and mighty for, you lowly pants who engage in seduction? Su Yang continued to take the initiative, his tone casual. Sister, let's be friends. I saw your posts and thought your figure is truly enticing. After sending this message, the other party instantly replied with 4 words, plus an eye-rolling emoji. Pfft. Downstairs, guy. Then there was complete silence. Su Yang looked at the girl who no longer paid him any attention, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He opened Wang Aria's Facebook to browse. He discovered that this girl was vain. Her Facebook was filled with various stolen photos of luxury cars, five-star hotel afternoon teas, and designer handbags worth tens of thousands. So you like wealth over poverty, huh? Su-young chuckled. Back when he studied economics, he indeed had several wealthy roommates whose families owned mines. Su-young immediately opened the group chat with his roommates, and Ed, the richest second-generation student, who liked to show off, oldly send me some photos of the driver's seat of your Porsche 911, and a video of you popping champagne on the yacht the other day, as long as you're not in them. The rich roommate didn't ask much and promptly sent over 7 or 8 high-definition videos and photos. Su-young casually shared these high-end materials on his WeChat Moments. The caption was nonchalantly understated, just bored on the weekend, took it out for a spin. Visible only to Wang Aria. After doing all this, Su-young tossed his phone onto the sofa, waiting quietly. Sure enough, not even 10 minutes had passed. The previously aloof Wang Aria, who had just called him a downstairs guy, was like a shark that smelled blood, eagerly sending Su-young a flattering message. Wow. Brother, is that Porsche 911 you just posted really your own car? With starry eyes, admiration poured out. Looking at this message, Su-young's smile twisted into something sinister. He leisurely typed a reply, of course it's my own car. Does my sister want to sit in the passenger seat for a ride? Upon seeing Su-young's message, Wang Aria's eyes instantly lit up like 2-kilowatt light bulbs. A Porsche 911. And you want to take me for a ride? Wang Aria was so excited that her fingers were trembling, instantly replying, of course, that sounds great, brother. I've never sat in a Porsche 911 my whole life. Shy looking forward to it, Su-young looked at the screen, and the smirk on his face grew more pronounced. He leisurely typed a mocking response. Oh, is that so? But wasn't someone just calling me a downstairs guy? Now you want to ride in my Porsche? Wang Aria, seeing this, was afraid this big fish would slip away. She immediately pulled out all the stops, sending a coy reply, oh no way. Brother, you misunderstood me. I thought you were like those uncouth losers online, coming straight at me with lewd remarks. But seeing how handsome you are, and that you drive such a nice sports car, you must be a sophisticated and quality man. I must have wronged you, brother. Pouting, Su-young looked at this green tea's drastic change in attitude and felt nauseated. Not to mention these girls who engaged in seduction had skin thicker than usual and were quite adept at climbing the social ladder. However, fishing requires a balance of tension and relaxation. He couldn't let her come crawling up the line so quickly. Su-young decided to leave her hanging. He casually tossed his phone aside and directly lay down for a nap. Until the afternoon, when he woke up naturally. Su-young picked up his phone to check. Good grief. There were countless messages from Wang Aria bombarding him on WeChat. Brother, what are you doing? Brother, why aren't you replying? Are you mad? Brother, do you want to see pictures of me in black stockings? Brother, say something, brother. Looking at this long string of impatient messages, Su-young couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the patience of these girls was shorter than a dog's bone. Su-young pressed the voice message button, lazily replying, I just fell asleep. What's up, sister? Why are you so— Oh, brother, I just wanted to chat with you. You've been ignoring me. Su-young typed rapidly on the screen, is that so? What do we have to talk about? I'm not lacking women around me. Sisters line up every day wanting to sit in my passenger seat more than you can count. Once this statement was made, it perfectly captured the essence of a scumbag, rich and handsome. Wang Aria, seeing this message, panicked. If she missed out on a city boy driving a Porsche, she would regret slapping herself twice. To keep this big fish, Wang Aria could only grit her teeth and directly throw out her trump card, brother. Although you're not lacking women, I'm different from them. I just turned 18 this year. Shy red lips looking at this message, Su-young nearly spewed out his leftover meal. But he still held back his disgust, pretending to be a pure and innocent guy, asking, what do you mean, sister? I don't understand. Wang Aria panicked. Oh, brother, are you really clueless or just pretending to be? Su-young replied, I really don't understand. About 5 minutes later. Ding. Wang Aria actually sent a photo directly. Su-young, who was drinking cola, opened the large image and took a look. Uffed. A mouthful of cola sprayed directly onto the screen. What the hell? That weathered, worn-out appearance. Su-young felt a wave of nausea rise in his throat. Yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing his visceral revulsion, and typed a line with feigned admiration. Wow. Sister, you're so amazing. Your figure is absolutely stunning. Wang Aria, sensing Su-young had taken the bait, wasted no time casting her net tighter. So, brother, what do you think? Would you like to play? If you do, you're welcome to drive over any time. I'll be waiting for you. Su-young began laying the trap. I'm from the city proper. Where are you from? Wang Aria, utterly unsuspecting, revealed everything without hesitation. Me. I'm from Erba Village, in Tianlong County, right under your city. That's quite far. Su-young deliberately feigned hesitation. It's too late today. I'll have to drive over tomorrow instead. Okay, brother. I'll meet you in the county seat tomorrow. Overjoyed, Wang Aria fired off several exclamation marks in rapid succession. You must bring your Porsche 911, brother. I'll be waiting for you. Don't worry, I will. A faint cold smile flickered across Su-young's lips as he tapped send. Tomorrow I'll make sure you pay, with your life. With the reckless young woman dealt with, Su Yang splashed cold water on his face, then hopped onto his electric scooter and sped toward Wang Yuan's home at the village's edge. To eradicate these two poison ivy vines, masters of the honey trap scam, and root them out entirely, he knew he couldn't act alone. Official intervention was essential. From his past life, Su Yang vaguely recalled that Wang Yuan had a cousin, Zhang Ronghua, whose bond with her was unshakable, and who happened to serve in the County Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Unit. Arriving at Wang Yuan's gate, Su Yang found her entire family bustling with energy, loading sack after sack of freshly harvested, preliminarily dried medicinal herbs onto a massive freight truck. "Oh, Su Yang, you're here. Quick, lend us a hand." Drenched in sweat, Wang Yuan looked at him, as if he were salvation itself. Without a word, Su Yang rolled up his sleeves and joined the effort. Together, they heaved the final sack into the truck's cargo bed. A full load of rare, precious medicinal herbs was immediately whisked away by a county-level herbal wholesaler. Brushing dust from his palms, Su Yang asked curiously, Yuan, how much did this batch ultimately fetch?" Wiping her brow, Wang Yuan held up one finger and lowered her voice. 1.8 million yuan. "Good heavens, you've struck it rich." Su Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Rich? Huh?" Wang Yuan rolled her eyes and launched into a meticulous accounting. "A full 1 million yuan went straight into my startup capital. Leasing those 20 mu of wasteland, purchasing heavy agricultural machinery, hiring laborers for weeding plus fertilizers, and sundry expenses. I borrowed every penny from the Rural Credit Cooperative. Just the interest over these 2 years adds up to over 30,000 yuan. Still, not bad," Su Yang mused inwardly. "After deducting costs and interest, you've still netted 770,000 yuan. 770,000. That's the fruit of 2.5 years of relentless pressure and sacrifice." Wang Yuan sighed, a tinge of regret in her voice. "Spread across time, that's barely 2 or 300,000 per year. In the city, that might count as a high salary, but in business terms, it's merely average. Truth be told, I rushed the sale this time, afraid villagers would seize the harvest. Had I marketed directly to individual buyers at my own pace, I could easily have earned another 3 or 400,000 yuan. No worries. Su Yang smiled reassuringly. "Every misfortune may conceal a blessing. At the very least, you've recovered your principal and turned a handsome profit. Your first entrepreneurial step has been solid, grounded, and resolute. I'll take that as a good omen," Wang Yuan said gratefully. "By the way, Su Yang, did you come all the way here for something urgent?" Su Yang's expression shifted. His smile vanished, replaced by quiet gravity. Yuan, I need to ask you something. Do you have a cousin who works at the County Public Security Bureau?" Wang Yuan nodded. "Yes, my eldest cousin Zhang Ronghua serves in the Criminal Investigation Unit." "What's wrong?" "Here's the thing. I've got a major case and I need his help." Su Yang didn't hold back. He recounted in precise detail how Wang Area and Chao Nana had orchestrated repeated honey trap scams in the town, even swindling Lu Huaqiang, a man known for his honesty and simplicity. Wang Yuan stared dumbfounded. "Damn, is that true? Those two shameless girls, Wang Area and Chao Nana, actually doing this outside the village. They even targeted Uncle Lu, who lives right here in our own village. Utterly depraved." Su Yang shrugged, calm and unruffled. "Exactly. They have no shame whatsoever. So I've devised a bespoke operation for them. Straight to prison, where they'll spend several years operating sewing machines, receiving a thorough dose of state-mandated civic education. And spare the village their poison." "Brilliant. I'll call my cousin right now." Fueled by righteous fury, Wang Yuan immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Zhang Ronghua, concisely briefing him on the entire affair. On the other end of the line, Zhang Ronghua slammed his palm down on the desk, electrified. A serial extortion case handed to him on a silver platter. He'd jump at the chance. This was a golden opportunity for merit, real tangible credit. He was still just an ordinary officer in the Criminal Investigation Unit, and each year brought quotas, targets, and performance metrics. Moreover, judging from Su Yang's account, these women weren't mere amateurs. They'd already executed multiple successful schemes, victimized numerous individuals, and even operated with accomplices. This wasn't petty theft or minor fraud. It was a large-scale, organized extortion ring, brutal, systematic, and profoundly malicious. Apprehending the entire gang would unquestionably earn him a third-class merit award. Yuan, forward me your friend's WeChat ID." Zhang Ronghua's voice crackled with excitement. "Let him add me directly. Tell him to contact me exclusively, no intermediaries. We'll coordinate the operation in real time." "Got it." With official support secured, Su Yang prepared to depart. But Wang Yuan suddenly called him back. Her cheeks flushed. She pressed 3 thick stacks of cash firmly into his 30,000 yuan exactly. "Su Yang, you must take this. I may not have hit my target profit, but this is still a substantial sum. Consider it your share." Her gaze was earnest, unwavering. "Had you not warned me to harvest early, those hundreds of thousands worth of herbs would have been devoured by the village vultures, down to the last bone. I wouldn't have recovered a single yuan of my capital." "Oh, stop. Please take it back. Su Yang pushed the money back with a righteous expression. This is not my money, oh I don't want it. This is the hard-earned money you have dug out from the soil under the blazing sun over the years, and how can I accept it? Besides, we have been desk mates for 3 years in high school. As friends, if I stand by and watch your family fall apart without offering help, what kind of friends would we be? Yeah. You keep this money to expand your scale, or hurry up and pay off your loans. I'm leaving now. Su Yang finished speaking, not giving Wang Yuan a chance to refuse. With a long stride, he mounted his electric scooter and departed. Watching Su Yang's tall and upright figure gradually fade into the sunset, Wang Yuan tightly clutched the 30,000 yuan in her hands, her heart racing like a little deer in a frenzy. Su Yang is really too good. Not only is he smart and righteous in dealing with matters, but he didn't even blink in the face of such a large sum of money. Now that's a real man. If only. If I could really date him, that would be great. Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled with stars. Su Yang immediately added Zheng Ronghua on WeChat. The two of them went over tomorrow's plan on WeChat. On the other end of WeChat, Zheng Ronghua exclaimed, "Brother Su, your strategy of luring the snake out of its hole and closing the door on the dog is simply brilliant. Not only can we catch the culprits red-handed, but we can also obtain substantial extortion evidence on video. By then, even if they end up in the police station, there will be no possibility of them retracting their statements. Tomorrow, we'll bring a few brothers in plain clothes to ambush at the hotel to back you up." OJBK. At the same time, at an outdoor barbecue stall in the town, Wang Area and Chao Nana were swaggering about with 4 or 5 social misfits, their hair dyed in all sorts of colors, enjoying skewers and drinking draft beer. "Sister Area, being with you is just too awesome. Yeah, eating delicious food every day these past few days is so much better than working as a net attendant at the billiards hall." The little misfits raised their glasses, showering compliments upon Wang Area and Chao Nana. The two young girls felt elated, basking in the feeling of being treated like big sisters. Wang Area proudly exhaled a puff of smoke and lowered her voice, saying, "Brothers, everyone stay sharp. Tomorrow there's a big deal. A rich kid from the city driving a Porsche 911. Whoa, a Porsche. Sister Area, you're amazing." The little misfits' eyes lit up. As long as we cooperate well tomorrow, we'll extort him fiercely." Wang Area's eyes gleamed with greed. "I not only want his money, I also want him to hand over the keys to that Porsche so we can drive it for a few days. By then, we'll drive the Porsche to the bars in the city, take dozens of photos, and show off on social media. Let all those who look down on us be envious." Sister Area, you really have a way. You're simply amazing. Come on, cheers. For tomorrow's Porsche, for our victory, cheers. The group excitedly raised their plastic cups and clinked them together, dreaming of overnight wealth. However, what awaited them was only silver bracelets. Later that evening, in a high-end villa area in the county, Zhao Jifeng, who was imposing outside but dared not utter a peep at home, was busy preparing for Chun Rong's arrival. He even personally cooked a lavish feast, setting up a romantic candlelight dinner with great seriousness. He had no choice. Usually at home, to please Wu Liufang, he served her in various ways every day. Making a meal was simpler for him than urinating. As soon as Chun Rong entered the luxurious 3-story villa, her eyes widened. The fire of jealousy in her heart grew wildly like weeds. Why should she be stuck in that broken place in the countryside, dealing with those foolish villagers every day? Why should she only be a clandestine mistress sneaking around like a thief? She wanted to live in such a luxurious villa openly. Passing by the garage, Chun Rong's eyes turned red. Inside the garage was a white Mercedes, the one Wu Lufang usually drove. That was the dream car Chun Rong had yearned to drive. Wearing tight yoga pants, driving a Mercedes, living in a small villa, carrying an LV bag. That's the high-end life she deserved. Looking at the luxurious surroundings, Chun Rong became more determined to side with Su Yang. She was terrified that Su Yang might expose her disgrace. If she lost everything she currently had, it would be worse than death. "Come on, baby, the last big dish is here." Zhao Jifeng came out with a plate of beer, duck a lewd smile on his. Smelling the enticing aroma, Chun Rong was drooling. Zhao Jifeng even specially opened a bottle of fine red wine and poured it into the goblet. They sat across from each other, gently swaying their wine glasses. The candlelight flickered, and the atmosphere instantly became incredibly intimate. Looking at the alluring Chun Rong, Zhao Jifeng suddenly felt like he was experiencing a second spring, ready to fall in love again. His marriage to his domineering wife was merely a political union. Oh, what love was there at all? Now at over 40, with Wu Lufang nearing menopause, who was a whole decade older than him, he found her utterly unappealing. Rong, come on, cheers." They clinked their glasses and exchanged smiles. After a few glasses of red wine, Chun Rong's gaze became dreamy, and she charmingly sat next to Zhao Jifeng. They were all lovey-dovey. After eating and drinking to their fill, fueled by a slight intoxication, Zhao Jifeng suddenly picked up Chun Rong, hurrying upstairs, and they began taking a romantic bath together in a spacious, luxurious bathtub. After taking a shower, Chun Rong sat on the large bed in the master bedroom, wrapped in a bath towel. She raised her head, fixating her gaze on the wedding photo of Zhao Jifeng, and Wu Lufang hanging directly above the headboard. Chen Rong clenched her fists, secretly her eyes filled with ambition and greed. She swore. Sooner or later the photo hanging in this frame would definitely be hers, Chen Rong's. As for whether she truly loved this fat pig, it didn't matter at all. As long as she could obtain all the wealth and status she desired, what did it matter if she slept with a pig? Driven by this intense greed, Chen Rong unknowingly tied herself completely to Su Yang's chariot. This is the weakness of human nature. When people are in extreme greed, their intelligence plummets. At this moment, Zhao Jifeng was still dawdling in the bathroom, blow-drying his hair. Chen Rong stood up and quickly turned around in the spacious cloakroom. When she gently opened the large wardrobe at the back, her eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, in the corner of the wardrobe sat a heavy safe, almost half her height. This safe Zhao Jifeng had previously boasted about while drunk, claiming that it contained not only a large amount of cash, but also many gold bars and luxury watches gifted by developers. Not only that, but it also locked away many deadly accounting evidence. At that time, Chen Rong had asked him, "You took so much money from others and left the evidence. Aren't you afraid those bosses might bite you back one day?" Zhao Jifeng had smugly replied, "I have every account and every recording saved. It's to guard against them. At worst we die together. Who's afraid of whom? Those bosses are as cunning as monkeys who would want to perish with me." It seems that the evidence Su Yang wanted is definitely in this safe. Chen Rong's heart raced as she gently closed the wardrobe door and returned to sit by the bed. When Zhao Jifeng walked out, still drying his hair, Chen Rong, wrapped in her bath towel, had droplets of water still on her skin. Zhao Jifeng's eyes turned red, and he pounced directly on her. "Oh darling, don't rush," Chen Rong giggled, pushing him away, kissing him lightly, and then playfully said, "Aren't you always bragging that you have a little vault filled with gold bars? Where is it? I just want to broaden my horizons. As the old saying goes, a man's intelligence drops to zero when he's overwhelmed by lust." At this moment, Zhao Jifeng was completely unguarded against the delicate beauty in his arms. "Hee. Come. Your husband will show you now, so you won't think I'm just bragging." To showcase his strength, Zhao Jifeng directly pulled Chen Rong to the wardrobe. He generously turned the combination lock of the safe in front of Chen Rong. Left 3 circles. 5. Right 2 circles. 8. Left 1 circle. 2. Chen Rong stood to his side, her eyes firmly fixed on his hand movements, deeply imprinting each number and scale into her mind. With a crisp click, the heavy door of the safe opened. Chen Rong peered in and gasped. This safe had a total of 3 layers. On the top layer were several thick craft paper bags, likely filled with documents and accounts. The middle layer was a dazzling sight. It was filled with gold bars, gold bricks, and various luxury watches and jewelry. The bottom layer was even more extravagant, stacked with 100 yuan bills piled like a small mountain, estimated to be at least 1 to 2 million in cash. Chen Rong was secretly shocked. Although Zhao Jifeng was just a minor official, his greed was indeed vast. Just the money in this safe alone was enough for an ordinary person to earn in several lifetimes. "How about it, darling? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Zhao Jifeng proudly wrapped his arms around Chen Rong's waist. "Your husband still has considerable strength. As long as you obediently follow me, I guarantee you'll enjoy the best of everything in this life, and buy whatever you want." After boasting, Zhao Jifeng slammed the safe door shut. However, he had no idea that Chen Rong had memorized the safe's password word for word. Next, she just needed to wait for the perfect opportunity to smoothly accomplish the task Su Yang assigned her. That night, Chen Rong spared no expense to extract information. Even the neighbors in the adjacent villa were awake and gossiping at their windows. "Wow, the couple from the Zhao family really knows how to have fun, huh? How come we never noticed before that Wu Jie is so fierce?" The next morning, Zhao Jifeng woke up groggily. He pecked Chen Rong's face hard. Last night had indeed been exhilarating. On the other side, in Erba village, Su Yang borrowed Zhao Lan's big Benz early in the morning. Zhao Lan didn't dare to refuse and obediently handed over the car keys. Su Yang drove the Benz, racing straight to the county town. Upon arrival, he first met with Wang Yuan's cousin Zheng Ronghua and several plainclothes detectives. The group was sitting in a plainclothes car discussing the plan when suddenly Su Yang's phone rang. It was a voice call from Wang area. "Brother, where are you? I've already arrived in the county town, have you? Brother, I'll first check into a hotel and then send you the room number. Come quickly." Individuals skilled in playing tricks like this never go to those legitimate hotels that require face-to-face. Instead, they seek out those roadside budget hotels with lax management and malfunctioning surveillance, and they always go to check in themselves for the convenience of their accomplices lying in wait. Not long after hanging up, one of the young men driving a shabby van stopped at the entrance of a dilapidated budget hotel with Wang area and Chao Nana. They booked 2 adjacent rooms. Wang area stayed in one room, while Chao Nana and several young men with steel pipes hid in the room next door. Once inside the room, Wang area eagerly changed into a sexy outfit. Everything was ready. They were just waiting for the second-generation rich guy driving a Porsche to arrive. Ding dong, Wang area sent Su Yang a location along with a message. "Brother, I'm waiting for you in room 3. Upon receiving the news, Su Yang let out a cold laugh. He donned a black mask and a baseball cap, stepping into the budget hotel. Meanwhile, Zheng Ronghua, accompanied by a few plainclothes officers, had already stealthily ascended to the third floor, lying in wait behind the fire door of the emergency exit, watching for any movement in the corridor. Su Yang arrived at the door of room 302. He had already turned on his phone and initiated a silent video call with Zheng Ronghua's police device. Then he tucked the phone into his pocket upside down. He had cut a small hole in the fabric of his pocket beforehand, just enough to expose the camera, allowing it to capture everything happening in the room perfectly. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yang knocked on the door. Inside the room, Wang Area ran barefoot to the door, peering. Although the man outside was wearing a mask and a hat, the broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs clearly indicated he was a stunningly handsome guy. Wang Area swallowed hard. If it were a handsome guy of this caliber, she wouldn't mind indulging in a little fun before getting down to business. After all, once it was done, she could still have her brothers from next door rush in to extort him, making a profit without a loss. Click. The door swung open. Standing before Su Yang was a girl with cheap dyed blonde hair, dressed in a revealing maid outfit with torn white stockings clinging to her legs. To be honest, with Wang Area's physical condition, barely over 1.50 meters, with skin that appeared dark and yellow from lack of care, and not much in the chest or rear department, she wouldn't fetch even $50 if she went out to sell herself. Su Yang gritted his teeth, suppressing the surge of nausea in his stomach, and stepped inside. Brother, you finally came. Wang Area immediately leaned and peeking out into the corridor and eagerly asking, Brother, did you bring your Porsche 911? No, that car has too low of a chassis. The roads in the county are not good. I just casually drove a Mercedes-Benz E300 here today, Su Yang replied with a smile, shaking his head. As he spoke, Su Yang casually tossed the keys to the Mercedes on the shoe cabinet at the door. Upon hearing there was no Porsche, a hint of disappointment flashed in Wang Area's eyes. But then she thought the Mercedes E300 isn't bad either. It's still a luxury car worth 50 or 60,000. Definitely a big prize. The E300 is not bad, brother. Wang Area swayed her thin waist and reached out to pull off Su Yang's mask, saying, Brother, it's just us two in the room. Why are you still wearing a mask? Su Yang turned his head away, pretending to be a pure and innocent boy, saying, This is my first time meeting someone online. I'm a bit shy. Oh, come on. What are you afraid of? Come on, brother, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Hurry up and take a shower. Wang Area eagerly pushed Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head, saying, No need, I already took a shower in the city before coming, but it's important to get down to business. He walked over to the bed and sat down, casually propping himself up on his hands. He had no intention of touching Wang Area. Seeing that Su Yang was not taking the initiative, Wang Area had to take matters into her own hands. She knelt directly in front of Su Yang. She grabbed Su Yang's hand and forcefully placed it on her thigh covered in white stockings, then began to slide it upward. Brother, be a bit more proactive. Wang Area threw a flirtatious glance and said, Could it be? You're a newbie at this. Su Yang rolled his eyes in his mind. Him not being unresponsive, it's just that your presence is truly repulsive. I'm afraid of getting sick if I touch you. But to keep up the act, he blushed and pretended to be inexperienced, saying, Yes, I studied abroad before and I haven't had many girlfriends, so I don't really understand these things. Oh dear, are you a little innocent? Then let me teach you. Wang Area's heart leaped with joy. Someone inexperienced like this rich second generation would be easiest to deceive. She directly straddled Su Yang's lap. Her hands were restless, roaming over Su Yang's chest. Just then the plot thickened. Wang Area leaned close to Su Yang's ear and suddenly spoke sweetly, Brother, since you're so wealthy, before you sleep with me, could you transfer me 50,000 yuan to spend? Hearing this, Su Yang's heart soared with joy. The fox's tail has finally been exposed. Asking for 50,000 right off the bat. You don't even look in the mirror. Do you think you're worthy? But on the surface, Su Yang suddenly froze, pushing Wang Area away forcefully, saying, 50,000. What do you need that for? Aren't we supposed to be in a relationship? Wang Area pushed away, dropped the pretense. She sneered, crossing her arms as she stood by the bed, her face full of arrogance. What's wrong? Aren't you the rich second generation from the city? Driving a Mercedes isn't 50,000 just a drop in the bucket for you. Stop talking nonsense. Just say whether you're going to give it or not. Su Yang covered his pocket, shaking his head vigorously. No way. Who asks for money before anything even starts? Oh, so you're not going to give it? Wang Area's eyes hardened, and she tore off the mask. Fine. I'll be honest with you. You just touched my thigh. I can accuse you of indecency. Do you believe me, eh? She continued. They'll call the police and have them lock you up for 10 days or half a month. Once you have an administrative penalty on your record, your life as a rich second generation is ruined. You're talking nonsense. I didn't sleep with you. Su Yang feigned panic and confusion. Wang Area smugly crossed her arms. Yes, you didn't sleep with me, but you touched me. Indecency is a crime. If you don't understand, just pull out your phone and look it up on Baidu. The consequences are severe. Su Yang sneered. There's only the two of us in this room. You say I touched you. Who can prove it? Who knows that I touched? Wang Area had already anticipated Su Yang's clever rebuttal. She triumphantly pulled out a phone flashing red light from a crack in the nearby TV cabinet. Sorry, I started recording as soon as you walked in. The moment your hand was on my thigh is captured clearly. Don't you have any idea? Su Yang yelled angrily. It was you who grabbed my hand and forced it on you. Hee, so what? The video won't show that I forced you. Wang Area was extremely arrogant. In the end, all I need to do is clip the video and send the part where you touched me to the police. I want to see if they believe a weak girl, or you this shameless rich second generation. Even if it turns out you're innocent and released, you will still have to spend a considerable amount of time in detention during the initial investigation. I can't believe that someone like you who is used to a life of luxury would willingly go to a place filled with the smell of urine to sit in a detention center. You are just a shameless person. Su Yang pretended to shake with anger, pointing at her. Go ahead and curse. Wang Area nonchalantly shrugged. You can call me a stupid idiot or a cheap whore, I don't care. Anyway, I'm making it clear today. You will pay this 50,000 whether you want to or not. If you don't give me the money you want, step out of this room today. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Area snapped her fingers arrogantly. Bang! The wooden door of the room was violently kicked open from the outside. 4 or 5 thugs with dyed yellow and red hair wielding steel pipes and batons rushed in with fear. In a budget hotel room, 302. Su Yang leaned against the bed looking up. 4 young men with dyed yellow and red hair full of aggressive spirit. They brandished shiny steel pipes in their hands. One of them with a fierce expression stared at Su Yang while making the pipe crackle in his palm. This was a classic method of violent intimidation. The leader, a young man with yellow hair, sported an unconventional bowl cut and had a poorly done tattoo of a shrimp on his neck. He crossed his arms and arrogantly scoffed, I heard. There's a reckless fool who traded cryptocurrency and doesn't. He pointed the steel pipe at Su Yang's nose and spat fiercely, kid. When you mix in this world, you must adhere to the rules of the game. Trading means you have to pay. Do you understand finance? He continued, if you don't obediently transfer 50,000 yuan today, my brothers, and I will treat you to a free meal of steel pipe stir-fry. As soon as the words fell, a loud crash. 4 or 5 yellow-haired men armed and fierce surrounded Su Yang. Faced with such a situation, Su Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The yellow-haired man shouted angrily. Su Yang shrugged innocently and mocked, I haven't done anything, not even taken off her clothes, so why should I pay? According to your bandit logic, if I sit down at a restaurant, should I settle the bill right away? Go to hell. Stop talking nonsense. The yellow-haired man was left speechless. Fuming with rage, he raised the steel pipe. What I say goes. Hurry up and transfer the money. If I don't see 50,000 yuan today, you can forget about stepping out of this door. I'll break your legs. Watching their vicious faces, Su Yang couldn't help but grin. This arrogant extortion dialogue was being recorded in high definition by the camera in his pocket, transmitted verbatim to the police outside. The evidence was indisputable. A perfect closure. Su Yang felt it was about time. He put away his smile and suddenly shouted at the slightly ajar door, go. Time to close the net. The next second, bang, a loud crash. The door was kicked open with tremendous force. Zheng Ronghua burst in with 4 or 5 fully armed plainclothes officers. Like heavenly soldiers descending, they stormed into the room. Don't move. Police! Zheng Ronghua led the charge, holding a pitch-black Type 92 pistol. The dark muzzle was pressed against the forehead of the loudest yellow-haired man. Even though it was just one gun in this shabby hotel in a small county, the visual intimidation was nothing short of nuclear. The few yellow-haired men who had been arrogant just a second ago, shouting about breaking legs, suddenly saw the real gun and police badge. They fell to the ground in terror. Their legs turned to jelly, and the steel pipes fell clattering to the ground. They all knelt down in unison, hands on their heads, too scared to even let out a whimper. Cuff them all. Make them sit in the corner. Several plainclothes officers rushed in, pulling out shiny silver handcuffs with crisp clicks. They cuffed the yellow-haired men and kicked them to the ground. Of course, they didn't spare Wang Area, who was cowering in the corner, nor Chao Nana, who had just run over from next door to watch the commotion. All of them were adorned with the shiny silver handcuffs. The situation was under control. Su Yang slowly stood. He reached up and pulled off the black mask from his face. He walked over to Wang Area, who was pinned against the wall. Wang Area, oh Wang Area. Su Yang's gaze was icy. Why, instead of focusing on your studies, did you come to the town to engage in such a despicable scheme? It's one thing to trick others, but you didn't even spare honest Lu Huaqiang from our village. Once you're inside, spend a few years working on a sewing machine and reflect on your actions. Your father can't handle you, but the law and society will make you submit. The moment she recognized Su Yang's face, Wang Area felt as if struck by lightning. She was dumbfounded, her eyes nearly popping out of her sockets. She couldn't be blamed for not recognizing him. Wang Area usually hung out with delinquents roaming the town, rarely returning to the village. And Su Yang had just graduated from university and returned, having spent little time in the village, so not many people knew him. Wang Area had only felt his voice sounded somewhat familiar. Now it suddenly dawned on her. This is the university student from the old Su family at the village entrance. Only at this moment the cold handcuffs were on her wrists. Long Area still showed no signs of remorse. She struggled like a mad dog, her eyes red, howling at Su Yang. We have no grievances or grudges. Why did you set me up? What are you even worth? No grievances or grudges. Su Yang snorted coldly, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He simply looked at her coldly. Is this called setting you up? This is called acting for justice and eliminating evil. When you scammed Lu Huaqiang out of 5,000 yuan. And those victims that you extorted before. Don't you have any sense of shame? People like you who are useless and toxic to society should spend 10 or 8. You should truly reflect and start anew. After Su Yang finished speaking, he couldn't be bothered to look at her any longer and stepped aside. Zheng Rongguo waved his hand. Take this group of extortionists and criminals, put them in the police car. Bring them back for a night of intensive questioning. After his men took everyone away, Zheng Rongguo walked over with a beaming face. He grasped Su Yang's hand, shaking it excitedly. Bro, thank you so much. This time it's truly thanks to you. It's no wonder Zheng Rongguo was so excited. At 35, he had been a grassroots officer in the county bureau for over 10 years without any significant achievements. To get promoted, he needed to have a solid case. Although this case wasn't a grand international affair, it was a real extortion case involving a criminal gang in the county. The amount involved and the number of victims were certainly considerable. This was far more hardcore than usually apprehending someone for stealing a bicycle or raiding a massage parlor. Moreover, he was currently competing with another colleague for the position of deputy head of criminal investigation. With this solid case in hand, that position would surely be his. We're gonna need to be polite with me. Su Yang smiled, patting his shoulder. We're all here to serve the people. You should hurry back to the bureau. This lot's dirt should keep you busy for a while. On the other side, in the villa area of the county town, at Zhao Jifeng's home. After a night of craziness, he started again after having lunch. Just when he was about to get to the point, Chen Rong suddenly pushed him away, pouting. Oh husband, not that anymore. I don't want to be pregnant right now. Hurry and go buy a box from outside. Zhao Jifeng was interrupted mid-spell, his face flushed in frustration, feeling very annoyed. But there was nothing he could do. He certainly didn't want to somehow end up with a love child at this crucial moment. If his wife found out, he would definitely lose his position as the director. What a buzzkill. Zhao Jifeng cursed as he put on his pants. There was a 24-hour convenience store just outside the villa area, so he decided to buy a whole pack to use slowly. Chen Rong immediately ran barefoot to the second-floor balcony. Hiding behind the curtains, she stared intently downstairs until she confirmed Zhao Jifeng's figure leaving the villa area. The charm on Chen Rong's face instantly vanished, replaced by extreme nervousness. She dashed into the master bedroom's closet and yanked open the wardrobe. With nimble hands and feet, she twisted the password she had memorized from last night on the vault that was half her height. Click! A crisp sound of the mechanism echoed. The heavy vault door opened with a thud, facing the layer of golden bars in the center and the cash piled up in the bottom layer amounting to over 1 million. Chen Rong swallowed hard, but she forcefully resisted that deadly temptation. She didn't even dare to touch it, because she was very clear that she couldn't afford to lose big for a small gain. If the cash and gold bars went missing, Zhao Jifeng would definitely notice the moment he returned. At that time, she wouldn't be able to escape. She understood the reasoning behind a full meal versus a full stomach. Without hesitation, Chen Rong pulled open the top drawer. She grabbed those thick craft paper bags. Opening, inside were dense ledgers, lists of bribes and bank transfer records for project kickbacks. Chen Rong took, with trembling hands, she opened the ledger. Facing those shocking pieces of incriminating evidence, she frantically snapped photos. Click, click, click. She took dozens of high-definition photos. After confirming they were all clearly saved in her phone's album, Chen Rong quickly stuffed the original documents back into the craft paper bag, returned it to the vault, wiped off her fingerprints, and closed the door. Everything was restored to its original state. She let out a long sigh of relief. Acting nonchalant, she returned to the big bed and lay down, scrolling through her phone. After more than 10 minutes, baby, I'm back. Zhao Jifeng pushed the door open, sweating profusely, eager to pounce again. However, at this moment, Chen Rong's mind was filled with how to quickly escape with this evidence. She had no mood to accompany this old pervert in those disgusting games. She was now extremely anxious, afraid that her distracted demeanor would raise Zhao Jifeng's suspicions. Oh baby, I can't do it anymore. Chen Rong quickly wrapped herself in the quilt, feigning extreme regret and urgency. The village committee suddenly called me, saying there was an urgent inspection from above that required me to return immediately to handle a very important matter. I need to hurry back to the village. After a couple of days, once I finish my work, I'll come to the county to play with you, okay? Saying this, Chen Rong leaned over and gave Zhao Jifeng's greasy face a hard kiss. Zhao Jifeng had already taken off half his pants, his face filled with unfulfilled desire. But upon hearing it was urgent business from the village, he couldn't insist. After all, Chen Rong was still a village official. He could only sigh helplessly, reluctantly sending Chen Rong downstairs. Goodbye baby, wait for me. Just as he stepped out of the villa area, Chen Rong immediately took out her phone, eagerly dialing Su Yang's number. Hello, Su Yang. Where are you? I've got what you wanted. On the other end, Su Yang was driving Xiaolan's luxury car preparing to return to the village. I'm on Janya Avenue. You got it. So fast. I'm also on Janya Avenue. I'm waiting for you at the intersection ahead. Hurry over to pick me up. A few minutes later, Su Yang parked the black luxury car at the intersection. Chen Rong opened the car door and dove into the passenger seat, gasping for breath. Su Yang stepped on the gas, and the car sped toward Erba Village. Did you get it, eh? Su Yang glanced at her with one hand on the steering wheel. I got it. I took all the photos. Chen Rong tightly clutched her phone. But Su Yang, we must do a money-for-goods exchange. I'll send you all these photos. You must delete that video of me secretly filming you in the hotel. Complete. Sure, no problem, Su Yang readily agreed. Just like that, Su Yang drove all the way back to Erba Village, parking in his own yard. The two of them entered the living room. Su Yang sat down on the sofa and took out his phone. I need to verify the goods. Chen Rong didn't hesitate either. She directly sent all those photos of the ledgers and bribery details she took from the vault to Su Yang. Su Yang opened a few pictures. Shocking. Well organized. Even which developer gave how much money and obtained the approval for which project were clearly recorded. No issues with the goods. Su Yang, in front of Chen Rong, opened the phone album. Found that perverted video. Then he opened the recently deleted folder. Clicked again, permanently delete. Seeing that video that could ruin him completely vanish. The heart that had been stuck in Chen Rong's throat finally dropped back into her stomach. She exhaled a long breath. But she still wasn't at ease. Chen Rong stared at Su Yang, gritting her teeth. Su Yang, swear to heaven, you absolutely have no backups on any cloud storage or other documents. If you dare to keep a backup and go back on your word, may heaven strike you down with thunder, and may you die a horrible death. Su Yang nonchalantly raised 3 fingers. Looking at the incandescent bulb above with a sincere, yet venomous tone, I, Su Yang, swear to the light. If I still have any backups of that video of you and Zhao Jifeng in the hotel anywhere, then let me be struck by thunder. May I die a horrible death. May I be electrocuted to death when I step outside, or be raped to death by an ugly woman. Upon hearing Su Yang make such a vicious oath, it was as if he was betting his life on it. Only then did Chen Rong finally breathe a sigh of relief. Her tense body suddenly slumped on the sofa. She was calculating in her mind. Since Su Yang had obtained what he wanted to deal with Zhao Jifeng, he surely wouldn't cling to her any longer. However, Chen Rong was being far too naive. She had no idea that she was facing a top-tier manipulator who was leagues above her. Su Yang appeared smiling on the surface, but inside, he was laughing coldly. Yes, he indeed swore to delete that video cleanly. But when did he ever say he would delete that audio recording of you and Zhao Jifeng conspiring to transfer assets and cursing the original partner in the hot pot restaurant booth? The destructive power of that recording is not any less than the video. As long as he has that recording in hand, Su Yang can easily pin Chen Rong down. Su Yang leaned against the sofa, his gaze indifferent. However, Chen Rong was not his primary target at the moment. There were too many schemes to set up, and he currently lacked the energy to ensnare this aloof green tea. Once he dealt with these fools eager for death, he would consider Chen Rong when the need arose. But a woman like Chen Rong, who prattled on about being an independent female lead every day, when the day comes to strip away her disguise and trample her underfoot, it should be quite entertaining. Su Yang, it's final, take my leave first. Chen Rong reached the door, turned her head, and her tone regained a hint of arrogance. Remember our agreement. From now on, bridges are bridges, roads are roads. Let today be as if nothing ever happened. All right, goodbye. Su Yang's response was cold, not even shifting in his seat. Chen Rong secretly sighed in relief as she happily exited Su Yang's yard. Now she could finally rest easy and continue being the deputy director, making money hand over fist from Zhao Jifeng. As for what Su Yang intended to do with the embezzlement evidence, it was none of her business. The next morning, Su Yang rode his small electric scooter to the town's delivery station to pick up a small package. The little item he bought on Taobao a couple of days ago had finally arrived. Direct connection through the mobile app, Bluetooth with no dead angles within 100 meters. Su Yang opened the package and tested it out. Not bad. A perverse smile crept onto Su Yang's. This noon, Erba Village was to hold a land rent dividend meeting in the village committee square. Every household in the village had to send a representative to collect their money. Just in time for it to come in handy. By noon, Su Yang slowly arrived at the village committee office. He saw the village accountant Wang Suanpan and Zhao Lan sitting at the desk diligently calculating the accounts. On the table, a neat stack of thick 100 yuan bills was piled up. Each bundle of money was tied with a standard white paper strip from the bank. Erba Village had a large piece of collective wasteland. Previously, the village had leased this land in its entirety to an external processing factory. According to the contract, the factory would pay the rent to the village committee in a lump sum every year, and the committee would distribute it in cash based on the land area each household occupied. After finishing the last account, Zhao Lan stretched her back tiredly and walked out of the office for some fresh air. Just as she stepped out, she bumped into Su Yang, who was heading into the office. Today, Zhao Lan was evidently dressed up. She wore a fitted black blazer with a tight short skirt that hugged her hips and stepped in 10-centimeter stilettos. Her entire being radiated the allure of a mature woman utterly captivating. Su-young gazed at her attire and unabashedly tossed her a flirtatious glance. Sister Lan, come here for a moment. Su-young beckoned with a finger. I have a private matter that I need your help with. Xiaolan looked a bit confused, but she wasn't particularly afraid. Today was the village's dividend meeting, and soon 100 or 200 villagers would gather in the square. She didn't believe that in such a public setting with so many eyes on them Su-young would dare to do anything to her. Xiaolan followed Su-young into a nearby empty office, her heels clicking on the floor. Once inside, Su-young locked the door behind him. Xiaolan's heart raced. Su-young, what are you? What do you want to do? Su-young remained silent. He directly pulled out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Xiaolan. Sister Lan, open it and take a look. Xiaolan took the box with confusion. She felt like she had been struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. Su-young. Xiaolan lowered her voice, stepping back in terror. Are you crazy? What do you want to do? The meeting is about to start outside. Are you really going to do this? Su-young chuckled ominously. He cornered Xiaolan against the wall. Sister Lan, that night at my place, weren't you also quite happy? Why are you pretending to be innocent now? Who of us is worse? You? You better not say nonsense. Xiaolan was humiliated and furious, clutching the small box, her voice trembling. Su-young, I beg you. Stop messing around. In a little while hundreds of villagers will be sitting below staring at me, and I still have to hold the microphone to call their names and distribute the money. If anything goes wrong, and I embarrass myself in public, he'll be done for. Faced with Xiaolan's tearful pleas, Su-young shrugged nonchalantly. Alright, if Sister Lan doesn't want to, then forget it. As he spoke, Su-young's expression turned cold as he reached for. He added coldly, however, since Sister Lan is treating me this way, it seems there's no need for me to keep that video. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan was terrified. She quickly shielded the box, not daring to let Su-young take it. Don't. He'll agree to what you want, alright. Xiaolan bit her lip in humiliation, tears welling in her eyes, and compromised like a wronged little wife. Fine. He'll do as you say. But Su-young, I beg you, just don't go too far. Please give me some face, okay? Su-young nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, as long as you behave, I will act accordingly. Go wash your hands. Watching Xiaolan walk toward the restroom with the box in a humiliating and helpless manner, Su-young smiled. Having dealt with Xiaolan, Su-young slipped out to the outdoor meeting area. At this moment, Jean Miao was drenched in sweat, arranging tables and mineral water on the podium. Soon every family would send a representative to queue up on stage to collect their money. Su-young strolled over to Jean Miao with his hands in his pockets, a playful grin on his face. Hey Miao, busy huh? Jean Miao shot him a glare, irritated. What? Didn't you see I'm busy setting up the venue? Su-young leaned closer, smiling as he asked. Miao, if I remember correctly, your luxurious engagement banquet with Zhang Zihao is the day after tomorrow, right? Jean Miao paused for a moment and nodded. Yeah, the invitations have all been sent out. Why? Su-young grinned. Can I go to the county town and crash your banquet for a meal? Oh. Jean Miao widened her eyes, looking at him as if he were crazy. Su-young, are you insane? How can you crash a meal? You're not even familiar with Zhang Zihao, and his family didn't invite you at all. Su-young switched to a stubborn mode. I want to eat. I want to eat. I've never had a high-end engagement banquet at the big hotels in the county. Jean Miao was utterly speechless. This Su-young usually seemed quite cunning and scheming, but at this moment he was acting like a spoiled child, completely unreasonable. What's so great about some lousy banquet? Su-young, please stop messing around, okay? Jean Miao patiently coaxed. Once I'm engaged, I'll treat you to a big meal in town another day, alright? No way. I want to go to your engagement banquet. Su-young suddenly dropped his smile and lowered his voice. Unless you want me to reveal the incident that night about the car crash to Zhang's family and the whole village as a wedding gift. Su-young, what on earth do you want to do? Jean Miao was anxious, stamping her feet. Su-young smiled as he playfully pinched her puffed-up cheeks. It's nothing, I just want to witness the happy moment between you and young Master Zhang Zihao with my own eyes. As your good friend, is that wrong? Anyway, I've made it clear. You have to find a way for me to sneak into your engagement party. Alright. You've convinced me. I'll find a way for you, okay? Jean Miao, left with no choice, could only grit her teeth and agree. But deep down she felt a sense of panic. Su-young insisted on crashing the engagement party, definitely not with good intentions. Su-young smiled contentedly. He sat in the first row right in the middle, finding a chair with an excellent view. After a while the villagers began to arrive one after another. Each household sent their pillar or main person, amounting to a crowd of 100 to 200 people, filling the small square of the village committee to the brim. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Wang Suanpan touched his shiny bald head and cleared his throat. He walked up to the podium and took the microphone. Hello, can you hear me? Wang Suanpan professionally clicked his tongue against the microphone. After confirming that the sound equipment was functioning properly, Wang Suanpan began a long, boring opening speech. The main content was to thank everyone for supporting the village committee's work and to thank the factory for generating revenue for the village, a heap of grandiloquent nonsense. The villagers below yawned incessantly, as they were not interested in such trivial matters. Their eyes were fixed on the red tablecloth of the podium. Next it finally arrived at the segment everyone had been eagerly anticipating, the money distribution. Jean Miao Miao Chen Rome and Zhao Lan, who had changed into different clothes, appeared. The three beautiful staff members of the village committee worked together to lift a huge stack of cash, which crashed onto the table with a thud. Looking at that pile of bright red 100 yuan bills, the eyes of the 1 to 200 villagers below went wide in astonishment, sparkling with greed. Wow! So much money! Hurry up and distribute it. I can't wait. Wang Suanpan solemnly handed the pre-printed list of shares to his wife Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan took a deep breath, cleared her throat, and tried to maintain the dignity of a refined woman. In her high heels, she walked step by step to the microphone. In the front row below, Su Yang watched Zhao Lan's forced calmness and smiled faintly. Just 5 minutes ago, Zhao Lan had just come out of the restroom. At this moment, her outfit concealed secrets, but only Su Yang knew. Quiet. We will now distribute money in the order of names being called. First household, Wang Dachui's family, 1,200 yuan. Next household, Xiao Yang's family, 3,100 yuan. Lidian's family, 2,600 yuan. Lian's family, 1,600 yuan. The first few names were read out smoothly and clearly. Just as Zhao Lan looked down at the list preparing to read the next name, she gasped in surprise while standing before the microphone. Xiao Fei's family, 3,100 yuan. Some villagers looked at her curiously but did not think much of it. Baixu's family, 2,600 yuan. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Zhao Lan stammered as she read, Next, Lei Yes family, 1,800 yuan. And the next, Tang Xiaoji's family, 2,100 yuan. Wang Suanpan noticed Zhao Lan sweating from her forehead and quickly approached her, concern etched on his face as he asked, Wife, how are you? Are you alright? Zhao Lan weakly shook her head and waved her hand. I am fine. I just suddenly felt a sharp pain in my stomach. Oh dear, do you want to go home and rest? I'm fine. The money will be distributed soon. Once it's done, we can go back together. Zhao Lan took a deep breath, steeling herself to read the names again. She glanced at Su Yang in the audience. Su Yang sneered, Oh, you can hold on pretty well, huh? Zhao Lan continued to read the names. Next, Hu Qing, 1,800 yuan. Next one, Situ Meixin. Just like that. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds in the village, Zhao Lan strained to hold on until the last person received their money. As the villagers left beaming with joy, clutching their cash, Zhao Lan felt as if her soul had been instantly drained, drenched in sweat. Su Yang walked up to the stage, smiling pleasantly. He approached her and even took out a wet wipe to gently dab the cold sweat off her face. Sister Lan, what happened to you? Are you too tired? Su Yang looked down at her, his gaze teasing. If you're too tired, you should hurry home and rest well. Hearing Su Yang's words, Zhao Lan felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was as if she had escaped from disaster, crawling back from hell to the mortal realm. Finally, with Wang Suanpan's sympathetic support, Zhao Lan limped home, her legs weak. She turned to look at her disheveled silhouette. Su Yang smirked. Sister Lan, this was just an appetizer. The real challenge is yet to come, so just wait for it to unfold slowly. That evening, Wang Yuan suddenly showed up at Su Yang's door with a roasted chicken in hand. Not only did she bring the chicken, but she also had a dozen chilled beers, peanuts, and sliced marinated pig's head. Upon seeing her face, Su Yang was a bit bewildered. What's wrong with you? You made tens of thousands, yet your expression looks so grim. Wang Yuan clearly wasn't there to celebrate, but to drown her sorrows. Her face was sullen, and without saying a word, she walked straight to the living room and sat down. She opened the marinated meat and twisted off the caps of 2 beers with her bare hands, slamming them onto the coffee table. Come on, Su Yang, drink with me. Su Yang chuckled as he sat down to clink glasses with her. What's going on? If you have grievances, tell me, brother. Wang Yuan took a big gulp of beer and began to complain angrily. My dad is really driving me crazy. Ever since I got home today, he's been pestering me about getting married. I'm not some old maid who's unable to marry off. I'm only 22 this year. Why is he pushing me so hard? Is it just because of that? That's not all. Wang Yuan grew angrier as she thought about it. He said he has an old comrade's son, and tomorrow he insists on arranging a blind date for me at home. It's so annoying. So annoying. After saying that, Wang Yuan took another big gulp of beer, her eyes reddening with a hint of grievance. If it were in the past, she would have disliked blind dates, but wouldn't have been this furious. But now it's different. After going through so much in the past few days, Su Yang's figure had long been deeply imprinted in her heart. Just the thought of being pressured to marry some random strange man, or even having to interact and get close to those men, made her feel utterly frustrated and nauseous. Suddenly, Wang Yuan's eyes lit up as she grabbed Su Yang's arm and shook it. Su Yang, you're smart, help me out. What should I do tomorrow? Su Yang casually chewed on the pig's head meat and lightly suggested, What's so difficult about this? You wouldn't want to fight with your dad over it. Tomorrow just treat it as a formality to save face for your dad's old comrade. After dinner, you can straightforwardly tell that guy that you're not interested in dating or getting married and let him back off on his own. Isn't that it? Alright, I guess that's all I can do. With Su Yang's reassurance, Wang Yuan felt much better. The two of them chatted heartily while eating, and before they knew it, one case of beer was already finished. We're out of beer. Su Yang, wait a moment, I'll ride to the town to buy 2 more cases. Wang Yuan stood up. Forget it, it's too much trouble. Su Yang pulled her back. Although Orba village isn't far from the town, it only takes a dozen minutes by electric bike, but it's indeed inconvenient to run to the town just to buy a pack of salt or a bottle of beer. There was no other way. In the past, there were several small shops in the village. However, the people of Orba village were all a bunch of shameless beasts. Every day, they wanted to buy a pack of cigarettes on credit, and even a bottle of soy sauce required credit. Over time, these shameless villagers drove the small convenience store, which barely made a profit, to bankruptcy by taking advantage of them. Now everyone in the village could only bitterly run to the town to buy daily necessities. After all, no one dared to open a shop in Orba village. Not only convenience stores, but even shops selling pesticides and fertilizers. As long as they open in the village, there will definitely be people shamelessly asking for credit. Even at Wang Yuan's clinic, there are those who want to defer their medical bills. If it weren't for the fact that treating patients usually requires payment before the injection, old Wang's clinic would have gone bankrupt long ago. Su Yang pressed Wang Yuan's hand, urging her to sit down. Let's stop drinking for today. By the way, Yuan, I was just planning to find someone tomorrow to start work on opening up those 2 large garages on the first floor of my house, and get some shelves to open a convenience store. The first floor of Su Yang's house consists of 2 connected large garages covering over 100 square meters and equipped with a roll-up door. With a little tidying up and some shelves, it could easily become a large supermarket. Oh my. Su Yang, are you crazy? Wang Yuan exclaimed, waving her hands anxiously. You dare to open a convenience store in our village? Aren't you seeking your own death? You know the nature of those unruly villagers. They can make you cry in bed while owing you money. Haha. Su Yang's eyes turned cold, radiating dominance. While others indulge them, I, Su Yang, will not. If I open a store, I absolutely will not offer credit. Let's see who dares to owe me a single cent. What can they do about it? Wang Yuan rolled her eyes, thinking Su Yang was being too simplistic. Su Yang, do you think being tough and refusing credit will keep you safe? If you don't offer them credit, they'll gossip behind your back, isolate you, and then all stop coming to buy from your shop. When that happens, who will you sell your tens of thousands of goods to? You'd end up suffering losses. Don't worry. Su Yang smirked coldly. Since I dare to open this store, I have plenty of ways to deal with these ungrateful people. Su Yang's plan was simple and brutal. Once he completely subdued the village bully Han Yueka, he aimed to monopolize the entire market of Orba village. He would force all villagers to buy their daily necessities exclusively from his store, and payment had to be made up front upon delivery. Who would dare to shop at other stores in town? Who would dare to complain and ask for credit? I'd have Han Yueka bring a butcher's knife and drink tea at their doorstep. Scare the guts out of them. This was about making those greedy, deceitful villagers experience the despair of being forced into transactions, of being strong-armed into buying. If these villagers were truly poor, it would be one thing. The key is that Orba village is a well-off village in the town. Every household has small villas, yet they still shamelessly ask to defer payment for a 2-yuan bottle of vinegar. It was clear they were just waiting to run up the bill and then default on it. Pure animals. Do you really have a... Wang Yuan looked at Su Yang's confidence, half believing, half doubting. Is that so? Alright then, I trust you. Afterward, a tipsy Wang Yuan stumbled her way home. After taking a cold shower, Su Yang lay on his bed, his mind racing. Next, it was time to deal with the lofty Zhao, but now was not the time. Chen Rong had just handed him the evidence this afternoon. If he threatened Zhao Jifeng with the evidence tonight, Zhao Jifeng would immediately know it was Chen Rong who sold him out. Su Yang still needed Chen Rong, this undercover agent, to help him accomplish big things, so there was no need to tear down the facade too soon. Let this fat pig sleep peacefully for another week. Su Yang chuckled coldly. Meanwhile, Jean Miao Miao hurriedly dialed her fiancé Zhang Ziheo's number as soon as she got home. Hello Ziheo. Miao Miao, what's wrong, darling? Miss me? Zhang Ziheo's voice came from the other end. Ziheo, I have something to report to you. Jean Miao Miao hesitated for a moment and said, it's about that Su Yang. He suddenly told me today that he insists on coming to the engagement banquet the day after tomorrow. Oh. Zhang Ziheo was taken aback, then immediately began cursing over the phone. Su Yang. What does that bastard whose father has died want? Damn. I don't need his 200 yuan in gift money. Does he think he deserves a place at our Zhang family's main table? Jean Miao Miao sighed helplessly and quickly explained today he was being unreasonable, saying that he has never eaten at a fancy restaurant in the county and wants to see the world and experience it. Ziheo, think about it. After all, he is now the village head of our village. If I firmly refuse him in person, what if he gives me trouble in the village later? After hearing this, Zhang Ziheo let out a disdainful snort. Damn. Poor people are just poor people. Living over 20 years and never having eaten at a high-class banquet in the county, what a bumpkin. Fine. Zhang Ziheo suddenly had a wicked smile. Miao Miao. Since he insists on shamelessly coming to see the world, then you bring him along the day after tomorrow. Once he's in my territory, let's see how I can humiliate him in front of all my relatives and friends, and let him know what class disparity really feels like. Alright Zaheo, they'll bring him over the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Jean Meow Meow let out a long sigh of relief. Her task now was simply to bring that disaster Su Yang smoothly into the engagement banquet. As for how the two men would clash at the banquet, and what would happen, she didn't care. In Jean Meow Meow's eyes, Su Yang's insistence on attending the engagement banquet was purely to make Zhang Zaheo uncomfortable. Jean Meow Meow's intuition was indeed quite accurate, but she only guessed part of it. The reason Su Yang insisted on stubbornly attending Zhang Zaheo's extravagant engagement banquet was not to partake in any lavish feast. His primary intention was to see another person, Zhang Zaheo's elder sister Zhang Meixin, the cherished jewel of the county's agricultural chief Zhang Dafu. Zhang Meixin is undoubtedly a formidable character. Late at night in a spacious, brightly lit floor of a high-end office building in the county. To the uninformed, it would seem that this company was thriving with so many workers frantically burning the midnight oil. In reality, they were in a meeting. It was a special fervent brainwashing conference. Zhang Meixin, dressed in an extravagant haute couture gown, stood on a stage illuminated by floodlights. With a microphone in hand, she passionately delivered her speech, her words flowing with fervor. Below the stage, a large crowd of enthusiastic spectators filled the seats. Upon closer inspection, apart from a few male staff members standing around to maintain order, the hundreds of seats below were entirely occupied by women. Moreover, most of these women appeared to be of modest means. They were either rough-faced rural women or ordinary female employees in small towns and counties earning a meager salary, or grassroots vendors running small businesses. Yet at this moment their eyes were glued to Zhang Meixin on stage, unwilling to divert their gaze for even a second. Their expressions as they looked at Zhang Meixin were filled with fervent admiration, akin to ancient ignorant devotees gazing upon their deity. Zhang Meixin cleared her throat strategically and said, "Ladies, tell me, what is our ultimate slogan?" In an instant the hundreds of female spectators roared in unison, as if energized. Be your own master. Achieve economic freedom. Financial independence. Strive to become beautiful. The roar was deafening. In fact, the loudest voices among the crowd belonged to a few professional shills hired by Zhang Meixin. To be fair, these slogans did not sound unreasonable. After all, in this day and age, who doesn't want to make money? Who doesn't want to look beautiful? Who doesn't aspire to economic independence? However, merely shouting slogans from the audience is utterly pointless. Following this, Zhang Meixin paced on stage using a highly inciting tone to exclaim, "By the way, sisters, we women must achieve economic independence. We must strive to be beautiful. We must enjoy our short and beautiful youth. Think about it. What is the purpose of a woman's life? Is it to tirelessly serve her in-laws at home, becoming a worn-out matron? No, it is not. Is it to endure excruciating pain to bear children and continue the lineage for men? No, it is not. Is it to toil endlessly, earning a meager salary in that pathetic job? No. None of that is the answer." Zhang Meixin waved her hand emphatically, raising her voice. "We must be our own masters. We must be our own queens. We must be our own gods. To live a top-tier life, one must put in the effort and take immediate action." Zhang Meixin passionately spewed forth her words for over half an hour. While it sounded exhilarating upon closer inspection, it was merely empty platitudes disguised as motivational rhetoric. Anyone can shout slogans. But how exactly do they earn money? How do they become beautiful? How can ordinary people transcend their class to achieve economic independence? She mentioned none of the specific business models or methods. Indeed, Zhang Meixin was brainwashing them. She was engaging in a form of multi-level marketing. Her straightforward and crude tactic was to sell courses. She sold her so-called courses on awakening female consciousness at a high price to these brainwashed women in the audience. Then she urged them to recruit others to attend the courses. As long as they brought in new recruits who purchased the courses, the uplines could siphon a portion of the hefty tuition as commissions. This is a new type of multi-level marketing disguised as women's independence, a super scam designed specifically to exploit lower-class women. Zhang Meixin passionately proclaimed on stage, even establishing her own persona, "Ladies, to be honest with you, although I come from a well-off family, since I attended university, I've never spent a dime from my family. The diamond ring on my hand, the necklace around my neck, even the stockings I wear. Every single item was purchased with my own hard-earned money. You don't know how wonderful it is to be an economically independent woman. I travel to different countries every year. I've seen the auroras in the Arctic, witnessed the heavy snow in Antarctica, and enjoyed the charm of the Caribbean. I even ran freely across the African savanna under the sunset." Upon hearing this, several male staff members leaning against the door, unable to contain themselves, chuckled softly. "Oh, come on. Why don't you just say you're a lioness, running around on the African savanna?" While these internal male employees were clear-headed, laughing at the boss boast. The group of lower-class women in the audience, however, had been thoroughly brainwashed. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, yearning for the extravagant lifestyle Zhang Meixin described, dreaming of becoming an independent heroine like her. Once the groundwork was laid, the most cruel and bloody harvesting phase began. Today, Zhang Meixin loudly announced with a microphone for those sisters wanting to sign up for my ultimate advanced course. Each participant only needs to pay 888 yuan. Moreover, if you bring in a new girlfriend to sign up, I will directly return you 100 yuan in cash. Everyone do the math. Although this 888 yuan may seem expensive, but if you bring in 10 sisters, what do you think? By bringing in 10, you not only recover your tuition, but also earn 1200 yuan. Most importantly, you will have learned a complete set of top-tier thinking courses on enhancing your business logic for free. Quick. Slots are limited. After all, my personal capacity is limited, and to ensure quality teaching, I will only accept the last 50 internal students this time. As soon as she finished speaking, the women below had red eyes. Like a pack of rabid dogs, they rushed to the stage, eagerly waving their phones to scan and sign up. They feared that if they delayed paying, they would miss the opportunity to rise above their station and become heroines. Zhang Meixin crossed her arms and retreated to the edge of the stage. From her elevated position, she looked down at those frenzied women who were pushing and shoving. A faint smirk of derision and contempt played at the corners of her mouth. Why are the poor poor? Because most of the lower class poor simply lack the intellect. Thus, even if they toil in the fields to earn a meager living, they can easily be deceived and stripped of their hard-earned money by a few empty slogans. 888 yuan, nearly 10,000 yuan. For a woman working in a small county, it would take at least 2 months of not eating or drinking to save that much, right? For the village aunties, how many acres of land must they endure the scorching sun to cultivate, and how many trucks of grain must they sell to save up this coffin fund of 10,000 yuan? Yet this hard-earned money painstakingly saved up by them was willingly offered up after being inundated with a few poisonous platitudes from Zhang Meixin. At that moment in the living room of Su Yang's home in Erba village, Su Yang leaned back on the sofa, taking a deep drag of a cigarette before slowly exhaling. His eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. Zhang family. The game between us has only just begun. Memories of his past life flashed in his mind. In his previous life, Su Yang's younger sister Su Qian was involved in this matter. Su Qian was kind-hearted and diligent, and after much effort, she managed to open a legitimate beauty and makeup company in the county. However, due to the company's exceptional service and rapidly rising performance, the greedy Zhang family set their sights on her, especially Zhang Meixin. Envious of Su Qian's profits, she initially leveraged her father Zhang Dafa's connections to launch various unfounded industrial complaints and fire safety inspections against Su Qian's company. She relentlessly forced a well-operating company into constant shutdowns and rectifications, ultimately causing Su Qian's financial chain to collapse, leading to her company's bankruptcy. After the bankruptcy, Zhang Meixin took advantage of the chaos to forcibly acquire the shell of Su Qian's company at a ridiculously low price. Then she shamelessly used Su Qian's company name to conduct pyramid schemes in the county. When the pyramid scheme eventually imploded and the truth came to light, Zhang Meixin not only distanced herself from the scandal, but also used her connections to place all the blame and debts from the massive fraud onto Su Qian, the former legal representative. At that time, the money Su Qian used to invest in the company was borrowed with high-interest loans that she and her husband had taken out. She became burdened with unpayable debts. Su Qian's husband was forced to work tirelessly on a dangerous construction site outside the province to repay the debts. Tragically, he suffered a severe traffic accident due to overwork and was killed instantly. He didn't even leave behind a complete corpse. At that time, Su Qian was already 4 months pregnant. Her husband was dead and her company was taken away. She was also burdened with the infamous label of being involved in a pyramid scheme fraud, along with a mountain of high-interest loans. As a weak woman carrying an unborn child, she faced constant harassment from loan sharks and aggrieved victims who would come to her home, throwing red paint and smashing windows to demand repayment. In the end, the young Su Qian was driven into severe depression. On a stormy night, she jumped from the rooftop of the county hospital, resulting in a tragic end for both her and her unborn child. Recalling his sister's tragic fate in the cold morgue of the previous life, Su Yang's fingers holding the cigarette trembled slightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. This blood-soaked hatred of losing everything and having one's family destroyed. Having lived again, Su Yang vowed never to let it happen again. Not only must he protect his sister, but Su Yang could never bear to watch Zhang Meixin, this venomous woman, continue to deceive and profit from such blood-soaked money. Zhang Meixin, this malicious woman, treated all the women of the county as sheep ready for slaughter. According to the timeline of his previous life, after dealing with this group of learners in the county, in a few days Zhang Meixin would extend her black hand of brainwashing pyramid schemes to the various villages below the town. The first stop would be Erba village to conduct a free awakening seminar. At that time, she would absolutely deceive these women of the village until not even a single pair of underpants remained. Although Su Yang despised the women of Erba village for being a bunch of greedy, morally bankrupt swindlers. However, Su Yang simply could not bear to see Zhang Meixin so full of herself and successful. Even the money of these swindlers from Erba village should not be allowed to fall into Zhang Meixin's hands. Su-yang wanted to kick her off her high perch at the peak of her arrogance. He would make Zhang Meixin spit out all the Blackheart money she had ever earned, multiplying it tenfold or 100-fold. Even her life would be at stake. This is why today Su-yang, even though he might be shameless and roll on the ground, must obtain an invitation to attend that luxurious engagement banquet in the county. He wanted to personally present them with a funeral bell on the day of the Zhang family's greatest celebration. The next day, as usual, Su-yang strolled into the village committee office. As soon as he entered, the village accountant Wang Swan approached him with a smile. "Director Su, there's good news. Several big bosses from the city want to contract land in our village to grow fruits, and are planning to build a fruit canning factory. I've already discussed most of the preliminary matters with them, but this decision ultimately rests with you, the village director. How about we invite them to the county for a meal the day after tomorrow to discuss things further?" Su-yang nodded. This was indeed a great opportunity for attracting investment. He was more than willing. "Sure, that sounds good. This is a significant opportunity for driving our village's economic growth. Let's see which day works for them, and let's plan for the day after tomorrow." Immediately after, Wang Swan suddenly sighed. He touched his bald head, his face filled with worry as he lamented, "Director Su, you don't know my wife Xiao Lan is acting strangely. After receiving the money yesterday, she collapsed on the sofa, sweating profusely, complaining of stomach pains, and her legs became so weak that she couldn't walk. I was so scared that I quickly took her to the clinic in town, where they checked her temperature and heart rate for a long time, but the doctor said there was nothing wrong." Su-yang walked into his office, opened his computer, and prepared to work. Click. The door to the office was pushed open from the outside, then quickly locked again. It was Jean Miao Miao. Today Jean Miao Miao wore a fitted white t-shirt paired with slim-fit jeans and white sneakers, and had her hair tied up in a high ponytail. Youthful and stunning, her perfect figure was indeed captivating. Jean Miao Miao approached the desk and whispered, "Su-yang, I've spoken to Zhang Zihao. I told him you would attend our engagement party, and he actually agreed right away. But we need to set some ground rules. You two never got along, so if you cause a scene at the banquet tomorrow, it's definitely not my responsibility." Su-yang leaned back in his chair, leisurely sipping tea. "Don't worry, we are not kids anymore, we won't make a scene." Jean Miao Miao sighed. "I hope so. Also, Su-yang, you absolutely cannot tell anyone about my situation. You must not tell Zhang Zihao about us." Su-yang said nothing. He reached out and grabbed Jean Miao Miao's arm, pulling her close. He embraced her domineeringly. "Are you an idiot?" Su-yang leaned close to her ear and chuckled softly. "She is his fiancée, why would I tell?" As he spoke, Su-yang's fingertips gently traced along her skin. Jean Miao Miao's face flushed, and she felt her heart skip a beat, playfully pushing his shoulder. "Su-yang, you are so bad. Why do you like to pick wildflowers?" Su-yang laughed. "Of course, wildflowers are more fragrant than garden flowers. Don't you like them too?" Jean Miao Miao bit her red lip, not daring to respond. By the way, Su-yang suddenly opened the drawer of the desk and took out an exquisite black gift box with luxurious golden edges. "You've made me very happy during this time, and I'm not the kind of person who doesn't understand gratitude. Here's a small gift to show my appreciation." Jean Miao Miao was taken aback for a moment. She curiously took the mysterious black box. When she opened it with great anticipation, she was instantly dumbfounded. Su-yang, why did you give me this?" Jean Miao Miao, scared like it was a hot potato, quickly tossed the box onto the desk. Inside the box was a copy of Xiaolan's style. She looked at Su-yang in horror. "What do you want to do?" Su-yang leaned back in his chair, gazing at her with a mischievous smile. "Miao Miao, do you remember when Sister Lan handed out money that day?" Upon hearing this, Jean Miao Miao's mind instantly exploded with a thunderous realization. Jean Miao Miao understood. "Su-yang, Su-yang reached out and gently pinched her smooth cheek, his gaze intense. "How about this? As long as you make it through the entire event tomorrow, once the banquet is over, I will delete that surveillance video of you being knocked over like a dog right in front of you. How does that sound?" Jean Miao Miao bit her lip, tightly hesitating. She glanced at the devilish Su-yang, and then, "Are you sure? Is this really?" "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Su-yang shrugged. Just thinking of Han Yuk's predatory gaze made her shiver. Jean Miao Miao gritted her teeth. She decided to take the plunge. "Fine. Su-yang, this is what you said." She grabbed the black box from the table, blushing, and pushed open the office door, fleeing in a panic. Watching her hurried retreat, Su-yang leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. He let out a cold chuckle. Tomorrow's engagement party is indeed becoming more interesting. In the afternoon, there was nothing to do at the village committee, so Su-yang strolled home early. He fetched a broom and cleaned his yard and the 2 garages on the first floor. Then he put on a professional dust mask and brought out a heavy demolition machine. Thud, 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 thud. The deafening sound of the electric drill echoed. Su-yang personally took action and forcefully smashed through the partition wall between the 2 garages. The huge commotion quickly attracted a number of curious villagers. "Hey Su-yang, what are you doing? Why are you tearing down a perfectly good garage?" Su-yang stopped the machine and removed his dust mask. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he loudly addressed the onlooking villagers. I'm planning to open a big supermarket in our village by knocking this wall down. It's inconvenient for everyone to shop. They have to travel far to the town. If I open a supermarket, it will benefit. Upon hearing that Su Yang was going to open a supermarket in the village, the villagers nearly burst into laughter. They couldn't contain their amusement. Why were they laughing? Because in the eyes of these cunning villagers, this was hardly a supermarket. It was simply a free supply station for the whole village. Has Su Yang lost his mind? How dare he open a supermarket in our Urba village? No wonder they say that today's college students are all talk and no action. Haha, another place to get things for free, just pure charity. The villagers exchanged greedy glances. On the surface, no one said anything to spoil the fun, and they even pretended to praise him. Everyone silently thought to themselves, has Su Yang, it's nice to have you as a fool. Looking at the greedy faces of these cunning villagers trying to suppress their laughter, Su Yang couldn't help but give a cold smirk in his heart. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. When I release Han Yueka to be the leader of the collection squad, I hope you all can still laugh so brightly. Su Yang worked until late at night, finally crashing through the wall of the underground garage with a loud bang. Tomorrow he would find some workers to do a whitewash and a bit of renovation. Once the shelves are set up, the Urba Village supermarket will officially open in a few days. Early the next morning in the county town at the prosperous Grand Hotel, Su Yang deliberately borrowed Zhao Lan's black Mercedes-Benz, taking the meticulously dressed Jean Miao Miao to the county town to attend the much-anticipated luxurious engagement party. While in the car, Su Yang repeatedly reminded and ensured that Jean Miao Miao had not forgotten the arrangements he made before finally allowing her to get out and prepare backstage. Su Yang swaggered into the banquet hall, found a seat near the front, and as he looked up, he spotted the elegantly dressed. She was holding a glass of red wine, chatting animatedly with several wealthy ladies from the county, laughing heartily as her chest adorned in white lightly swayed. It must be said that Zhang Meixin's figure was indeed enchanting, a typical pear-shaped body. Although she appeared slightly plump to knowledgeable men, this kind of softness was the true embodiment of beauty. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, Zhang Meixin spotted Su Yang sitting at the table munching on seeds, and a flicker of disdain flashed across her gaze. Just yesterday, her brother Zhang Zihao had been cursing at home, saying that there was a poor village chief named Su Yang who had never seen the world and shamelessly wanted to crash their Zhang family's luxurious banquet. Zhang Meixin's eyes twinkled as she suddenly hatched a plan, strutting over in her high heels with her glass of red wine. She was preparing to give her brother a good opportunity to humiliate this naive country bumpkin. Oh, isn't this Su Yang? Zhang Meixin looked down at him, mocking with a sarcastic tone. Do you have an invitation from our Zhang family to dare sneak? Su Yang spat out the seed shell in his mouth, lazily stretching his back. So what? I am an old classmate of Jean Miao Miao from 4 years of university. Is there anything wrong with attending her engagement party? Besides, she personally asked me to come. Zhang Meixin let out a cold laugh, her face full of disdain. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. When did Miao Miao ever invite you? Wasn't it you who shamelessly insisted on coming because you had never eaten at such a high-end banquet in the county? Well, if you want to eat, then eat. Our Zhang family is wealthy, and we won't miss a pair of chopsticks like yours. Zhang Meixin covered her mouth, intentionally raising her voice, drawing the attention of several tables around. Make sure to pack some to take home. After all, such a lavish banquet, people like you from the bottom tier probably won't have the chance to eat it again in this lifetime. I heard that you, as a broken village chief, only get a dead salary of 3,000 yuan a month. Is that true? So poor. Facing such blatant humiliation, Su Yang not only did not get angry, but instead smiled and nodded. Yes, just over 3,000 yuan. But I think over 3,000 is pretty good. After all, I am diligent and honest. Am not as capable as you, Sister Meixin, who can easily recruit someone with an entry fee of 8 yuan. That's real money. At these words, Zhang Meixin's pupils constricted sharply, her eyes narrowing. How did this guy know about her 8 yuan pyramid scheme? Immediately after, Su Yang stood up and leaned toward Zhang Meixin's ear. In a tone only they could hear, he quietly said, Sister Meixin, I also heard that last week a woman realized she had been scammed and went to your company to cause trouble for a refund. You not only didn't refund a penny, but your husband from the underworld even called a few people and directly broke her legs. Zhang Meixin, it trembled all over her face, turning pale instantly. Su Yang still smiled, but his voice was as cold as ice. Later, when she planned to go to the city to sue you, you used money to leverage connections with the Li family and suppressed it forcefully. Sister Meixin, your ruthless methods are truly remarkable. Zhang Meixin's heart sank, not understanding how this village chief knew about such discreet matters that even the county officials were unaware of. Zhang Meixin panicked. She quickly coughed twice, forcing herself to act calm, but her voice trembled. Su Yang, you better not spout nonsense here. Where did you hear these wild rumors trying to frame me? I, Zhang Meixin, am in legitimate business. Every penny I earn is legal and compliant. Don't slander me. Su Yang chuckled, taking a couple of steps back and shrugging. Of course, I was just asking casually. I never said that the broken legs and pyramid scheme must be your doing. After saying this, Su Yang directly returned to his seat, leisurely munching on seeds again. He didn't even bother to give her another glance. Zhang Meixin stood in place, her back drenched in cold sweat, not daring to say another word. She was scared. After all, since Su Yang could articulate the details so clearly, she had no idea how much substantial evidence he had in hand. If she inadvertently pushed Su Yang to the edge on this joyous day, and this mad dog exposed all this dirt in front of the county's political and business elites, then she and the entire Zhang family would be done for. Zhang Meixin shot Su Yang a fierce, terrified glare, as if he were a monster, then hurriedly walked away in her high heels to find her friends to hide her embarrassment. After more than an hour, the lights in the hall dimmed, and the engagement party officially began, accompanied by romantic Jean Miao Miao and Zhang Zihao walked hand in hand from the backstage to the brightly lit stage. Jean Miao Miao was dressed beautifully and provocatively today. Wearing a form-fitting white engagement dress, she looked like a noble princess. Su Yang sat below scrolling through short videos. After a long speech filled with romantic cliches, it was time for the groom Zhang Zihao and the bride Jean Miao Miao to speak, expressing their gratitude to their parents for raising them. The microphone was handed to Jean Miao Miao. Holding the microphone, she had just spoken a few sentences when she felt her throat was a bit dry. Cough. Thank you to all my friends and family for attending the engagement banquet of me and Zihao. As she spoke, her eyes frantically scanned the crowd below. She was starting to lose her composure. Finally, in the center of the audience, she spotted Su Yang casually sitting with his legs crossed, engrossed in short videos. Damn you, Su Yang. You scoundrel, may you suffer a terrible fate. Jean Miao Miao cursed Su Yang 1,000 times in her heart, struggling to finish her engagement speech. After completing her speech, she let out a sigh of relief. Su Yang finally stopped watching videos, contentedly tucked his phone away, and prepared to eat. The ceremony concluded and the feast began. Su Yang completely disregarded his image, devouring the exquisite seafood on the table. He ate with grease dripping from his mouth. Indeed, the free food tasted the best, and others' dishes were delicious. Just as Su Yang was ravenously gnawing on a large chicken leg, the groom Zhang Zihao approached with a glass of wine in hand, accompanied by several groomsmen exuding an He had long harbored disdain for Su Yang and intended to seize the opportunity to publicly humiliate this beggar in front of all their friends and family. Oh, isn't this Su Yang? Eating quite happily, aren't you? Zhang Zihao deliberately raised his voice with a face full of mockery. Su Yang, if you want to partake in our Zhang family's lavish banquet, just say so. He sneered. Why are you still so shameless? My family never sent you an invitation. You just came here secretly with your thick skin to mooch off this meal, didn't you? Zhang Zihao's words echoed. In an instant, several tables of dignitaries and relatives around stopped eating, their eyes fixed on Su Yang as if he were a clown. However, facing such a public humiliation, Su Yang remained as steady as a mountain, calmly swallowing the chicken in his mouth. He grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, looked up innocently at Zhang Zihao, and loudly retorted, Huh? Young Master Zhang, are you mistaken? Wasn't it your wife who personally called me to come? The moment he said this, the venue fell into dead silence. Su Yang shrugged, continuing his relentless verbal assault, each word piercing to the heart. You can go ask your wife, Jean Miao Miao, in the back. When did I ever say I was shamelessly trying to mooch off a meal? Clearly your wife said that we were college classmates and insisted I come to witness her engagement. Looking at Zhang Zihao's increasingly rigid and contorted face, Su Yang smirked with extreme mockery and unleashed his ultimate attack. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, young Master Zhang. He raised his glass, toasting the pale-faced Zhang Zihao from afar, a wild grin on his face. Although the groom on stage is not me. However, he declared, I have loved the bride. The crowd erupted in an uproar. A wave of astonishment surged through the venue as Su Yang made this explosive and shameless declaration. He was completely unconcerned about the surrounding shocked gazes or the predatory stares from the Zhang family. He even calmly picked up a large lobster, continuing to savor his meal. He had Zhang Zihao figured out. He was confident that this bully who only relied on his status to oppress others would definitely not dare to flip the table and fight on such a joyous day in front of so many prominent figures. Moreover, although Zhang Zihao knew in his heart that Su Yang was publicly spouting nonsense, as Jean Miao Miao had never dated Su Yang in college, he also understood that at this critical moment, no matter how loudly he refuted it would be of no use. As the saying goes, it takes a mouth to spread a rumor, but legs to refute it. Since Su Yang dared to sit here with such confidence and say such words in front of the county's elite to those clueless onlookers, this was simply a fact. This was what it meant for an ex-boyfriend to crash an engagement banquet. It was like stepping in dog poop when you thought it was mud. It's not just mud, it's poop too. You bastard. Zhang Zihao trembled with rage, standing there. His face turned as green as a toad under the vast sky above. The engagement banquet was filled with dead silence. You bastard. Zhang Zihao was furious. His face glowed green with rage. Rationality burned away in the flames of anger. With red eyes, he suddenly raised his hand, ready to rush forward and strike. Zihao, are you crazy? Suddenly Zhang Meixin rushed out, grabbing her brother's wrist tightly. She lowered her voice, warning through gritted teeth, Are you out of your mind? If you hit him in front of so many people today, wouldn't that just publicly confirm what he just said? This mad dog is just here to irritate you. The more anxious you get, the more others will enjoy the show. Just ignore him. After forcibly holding back her furious, Zhang Meixin took a deep breath, put on a graceful and composed smile, and turned to the onlooking guests, loudly explaining, "Dear relatives and friends, don't listen to this person's nonsense. This kid had some minor conflicts with our Zaheo before. It's not as he claims. He is just a poor loser from the desperate and intentionally came here to make a scene, just to mooch off food and drink. Security. Throw him out." Su Yang sat in his chair. Watching the frantic brother and sister duo unable to do anything about his smugness, he felt secretly pleased. After all, his goal of annoying people had already been achieved. Su Yang slowly stood up, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and fearlessly shot a fierce glare at Zhang Zaheo and Zhang Meixin. Then with a cold smile, he shoved his hands into his pockets and swaggered away amidst the murmurs of the guests. Leaving the hotel, Su Yang got into Zhao Lan's luxurious car. He didn't rush to drive back to the village, but instead turned the steering wheel and drove directly to the upscale villa area in the county. Su Yang parked the car under the shade of a tree, reclined the driver's seat, and closed his eyes to rest. He was waiting for Zhao Jifeng. He waited until around 6 in the afternoon. This was the time when government offices closed, and Zhao Jifeng should be back by now. Su Yang pressed a button, raised the back of the seat, lit a cigarette, and quietly stared at the gate of the villa area. A few minutes passed. A black Audi A6 government car slowly stopped at the gate, preparing to swipe a card to enter the villa area. Zhao Jifeng. Su Yang rolled down the car window and shouted arrogantly at the Audi. Zhao Jifeng inside the Audi was He frowned and turned his head. In the adjacent luxury car, a handsome young man who looked somewhat familiar was leaning out and waving at him. Who was this person? Zhao Jifeng quickly ran through his mind, confirming he did not recognize him. But since the other party could call his name and drove a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands, he must be some developer's son asking for a favor. Who are you? Zhao Jifeng rolled down the window and coldly asked from a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Su Yang chuckled and exhaled a smoke ring. Zhao Ju, it's quite inconvenient to talk through the car. Why don't you get out of your car, and we can have a good chat? Zhao Jifeng snorted coldly, his face filled with disdain. Who the hell do you think you are? Why should I get out to talk to you? Faced with Zhao Jifeng's outburst, Su Yang was not the least bit angry. He gently tapped the steering wheel, speaking calmly about the outsourcing project of the sewage treatment plant in Tianpu Town. Zhao Ji, you pocketed a kickback of 5/800, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jifeng in the Audi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His originally proud and dismissive expression instantly turned pale. How does this kid know about such things? Who the hell is he? Now whether to talk or not was no longer up to Zhao. Zhao Jifeng with a dark expression parked his car behind Su Yang's luxury car. Then feeling guilty, he looked around, opened the car door, and hurried to the luxury car, pulling open the passenger door to sit down. He firmly closed the car window. Who exactly are you? Zhao Jifeng's eyes were filled with intense vigilance as he stared at Su Yang. Su Yang lazily yawned. Hey, just an old friend, Zhao Ge, don't be so nervous. Su Yang was straightforward and didn't waste words. He directly opened his phone's photo album and tossed the phone onto Zhao Jifeng's lap as if throwing away trash. Take a look yourself. Zhao Jifeng looked down. The phone screen displayed the bribery details that Chen Rong had secretly photographed in the safe while he was out buying his suit. Zhao Jifeng swiped through the screen one by one. The more he looked, the more cold sweat he broke out. The more he looked, the more chaotic his heart became. For a moment he was so frightened that he struggled to breathe. Where did you get the stuff? Zhao Jifeng's voice trembled as he gripped the phone tightly, wishing he could crush it. Su Yang reached out to take back the phone, smiling slightly. How I got it is none of your business. I came to find Zhao Ge today because I have a small matter to discuss with you. Hee. Discuss. Zhao Jifeng forced himself to remain calm, crossing his arms and sneering coldly. Kid, I see you came to blackmail me. Let me tell you, I don't have a dime in my card. Do you believe I can report you to the police for extortion right now? Upon hearing this, Su Yang burst into laughter. Is that so? That's wonderful. Zhao Ge, hurry up and call. Do you want me to help you dial? If the county police find out that there is such a big case to handle, the head of the case office will probably get promoted for this achievement, right? Ha. Zhao Jifeng swallowed hard. He certainly understood the meaning behind Su Yang's words. The big case Su Yang referred to was indeed about Zhao Jifeng's frenzied accumulation of wealth. Zhao Jifeng looked at the young man before him. He initially thought this kid, being young, was easy to fool and wanted to intimidate him with his official authority and threat of calling the police. Unexpectedly, this kid was tough and didn't take the bait. Not able to go soft, Zhao Jifeng could only turn to hard tactics. His eyes became fierce as he threateningly said, Kid, since you have found these accounts, you should know who I am. You should also know what kind of background I have in the county and in the city. You dare to come here alone to threaten me? Don't you fear for your life? Do you believe I can make you vanish from this world without a trace by tomorrow? Facing the death threat, Su Yang laughed again, mocking. Zhao Ge, have you become foolish from power? Since I dare to come alone to threaten you, do you think I would come unprepared? Su Yang leaned closer to Zhao Jifeng, his voice icy. To be honest, I am not the only one with these photos and recordings. I have a brother named Guohua, who also has a complete backup. If something happens to me here today, if I die, or even if I just go missing for more than 12 hours, Guohua will immediately send this evidence to the complaint email of the Provincial and Municipal Discipline Inspection Commissions. Oh, by the way, Su Yang emphasized, it's not the County Discipline Inspection Commission, it's directly sent to the Provincial and Municipal Discipline Inspection teams. At that time, do you want to guess whether they will send a special investigation team to check you overnight? This statement completely shattered the last shred of hope in Zhao Jifeng's heart. Zhao Jifeng let out a cold grunt, slumping in his seat, completely resigned. Huh? Speak, what do you want? How much money do you want? Name your price. Su Yang shook his finger and smiled. Wrong, Zhao Gu, I don't want a dime. With your excellent connections and resources, if I were to just take your money and run, that would be too wasteful, wouldn't it? Zhao Gu, there are still many days to come. We should cooperate well and make a lot of money together. Zhao Jifeng could not stand Su Yang's confident and sardonic demeanor. All right. Stop playing coy. Just tell me what exactly you want me to do. Su Yang put away his smile, his eyes sharpening. The first thing is very simple. Zhao Gu, let's do this. You call your subordinate Han Yueka first. You must clearly tell him that from now on in Erba village, whatever happens, he must obey the village head Su Yang. If I tell him to go east, he absolutely cannot go west. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jifeng suddenly jolted instantly, alert, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are that Su Yang, the village head of Erba village. Yes, it's me, no mistake. Nice to meet you, Zhao Ju, please take care of me. Su Yang smiled and nodded. Zhao Jifeng was a bit dazed. Su Yang was someone Chen Rong often mentioned in bed. Especially recently, Chen Rong frequently complained that after Su Yang became the village chief, he took advantage of his little bit of power to make things difficult for her, and treated her with disdain. He even demeaned Su Yang as being worthless. But since Su Yang was a poor university student with no background, how did this guy manage to obtain so much information? Is that all? As long as I give Han Yueka a call, it should be fine. Zhao Jifeng asked tentatively. Su Yang smiled, and waved his hand. Of course not, that's just an appetizer, don't rush, brother Zhao. But rest assured, I'm a person who understands the rules. I just want to borrow some of your connections and influence, it absolutely won't affect your ability to make money. You make your money, I make mine, we won't interfere with each other, and let's collaborate happily. Zhao Jifeng gritted his teeth and nodded reluctantly. Fine, you are ruthless enough. I'll call Han Yueka when I get back. Su Yang pressed the central lock, and added casually, remember to tell him to come to the village committee to report to me tonight. Otherwise, I can't guarantee these things won't appear in the office email of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission tomorrow morning. Okay, I got it. Zhao Jifeng, feeling extremely irritated and frustrated, pushed open the door and got out of the car, driving his Audi into the villa area. Watching his silhouette, Su Yang sat in the Mercedes-Benz laughing so hard his stomach hurt. In truth, the so-called Guohua, his sworn brother, was entirely fabricated. There was no such person in this world. This was merely to prevent Zhao Jifeng from acting out of desperation and silencing him. Back at the villa, Zhao Jifeng collapsed onto the sofa. His brows furrowed tightly, and he was at a loss. Who had secretly photographed the top-secret information locked in the safe and handed it to that poor kid Su Yang? Was it Chen Rong? Zhao Jifeng suddenly remembered that a few days ago Chen Rong had indeed come to his house for a secret meeting. And at that time, to show off, he had input the password to open that safe in front of her. However, upon careful consideration, Zhao Jifeng felt this logic was fundamentally flawed. If Chen Rong was the one who took the photos, why would she hand them over to Su Yang? After all, if Su Yang could use those ledgers to threaten Zhao Jifeng, he could just as easily submit that evidence, and Chen Rong as an accomplice would end up in prison too. Why would a clever and greedy woman like Chen Rong willingly hand over a knife that could stab her in the back? Thus, after this rigorous logical reasoning, Zhao Jifeng firmly believed that it could not possibly be Chen Rong. Just when Zhao Jifeng couldn't make sense of it, and was about to light a cigarette for a smoke, a click sounded as the lighter sparked to life. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor. A tank-like figure weighing over 200 pounds with a face full of excess flesh, wearing a loose nightgown, walked down from upstairs. The tank glared fiercely at Zhao Jifeng. Who told you to smoke in the house? Are you trying to suffocate me? Zhao Jifeng shuddered in fright and hurriedly extinguished the freshly lit cigarette. Aren't you going to hurry up and get into the kitchen to cook? I'm starving. His 200-pound wife, Wu Liufeng, shouted at him rudely. The Zhao Jifeng, who displayed dominance outside during the day, now behaved like a docile puppy, not daring to breathe a word. All right, dear, don't be angry, I'll go cook right now. Zhao Jifeng bent over and hurriedly darted into the kitchen. Wu Liufeng snorted coldly. With a thud, she dropped heavily onto the genuine leather sofa. Sitting down, she took up more than half of the large three-person sofa. The sofa springs seemed about to snap. Zhao Jifeng, hiding in the kitchen chopping vegetables, looked through the glass door at the old tank in the living room. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Damn it. Zhao Jifeng tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, his expression twisted with fear. The password to the safe is known only to me and that old tigress. Could it be that this old tank secretly took a photo and found someone to give it to Su Yang, that pretty boy? Damn. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, it took root in his heart. When dinner was served, Zhao Jifeng couldn't muster any appetite. His wife sitting across from him was eating without any decorum. The more he looked at that old tank, the more he found her irritating. He always suspected that she was doing something unspeakable with Su Yang behind his back. The feelings between the two were already thin. Zhao Jifeng was now calculating things clearly in his mind. He needed to quickly think of a way to get rid of her, so he could be with the young and beautiful Chen Rong. After forcing down a few bites, Zhao Jifeng solemnly walked to the balcony and dialed a number. Hello. A muffled voice came from the other end of the line. It seemed like Han Yueka was chewing on something. Despite pretending to be foolish in the village, wielding a slaughter knife and shouting, he was not truly crazy. His madness depended on the person and the situation. He was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. He would hit hard against the weak and cower before the powerful. Hello, brother phone. What instructions do you have? Upon hearing it was Zhao Jifeng, Han Yueka hastily forgot to swallow his food, and his back instinctively bent lower. His voice resembled that of a dog begging for favors. Through the screen one could feel his obsequious demeanor. Zhao Jifeng snorted coldly, his tone slightly impatient. What are you busy with? Han Yueka quickly forced a smile. Not much, just sliced some pig's head meat, and was having a drink. I have something to tell you, listen carefully. The new village chief, Su Yang, is my sworn brother. He contacted me today, and said he needs to talk to you. You should hurry over to his house. Who? Su Yang. Brother, are you joking? He's your sworn brother. Han Yueka was stunned, his wine glass frozen in midair. Zhao Jifeng instantly lost his patience, his voice turning cold. What's wrong with that? No problem. If you say so, I'll go right away. Zhao Jifeng, already annoyed, didn't want to hear more from him, and directly hung up the phone. Listening to the disconnection tone, Han Yuek's smile froze on his face, and his expression turned livid. He spat angrily on the ground. Damn, what's with the act? It's just a bit of power, you dog. His teeth-gritting expression was completely different from the previous obsequiousness. He cursed, but even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare truly offend Zhao Jifeng. Putting down his wine glass, he wiped his mouth hastily and rushed to Su Yang's house. When he reached the courtyard gate, Han Yueka adjusted his expression and knocked on the door. As soon as Su Yang opened the door, Han Yueka immediately beamed with a smile. Brother Su Zhao Gu sent me over. Su Yang looked him up and down, his tone cold. Come in. Upon entering the room and taking a seat, Su Yang did not bother with formalities or small talk, immediately getting straight to the point. I want to open a supermarket in the village. You know how the villagers like to buy things on credit. They prefer credit, so we'll let them have it. But you must help me collect the money when the time comes. I'll give you a portion of what— Hearing this, Han Yuek's eyes lit up. This was like money being shoved into his hands. Brother Su, you truly are like a brother to me. How could you think of such a good thing for me? Su Yang's eyes flickered, and he changed the subject. By the way, stop wandering around the village with a knife. Oh, does everyone still want to live in peace? Upon hearing this, Han Yueka felt a sense of grievance. Oh brother, you know how much I love my dog. My dog was crushed to death, and after days of investigation, nothing has come to light. I'm feeling frustrated. Su Yang maintained a calm demeanor, showing no emotion. A dead dog cannot be brought back to life. Ooh, just raise another one. Right, you make a valid point, brother. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can head back now. After sending Han Yueka away, Su Yang stood by the window sneering at his retreating figure. Foolish villagers like to take advantage, do they? This time he'll dig a pit for you all to fall into. Meanwhile, in a hotel room in the county city, Zhang Zihao had a troubled expression, coaxing Jean Miao Miao in a low voice. Miao Miao, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I misjudged you. It turns out Zhang Zihao took Su Yang's words at the engagement banquet to heart. Right after the banquet ended, he suspiciously confronted Jean Miao Miao. Jean Miao Miao already thought he was useless, unable to deal with someone like Su Yang. She was extremely annoyed. Seeing that he dared to suspect her of having an affair with Su Yang, she took the opportunity to cause a scene. As a result, the originally justified Zhang Zihao, after her crying and fussing, ended up in the wrong. He had no choice but to obediently switch to flattery mode. Jean Miao Miao crossed her arms and turned her head, not even glancing at him. My dear Miao Miao, please don't be angry. Zhang Zihao shamelessly shook her arm. I didn't expect Su Yang to be so shameless, spouting nonsense in front of so many relatives. I was also blinded by anger. I know you would never look down on someone poor like that. Seeing Jean Miao Miao still maintain a cold expression, Zhang Zihao gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Miao Miao, tomorrow I'll take you to buy an LV bag. That should work, right? At the mention of buying a bag, a glimmer of light flashed in Jean Miao Miao's eyes. However, she still maintained an aloof demeanor, huffing slightly. Do you think I'm the kind of person who only values bags? Hey, what I want is your attitude. Yes, I have a bad attitude. I deserve to be punished for saying such things. Zhang Zihao apologized while forcefully slapping his own face. Then he knelt down on the ground, grasping her thigh and shaking it. Alright, seeing your sincerity, I won't hold it against you this time. Jean Miao Miao curled her lips, but was secretly laughing. If it weren't for that LV bag, she definitely wouldn't forgive this waste of space. Seeing that she finally calmed down, Zhang Zihao immediately grinned. His eyes heated up as he wrapped his arms around her waist. As soon as his hand touched her thigh, Jean Miao Miao slapped it away. I can't drink cold things today. Ah, then alright. The next morning in Erba village, Su Yang had found wall painters who were quick and in just half a day's time they had scraped the walls of his garage to a pristine white. They even installed light bulbs and a 360-degree surveillance camera. In the afternoon, Su Yang made another trip to the county city, bringing back an entire truckload of shelves. The villagers gathered outside the yard watching him assemble the shelves with gleaming eyes. It was as if they could already see the shelves filled with free supplies. Soon they would be able to get supplies without spending a dime. Each of them had a smile that was harder to suppress than that of an AK. Su Yang's peripheral vision swept over the greedy faces outside the door, and a cold smile curved his lips. Su Yang arrived at the village committee. As soon as he sat down on the office chair before he could take a bite of the boiled corn in his hand, Wang Suanpan walked in with, Su Yang, do you remember the matter I mentioned to you? Yes, is that boss coming today? Wang Suanpan nodded. Yes, later we'll head to the county city to treat him to a meal and conveniently sign the contract. What do you think? Sure, let's go together tonight. Great, then I'll come pick you up tonight. Just as Wang Suanpan was about to leave, Su Yang suddenly called out to him. Brother Wang, wait a moment. Wang Suanpan turned back with a puzzled expression. What is it, Su Yang? Is there something else? Su Yang smiled and suggested. Let's invite your wife too. Since we're spending so much money on a meal, what's the difference whether we have an extra pair of chopsticks or not? Bringing someone along to eat means we won't lose outright. Wang Suanpan thought this made sense and nodded. Alright, I'll bring my wife along tonight. As soon as Wang Suanpan left, Su Yang couldn't suppress a smile. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhao Lan. How is it? Have you calmed down? What's wrong? Zhao Lan asked, but she felt that Su Yang's message was likely not good news. It's nothing, just that we're going to the county city for dinner tonight, and we'll take your husband's car. By the way, we'll sit in the back seat while your husband drives. Zhao Lan. After Su Yang finished managing the trivial matters in the office and sent a few villagers their new household registration books, he finally had some leisure time. He rode his electric scooter all the way to Wang Yuan's house. Uncle, is Yuan at home? Wang Yuan's father Wang Jingzhong was squatting in the yard grinding herbs, and when he saw Su Yang, he quickly stood up enthusiastically. Su Yang was now a great benefactor to their family. Moreover, the more Wang Jingzhong looked at Su Yang, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Ever since Wang Yuan's blind date had failed last time, he wanted to matchmake these two young people. After all, they were of similar age, and Su Yang was capable enough to be worthy of his daughter. She is upstairs in her room reading. Before long, Wang Yuan, dressed in loose homeware and wearing slippers, hurried down the stairs. Even without makeup, she could outshine most girls on the street. With just a bit of makeup, she would undoubtedly be a star. However, after graduating from university and returning to the village, she spent every day cooped up at home studying herbal medicine. Working in the fields inevitably gave her a rustic air. If she tidied herself up, she would definitely be a knockout. What's up, Su Yang? Do you need something? Wang Yuan asked. Su Yang pulled Wang Yuan outside the courtyard and said in a low voice, my supermarket is about to open, but I can't spare the time. You're free these days, right? Can you help me with the cash register for a few days? Sure. Wang Yuan readily agreed, but her expression dimmed slightly. But those people in the village are always asking for credit. Can you handle it? Su Yang scoffed. Let them have credit. For every credit transaction, you need to keep a detailed record. In the end, I'll make them pay back tenfold. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up as she asked quietly, Su Yang, do you have a plan to deal with them? Su Yang raised his eyebrows confidently. Of course. Do you think I'm opening this supermarket for charity? Saying this, Su Yang pulled out a stack of cash amounting to 100,000 yuan and handed it to Wang Yuan. I need to go to the county tonight for a business dinner. A delivery will arrive this afternoon. Can you help me check it? And also hire 2 people in the village to help move the goods into the store. I appreciate it. Wang Yuan took the heavy money and nodded firmly. Okay, you can go busy yourself. He'll make sure everything is in order here at home. In the evening, as dusk fell, Wang Swan parked his car in front of Su Yang's house right on time. Su Yang had already changed into a neat outfit and had been waiting at the door for a while. As he opened the car door and got into the back seat, Zhao Lan immediately felt a spark of interest. Su Yang usually dressed casually, and while he was tall and handsome, he didn't stand out. Today, however, in this stylish outfit, his entire aura seemed to soar several notches higher. Zhao Lan glanced again at Wang Swan, who was driving. Wang Swan's hair was thinning to the point of nearly being bald. It wouldn't be long before he became a shiny egghead. To give him some credit, he could indeed make money and was willing to spend on her. But this old man had no sense of romance. All he thought about was money. Most importantly, he wasn't great in that department. In contrast, Su Yang was young and handsome. Moreover, after observing Su Yang for some time, Zhao Lan realized he was very clever and had impressive skills. They had lived in the same village before, but had little interaction. In her original impression, Su Yang was just a recent graduate, inexperienced in the ways of the world. But after recent interactions, she realized he was like a latent dragon skilled in making money. For a moment, a bold thought suddenly emerged in Zhao Lan's mind. If she could maintain this kind of relationship with Su Yang for a long time, it might be a surefire win. Once Su Yang settled in, he turned to Zhao Lan politely and greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhao Lan smiled. "Wow, Su Yang, you look like a different person after dressing up a bit. You're really handsome." Su Yang looked down at his attire and smiled casually. "Well, we're going to discuss serious matters, and I should at least represent our village well, right?" Wang Xuan focused on the steering wheel and glanced at the rearview mirror, flattering Su Yang. "Su Yang, having a capable village head like you is truly a blessing for everyone in the village." Su Yang engaged in light conversation with Wang Xuan in the front seat. Zhao Lan caught a glimpse of Su Yang out of the corner of her eye. She thought to herself, whatever, it doesn't matter anymore. But Su Yang didn't even look her way. He was still chatting and laughing with Wang Xuan. "By the way, brother Wang, did you hear about the collective diarrhea incident in our village a few days ago?" As soon as he mentioned this, Wang Xuan burst into laughter. "Of course I've heard. I heard someone say that some people stole the carrots planted by that girl from the Wang family. As a result, those carrots had just been treated with pesticides. How could they not get diarrhea after eating them?" Su Yang sighed, feigning regret. "Yeah, you know, some people in our village are really something. Is it easy for that girl to get up early and work hard to grow some carrots?" Su Yang spoke seriously while glancing at Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan coughed. "Honey, can you turn on the air conditioning in the back? It's a bit hot." Wang Xuan responded. When they first got into the car, Zhao Lan was supposed to sit in the passenger seat. However, she said she felt unwell and preferred the back seat for more space. Wang Xuan didn't think much of it. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Lan coughed again. Thus Zhao Lan coughed her way to the county. The car stopped in front of a grand hotel in the county. Wang Xuan turned to the front desk to book a private room, while Su Yang and Zhao Lan waited on the lobby sofa. Zhao Lan leaned close to Su Yang's ear and whispered, "Are you crazy, Su Yang?" Su Yang smiled and replied, "Yeah, do you have medicine?" Just then Wang Xuan suddenly turned his head. The two quickly distanced themselves, pretending nothing was amiss. Once in the private room, the three settled down and began ordering food. After about 10 minutes, Wang Xuan's phone rang. Su Yang and Wang Xuan hurried downstairs to meet someone. A black Mercedes Maybach slowly came to a stop in front of the restaurant. The car door opened, and a pair of long legs clad in flesh-colored stockings stepped out first. The dedicated driver got out and kindly shielded the woman from the top of the car door. Miss Fong. Welcome." Wang Xuanpan wore a beaming smile as he enthusiastically approached to shake hands with Fong Yuqing. He also introduced Su Yang, who was standing nearby. "Miss Fong, this is our village head Su Yang." Fong Yuqing glanced up at Su Yang. The two locked eyes, momentarily lost for words. Looking at the person before her, Fong Yuqing's thoughts drifted back 2 years. At that time, she had just returned from studying abroad and was still adjusting to the driving habits in her country. Coincidentally, it was raining heavily that day and the roads were slippery. An out-of-control garbage truck came crashing toward her just as she was about to make a turn. The two vehicles collided, crumpling the front of Fong Yuqing's car, and she fainted on the spot. At that moment, Su Yang, who had just returned from a part-time job, happened to pass by. Seeing the situation, he immediately picked up a rock and smashed the car window. He forcibly pulled Fong Yuqing from the mangled vehicle and took her to the hospital. Before she lost consciousness, she vaguely remembered the face of her savior. But when she woke up, the only ones by her bedside were her parents. Later, when Fong Yuqing wanted to express her gratitude, she sent someone to look for Su Yang, but couldn't find him, leaving the matter unresolved. At this moment, she still couldn't fully confirm that the Su Yang before her was the one who saved her back then. Su Yang extended his hand proactively. Seeing Fong Yuqing staring at him in a daze, he thought he must have done something wrong and displeased this investor. Fong Yuqing suddenly snapped back to reality and reached out to shake his hand. "I'm sorry, Director Su, I was just a bit distracted. Come, Miss Fong, let's go to the private room and talk slowly." Wang Xuanpan quickly ushered them from the side. Fong Yuqing and the driver followed upstairs. After giving a few instructions, the driver wisely went downstairs to wait in the hall. Su Yang and the others had booked a luxurious private room with a large round table. When seated, Zhao Lan and Su Yang found themselves sitting quite close, whether intentionally or not. On the contrary, Wang Xuanpan, as the husband, boldly sat opposite Zhao Lan. After sitting down, Fong Yuqing's gaze lingered intentionally or unintentionally on Su Yang. "Miss Fong, do I have something on my face?" Su Yang felt a bit nervous under her intense gaze. Fong Yuqing smiled slightly. "No, Director Su. I just feel like you look very familiar." "Don't you think I look familiar too?" Su Yang studied her closely a few times, but couldn't remember. After all, he had experienced too much in the past 2 years, and the small matter of saving someone had slipped his mind. Seeing Su Yang's confused expression, Fong Yuqing thought that she might have really mistaken him for someone else. As the cold and hot dishes were served one after another, the group ate and chatted. The atmosphere remained fairly pleasant. Su Yang cut to the chase and asked, "Miss Fong, how much do you plan to invest in building a factory in our Herba village?" Fong Yuqing put down her chopsticks and replied earnestly, "My plan is as follows. You have 2 large fruit mountains in Herba village, and I would like to contract them. Then I will purchase the peaches grown in the village to make canned fruit. My idea is simple. I will fund the construction of a canning factory. and I will uniformly buy the peaches from Herba Village at prices above market value. This way it avoids complicated land disputes and cooperation is easy for everyone. I can sign a 5-year contract with the villagers. During these 5 years I will purchase all the peaches they grow according to the agreement. Additionally, I will distribute 5% of the factory's annual profits to the village collective. You can distribute it among the villagers according to the number of households. Furthermore, the factory will prioritize hiring villagers, providing everyone with a stable income. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Objectively speaking, the conditions Fang Yuqing offered were indeed quite generous. However, this differed slightly from Su Yang's memories of his past life. Su Yang clearly remembered that in his past life the one who came to invest in building a factory in the village was not this woman. Rather, it was a plump middle-aged man. After that man came to build the factory in the village, within just over a year the factory was completely ruined. There were 2 reasons for the closure. The first was that when the peaches ripened, the villagers collectively breached the contract, raising the prices, forcing the factory to buy at exorbitant rates. The second was that some villagers who worked at the factory, seeing it was profitable, became jealous and harbored ill intentions. They even secretly poisoned the canned goods during production. Later it led to fatalities, prompting a thorough investigation, and that factory was directly shut down. In front of Zhao Lan and Wang Suanpan, Su Yang couldn't delve into these details. He decided to find an opportunity to discuss it privately with Fang Yuqing. Miss Fang, your proposal is quite good. Oh, let's establish the general framework for now. As for the specific details, I will discuss them with you separately later. Fang Yuqing being a clever person sensed the underlying meaning in Su Yang's words. Alright then, we'll contact each other by phone later. After saying that, they added each other on WeChat. Wang Suanpan sitting nearby felt a twinge of discomfort watching Su Yang and Fang Yuqing engaging so well. But thinking about the substantial benefits he would soon gain, he suppressed his unease. He had a well-calculated plan. As long as the wages from the factory and the payments for the peaches were first deposited into the village committee's account, they would be distributed to the villagers from there. At that time he would just need to manipulate the accounts slightly, and those funds would flow into his pockets unnoticed. After finalizing the deal, Su Yang did not rush to sign the contract on the spot, instead deferring it by saying he needed to return to the village committee for a meeting to discuss further. After the meal, Su Yang escorted Fang Yuqing downstairs, watching as the Maybach drove toward the city. Subsequently, Su Yang and Wang Suanpan packed up some leftovers and drove back to Herba Village. On the way back, Su Yang still sat in the back seat with Zhao Lan. As the car entered the village, Su Yang's house was right at the entrance, so he got out first. After closing the car, a wicked smile crept onto Su Yang's lips. Zhao Lan was becoming more intriguing. On the other side, Wang Suanpan drove the car home. As soon as Zhao Lan entered the house, she hurriedly changed her shoes and rushed to the bathroom. Su Yang stepped outside and looked up. The garage's roll-up door was half open with light spilling out. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Wang Yuan still busy inside. She had a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead, diligently unpacking boxes of goods and neatly stacking them on the shelves. The scanning gun in her hand beeped rhythmically as she skillfully entered the products into the retail system. Oh dear, hard work, take a break soon. Su Yang stepped forward, shaking the packaging box he was holding. Yuan, if you don't mind, come over and have a bite. It's from a 5-star hotel. They haven't touched these hard dishes at all. Though Wang Yuan was beautiful and charming, she showed no signs of being spoiled. Really? Just when I'm starving. She wiped her hands and eagerly leaned over with sparkling eyes. Let's go, we'll heat it up for you inside. Su Yang pulled Wang Yuan into the house, personally heating the food and bringing it to the table. Wang Yuan picked up her chopsticks and dug in heartily, her cheeks puffed up as she ate with great enthusiasm. Su Yang rested his chin on his hands, silently watching her intently. Wang Yuan paused with her chopsticks, feeling a bit flustered. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Su Yang raised the corner of his mouth and casually remarked, It's nothing, I just think you're very beautiful, truly lovely. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuan's face flushed bright red up to her neck. Having grown up, it was the first time she had been praised so directly by a boy she had feelings for. Gripping her chopsticks, she lowered her head and mumbled a response. Oh dear, how annoying. Su Yang chuckled, but his tone turned serious. In the future, whoever can marry you will surely be blessed for life. Wang Yuan's heart raced. Without thinking, she blurted out, Then you should marry me. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Su Yang was taken aback and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Haha, my pocket is cleaner than my face right now. How could I marry you? Honestly, Su Yang was indeed quite broke at the moment. The little over 100,000 he had was all invested in the supermarket stock. Seeing this, Wang Yuan blushed and quickly offered a way out. Alright then, when you make a lot of money, come back and marry me. He'll wait for you. It's a deal. After finishing their meal, Su Yang rode his electric scooter, taking advantage of the night to escort Wang Yuan home. The next day, as dawn broke, several notorious gossiping women in the village gathered under the old locust tree. They chatted away while cracking sunflower seeds, their spittle flying. It was unclear how the news got out. They said someone was coming to the village to invest in a factory and would pay high prices for everyone's peaches. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up with greed. I've heard that the big boss is also going to hire people from our village to work in the factory. Is that true? That would be fantastic. By the way, if we do get jobs, how much salary do you think would be appropriate? As soon as someone asked, their greedy faces were fully exposed. If it's not 8,000, it should at least be 5,000, right? I've heard that those young people from the village who go to big cities to work earn at least 8,000. Including various allowances, you can earn over 10,000 a month. Although we're a bit older, we can still work just fine. In any case, it has to be a base salary of 5,000 a month. We won't work for less, right? Not only will we not work, but we'll also cause a ruckus. Why should they exploit our village's land for free? Exactly. No wonder the villagers of Herba Village are both foolish and strangely lazy. Take the peach trees they grew, for example. The two big mountains in the village were actually rocky hills completely unsuitable for growing food. Planting corn and rice yielded harvests that couldn't even cover the cost of the seeds. When Su Yang's father Su Jiangwo was still alive, he tried to help everyone make money. He went door to door persuading everyone to plant peach trees in the barren land. After all, fruit is much more valuable than coarse grains. It was hard to get these people to plant peach trees, and once they bore fruit, this group of fools actually blocked Su Jiangwo's door, forcing him to help them sell. They even turned the tables on him, claiming that Su Jiangwo harmed them, saying that if they hadn't planted peach trees, they would have become rich growing grains. This was utterly ridiculous. In that broken rocky hill, how many pounds of grain could an acre produce? These ingrates had Su Jiangwo. In the end, every time the peaches ripened, Su Jiangwo could only call the city wholesalers himself, begging them to come and buy. When the wholesalers arrived, seeing how easy these people were to bully, they naturally pushed the prices down. As a result, these villagers were too lazy to sell themselves, and no matter how much they were pressured on the price, they accepted it begrudgingly. Coincidentally, Wang Yuan happened to pass by the village entrance preparing to help at Su Yang's supermarket. Hearing the outrageous words of these gossiping women made her feel nauseous. How could she live in the same village as these beasts? The more she thought about it, the more disgusting it became. Arriving at Su Yang's house, she found him just finishing pulling up the supermarket's roll-up door. Wang Yuan approached, carrying a steaming breakfast. Su Yang, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Su Yang nodded. Here, my dad just made some fried dough sticks. Let's eat them while they're hot. Oh, I didn't expect Wang uncle to have this skill. As they ate breakfast, Wang Yuan recounted all the disgusting things she had heard at the village entrance. Su Yang, having died once, understood the ugly faces of these ruffians even better than Wang Yuan. Thus he didn't take it to heart, and instead gave a cold laugh. He had already planned to have Feng Yuqing change the contract. This time he was determined to make this group of blood-sucking beasts pay a price. You keep busy in the store. Once the supermarket makes money, you'll get your share. Alright, then I'll wait for my share. Su Yang wiped his mouth and turned towards the village committee. Just as Su Yang stepped into the office, Jean Miao Miao stormed in right behind him, slamming the door shut with a bang. Su Yang, are you crazy? Her chest heaved violently as she pointed at Su Yang's nose and began to scold. You had your fun, but how could you speak carelessly at an engagement banquet? Do you know how much I lost face? Su Yang leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs with a calm demeanor. Is that so? I never intended to provoke Zhang Zihao. He insisted on acting like a mad dog, biting everyone. If he dares to bite me, he shouldn't blame me for kicking back. I'm straightforward. If I have a grudge, I retaliate on the spot, and I certainly won't wait until the next day. Jean Miao Miao was so furious that she was stamping her feet. You bastard. When did I ever date you? You're simply talking nonsense. If you want to anger him, why not just confront him directly? Why drag me into it? Su Yang, too lazy to waste words, stood up and grabbed her wrist, pulling her directly into his embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around her waist. Indeed, we have never been in a relationship. Then what does our recent communication count as? You tell me. Jean Miao Miao's face turned crimson in an instant. Her body instantly softened. Su Yang, you lecher. Su Yang not only didn't let go but leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice with a mischievous smile. So what were you thinking during the speech? Jean Miao Miao bit her lip, letting out a cold hum, stubbornly turning her. Only she knew that at that moment it felt as if she were on a roller coaster. She didn't dare to continue reminiscing. Suddenly she remembered the business at hand today and fixed her gaze on Su Yang. Su Yang, you mentioned before that as long as I took you to attend my engagement party with Zhang Zihao, you would delete that video. Now it's time to fulfill that promise, right? Hurry up and delete it. Su Yang leaned back against the chair, looking indifferent. Of course, I am always a person of my word. Saying this, he took out his phone and directly deleted the video in front of Jean Miao Miao. See, clearly it's complete, and I swear there are absolutely no backup files left. Jean Miao Miao finally felt her heart relax, letting out a long sigh of relief. Without this leverage, Su Yang would no longer be able to control her. But strangely, despite being free from his grip, a sense of emptiness inexplicably surged within her. Even she herself didn't know why she felt this way. Su Yang stretched lazily and added slowly, I deleted the video, but I still have those high-definition photos you took safe and sound. Jean Mao's heart, which had just relaxed, instantly felt like it was in her throat, shaking with anger. Suyang, you shameless jerk. You won't end well. Jean Miao had previously calculated everything perfectly. As long as Suyang deleted the video, she could smoothly marry into the Zhang family as a young mistress. From then on, she could focus all her thoughts on how to extract money from the Zhang family. After all, Suyang was like a ticking time bomb likely to explode one day and leave her completely shattered. However, what Suyang said next completely shattered her beautiful dream. What good does it do to curse me, eh? I've already done what I promised you. I deleted that video that should have been deleted, and as for the photos that shouldn't have been deleted, of course I haven't touched a single one. Jean Miao stared at him intently. Suyang, is there any point in you doing this? Aren't you just wanting to sleep with me? I have already compromised. What more? Suyang lowered his voice, a smile growing more pronounced at the corners of his mouth. And we are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Oh, what's the point of playing games? Let me be straightforward. Actually, you don't love that useless Zhang Zihao at all. All your efforts to marry him are just to get his family's money. Jean Miao was taken aback for a moment, her eyes evasive. What does that have to do with you? I'm not trying to take your money. Besides, how is this related to you threatening me with those photos? Suyang chuckled lightly, his gaze turning sharp. Of course it's related, and the connection is significant. Zhang Zihao's father, Zhang Dafu, is the head of our county's agricultural department. Don't underestimate him just because he's a small agricultural chief. There's a lot of money involved every year. Our county is a major grain-producing area, and the various subsidies allocated from above are no small amount. It's likely that a considerable amount has gone directly into Zhang Dafu's personal pocket, right? Jean Miao's expression turned strange, watching Suyang warily. So what? What exactly do you want to do? Suyang cleared his throat and spoke in a tone as flat as if discussing a business deal. Very simple. Help me get Zhang Dafu's money, and I can also have a share. After hearing this, Jean Miao felt that Suyang's words were utterly absurd. Zhang Dafu's money would become her own money in the future after all. Zhang Dafu only had Zhang Zihao as his only son. She would have to be crazy to help an outsider get money from her future father-in-law. No way. Absolutely not. Suyang chuckled coldly, threatening. Is that so? Then I can only choose to self-destruct. I'll immediately send those exciting photos to Zhang Zihao, and then to Zhang Dafu. I want to see if Zhang Zihao will still marry you after seeing his fiancée like this despite all past grievances. Jean Miao's face turned pale. Suyang, you're a complete bastard. A beast. In fact, Jean Miao initially underestimated the complexity of the situation. She thought Suyang was only using those videos and photos to covet her beauty. Little did she expect Suyang's schemes were deeply terrifying and his appetite insatiable. Suyang completely ignored Jean Miao's curses. He stood up and walked in front of her. Just say, either we team up to get the money, or I self-destruct right now and we all die together, no one gets a dime. It's either one or the other, you choose. Jean Miao bit her lower lip tightly, struggling internally. After a long while, she reluctantly conceded. Okay, but you can't be too greedy. If you empty out all the money, what will I do in the future? Suyang nodded in satisfaction. Alright, as long as you cooperate obediently, I will be sensible about it. Thus the two reached a tacit agreement in the office. Suyang turned to glance out the window. It's still early, and the village committee members won't start work for a while. We can still enjoy ourselves a bit. Jean Miao shot him a glare. You? Though she gritted her teeth, she still complied. Jean Miao glanced at Suyang when Zhang Zihao's call came in. Miao, what are you doing? Jean Miao, who had been used as a punching bag, was now ready to use Zhang Zihao as her own punching bag. What business is it of yours? Just say what you have to say. Zhang Zihao on the other end sounded completely baffled, having no idea why Jean Miao was suddenly so angry early in the morning. Didn't he already kneel down to apologize and make up yesterday? Why was she so angry today? Come on, Miao, don't you want that LV bag? I'll bring it to you tomorrow, alright? Jean Miao had planned to refuse, saying she would go get it herself. But then Suyang shot her a warning look. Jean Miao instantly understood Suyang's meaning. Alright, then you can bring it to me tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Jean Miao was about to stand up. Suddenly a crisp knock sounded from outside the door. Suyang frowned slightly. In his current state, he couldn't possibly stand up to open the door. Come in. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Chun Rong walked in dressed in a professional pencil skirt and black stockings, exuding a sense of competence. Upon entering, she immediately noticed Jean Miao's flushed face. She glanced oddly at Jean Miao and Suyang. Suyang, here are the statistics I compiled on the number of peach trees in our village along with the estimated output value for each household. Just put it on the table. Chun Rong placed the documents on the table and left, ensuring the door was tightly closed. Jean Miao and Suyang exchanged a knowing smile. Suyang took the opportunity to gently grasp her slim waist, drawing closer, his gaze locking onto her. You are indeed a captivating enchantress. No wonder Zhang Zihao is so smitten, he can't tell east from west. Jean Miao playfully pushed Suyang straighten her clothes and turned back to her workstation to get busy. Feeling refreshed, Su Yang decided to start dealing with business matters. He took out his phone and dialed Fong Yuqing's number. Hello. Fong Yuqing's sweet voice came through the receiver. Hello, Miss Fong, it's me Su Yang, the village head of Erba Village. I would like to discuss the matter of building a factory in our village privately. There are some specific details that need to be confirmed. On the other end of the line, Fong Yuqing was wearing a semi-transparent silk nightgown, sitting leisurely on the balcony of her villa in the city, sipping her morning tea without a care. Director Su, before we discuss business, I have a personal matter I'd like to ask you first. What is it? Do you remember a rainy day 2 years ago when a Mercedes was overturned by a garbage truck? You saved the woman in the car and took her to the hospital. Su Yang searched his memory and indeed recalled that At that time, he was working part-time and had just planned to return to his school dormitory when he happened to witness the accident and save the person out of instinct. Su Yang felt a bit puzzled. Miss Fong, why do you suddenly ask about that? Is that lady a relative of yours? Fong Yuqing chuckled softly on the other end of the line. Director Su, how forgetful you are. The woman you saved from the car back then was me. Su Yang suddenly realized. No wonder he felt that Fong Yuqing looked familiar at the table yesterday. However, at the accident scene, Fong Yuqing was covered in blood, making it difficult to recognize her. It really is you. My goodness, what a coincidence. Fong Yuqing also found it hard to believe. He never expected such a coincidence in the world that his lifesaver would turn out to be the liaison for his investment project. After the initial shock, Fong Yuqing brought the conversation back on track. Director Su, what specifically do you want to discuss? In Fong Yuqing's original expectation, Su Yang seeking her out privately was merely an attempt to leverage his position for some kickbacks. After all, there aren't many village officials who genuinely consider the welfare of the villagers. Even if there were, they would be as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. However, Fong Yuqing could understand that people are motivated by profit. Since he was there to invest and do business, it was only fair to spend some money to grease the local wheels. Just as Fong Yuqing prepared herself mentally for Su Yang to make unreasonable demands, his next words left her utterly astonished. Miss Fong, you'll get straight to the point. The villagers in our village have a lot of bad traits. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch. First, regarding the purchase of peaches, I suggest you contact several backup suppliers. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, or when the peaches are ripe, they might collectively breach the contract and raise prices, choking your factory. Second, about hiring people from our village to work in the factory, I advise you to abandon that idea immediately. Su Yang spoke in one breath, leaving Fong Yuqing on the other end stunned. No, how could a village head be like this? Not only did he fail to advocate for his own villagers, but he also belittled them to the point of worthlessness, even warning investors to be cautious. Su Yang noticed her shock and let out a cold snicker. I know you're shocked, but everything I say is true. Based on my understanding of these troublesome villagers, if you dare to bring them into the factory, your troubles will never end. They will either steal from the factory or sabotage your production line, poisoning your profits. They will not allow you to earn money peacefully. As for purchasing peaches, buy what you can from Erba Village, and if you can't, simply source from the neighboring village. There are several towns nearby growing peaches. I will personally help you establish connections. The prices will definitely be negotiable, even cheaper than market prices. Fong Yuqing was completely bewildered. Wait. Director Su, since these people are so unworthy, why are you going to such lengths to bring me to your village to set up a factory? This won't boost your village's economy or solve the employment issue. Isn't this just futile? Su Yang laughed slyly on the phone. Although I can't uplift these ingrates to wealth, this project has tremendous. I can not only ensure your factory operates profitably, but I can also make a significant profit for myself. Su Yang's plan was quite crude. He intended to exploit the information gap, personally securing the peaches from the nearby towns at a very low price. Then he would act as the main supplier and sell the peaches to Fong Yuqing's canning factory. All the profit from the price difference would go into his own pocket. Moreover, he planned to use Fong Yuqing's influence to give a good thrashing to the greedy villagers of Erba. When the time came, Su Yang would spread the word in the village, saying that the investors were dissatisfied with the quality of Erba's peaches and decided to source from elsewhere. When the harvest season arrived, the peaches would rot on the trees without anyone collecting them. If the villagers hired trucks to sell them in the city, they would not only incur high transportation costs, but also face severe price cuts from fruit dealers in the market. Then there would be plenty of tears to shed. As for hiring for the factory, Su Yang's plan was also very clear. The hiring conditions would be strictly enforced, selecting only those trustworthy and honest individuals from those who were sly and unruly would have no chance to benefit. Of course, beyond making money and seeking revenge, Su Yang had even greater ambitions. He could not remain in this broken village forever as a mere village head. He was currently preparing for exams with. Naturally, Su Yang would not reveal these ambitions to Fong Yuqing over the phone. He merely stated that his actions were purely for his own financial gain. Since Su Yang had made his intentions clear, Fong Yuqing, regardless of the profit, was more than willing to cooperate with him to establish the factory in Erba Village solely based on the life-saving grace he had shown her. After all, a fruit canning factory was merely a small-scale processing workshop. The initial investment would at most be 3 to 4 million. This amount was nothing to the large and prosperous Fong group, merely a drop in the bucket considered as a favor returned. Alright, Director Su. Since you have already planned everything, I will leave all procurement and recruitment matters to you. At that time, I will sign an exclusive supply contract directly with you. Su-young hung up the phone with satisfaction. The reason he circled around in such a manner was to keep control firmly in his own hands. There was also a more practical reason. He had to guard against that old bastard Wang Suanpan. If he went through the village committee's public account, Wang Suanpan would definitely skim off a considerable amount of money. But now the money from this business would flow directly from Fong Yuqing's factory into Su Yang's private pocket. What was Wang Suanpan in comparison? On what grounds could he snatch the meat from Su Yang's bowl? In short, Su Yang's plan was to bypass the village committee. In his personal capacity, he would directly purchase peaches from the surrounding area and resell them to Fong Yuqing's canning factory. He aimed to kick out the greedy Wang Suanpan and that group of ungrateful villagers. In the afternoon, Su-young returned home. The supermarket, transformed from the garage, was already filled to the brim with goods on the shelves. Wang Yuan was preparing to stick price tags on the shelves with a notepad. Wait. Su-young hurried over, and Wang Yuan paused her actions and looked at him in confusion. Su-young raised an eyebrow and smiled. Double the retail prices for all the products and stick them on. For items that cost 1 yuan, label them at 2. For items labeled at 2, mark them at 4, and for 4, directly mark them at 8. Su-yang's words left Wang Yuan stunned. Are you kidding me, brother? Are you crazy? Do you even hear what you are saying? Our villagers, those poor and reckless gamblers, bet 10 yuan at a time, losing hundreds in one night, without batting an eye. But if you dare raise the price of a pack of cigarettes by 50 cents, they will immediately jump and curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Su-young sneered. You're right, but they won't spend money to buy. They will only come to buy on credit. For these people who want to get things for free when they buy on credit, who cares if the prices have gone up? Wang Yuan couldn't understand what Su-young was plotting. But since the boss had spoken, there must be his reasoning behind it. Thus, she stopped asking further questions, took the purchase order, and followed Su-yang's instructions to double the price tags of all the products and stick them on the shelves. After finishing all this, it was already dark outside. Su-young insisted on not letting Wang Yuan leave, insisting she stay for dinner at his house, saying that she had helped him a lot and deserved to be rewarded. Wang Yuan sat in the living room, watching TV, while Su-young busied himself in the kitchen wearing an apron. Before long, several delicious home-cooked dishes were served on the table. I didn't see this coming, Su-young. You actually have such skills. Su-young chuckled and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Are you starving? Go ahead and try some. Wang Yuan picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, her eyes immediately lighting up. So delicious, the flavor is excellent. She didn't hold back and started eating heartily. As she ate, her hand slipped. A piece of meat dripping with sauce slipped through her collar and directly fell inside. Wang Yuan usually wore loose clothing, so it was not obvious, but it was actually quite revealing. Su-young couldn't help but tease, what size do you buy for your underwear? Upon hearing Su-yang's words, Wang Yuan was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. You're so annoying. Change the topic. Change the topic. Seeing her shy demeanor, Su-young knew she wasn't the type to be easy and stopped teasing her. However, it seemed truly magnificent. Deleted. Please forgive. After dinner, Su-young prepared to send Wang Yuan home on his electric scooter. Unfortunately, the electric bike ran out of battery. Su-young had no choice but to lock the bike, and the two walked side by side back home along the smooth asphalt road in the village, the evening breeze cool. Occasionally, the crisp sounds of insects and birds filled the air, creating an unexpectedly pleasant atmosphere. As they walked, Su-young boldly extended his hand and tentatively held Wang Yuan's hand. Wang Yuan's body stiffened slightly. Surprisingly, however, she did not resist. She merely blushed and lowered her head, allowing Su-young to hold her hand tightly. The two strolled leisurely until they reached Wang Yuan's doorstep. I'm here, goodbye. Okay, get some rest, early, see you. Su-young waved goodbye, watching Wang Yuan bounce into the yard like a love-struck girl. The next day was the weekend. It was also the grand opening day of the first large supermarket in Erba Village. Early in the morning, Su-young rode his bike to the town to fetch a few large flower baskets and bought 2 big bundles of firecrackers. He was determined to make a grand spectacle today. He had to let the entire village know that he, Su-young, had opened a... In fact, for the past few years, Erba Village had made some money from leasing land along with several small factories built in the village. The villagers had each received some money to varying degrees. However, these people had money but did nothing of substance. They either spent their days gambling in mahjong parlors or went to town to seek out prostitutes, with some even getting involved with illegal substances. After building up his shameless mentality, Su-young lit the firecrackers. The loud crackling sounds instantly attracted the attention of all the villagers, young and old. Standing at the entrance of the supermarket, Su-young threw handfuls of candy into the crowd. Dear neighbors, Su-young's supermarket is officially open today. From now on, you won't have to run all the way to the town to buy things anymore. Everything available in the town's supermarket can be found here. The atmosphere immediately heated up. The villagers who had been calculating how to take advantage and get goods on credit since early morning rushed into the supermarket as soon as Su Yang finished speaking. They frantically stuffed the items from the shelves into their baskets. Damn it, isn't this soy sauce sold for 2 yuan a pack in the town? Why is it priced at 4 yuan here? Exactly. Isn't this Waham mineral water also 2 yuan? Why does it say 4 yuan a bottle here? This kid Su Yang is too greedy, isn't this outright robbery? Although the villagers were greedy, they were not foolish. They quickly noticed the prices had doubled. But they thought to themselves it didn't matter, they were here to get goods on credit without spending a single cent of real money. Getting goods on credit and never paying it back would be like getting free products. They wouldn't care if the Waha was priced at 4 yuan or 400 yuan a bottle. As long as they didn't have to pay, they could make Su Yang go bankrupt with their credit. The villagers exchanged knowing glances. One by one they rushed to the cashier with piles of goods demanding to get them on credit. Su Yang had already made preparations for this. He had asked Wang Yuan to prepare a thick stack of standardized credit note templates in advance. Clearly written on them were a certain villager ID number, date, and the value of the goods owed from Su Yang's supermarket. For these villagers, it was the first time they had seen such a formal process of signing and fingerprinting for credit. But once they thought about getting free goods, any lingering doubts were instantly cast aside. They lined up eager to sign their names on the credit notes and pressed their red fingerprints down with enthusiasm. Fearing that if they were a moment late the good stuff would be snatched away by others, the supermarket's items were completely ran. In the end, even the toilet plunger covered in dust in the corner, something completely useless in rural dry toilets, was bought out by these penny-pinching villagers. By the time night fell, and the store closed, Wang Yuan looked at the empty shelves, and then at the thick stack of credit notes. She sighed heavily. Su Yang, this is it. They've devoured 100,000 yuan worth of goods in just one day. Su Yang leaned against the cashier looking at the stack of credit notes, the corners of his mouth twitching in disbelief. It's good that they've devoured it. What they've taken are goods worth 100,000 yuan, but I hold credit notes worth 200,000 yuan. We've made a killing. Wang Yuan looked at him with a worried expression. Big brother, don't be too happy too soon. Are you sure you can collect this money back from them? This group of old rascals has at least 10,000 ways to avoid. Su Yang chuckled coldly, his gaze turning exceptionally cold. It doesn't matter. Evil people will meet their match. I've already arranged for someone to collect the debts. Then Su Yang turned to Wang Yuan. How about this, lend me another 200,000, and I'll pay you back with interest in a few days. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Huh, 200,000. Big brother, it's not that I'm unwilling to lend it to you, but you haven't even turned that 100,000 worth of goods into cash yet, and you want to stock up again. Su Yang nodded, his eyes full of determination. Of course, this trick can only be used once. It will be ineffective once they catch on. Now is the time to take as much as possible to cheat whoever can be cheated. Wang Yuan still had some worries. But I'm not worried about you not being able to pay it back, but just thinking about raising 20,000 to feed those ingrates makes me feel bad. Su Yang smiled confidently. Don't worry, Su Yang never fight a battle without preparation. Alright, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Su Yang waved his hand to stop her. No need to transfer it now. When the delivery truck comes tomorrow, you can just settle the final payment then. I'll transfer the principal and interest to you by that time. Okay. That night, Su Yang contacted the supplier again. Early the next morning, several fully loaded trucks drove into Erba village. The supplier's boss was grinning from ear to ear. The business at this supermarket was too booming. The shelves that were just filled yesterday were completely ransacked today. After unloading the goods, Wang Yuan settled the payment. The two of them worked seamlessly together, one responsible for unpacking and stocking the goods, the other for placing double price tags. In just one morning, the shelves were once again filled to the brim. Under the big banyan tree at the village entrance, several gossiping women started to chatter again. Goodness, Su Yang is really fearless. He actually stocked another 200,000 worth of goods. I just saw with my own eyes that several big trucks went to deliver goods to him. Su Yang is really a good village chief. Isn't this just clearly benefiting us common folks? Exactly, we should go support him more. This ignorant fool, we have to make him go bankrupt this time. I won't say more. My house still needs a big garbage bin. I'm going to grab one first. Wait for me, Aunt Wong. I still need to grab 2 boxes of mineral water. This group of people had their eyes shining like mad dogs that hadn't eaten for 3 days. Some even pushed their handcarts from home and sprinted towards Su Yang's supermarket, afraid that if they went too slowly the goods would be snatched away by others. Upon entering, these people completely lost their minds, grabbing everything in sight. After they finished grabbing, they rushed to the cashier, happily signing and stamping their names, then cheerfully hauling their goods home. After another afternoon, this batch of new goods in Su Yang's store was once again completely bought out. Su Yang looked at the receipts, feeling that the time was just right. If this continued, these greedy beasts would really not be able to come up with money to pay their debts. By night, Su Yang fried a plate of peanuts, sliced a cucumber, and opened a bottle of old wine. He called Han Yueka to his home. When Han Yueka entered, he was grinning from ear to ear. Director Su, is the sun rising in the west today? You actually took the initiative to invite me for drinks. It should be noted that although they lived in the same village, Han Yueka, a rogue, had never had any interaction with Su Yang. The two of them had no common topics. Su Yang pulled out a chair. Come sit down and have a drink. After clinking glasses, Su Yang tossed 2 peanuts into his mouth. He'll get straight to the point. You know that the villagers have taken a lot of things on credit from my store, right? Han Yueka nodded. This matter had spread throughout Urba village and even the neighboring village. The people from the neighboring village originally wanted to come and take advantage, but they arrived too late and didn't even get a plastic bag. Su Yang continued, I didn't call you here for any other reason. This group of rascals in our village is unyielding to anyone but you. And you also know my relationship with Zhao Jifeng. So here's the deal, you help me collect these debts, and I'll give you a 10% commission. Han Yuek's eyes instantly, since his beloved dog was crushed to death. Han Yueka has been gloomy every day. Whenever he has nothing to do, he goes to the KTV in the city to find women to vent his frustrations, spending several thousand yuan on drinks each time. Although he earned a bit by doing shady work for Zhao Jifeng, he couldn't keep up with such extravagant spending. Moreover, he has a few younger brothers who rely on him for meals, which means he has to spend money every day. Su Yang smiled. The total debt is over 600,000. As long as you can recover it, your commission will be 60,000. What do you think? 60,000. Han Yueka was so excited that he rubbed his hands together. Great. I'm a professional at this kind of thing, we'll take it. Su Yang pulled out a thick stack of signed debt notes from his bag and handed them over. It was only at this moment that Han Yueka suddenly realized. Su Yang was not a fool at all. He had long calculated how to heavily exploit these villagers. Opening a supermarket was merely a trap. Meanwhile, at Aunt Wang's house in the village. In the past few days, men and women of all ages in her family had banded together. They managed to get back 4,000 to 5,000 yuan worth of supplies from Su Yang. More than 30 bottles of mineral water filled the spacious storage room to the brim. Various laundry powders and liquids piled up into a small mountain. Aunt Wang looked at the 5 or 6 large buckets of laundry liquid and couldn't help but smile widely. With these laundry liquids, I won't have to buy any for half a year. And these mineral waters will have enough to drink for half a year. This is such a great deal, simply unbeatable. The whole family relaxed on the sofa, feeling as though they had gained an enormous advantage. However, the nightmare awaiting them was just beginning. Early the next morning, Han Yueka, accompanied by 3 tattooed henchmen with fierce expressions, kicked open the gate of Old Chin's yard. Old Chin, still half asleep, opened the door with a look of impatience. Who is it? Why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? Upon opening the door, he saw Han Yuek's grim face. Old Chin instantly woke up. Oh, it's you, brother Han. What brings you here? Is something wrong? Without saying a word, Han Yueka slammed the debt note onto Old Chin's chest. Did you borrow 800 yuan worth of goods from Su Yang a couple of days ago? Yes, what's the matter? Nothing much, I'm here to collect the payment today. Han Yueka was very clever, framing it as a collection of debts completely occupying the moral high ground. Old Chin looked at the debt note, his brows furrowing deeply. Brother, can you give me a few more days? They'll pay you back when I have more money. Han Yueka sneered. Stop wasting time. The accounts of Su Yang's supermarket are now all under my control. Hurry up and pay, or don't blame me for being rude. Someone write on his yard wall in red paint, Old Chin owes 800 yuan. If he doesn't pay, his entire family will die. One of the tattooed henchmen stepped forward, vigorously shaking the large bucket of red paint he was holding. When Old Chin saw this scene, he was so frightened that his legs trembled. He didn't dare to delay any longer, slowly reaching into his pants. He pulled out a plastic bag from his inner pocket, which contained 800 yuan. With a pained expression, he handed it over. Han Yueka counted the money, confirming it was correct before tearing up the debt note in front of Old Chin. Alright, the debt is cleared. Immediately after, Han Yueka led his men to the next house. This woman's name was Sister Deng, known in the village as a notorious shrew and deadbeat. After a series of loud knocks, Sister Deng opened the door. Upon seeing Han Yueka, her eyes flickered. Oh brother, what are you doing here so early? Han Yueka was in a hurry to go to the next house and didn't want to waste time. He directly threw the debt note in front of her. Look at the amount. If everything is fine, hurry up and pay. It's a total of 1,941. Sister Deng glanced at the bill, her eyes shifting as she began to play tricks. I acknowledge this debt, but I don't have any money right now. If I had money, I wouldn't have borrowed in the first place, would I? Besides, I just borrowed it the day before yesterday. How can you come to collect the debt so early today? Han Yuek's expression turned cold. You didn't say when you would pay it back when you borrowed it. You signed in black and white, and today you must hand over the money. Seeing that Han Yueka was difficult to deal with, Sister Deng tried to bring up Su Yang. Oh brother, can you give me 2 more days? Did Su Yang send you here? I'm going to the village committee to reason with him. Just as she stepped over the threshold, she was blocked by 2 fierce henchmen. Sister Deng, let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't pay today, we'll use red paint to cover your house inside and out with big characters. Let's see if you still want to keep your face in the village after this. Seeing that Han Yueka was serious, Sister Deng, unable to handle it, decided to play dirty. She rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. Holding her chest with both hands, she gasped for air. Oh no. I can't take it anymore, my asthma is acting up. However, Han Yueka was completely unfazed. Calmly, he took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to each of his brothers. The four of them lit their cigarettes and surrounded Sister Deng, who lay on the ground smoking in silence. Sister Deng lay on the ground pretending for a long time, and when she saw that no one was paying attention to her, she could only awkwardly stop her act. Han Yueka exhaled a puff of smoke and let out a sneer. Are you done pretending? Let me be clear, you're going to pay this money today whether you like it or not. If you dare to default, we will come to your house for all 3 meals sitting at your doorstep every day. After all, we have all the time in the world, we can exhaust you. Sister Deng, realizing that her act of feigning illness was useless, decided to resort to her last resort, rolling around on the ground. I don't care. I just don't have money. You guys are going to drive me to death. I can't live anymore. I'm going to jump into the river right now. Saying this, she suddenly jumped up and pretended to rush towards the small river outside the village. Han Yueka stood still, coldly throwing out a sentence. Go ahead and jump her if you really dare to jump, and I'll respect you as a tough woman. He understood these women in the village too well. Crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang themselves were all just acts. In reality, they valued their lives more than anyone rushing to the clinic for a cough, and fearing they might have cancer from just passing gas. Seeing that all her tricks had been seen through, Sister Deng panicked completely. It's not that. Brother, the things sold by Su Yang's family are too expensive, they're all marked up by double. Can you give me a little less? Han Yueka simply stared at her coldly, remaining silent. Sister Deng knew she couldn't escape this debt today, and could only let out a desperate sigh. Consider me unlucky, oh, I'm really scared of you guys. She walked back into the house, opened the wardrobe, and pulled out a stack of cash from the lining of an old cotton jacket. After counting enough money, she reluctantly handed it over to Han Yueka. Once he received the money, Han Yueka finally left with his men satisfied. Word quickly spread across the village that Han Yueka had led a group to forcibly collect debts door to door. When Zhang Annie heard the news, she was utterly terrified. What? Are you certain Han Yueka himself led the collection? Deng Auntie, who had just paid up, wore a grim, sullen expression. Why would I lie to you? They nearly battered my front door to splinters before sunrise. I cried, I raged, I even threatened to hang myself. Yet they wouldn't budge an inch. Zhang Antie paid no attention to Deng Auntie's complaints. One thought consumed her: she had to return the goods, immediately. She hastily mounted her electric scooter and sped straight toward the village committee. From afar she spotted Su Yang standing at the gate smoking. Without bothering to brake properly, she flung her scooter onto the roadside and rushed over breathless. Su Yang, Auntie needs to discuss something with you. I don't want the items I took from your store. I'll return them all right now. Is that acceptable? I truly have no use for them at all. Su Yang exhaled a slow plume of smoke, his expression faintly amused. Auntie Zhang, the receipt clearly states in black and white no returns or exchanges once sold. I'm sorry, but it's non-negotiable. Zhang Auntie grew frantic. But your prices are outrageous. I'll report you to the Administration for Market Regulation. Go ahead, report me. Su Yang flicked ash from his cigarette, perfectly unruffled. First, every price I set falls squarely within legal and regulatory bounds. Second, I display all prices openly. If they seem steep, you're free to walk away. I never held a knife to anyone's throat. You all clamored and shoved to buy, so why blame me now? His words were logical, incisive, and left Zhang Annie speechless. She couldn't fathom how Su Yang, usually so affable, had suddenly turned so unyielding. Realizing she stood no chance alone, Zhang Annie hatched a plan. She immediately pulled out her phone and sent a message into a WeChat group named Village Entrance Senior Dance Troupe. Flourishing peonies, Zhang Antie's sisters. Something terrible has happened. That young Su Yang has tricked us. She then embellished the story with dramatic exaggeration. The group erupted instantly. Happiness and prosperity. Heavens! Isn't Su Yang blatantly swindling us? Harmony brings all blessings, exactly. Let's go. There's strength in numbers. We'll confront him together. Zhang Annie's logic was simple. If one voice couldn't sway him, perhaps dozens of village grandmothers could. Sure enough, within minutes 2 dozen or more square dance aunties marched en masse to the village committee, surrounding Su Yang in an instant. Chattering, scolding, accusing him of greed, exorbitant pricing, and heartlessness. Yet Su Yang remained utterly unfazed by their torrent of indignation. He calmly ground out his cigarette, but his voice quiet, but piercingly clear, in every ear. That convenience store? It's co-owned by Han Yueka and me. Whether or not you pay, that's entirely up to you. I may choose to let you off, but tell me, do you truly believe Han Yueka's temper would spare you? Silence fell like a shroud. Every insult died midair. Indeed, Su Yang as a village cadre held authority, but posed no real threat. Han Yueka, however, was a rabid dog. No one dared provoke him. Su Yang lowered his voice, feigning concern. Better hurry home, and prepare your payments. If Han Yueka loses his temper, I won't be able to protect you. I hear he recently drew a knife on someone in town, stabbed them twice. You decide what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the formerly furious aunties trembled violently. They abandoned their crusade against Su Yang and scattered like startled birds, fleeing faster than hares, all rushing home to gather money. Such is the village's unspoken hierarchy. The stubborn fear the ruthless fear the These aunties, who'd once stand shouting on street corners for a week over trivial squabbles, dared not utter a peep against a man like Han Yueka. Would Han Yueka truly kill them over a few hundred yuan? Perhaps not. But he would certainly resort to underhanded, revolting tactics, dumping manure in their courtyards today, painting their gates red with paint tomorrow. Failing all else, he might simply beat them senseless, serving only a few days in detention before resuming his harassment. As long as they wished to remain in the village, no one dared cross such a man. That evening, Han Yueka strode confidently into Su Yang's home carrying a large black cloth bag. The two sat in the living room reviewing the thick stack of IOUs, one invoice at a time. Old Chen owes 800, settled. Chao Yang owes 1,300, settled. Tang Xiaojia owes 1,941, settled. They worked through each debt meticulously. The pile of cash on the table grew ever higher. Not all crisp red 100 yuan notes, but interspersed with crumpled worn bills of smaller denominations. Su Yang fetched a large bamboo basket and placed it beside his feet. After verifying each payment, Han Yueka tossed the money into the basket. By the time the final account was reconciled, both men were exhausted, backs aching, unable to straighten. Su Yang always honored his word. He counted out exactly 60,000 yuan in cash, slapped the 6 thick stacks onto the table, and slid them toward Han Yueka. Han Yueka gazed at the wad of bills, grinning so widely his mouth seemed ready to split. This Su Yang was far more generous than Zhao Jifeng, the stingy miser who'd once sent him to lead a forced demolition in town, exposing him to immense risk, yet rewarded him with only 20,000 yuan in hardship fees. Whereas Su Yang merely asked him to collect debts around the village, and handed over 60,000 yuan with effortless ease. Han Yueka now viewed Su Yang through entirely new eyes, favorably, even reverently. His address upgraded instantly. "Brother Yang, unless there's anything else, I'll take my leave." He stuffed the money into his chest pocket, already eager to depart. That night he intended to treat his gang to a lavish evening at a high-end karaoke lounge in the county seat, ordering the most beautiful hostesses and splurging freely. After seeing Han Yueka off, Su Yang made a call, summoning Wang Yuan. Before long, she arrived breathlessly on her electric scooter. The moment she pushed open the door, Su Yang felt his vision brighten. Wang Yuan usually dressed modestly and casually, but tonight she wore a sleek, white, tight-fitting camisole, paired with form-fitting high-waisted jeans and white sneakers, her hair tied high in a ponytail. She radiated both bold confidence and understated allure, the very epitome of period sensual elegance. Especially that camisole. It accentuated her striking figure with breathtaking precision, as though the fabric might tear at any moment. Su Yang was utterly transfixed, his gaze locked, unable to shift. "Good heavens, you're absolutely stunning." Catching his unabashed stare fixed upon her chest, Wang Yuan flushed crimson. Instinctively, she raised her arms to shield herself. In truth, she'd already guessed much of the truth. News of Han Yueka's door-to-door violent collections had swept across the entire village by now. Su Yang reluctantly withdrew his gaze and pointed at the large bamboo basket on the ground filled with cash. "Haha, we've struck it rich. The account is 600,000. After deducting the 60,000 commission for Han Yueka, we have 540,000 left. Subtracting the 300,000 purchase cost will net 240,000. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up as she looked at the half basket of red and green bills, feeling greatly shocked. She walked over and grabbed a handful of money, rubbing it in her hands. "My goodness, Su Yang, you're incredible. In just a few days you made 240,000 with no investment. It's even faster than robbing a bank. However, I'm curious. How did you convince someone like Han Yueka to help you collect the debt? What did you offer him?" Wang Yuan, excited, stepped forward and hugged Su Yang's shoulder like a close friend. The two were very close together. Su Yang distinctly felt an astonishing softness on his arm. He suppressed the heat rising in his heart and replied with a smile. "That kind of thug only recognizes money, not people. I promised him a 10% cut of the collected debts, and he was quicker than anyone else to act." Wang Yuan narrowed her beautiful eyes, somewhat puzzled. "That's not right. A greedy person like Han Yueka would demand at least 30 or 40%. A 10% commission can't possibly satisfy him." Su Yang chuckled and replied with a thick skin, "Perhaps it's because I'm handsome and he was charmed by my charisma. All right, enough nonsense, let's split the money." Su Yang picked out a 100 yuan bill from the basket. He first counted out 200,000 as the principal and handed it to Wang Yuan. "This is the principal you lent me." He then counted out another 100,000 from the remaining 240,000 profit and pushed it toward Wang Yuan. "This is your share of the profits from the past few days." Looking at the thick stack of bills being pushed over, Wang Yuan was startled and quickly pushed it back. No, Su Yang, I can't take so much money. This all is your achievement. You came up with the idea, and you took the risk to earn this money. Just give me 20,000 as a token of appreciation. I only borrowed your 200,000 for 2 days with a daily interest of 10,000. It's not even close to what a loan shark would charge." Wang Yuan resolutely refused. You've just started your business and need to make connections and money everywhere. You need this money more than I do. Saying this, she took only 2 stacks from the 100,000 and pushed the rest back to Su Yang. Looking at this sensible and self-aware girl, Su Yang felt a warm current surge in his heart. Unlike women like Zhao Lan or Jean Miao Miao, who would jump at the sight of money ready to pounce. Alright, since you say so, I won't be polite with you then. Su Yang put the money away. He indeed needed cash desperately for both dealing with relationships above and for it. Su Yang initially wanted to keep Wang Yuan around to delve deeper into the topic of body figures, but she said she had to go to town early the next morning to handle some matters, so she rode her little electric scooter home first. After sending Wang Yuan off, Su Yang looked at the money-filled table and felt a great sense of satisfaction. Big Su Yang was thrilled to make money and decided to unwind a bit. Whose card should he flip tonight? Su Yang took out a 1 yuan coin and tossed it into the air. Heads for Zhao Lan, tails for Jean Miao Miao. The coin spun in the air for a few rounds before landing in his palm. When he moved his hand away to take a look, it was heads. Hee Sister Lan, I'm going to trouble you again tonight. Su Yang took out his phone and skillfully sent Zhao Lan a coded message. Meanwhile, at Wang Suanpan's home, Zhao Lan was sitting on the sofa applying a facial mask when her phone lit up with a message from Su Yang. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. She turned to glance at Wang Suanpan, who was on the balcony making a phone call. Wang Suanpan was gripping his phone, his brow furrowed with an anxious tone. Miss Fong, what's going on? Didn't we have a great discussion at the table yesterday? We agreed to build a canning factory in Erba Village. Why the sudden change? In fact, all this was a prearranged script between Su Yang and Fong Yuqing. Fong Yuqing started with a strategy of feigning retreat, overturning all promises made at the table yesterday, and leaving Wang Suanpan in the lurch. On the other end of the line, Fong Yuqing's tone was officially cold. Director Wang, after I returned, I had the team reassess the situation. We unanimously believe that the current conditions in Erba Village are not suitable for a canning factory's processing base. I plan to look for a new site in other townships. Upon hearing this, Wang Suanpan became anxious. Miss Fong, I advise you to think it over. Erba Village has beautiful mountains and clear waters, convenient transportation, and is a key tourist demonstration village supported by the county. Building the factory here would give you a unique advantage for network live streaming and sales. This was exactly the reason Fong Yuqing was initially attracted to Erba Village. With a good environment and convenient transportation, it was very suitable for packaging and promotion. Fong Yuqing pretended to hesitate on the other end for a few seconds. Alright, let me reconsider carefully. I will give you a definite answer tomorrow. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Suanpan to say anything else, she directly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone in the phone, Wang Suanpan was furious, pounding on the railing. He had already planned everything. If Fong Yuqing came to build the factory, he could not only take a cut when the villagers sold peaches, but also receive kickbacks when introducing workers to the factory. With various random subsidies and deductions, he could easily embezzle enough to buy a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. How could this piece of fat meat fly away just like that? Damn it. It can't be that Su Yang, that reckless kid, said something to Fong Yuqing privately and pissed her off, right? Stupid Su Yang, daring to ruin my good deed. Wang Suanpan cursed through gritted teeth. At that moment, Zhao Lan had already removed the facial mask and walked over, twisting her waist. She reached out her delicate hand and gently squeezed Wang Suanpan's shoulder, who was fuming. Honey, why are you so— Didn't Boss Fong just say she needed to think it over? She didn't rule anything out. You can communicate with her properly tomorrow. Oh, it will definitely work out. Wang Suanpan took a deep breath and nodded helplessly. Well, it can only be like this for now. Then Zhao Lan changed the subject. Honey, I need to go out for a while. Miao Miao just texted me asking me to come over to play mahjong. It's boring to stay home, so I'll go out for some fresh air. Wang Suanpan didn't think much of it. Alright, go ahead. Zhao Lan turned and went back to the bedroom. When she came out again, she had changed into a sexy and alluring off-shoulder Chanel outfit with a skirt that barely covered her thighs. Wang Suanpan was taken aback. Wife, why are you dressed so sexy just to play mahjong with a few women? Zhao Lan rolled her eyes at him and explained sweetly. Oh, you don't understand. Miao Miao, that little girl flaunts her youth in front of me all the time, subtly mocking me for dressing like an old woman. Yes, I'm a few years older than her, but I can't let her outshine me in figure and presence. Honey, you're a person of status in the village, earning so much money. As your wife, I must dress beautifully when I go out to give you enough face right. Upon hearing this, Wang Suanpan's vanity was satisfied. Ha ha, well said. You're the most understanding wife. Zhao Lan smiled charmingly, stepping into her sexy high heels, and eagerly went out. Zhao Lan stepped down the stairs in high heels, pretending to head towards Jean Miao Miao's house. Seeing that no one was around, she quickly slipped into a nearby alley. After winding around, she stealthily arrived at the back door of Su Yang's house. Knock knock knock. Su Yang had just finished showering, wearing a bathrobe, and opened the door in slippers. The wooden door creaked open. Zhao Lan eagerly slipped inside. Su Yang quickly locked the door behind her. In the living room, Zhao Lan looked at Su Yang, who had already cleaned himself up and was waiting for her, raising her eyebrows slightly. Su-young, you have quite the audacity. My spouse is still inside, aren't you afraid of being caught by him? Su-young pulled Xiaolon closer. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist. What's there to be afraid of? Haven't you been disgusted with him for a long time? Worst case, we'll just get a divorce. Let's go upstairs, I'll show you something thrilling tonight. Su-young picked Xiaolon up in a princess carry and headed up the stairs. In their earlier encounters, Xiaolon had been somewhat shy and fearful, but now they were in perfect sync. Once in the bedroom, Su-young tossed Xiaolon onto the soft bed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Look, I've prepared something special for you. Saying this, Su-young threw a black paper bag in front of Xiaolon. She looked at him in confusion and reached out to open. Inside were several pieces of fabric. Xiaolon playfully punched Su-young on the chest. Why are you so naughty, Su-young? How come I never noticed you were this kind of person before? You used to look so weak and delicate. How did you turn into this? Who corrupted you? Su-young scoffed inwardly. Who corrupted me? Of course it was you, bunch of blind fools. After all the suffering he endured in his past life, did he have to suffer again in this one? In this life, he was determined to let loose, leaving no one who had wronged him unpunished. However, he certainly would not voice these thoughts to Xiaolon. Alright, enough chit-chat, hurry up and change. Xiaolon bit her lip and took off her sexy little outfit. Su-young leaned against the headboard, his gaze intensely focused on her. Suddenly the phone on the bedside began to vibrate, the screen flashing the word husband. Xiaolon cleared her throat twice, straightened her voice, and pressed the answer button. Hello, husband. The voice of Wang Suanpan came through the phone. Wife, where did you put that new suit you bought me last time? I need it tomorrow to meet some big bosses in the city, so I have to iron it in advance. Husband, that. Your suit is at the top of the wardrobe in our master bedroom. I put it in a dust-proof box. You can take it out and iron it yourself. Alright, I got it. Afterward, Xiaolon changed her clothes, but couldn't bring herself to leave immediately. She sat on the edge of the bed, resting her head softly on Su-young's chest. Su-young, what if I were to get pregnant? Su-young played with her hair, smirking nonchalantly. Well, wouldn't that be perfect? You can let Wang Suanpan take care of it. That way you'll save on formula milk. Xiaolon rolled her eyes at him. Su-young, you really are a rascal. Though she scolded him, she surprisingly felt no anger inside. If that day really came, it seemed it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Then I'll head back. Xiaolon rose reluctantly, preparing to dress and leave. Wait, I'll go with you. Su-young also stood up. Xiaolon started an alarm. Where are you going? She had assumed Su-young was not yet satisfied, and wanted to find a more thrilling place to continue. In her present physical state, she truly could not take much. Fortunately, Su-young smiled, and explained it's nothing. I'm going to borrow a car, and run into town to handle something. You'll be back soon. Alright. The two dressed, and slipped out the back door. After making sure no one was around, they entered Wang Suanpan's home one after the other. Wang Suanpan was sitting on the sofa watching television, and was somewhat surprised to see Xiaolon return. Wife, why did you stop playing? Xiaolon lied without changing her expression. It was dull, they were on a lucky streak, and I didn't want to continue. She then pointed behind her at Su-young. I ran into Su-young at the intersection. He said he needs to go into town to take care of something, and asked to borrow our car. Su-young stepped forward with a smile. Brother Wang, lend me the car for a bit. I'm going to town to pick someone up, and we'll be right back. Sure, it's no big deal, Wang Suanpan replied. Wang Suanpan, very pleased, reached for the car keys on the table, and flung them to Su-young. Su-young caught them steadily, and smiled with meaning. Brother Wang is truly generous, even lending me both cars. Wang Suanpan froze for a moment, puzzled. Huh, what two cars? Su-young unhurriedly explained, your new Mercedes E and the old car you used to drive. Haven't I borrowed both before? Wang Suanpan suddenly understood, and waved his hand heartily. Huh, we're brothers, no need for such formalities. Drive whichever one you like, however you like. Su-young suppressed a smile, and cast an apparently casual glance at Xiaolon. Only Xiaolon knew exactly what Su-young was implying. She glared at him in a mix of shame and annoyance. Su-young shook the car keys in his hand. All right then, Brother Wang. He'll run my errand, and return it shortly. With that he turned, and went downstairs. No sooner had Su-young left than Wang Suanpan, impatient, dragged Xiaolon down onto the sofa. Haha, wife. Watching TV put me in the mood. Oh, let's have one. Xiaolon had no time to refuse. Yet only 3 minutes. Xiaolon's face registered nothing but disgust. People will always compare themselves to others, and goods will always be judged against other goods. Without comparison, there is no hurt. Meanwhile, Su-young drove the Mercedes straight toward the county town. If his memory served him correctly, Zhang Ziheo's sister Zhang Meixin was due to come to Erba village the day after tomorrow to hold some independent heroine seminar. Frankly speaking, it was a pretext of female awakening used to carry out pyramid-style recruitment in the countryside. The person Su-young was going to meet in town was a victim of Zhang Meixin's operation. Of course, the pitiable often share some blame. This victim had simply acted thoughtlessly. Su-young felt no true sympathy. The reason he went to such lengths was merely to incite this victim to make a scene at the seminar, and thus shatter Zhang Meixin's event to make the con. By doing so, Su-young would in a roundabout way prevent the villagers from being deceived. Yet in his view, these ungrateful villagers deserved to be cheated and retaliated against by his own hand. Only then would it feel satisfying. Someone coming to Erba village to steal business and cut the villagers down like leeks. Not on his watch. The car wound its way through narrow streets and stopped at a shabby complex hidden in a corner of the county town. It was one of those dilapidated slab block buildings put up decades ago, dirty and disorderly. As soon as he opened the car door and stepped into the dim stairwell, a pungent stink of urine struck him. Soo-young pinched his nose and cursed inwardly. He could not comprehend why people with so little civility would relieve themselves in the corridor. Why not simply urinate in their own living room? It was as if their brains were waterlogged. Stifling his disgust, he climbed all the way to the 6th floor in one go. After calming his breath, Soo-young walked to a rusted iron door at the far end and knocked for a long time. Only then did slow, dragging footsteps sound from inside. A short-haired, freckled woman opened the wooden door with a listless look. They stared at one another across the security gate. The woman's eyes were guarded. "Who are you looking for?" Soo-young went straight to the point. "I know what you've been through. May I come in and talk in detail?" The woman scrutinized him warily and resolutely shook her head, preparing to close the door. Soo-young immediately pressed his hand against the iron gate. "I know you were scammed with pyramid scheme tactics. Don't you want to get back your hard-earned money?" At that question, the woman's hand stopped, and a faint gleam returned to her. "You can help me get the money back." Soo-young nodded with confidence. "Of course." The woman hesitated a moment, then opened the security door and stepped aside to let him in. The apartment was meticulously clean, but bare, with only a few decent pieces of furniture remaining. The woman poured a glass of boiled water and handed it over. Soo-young waved it away. "Who are you? How did you know I was cheated?" She could not help asking. Soo-young feigned gravity and began to be blunt. "My girlfriend was trapped by them too. Like you, she was brainwashed into becoming an independent agent. She paid hundreds of thousands in agent fees. Now the money is gone, and she has been consumed by it." Hearing what seemed like the voice of a fellow sufferer's kin, the woman's defenses collapsed, and her eyes reddened. "Alas, that 150,000 was the hard-earned savings my husband had put away working at a state-owned enterprise. Now the money is gone, and my husband wants a divorce and won't even let me see the child. My parents point at me and call me a fool. They are utterly disappointed." She covered her face and choked with pain. "When I first tried to pay, they did everything to stop me, pleading with me all night. But at the time I felt as if my mind were smeared with lard. I could not hear a word of reason." Soo-young nodded with affected sympathy. Yes, Zhang Meixin's rhetoric is devastatingly effective. Precisely because she is so skilled at brainwashing, she persuaded so many to empty their family coffers. The woman before him was named Wang Yao. She had once been one of Zhang Meixin's most fervent devotees. Wang Yao had been an ordinary housewife with no job, spending her days caring for the children. Her husband worked at a state-owned enterprise, bringing in 6,000 or 7,000 a month. After mortgage and car payments, there was little left, yet all of it was entrusted to Wang Yao for safekeeping. Life was tight but steady, until one day Wang Yao stumbled upon a short video by Zhang Meixin. In it, Zhang Meixin extolled female independence in a way that struck deep chords within Wang Yao. She felt her life should not be confined to kitchen and children, as she too wanted to be the heroine who took control of her fate. So she ignored her husband's objections and her parents' warnings, resolutely took out the family's last savings, 150,000, and handed it over as an agent fee to Zhang Meixin. Zhang Meixin bestowed upon her the grand title of senior partner. She was told that recruiting others would earn her a far higher commission than ordinary members, and that she would be specially trained to give speeches on stage. But Wang Yao was not cut out for such a role. Had she possessed such eloquence and social grace, she would not have spent so many years idle at home. She was the type who had high ambitions, but lacked the skills to match, unable to see her own limitations, yet her desires were insatiably grand. Greed leads the heart to overreach. Thus, she willingly fell into the trap. By the time she came to her senses, realizing she couldn't attract anyone or make any money, she went to Zhang Meixin to demand a refund. Zhang Meixin outright turned her back on her. She slammed a contract with clear terms into her face. Wang Yao had signed it, and Zhang Meixin had indeed provided her with the so-called training services, teaching her a set of deceptive rhetoric. Zhang Meixin brazenly pointed at her nose and declared, "Even if you report this to the police or sue in court," and indeed that was the case. Zhang Meixin's scheme perfectly circumvented legal risks. Before launching this operation, Zhang Dafu had spent heavily to hire a professional legal team for his daughter. They were specifically tasked with drafting those predatory contracts that exploited legal loopholes. That's why Zhang Meixin dared to conduct such operations openly in the county. Did she lack tangible products? No, she sold courses on female empowerment. But did this shoddy course have any? It was purely mental conditioning, utterly useless. This represents a typical form of spiritual harvesting scam prevalent in today's society. Combined with Zhang Meixin's inciting rhetoric, many victims like Wang Yao, after losing all their money, wouldn't even realize that the issue lay within this business logic. They would only blame themselves, feeling inadequate, unworthy of being the leading lady. Wang Yao looked sincerely at Mr. So, do you really have a way to help me get my money back? If you can help me retrieve this sum, I am willing to give you 50,000 as a reward. Soo-young waved his hand lightly. No need for the money, but I need you to help me with something. Wang Yao was taken aback. What do you need me to do? Su Yang's gaze turned slightly cold, his tone resolute. Tomorrow morning Zhang Meixin will come to Erba village for that so-called leading lady seminar, continuing to recruit participants. At that time you should just go to the scene with a banner and cause a commotion. With me standing in the village, she wouldn't dare to do. Once the seminar is disrupted, I will provide you with a batch of Zhang Meixin's internal dirt. You can directly expose her online. When she gets anxious and contacts you on her own, come back to me. Su Yang looked directly at her. During this time she will definitely use various means to threaten and intimidate you. But remember, what she is doing is inherently illegal. As long as she dares to threaten you, you should report her directly. As long as you have the determination to stand your ground against her, I guarantee you will win. Wang Yao listened and gave a self-deprecating smile. I have nothing left now, just this worthless life. Oh, why would I still be afraid of her? Good, feel free to call me anytime if anything happens. Su Yang left a note with his number and turned to leave. Wait. Wang Yao said. What is it? Mr. Su, I have nothing to offer you for your help. I have seafood. Do you want some? Su Yang looked embarrassed. Sorry. After saying that, Su Yang left. Upon returning to Erba village, he parked the Mercedes-Benz E-Class at the village committee. When he returned the car keys to Wang Suanpan was still cheerfully being courteous. Su Yang, we are brothers, you can take my car anytime. Su Yang smiled in thanks, but inwardly he was sneering. Of course he could borrow it anytime. Meanwhile, at the home of Wei Xiaoxia, the village women's director, she was on the balcony speaking in a low voice on the phone. On the other end of the line was Zhang Meixin. Wei Xiaoxia was an underling developed by Zhang Meixin in the village, essentially her capable assistant. Sister Zhang, everything is arranged on my end. I just sent a notice in the women's group in the village. I estimate around 200 to 300 people will come to tomorrow's seminar. Zhang Meixin laughed with satisfaction on the other end of the line. 200 to 300 is enough. You should also promote in a few neighboring villages. It's hard to deceive women in the city now. Oh, let's focus on the rural market. Rest assured, your commission is assured. Okay, Sister Zhang, you can be assured of that. Wei Xiaoxia hung up the phone, letting out a long breath as she slumped onto the sofa. This woman had an extremely extreme personality and even harbored some hatred towards men. The reason was simple. Her mother had a loose lifestyle in her youth and often cheated on her father. Every time her father discovered it, he would go into a rage at home. Growing up in such a repressive and distorted environment, Wei Xiaoxia harbored hostility towards men. After her parents divorced, she lived with her alcoholic father, suffering from scorn. After growing up and becoming the women's director, she originally intended to fight for the rights of the women in the village. However, her mindset gradually went astray, and she often expressed extreme opinions online. This just happened to catch Zhang Meixin's eye, leading to her successful brainwashing and recruitment. The next morning, Su Yang completed his morning routine and strolled over to the village committee. As soon as he entered the yard, Wei Xiaoxia greeted him with a wide smile. Director Su, good morning. A company from the county wants to hold a women's seminar in our village today and would like to borrow the small square outside. Would that be convenient for you? As she spoke, Wei Xiaoxia secretly slipped a bulging red envelope into Su Yang. Su Yang pinched the envelope to gauge its thickness. It was likely filled with 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. He discreetly tucked the envelope into his pocket. Sure, the square is empty, so feel free to use it. Su Yang walked through the corridor. As he passed outside, several villagers were glaring at him with murderous intent, wishing they could kick him away. After Su Yang retrieved the money, he simply pulled down the roller shutter and stopped business altogether. It was only then that this group of villagers realized. Su Yang opened that supermarket clearly to set a trap for them. Now not a single person dared to greet him or call him Director Su. Su Yang didn't mind at all. They were just a bunch of lambs for slaughter, insignificant. He walked directly into the office, leisurely brewed a cup of tea, and turned a deaf ear to the happenings outside. At that moment in the corridor, Wang Suanpan happened to meet Jean Miao Miao, who was arriving for work. He greeted her with a cheerful smile. Miao Miao, good morning. I heard my wife say that you had good luck last night and won a lot of money, right? Next time you play mahjong with her, you should show some mercy. Jean Miao Miao was instantly stunned. Huh, I had a terrible headache last night and went to bed early after taking medicine. Oh, when did I play mahjong with Zhao Lan? But she was a clever woman, and as her mind turned, she suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. She immediately understood that Zhao Lan was using her as a shield. He, Accountant Wang, really knows how to joke. Everyone has their ups and downs in the game. I can't always win, can I? After exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries, Wang Swan began humming a tune as he went back to work. Seeing that no one was around, Jean Miao Miao rushed into Su Yang's office. She locked the door behind her and pulled down the blinds. Su Yang, did you sleep with Accountant Wang's wife again last night? Su Yang sat steadily in his chair, blowing at the floating tea leaves in his cup before taking a gentle sip. Yes. What? Didn't you know that from the very beginning? Jean Miao Miao's eyes widened as she lowered her voice to question him. You've got some nerve. When you were doing it before, Accountant Wang wasn't home, so it was fine. Now he's home every day, and you still dare to play like this. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Su Yang put down his cup and let out a cold laugh. What the hell? I'm not afraid at all. Seeing Jean Mao's anxious expression, Su Yang's eyes sparkled, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. How about next time you and Zhao Lan come over together? Jean Miao was frightened by his gaze instinctively, taking a step back, her back pressed tightly against the door. Su Yang, don't do anything reckless. I'm about to marry Zhang Zihao. I'm begging you to tone it down, okay? What if something goes wrong? Su Yang stood up, pressing closer. Isn't that just perfect? Jean Mao's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth, cursing, Su Yang. You're really a madman. Beast. Su Yang stopped in his tracks, a chilling coldness flashing in his eyes. A beast? Is that what they call a beast? He was well aware that what he was doing now was nothing compared to how those people in his past life forced him into an irreparable state of ruin. This group of blood-sucking leeches had caused him so much suffering in his previous life. In this life, his revenge was just getting started. The truly violent storm had yet to begin. Oh, why rush? Su Yang stepped forward and forcefully pressed Jean Miao against the door with a wall slam. Seeing the terror in Su Yang's eyes, Jean Miao panicked and turned her face away. Su Yang domineeringly held her chin, forcing her face back to look at him. He leaned down, shamelessly examining her. Today, Jean Miao wore a tight black sports outfit complemented by a white low-cut tank top. Her face turned crimson, nearly bleeding as she bit her lip and muttered a soft rebuttal. Dressed so elegantly today, is it for me? No. Although she stubbornly insisted it wasn't, her heart was filled with doubt. This morning when she was getting dressed, she had deliberately admired herself in the full-length mirror for a long time. She was amazed to discover that her figure was indeed better than before, her curves fuller. Even her once dull complexion had transformed into a rosy hue with not a single pimple in sight. She had been contemplating this on her way to the village committee. Could it really be because of Su Yang? But in front of Su Yang, she wouldn't dare to admit it. Su Yang leaned close to her ear, his hot breath brushing against her neck. By the way, I remember your birthday is in a couple of days, right? How about I give you an unforgettable birthday gift then? Jean Miao instantly understood what Su Yang meant by a birthday gift. She nervously swallowed her legs. I don't want it. Well, that's not up to you. Just then there was a sudden loud knocking at the door. Su Director, are you inside? It was the voice of the women's director, Wei Xiaoxia. Jean Miao was startled like a frightened rabbit. In a flurry, she quickly zipped her sports outfit all the way up, hurriedly tidied her messy hair, and hid behind the desk. Su Yang straightened his clothes and opened the door. What's wrong, Director Wei? Wei Xiaoxia stood outside, her expression somewhat anxious. Director Su, the team from that company in the county has arrived. Could you hand me the key to the broadcast room? We need to borrow the village's loudspeakers and high-pitched horns. Su Yang smiled, unfastening a set of keys from his waist and handing them over. Here you go. In that moment of handing over the keys, Su Yang's fingers inadvertently brushed against Wei Xiaoxia's hand. In that instant, Wei Xiaoxia felt a jolt of electricity pass through her body, causing her to shudder, her heart missing a beat. Wei Xiaoxia was 28 this year, slightly older than Su Yang. Due to the shadows of her upbringing, she had developed a slight aversion to men, and to this day, she had never been in a relationship, remaining single. Although living in the countryside, she had never done any rough work. Her skin was fair and firm, and she maintained a good figure, often dressing in a stylish and capable manner. Even she found it hard to believe. Since Su Yang became the village head, she had begun to frequently dream at night. Moreover, the male lead in her dreams was always Su Yang. The reason was quite simple. Su Yang's current temperament and appearance resembled a boy she had secretly had a crush on during high school. That boy had treated her very well, but because of her severe aversion to men at the time, she ultimately missed out on that naive relationship. Subconsciously, Wei Xiaoxia had started to view Su Yang as a substitute for that white moonlight. Director Wei, why are you in a daze? Seeing Wei Xiaoxia blushing and standing there lost in thought, Su Yang waved his hand in front of her eyes. Wei Xiaoxia snapped back to reality. Nothing. I'll go get the loudspeaker right now. She replied, hurriedly blushing as she snatched the keys and fled. Watching her flee in a panic, Su Yang chuckled coldly. He turned and went upstairs, grabbing a chair and sitting on the rooftop of the village committee, preparing to watch the show from above. In the small square below, two luxurious buses came to a steady stop, and Zhang Meixin, accompanied by dozens of her employees, marched down in a grand fashion. These people were extremely skilled. In a flurry of activity, tables and chairs were quickly arranged. Then the employees brought out boxes of high-end fruits, exquisite candies, and various drinks, laying them out on the tables as if they were free. This was a commonly used tactic by pyramid schemes, small gifts and benefits. First, they pampered you to make you comfortable, allowing you to eat and take things for free. Once you let down your guard and began to feel fond of them, that would be when they raised their sickles and ruthlessly harvested you. The women left behind in the village had never seen such a spectacle. Usually they were all miserly, but upon seeing free goodies they rushed to occupy the front row seats, beaming as they waited for Zhang Meixin's employees to serve them tea, hand out candy, and offer fruits. Soon the square was filled with people, the atmosphere lively. Seeing that the time was right, Zhang Meixin took the microphone and gracefully walked onto the stage. In order to showcase her identity as a successful woman, Zhang Meixin specifically drove a brand new Bentley today. The impressive luxury car was parked right in front of the village committee's entrance. Villagers passing by regardless of age or gender were all captivated by the luxury vehicle. Some drew closer to take a good look, while a few brave ones even reached out to touch the car emblem, posing in front of the car to take pictures. Zhang Meixin cleared her throat and tested the microphone a couple of times, instantly capturing everyone's attention. To be fair, although she was already 35 years old, Zhang Meixin maintained herself exceptionally well. With her beautiful appearance and outstanding demeanor, she exuded an aura of a polished urban elite woman. It was precisely because of her looks and her knack for self-promotion. The independent, strong woman persona she meticulously crafted made it easier for these rural women who had lived at the bottom of society for so long to develop a blind admiration and longing for her. But these brainwashed women had no idea. Zhang Meixin's so-called success was entirely supported by her father Zhang Dafu, who was the county's agricultural commissioner, pouring money behind the scenes. Good morning, sisters of Erba Village. Zhang Meixin began, her voice soft and approachable. Today I came here at the invitation of our director Wei to visit you all from the county city. Her words sounded even better than a song. In reality, the sharp scythe had already eagerly hung over the heads of this group of chives. For the next half hour, Zhang Meixin didn't mention any serious matters at all. It was all small talk and jokes. She had the group of middle-aged women in stitches, greatly narrowing the distance between them. Once everyone lowered their guard, Zhang Meixin shifted her tone and began to get to the point. Sisters, I know that most of you are homemakers who stay at home. Are the men in your families all working hard outside to earn money? The women in the audience nodded in agreement. Zhang Meixin took a deep breath, her tone turning somewhat heavy. Although they work hard outside, they have ultimately seen the glamorous world out there. They have been to big cities, taken high-speed trains, and seen the world. She pointed at the audience, her voice suddenly. Are you willing to spend your entire life cooped up in this impoverished valley, toiling away in the dirt, like a neglected, unloved woman? As soon as she finished speaking, the sound engineer played a poignant, emotionally charged background music. This immediately struck the soft spot of countless women present, leaving them in shock. Then Zhang Meixin unleashed her full force, fervently delivering her brainwashing logic. Women must learn to make money. They must learn to love themselves fiercely. We must buy the most expensive cosmetics and wear the most beautiful clothes. We need to know how to package ourselves, please ourselves, and be the leading ladies who control our own lives. The toxic positivity spewing from her mouth sounded reasonable when taken one statement at a time. But in the face of reality, it was pure nonsense. These women who remained in the countryside had both the elderly and children to support. Their husbands toiled away on construction sites, earning just a few thousand yuan a month after exhausting themselves. Where would they find the spare cash to buy expensive cosmetics that cost thousands? What capital do they have to package themselves? Even if they went out to work, they would earn at most 3,000 or 4,000 a month. What could they do with that little money? Was it enough to be the lavish leading lady she described? Absolutely not. But in such a feverish atmosphere, with the background music enhancing the mood, Zhang Meixin's rhetoric proved effective. It instantly sparked a strong sense of appearance anxiety and existential void among the women in the audience. They felt as though they had wasted the first half of their lives living like dogs. Some emotionally fragile women even couldn't help but start wiping away tears. Seeing that everyone's emotions had been stirred up, Zhang Meixin prepared to throw out her final trump card, building her persona. To be honest, sisters, I just turned 30 this year. Without a hint of embarrassment, this woman claimed to have reduced her age by 5 years in public. She pointed to the luxury car outside. At 30, I achieved my dream of driving a Bentley through my own hard work. Everyone take a good look. That car was not bought for me by my family, nor was it paid for by my husband. That was earned through my own hard work and efforts. For you, it may seem that earning money to buy a Bentley is out of reach. But that's not the case at all. As long as you choose the right direction and follow the right people, not to mention buying a Bentley, even a Porsche or a Rolls Royce can be easily achieved. Sitting on the rooftop terrace, Su Yang rolled his eyes. This was simply a series of outrageous lies. That broken Bentley was clearly rented from a wedding company in the county for 2,000 yuan a day to show off. How shameless to claim it was her own purchase. But the group of women below who had never seen the world were oblivious to this. Their inner greed and desire were completely ignited by Zhang Meixin's few words. That's right. Zhang has a point. Why should we toil away in the dirt? We also want to earn big money. We also want to be leading ladies. Just as the crowd was fervently agitated, a plain-looking woman suddenly stood up, clearly a plant that Zhang Meixin had set up in advance. Zhang, since you were so successful, could you teach us how to strive? You only speak of these principles, but us uneducated people don't know where to start. Zhang Meixin exchanged a glance with the plant, a slight smile appearing on her lips. That's a great question, sister. So I came to Erba Village today to personally teach everyone how to choose a truly suitable path to wealth. Then Zhang Meixin began to speak, endlessly peddling her nonsensical business logic. To sum it up in as long as you pay her to buy a course, she can provide unknown guidance for starting a business leading everyone to the pinnacle of life. This top-notch business course that can change your life is originally priced at $38,000. Today, considering how sincere you all are, I'll offer the Sisters of Herba Village an internal discounted price. Only 8,888. Upon hearing that nearly 9,000 yuan was required, the women who had just been fervent looked as if they had been doused with cold water, instantly deflating. Damn, nearly 9,000 yuan. In the countryside, that is definitely not a small amount. Not to mention, just a few days ago this group had been heavily scraped in Su Yang's supermarket. Even if they wanted to pay, they didn't have that much cash at home. Seeing this group of cash cows about to back off, Zhang Meixin remained calm and immediately threw out the most tempting trump card. Everyone, don't panic. This 8,888 can be fully refunded. As long as you register and can bring people along to attend my class, bringing in enough heads. Not only will I refund the registration fee in full, but I will also give you a very high commission. As long as you dare to do it, I guarantee to lead you all to earn big money. The women in the audience, upon hearing this, had their eyes gleaming with greedy light again. Money can be refunded, and they can make money by bringing people in. Isn't this equivalent to getting a free path to earn big money at zero cost? Is there such a good thing in this world? Damn it, I'm in. It's too good to pass up. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than the first plant rushed forward, slapping a thick wad of cash onto the table with a sharp crack. Director Zhang, am signing up? I must change my fate. And he asked the first dared to break the ice. The women who had been hesitating, fearing these Norsk slots would vanish, lost all rational restraint. They surged forward recklessly. And Director Zhang, sign me up too, and save me a spot. They'll run home for the money right now. In an instant, a long queue formed, snaking toward the registration desk. Su Yang sat atop the rooftop, surveying the scene from above. And well now, at least 100 people had taken the bait. And these fools, truly dumber than swine. Not cold, mirthless chuckle escaped Su Yang's lips as he lit a cigarette. But he wasn't rushing. This was only the overture, the main act had yet to begin. Zhang Meixin stood before the crowd, her gaze sweeping methodically across the sea of faces. She counted roughly 100 people in line. And not all would pay the full amount. But even if only 80 gritted their teeth and handed over 8,888 yuan, that still amounted to over 700,000 yuan. Not few rambling speeches on stage, a dose of toxic inspiration. Strip away venue rental, fruit purchases, and hired plants, and she'd still pocket at least 5 or 600,000 yuan in pure profit. Utterly exhilarating. Zhang Meixin suppressed a smirk. And indeed, rural women were the easiest prey, gullible, eager, and effortlessly ensnared. Just as Zhang Meixin, flushed with anticipation, prepared to signal her staff to begin collecting payments, a disheveled woman burst through the crowd's outer edge. She charged to the front of the line and dropped to her knees with a heavy thud, then unfurled a glaring banner with scrawled across it in crude blood-red paint were these words in vampire. Fraud. Zhang Meixin. Return my hard-earned money. And sisters. Fellow villagers, don't believe her. And she is a complete fraud. And kneeling on the ground, the woman cried out hoarsely, her voice raw with anguish. She used this very pitch to trick me into becoming her agent, and I scraped together 15,000 yuan, every last cent, and paid her as agency fee. But it was all a scam. I recruited not a single soul. When I demanded a refund, she turned on me. Cold, callous, refusing even a single coin. And what she's running here is nothing but a pyramid scheme. She's brainwashing you. She's poisoning your minds. And this sudden eruption left everyone stunned. Zhang Meixin's face paled. She opened her mouth to intervene. But the woman pointed furiously toward the luxury car outside and shouted, everything she just said is a lie. That Bentley isn't hers. It's rented for 2,000 yuan a day from a county wedding planning company. And she's not 30, she's 35, a wizened hag. And every glamorous facade she's built. Entirely fake. Sisters, believe me. Waving the banner high, the woman began slapping her own face. Fiercely slap, slap, slap. And each strike landed with brutal force. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her performance was heart-wrenching, her despair utterly convincing. She ruined me. Emptied my home, drove my husband away, barred me from seeing my child, and my parents despise me. They call me a prodigal daughter, and I hate myself too. I blinded myself. I shattered my family with my own hands. And watching from the rooftop, Su Yang raised an eyebrow in quiet astonishment. And this Wang Yao, truly ruthless. To reclaim her money, she'd gone so far as to strike herself with lethal resolve. And those thunderous slaps worked like magic, jolting several women on the verge of paying back to their senses. Oh dear sister, what are you doing? Get up, get up. And several compassionate women rushed forward to pull Wang, but Wang Yao remained rooted to the ground, refusing to rise. And elders, I've sacrificed dignity by coming here today solely to warn you, don't fall for this deception. These scammers have grown cunning beyond measure, and they cloak themselves in slogans about empowering women, while peddling nothing but fraud. We seek prosperity. We wish to live well. But we must never surrender our hard-earned savings to charlatans like her. Wang Yao pointed directly at Zhang Meixin, whose face had turned ashen on stage. Use your heads. If she truly earns millions so effortlessly as she claims, why doesn't she operate from a gleaming high-rise in a metropolis developing real products? Why descend upon this barren, forgotten mountain village to preach to us rural women in this makeshift gather? What does she want? Nothing but your life savings. The money you've buried deep for your final days. Wang Yao's words dripped with anguish and razor-sharp logic, striking straight at the core of their fears. The women in line gasped audibly. Doubt and suspicion flickered across dozens of faces, all now fixed warily upon Zhang Meixin. The crowd erupted into whispers. Holy hell, that does sound like a pyramid scheme. Where in the world do miracles fall from the sky? She's almost certainly a con artist. So, do we still pay? Hell no, let's scram. In that single breath the once jammed queue lost a third of its members, vanishing into the crowd. Zhang Meixin broke into a cold sweat and snatched up the microphone. Sisters, don't listen to this slanderer spewing filth. I've never laid eyes on her. She's clearly a rival's plant. A saboteur sent to sabotage my mission to lift you all up. She can't stand watching me guide you toward prosperity. My course delivers genuine value. Countless sisters have already earned their first fortune thanks to my teachings. Trust me. You must trust me. Yet her defense rang hollow, powerless against the tide of doubt. None among them were fools. Wang Yao's livid cheek marks and the blood at her lip were undeniable. No actor would wound herself so brutally for mere pretense. Zhang Meixin's eyes narrowed, flashing a venomous signal to her underlings. Instantly a group of male staff rushed down to block departing villagers. Another squad lunged toward Wang Yao, attempting to drag her away by force. Of course they dared not strike her openly before such a crowd. Doing so would confirm every accusation she'd made, sealing their guilt irrevocably. Even without violence, the villagers, now wide awake, had ceased believing her. More slipped away each second. The meticulously orchestrated harvest teetered on collapse. Zhang Meixin clenched her molars, her gaze burning with venom as she pointed at Wang Yao. Throw this madwoman out, immediately. A burly staffer advanced grimly, seizing Wang Yao's hair, ready to haul her off by brute force. Halt. Na's sharp commanding voice cut through the chaos from the rear. Su Yang stepped forward, unhurried, his gaze icy as it swept over Zhang Meixin's entourage. This is the Erba Village Committee Hall, not your stage for fraud and intimidation. Resolve your disputes by calling the police. Anyone who lays a hand on another within my jurisdiction will answer to me, harshly. With that, Su Yang snapped his fingers, calm and deliberate. A sharp rustle echoed. Yueka, who had lingered on the periphery, observing silently, now surged forward with 7 or 8 heavily tattooed, intimidating enforcers. They instantly encircled Zhang Meixin and her team, reversing the power dynamic. Zhang Meixin's face drained of color, yet she forced composure. Director Su, what is the meaning of this? Are you shielding this deranged disruptor? Su Yang let out a contemptuous snort. You know precisely what I mean, Director Zhang. Let me be unequivocal. He pointed directly at her nose, his voice glacial. Lay so much as a finger on her, and not one of you will walk out of Erba Village alive. Even Zhang Meixin, despite her foolishness, realized at this moment. This Wang Yao was deliberately brought by Su Yang to disrupt the scene. She glared at Su Yang, trembling with rage. She simply could not understand where she had offended Su Yang. Why did Su Yang go to such lengths to ruin her plans and oppose her repeatedly? A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. After all, this is Su Yang's territory. It's best to retreat for now. Zhang Meixin bit her lip, leaving behind a venomous remark. Fine. Su Yang, you have some guts. We'll see about this. After saying that, she waved her hand, instructing her subordinates to quickly pack up and leave Erba Village in disgrace. Watching Zhang Meixin's team retreat in embarrassment, Wang Yao's tense nerves finally relaxed, and she slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Su Yang stepped forward and patted her shoulder. Well done. Don't worry, on my territory they won't dare to do anything to you. Saying this, Su Yang took out 2,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yao. For the next couple of days, don't go back home. Go find a remote hotel in the county town, buy enough food and supplies, and make sure to lock the door and not go out casually. In a couple of days, I will send you a batch of dirt on them. At that time, just follow my instructions and upload all that content to the short video platform. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. I believe it won't be long before Zhang Meixin comes to negotiate with you herself. Su Yang chuckled coldly to himself. Zhang Meixin, oh Zhang Meixin, this is just an appetizer. The real show is only just beginning. When the day comes that you lose, I want you to understand what it means to be Du Long. Next, Su Yang planned to escalate his efforts. He aimed to conquer Jean Miao Miao's heart and mind. Then, through Jean Miao Miao as a pawn, he would gradually control Zhang Zihao, ultimately manipulating the entire Zhang family, including Zhang Dafu and Zhang Meixin. The humiliation he suffered in his past life would be repaid in full in this life. Su Yang was confident that he could firmly grasp the Zhang family, with the breakthrough point lying entirely with Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao was nothing but a complete fool. Zhang Dafu had a late-born son, and Zhang Zihao was a full 10 years younger than his sister Zhang Meixin. The entire Zhang family doted on this only child excessively, especially Zhang Zihao's mother, who completely obeyed her son. Unfortunately, Zhang Zihao was a mindless sycophant, treating Jin Miao Miao's words as gospel. Thus, in Su Yang's eyes, Jin Miao Miao was a universal key. A key capable of unlocking and even destroying the entire Zhang family. Watching Zhang Meixin's team leave in defeat on the bus, Jin Miao Miao frowned and walked over to Su Yang. Su Yang, was that whole scene you had arranged in advance? Su Yang did not speak, merely smiling noncommittally. Jin Miao Miao looked puzzled. Why do you hate the Zhang family so much? Is it just because Zihao bullied you in school before? Is that the reason? Su Yang took out a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep drag. He turned his head, staring deeply at Jin Miao Miao. Of course not. Am I that petty? Those trivial grievances are nothing worth mentioning. Jin Miao Miao clenched her fists. Then why exactly? Why do you keep going against Zihao time and again? Su Yang chuckled coldly. There is no reason. Some things people like you will never understand. After saying that, Su Yang couldn't even be bothered to glance at her again, striding away under Jin Miao Miao's gaze. Meanwhile, on the bus leaving the village, Zhang Meixin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in anger. Su Yang was the local tyrant in Erba village, and she couldn't do anything to him there. Since she couldn't deal with Su Yang, she would first take care of that bitch Wang Yao. She immediately took out her phone and dialed, "Hello dear. You need to send some of your men to investigate. Find out where that woman who caused trouble in our company and demanded a refund is currently staying." She left her home address when she signed the contract. Send someone over immediately to give her a hard time. Today I was just about to trap Su Yang in Erba village, and this damn bitch ruined it. The man on the other end of the line, upon hearing this, became furious. That shameless woman want to find you again. Alright, leave it to me to handle. After hanging up, the man snapped his fingers with a grim expression. A thug with a streetwise demeanor pushed the door and entered the office. The man pulled out a copy of a contract and tossed Wang Yao's address on the table. Take a few brothers and find this woman. Beat her to a pulp. The thug understood. Got it, boss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Yueka had safely delivered Wang Yao to a remote budget hotel in the county town. Wang Yao was very cautious, buying groceries and instant noodles at the supermarket downstairs, carrying them in large bags as she sneaked into her room. Su Yang returned home, collapsed on the sofa, and stretched lazily. For today and tomorrow, he would temporarily let Jin Miao Miao and Zhao Lan go. He needed to recuperate. In a couple of days, he would look for an opportunity to set up a 3-person game. Just as he closed his eyes for barely 2 minutes, there came a soft knock on the door. Su Yang got up and opened the door to find the women's director Wei Xiaoxia standing outside. In truth, Su Yang didn't have much feeling towards Wei Xiaoxia. When the Zhang family caused his family to fall apart in his past life, Wei Xiaoxia had not kicked him when he was down. Thus, Su Yang had never included her in his list of targets for revenge and usually ignored her. Director Su, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Earlier it was too chaotic in the square, and I forgot to return the key to the broadcasting room to you. Wei Xiaoxia said, handing over the key with her fair fingers. Thank you, Director Wei. No need to be polite. Wei Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled as she glanced into the room. Director Su, may I come in and sit for a moment? I want to discuss something with you privately. Su Yang stepped aside. Sure, come in. Wei Xiaoxia entered the living room and sat down on the sofa opposite. Su Yang scrutinized her for a moment. This woman's figure was indeed impressive. Today she was wearing tight black. She exuded the charm of a mature woman. Noticing Su Yang's intense gaze, Wei Xiaoxia's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Director Wei, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Su Yang withdrew his gaze and asked casually. Wei Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Director Su, I won't beat around the bush. That woman who caused a scene earlier, you brought her here to stir up trouble, right? Su Yang nodded openly. He admitted it directly. Wei Xiaoxia was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Yang to acknowledge it. Director Su, is there some misunderstanding between you and Boss Zhang? Su Yang calmly exhaled a puff of smoke. There is no misunderstanding. I simply can't stand her coming to my territory to act recklessly. Wei Xiaoxia frowned slightly, attempting to defend herself. Director Su, your words are too harsh. In fact, what Boss Zhang teaches is quite practical. In today's society, women can indeed hold up half the sky. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a scoff. If she were genuinely teaching women how to make money, would I be foolish enough to bother with her? She is clearly using the guise of female empowerment to blatantly exploit these women. Su Yang fixed his sharp gaze on Wei Xiaoxia. Director Wei, why do you seem to be making excuses for her? What's the matter? Have you also invested money in her scams? Wei Xiaoxia felt uneasy under his stare and quickly waved her hand in denial. No. Director Su, you misunderstood. I only happen to know Boss Zhang. Su Yang flicked the ash off his cigarette, his tone carrying a hint of warning. It's best if you stay away from such people. Don't let her drag you down if things go south, and you end up in prison. Wei Xiaoxia obediently nodded. Okay, I understand. Director Su then. I'll head back now. Take care, no need to see me off. Su Yang waved his hand. Wei Xiaoxia stood up, casting a complex glance at Su Yang before reluctantly pushing the door to leave. Back at her home, Wei Xiaoxia sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. Her mind was filled with Su Yang's domineering and assertive gaze from earlier. She truly couldn't understand. Clearly she detested men, and she usually didn't even want to look at other men. But why whenever she faced Su Yang and spoke to him did her cheeks flush and her heart race uncontrollably? What was happening to her? However, at that moment Wei Xiaoxia couldn't foresee that in the near future this severe misandrist would eventually become Su Yang's plaything. From despising men to being unable to live without Su Yang. This was undoubtedly a great irony, and one she willingly walked into. After sending Wei Xiaoxia away, Su Yang took out his phone and directly dialed Zhao Lan's number. The call rang several times before it connected. Zhao Lan was clearly still catching up on sleep. Hello, Sister Lan. The day after tomorrow is Mao's birthday. I plan to hold a private party. It will be a lot of fun. Do you want to come and join the festivities? Zhao Lan jumped in fright upon hearing this. Her legs were still trembling slightly. Su Yang, you troublemaker, what are you planning now? I beg you just spare me for these next few days. Su Yang leaned back on the sofa, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This time someone will share the burden with you. Zhao Lan paused for a moment, fully awake now. Who? Of course it's your good friend Jean Miao Miao. The other end of the line fell into silence. After a long while Zhao Lan stammered, Su Yang. You. Su Yang casually responded. Everyone should get a share. Su Yang, are you crazy? What if someone sees? That could be deadly, it's too dangerous. Su Yang chuckled coldly. What I enjoy most is dancing on the edge of a knife. Don't waste time. Oh, just tell me if you don't come, I can't guarantee that I won't say something off the wall when I see Brother Wang tomorrow. Zhao Lan was completely at his mercy, fuming through the phone. Su Yang. You bastard. After cursing him, Zhao Lan bit her lip and muttered softly. As long as Miao Miao is willing, he'll go for it. Su Yang smirked with satisfaction. Don't worry, she will definitely come. Although he had deleted the video in front of her, he still held onto those photos of Jean Miao Miao. He didn't believe Jean Miao Miao would dare to stand him up unless she didn't want to marry Zhang Zihao. Su Yang casually had a quick dinner before heading out to stroll around the village. Recently there had been reports of a broken streetlight at the village entrance. He decided to go check it out himself. As he walked, he suddenly heard someone shouting from the pitch-black bushes by the roadside. Wild dogs urinating. The official announcement from Douyin. Shooting a 360-degree spray without dead angles. Then came the sound of water splashing. Just from the awful voice he knew who was hiding in the bushes. It was Su Yang's fourth uncle Su Jinxin. Fourth uncle practicing your voice in the middle of the night. Su Jinxin jumped in shock, his hand trembling as he hurriedly zipped up. Damn it. You little brat, trying to scare your fourth uncle to death. Su Yang sighed helplessly. Fourth uncle, you need to change this habit. Every time you pee you shout like that. Who in the village wouldn't know it's you? Su Jinxin adjusted his pants and sighed heavily. Alas, there's nothing I can do. If I don't shout a couple of times when I let it out, it just won't come out. Walking onto the main road, Su Jinxin patted Su Yang's shoulder, his tone serious. Your dad just left it. Don't think wild thoughts while you're alone at home. If you feel bored, come find your fourth uncle for a drink, and let your fourth aunt cook a few dishes. Since his father passed away, Su Yang had been busy plotting revenge against the villagers. He indeed hadn't taken the time to visit his fourth uncle. Su Jinxin thought he was still lost in grief. It's nothing, fourth uncle. Maybe it's fate, but my dad's death was too sudden and this matter is far from over. Su Jinxin sighed. Come on, let's go to my place and talk more slowly. Upon arriving at the house, fourth uncle brought out 2 plates of cold dishes from the fridge and opened 2 bottles of beer to toast. After chewing on some peanuts, Su Jinxin lowered his voice. I've heard people talking outside. They say your dad offended some big shot in the county and was harmed as a result. Think about it. Oh, what does the autopsy report say? It says he was driving while fatigued after drinking. Your dad usually doesn't touch alcohol, but why was he drinking that day? Why did he happen to take that road at night? And how did the tire just happen to burst in the middle of the road? Is there really such a coincidence in this world? Su Yang gripped his beer glass tightly. He knew better than anyone that his father's death was suspicious. However, whether the mastermind was that big shot in the county, he still lacked concrete evidence. In his past life, he had died without uncovering the truth. Now in this new life, he swore to bring the true culprit to justice. Fourth uncle, don't worry. As long as I still draw breath, this matter will be investigated thoroughly. If it turns out he was murdered, I swear to make that bastard wish he were dead. Su Jinxin gulped down a mouthful of beer and sighed deeply. What I'm saying is not to pressure you into revenge. The person is already gone. You're still young, focus on living your own life. Well, first, I believe your dad is watching over you from above, hoping for your safety. Su Jinxin wiped his mouth and forcefully changed the topic. Come, let's drink and not talk about these things. In a few days I want to dig up that abandoned fish pond by the village entrance. I'll see if I can get some small crayfish seedlings to raise, and maybe make some money. What do you think? Hearing about raising crayfish, Su Yang's eyes lit up. He remembered very clearly that in his past life his fourth uncle had borrowed money to start a crayfish farm. He was about to break even and start making a profit. But that day a bunch of bloodsuckers in the village became greed-driven. On the day fourth uncle returned to the village with a truck full of crayfish. Someone had spread triangular nails all over the road he had to pass. The truck had a blowout and flipped and the crayfish scattered everywhere. Not only did no one help him, but the entire village swarmed in like locusts, robbing him clean. Those who robbed him weren't just from Erba village. Even people from the neighboring Mang village came running. The father and son of Li Hongwei took the most. If some villagers in Bully village are like beasts, then the villagers in Mang village are truly the beasts among beasts. The people in Bully village are at most disgusting, greedy, and snobbish, rarely engaging in illegal activities. However, the neighboring Mang village is different, specializing in illegal activities. There is nothing they are incapable of doing that is despicable. Take Li Hongwei for instance. In the county, after getting drunk, he violated a university student and used his father's connections to smooth things over. He only compensated the victim with 30,000 yuan. Good, the timing is just right. Su Yang thought of this, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Su Jianxin waved his hand in front of Su Yang. What's wrong, nephew? Lost in thought. Did you remember your father again? No, fourth uncle, listen to me. Su Yang tightly grasped Su Jianxin's hand. When you finish digging the pond and transporting the crayfish seedlings, you must tell me, remember to definitely tell me. What's wrong, nephew? Do you want to invest too? No, fourth uncle, just make sure to inform me, okay? Alright, as your fourth uncle, it's natural to consult you on anything I do. Fourth uncle, I'll find a vehicle to help transport it over when the time comes. I have friends who can offer a cheaper price. Alright then, fourth uncle will call you when the time comes. Su Yang and Su Jianxin drank for a while longer before stumbling back home. On the other side in the county town, Zhang Meixin was furious. Her business was impacted by Wang Yao, leaving her breathless with anger. When she arrived at Wang Yao's doorstep, she had already planned to tear the mouth of that wretched girl apart and break her legs. However, after banging on the door for quite a while, no one inside responded. Her henchman picked up a crowbar and with a bang broke the lock, rushing inside. Zhang Meixin was ready to greet Wang Yao's ancestors, only to find the inside utterly clean with nothing at all. Apart from some pots and pans, there were no electrical appliances in sight. This room was rented by Wang Yao. Zhang Meixin couldn't even find anything to smash. Damn it, that little wretch ran away really fast. She should still be in the county, find a way to track her down. Zhang Meixin was fuming. Just because she couldn't deal with Su Yang didn't mean she couldn't deal with Wang Yao. Su Yang lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. He contemplated the next 3 things to do: revenge, and more revenge. Especially on Zhang Meixin, he would make sure she wished for death, but couldn't have it. At the moment, he couldn't move against that woman because he lacked solid evidence of her crimes. Although he knew from his past life's memories what would happen next, without evidence, he couldn't hold anything against her. So he decided to incite Jin Miao Miao to take action against Zhang Meixin after the party. The next morning, as Su Yang arrived at the village committee office, still warming his seat, 2 luxury cars drove, in one of which was Fang Yuqing's vehicle. After Fang Yuqing got out of the car, Wang Suanpan, who was drinking tea in the office, was startled to see her. Why didn't this big boss give any prior notice? Old Wang quickly placed his teacup on the table and hurriedly ran out. Oh, Manager Fang, what brings you here? I should have informed you in advance. I would have come to pick you up. However, Fang Yuqing did not shake his hand, and Wang Suanpan awkwardly withdrew his hand. Fang Yuqing walked towards Su Yang's office. Su Yang stood up to greet her, smiling as they shook hands. Manager Fang, you're here. Wang Suanpan frowned. Could it be that the two had already made an appointment? Old Wang's expression darkened. When everyone had voted for Su Yang to be the director of Erba village, they intended for him to be a mere figurehead to reap benefits behind the scenes. Why did it feel like this kid was about to turn the tables, almost out of control? Even Shen Rong, who was standing beside, Director Su, take me around the village, will you? Sure, Su Yang nodded. But the village is a bit narrow, it's inconvenient to drive a car. How about this, I'll ride the little electric scooter with you for a tour. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Wang Suanpan frowned. Su Yang, are you crazy? Manager Fang is a big boss, how can she ride a little electric scooter? If that's not feasible, I can take Manager Fang around a couple of laps. Or we can find someone to make a sedan share to carry Manager Fang around the village. Fang Yuqing waved her hand with a smile. Accountant Wang is too polite. I just want to take a casual look. You all are busy, let Director Su take me around the village for a couple of laps. Su Yang walked to the courtyard and mounted the little electric scooter. Fang Yuqing naturally sat down, as well, even resting her hand on Su Yang's shoulder. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, especially the driver and bodyguards. The Fang family holds power and influence in the city. Why was this big boss so casual today? Wang Suanpan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He coldly snorted and returned to the office. Seeing this, Chen Rong also followed him, inconveniently locking the door behind them. What's going on? Wasn't it said that you brought this project in? Why does it seem like Miss Fang is so close to him? Who knows? She's probably just a little white face selling his body. Wang Su and Pan could think of no other possibility. Fang Yuqing was dressed casually today, wearing a tight little tank top underneath a black sports outfit. When encountering bumps, she exclaimed in surprise. Manager Fang, the village is like this, it's rural, don't mind it. This road was paved before, but now it's all ruined. Don't worry, it will be repaired soon. Director Su, it's fine, I don't mind. Immediately after, Su Yang brought them to a particularly spacious earthen ridge. He pointed to the empty land. This is the village's collective asset, it does not belong to any individual. We originally planned to build a square for everyone to dance, but there was no money in the account, and no one wanted to pitch in. So we simply called a few old folks to hold a meeting, and decided to rent the land out, with the rent being 1 point per household per quarter. Fang Yuqing raised her eyes to assess the area, which was well-positioned and spacious. Not far back is the main road. It only requires paving a few hundred meters of hardened road to directly transport raw materials into the factory and also ship out the finished products. As Su Yang spoke, he strolled along the soil ridge. Fang Yuqing breathed in the rural air, though mixed with a faint smell of cow dung. Her mood remained quite pleasant. Not bad, this piece of land is indeed good. Let's do this, I'll have my assistant bring the contract over tomorrow for you to sign. For the village's miscellaneous affairs, I'll trouble Director Su to take care of it. Rest assured, we won't stipulate in the contract that the village must contract the peaches, nor will we force villagers to work in the factory. It will be much more flexible to implement later on. Continuing on regarding the rent, the idea is quite simple. Just add one clause: the money doesn't have to go through the village's public account, but directly transferred to me, and I will distribute it further. Fang Yuqing turned and asked, about this last clause, won't the villagers have any objections? Su Yang chuckled, no objections. Just say it directly, the land is lying fallow, and the people in the village are so lazy they're almost rotting away. They have such good land but refuse to grow grains, instead wasting their days on gambling. Their thinking is quite simple, they aim to take whatever they can get, and it's best if they can see cash right away. That's why I believe they will definitely respond positively to this. Alright, Director Su, I agree to everything you require. Fang Yuqing nodded. By the way, I heard there's a small river nearby, with beautiful scenery, take me there for a stroll. Got it. Su Yang led the group to the riverbank. The riverbank was covered in pebbles, and the water flowed gurglingly with a few butterflies fluttering nearby. Rarely encountering such wild scenery, Fang Yuqing took out her phone and handed it over. Director Su, please take a couple of photos for me. Sure, Fang Yuqing said, stepping onto a large slippery rock to sit down. After posing and taking several shots, she was just about to stand up when Su Yang wanted to remind her that the rock was slippery. As a result, her high heels slipped on the moss, and with a splash, she fell right into the creek. Fortunately, the water was not deep, just above her calves. Seeing this, Su Yang quickly splashed into the water and helped her up. At this point, Fang Yuqing was drenched, covered in mud. Oh dear, Miss Fang, I'm so sorry. It's fine, Director Su, I don't blame you. Su Yang apologized while helping to brush off the mud and casually wrung out the hem of her jacket. However, her current appearance like a drowned rat was quite tragic. Suddenly, Su Yang looked up and noticed that her white tank top was soaked through, accentuating her curves. Noticing that he was staring, Fang Yuqing looked down and gasped, quickly clutching her chest. Su Yang hurriedly turned his face away. Miss Fang, I didn't see anything. I had no idea your innerwear was black. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing's face turned crimson. Su Yang quickly took off his jacket and handed it over. Well, Miss Fang, how about this? First, take off your jacket and tie it around your waist to cover up, and put on my jacket, so you'll be fine. Fang Yuqing nodded, took the jacket, and removed her own to tie it around her waist. After wrapping herself in the men's jacket and tightening the zipper, she finally felt a bit better. Su Yang turned around and saw her neck flushed with embarrassment. He suggested, how about we go home? I have some clothes left by my younger sister, you can wash up and change there. Alright. The small electric scooter hurriedly carried the drenched female CEO back to the yard. Once inside, Su Yang pulled the curtains. Miss Fang, you go wash up first, they'll find some dry clothes for you to change into. Su Yang pointed to the bathroom. Fang Yuqing responded and walked inside. However, as soon as she entered, she was faced with a pair of large flowery underwear hanging up. Her face reddened, recalling the embarrassing situation from before. But now, feeling uncomfortable with mud all over her body, she needed to wash it off properly. Before washing, she specially shook the bathroom door. The type of frosted glass door that slides left and right felt unsafe. Turning on the shower, Fang Yuqing carefully cleaned herself in the bathroom. Outside, Su Yang rummaged through and found a set of clothes belonging to Su Qian. He initially thought of searching for the entire outfit, but the troublesome girl had locked the cabinet. Moreover, it was inappropriate for a grown man to rummage through his younger sister's personal items. He simply sat back in the living room, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the frosted glass. After a few minutes, the sound of water stopped. Su Yang hurriedly approached and called out, Miss Fang, the clothes are ready, you can open the door to get them. After giving instructions, he pretended to be serious and turned his back. Inside, Fang Yuqing looked at the clothes laid out on the chair and felt troubled. Although there was an outer outfit and long pants, her underwear was completely soaked. What to do? Director Su, do you have any women's underwear at home? Su-young scratched his head. There are some, but they are locked in my sister's cabinet. Moreover, those are personal items, and I can't pry them open. Besides, the sizes likely wouldn't match. Fong Yuqing bit her lip, making a difficult decision. Director Su, could you help me dry them out? Huh. Su-young was taken aback. Just then a pale, delicate arm reached out holding the soaked innerwear. Su-young turned on the small heater and began to dry it slowly, even flipping it over to dry the inside as well. After a while, Fong Yuqing, who was in the bathroom, felt her heart racing, occasionally peeking her head out. After more than 10 minutes, Su-young handed the clothes inside. Fong Yuqing changed into the underwear and put on the outer clothes and long pants Su-young found for her. Finally blushing, she walked out of the bathroom. When she arrived earlier, her hair was tied up, and she wore a baseball cap. Now her hair was down, wearing jeans. This outfit made her appear even more innocent. Noticing Su-young staring at her, Fong Yuqing's face turned even redder and her voice softened. Director Su, he'll be leaving now. Tomorrow I'll have my assistant bring the contract over. Once you sign it, the project can start. At that time I'll have my assistant return the clothes too. Oh, okay. Su-young finally came back to his senses. It's fine, it's just a set of clothes. At this moment Fong Yuqing felt as if Su-young's gaze could see right through her. She quickly packed her dirty clothes into a bag, put on her shoes, and hurriedly left, leaving Su-young standing there in a daze. Just as he was drying Fong Yuqing's underwear, he had secretly taken a photo and glanced at it. He asked Dobao what size it was. Dobao said it was at least a machine size. Su-young was left dumbfounded. Wang Yuan was like this, and so was Fong Yuqing. He was indeed fortunate. Just as Su-young sent Fong Yuqing off ready to take a nap, the door was knocked on. When he opened the door, he saw a woman who bore a slight resemblance to Fu Shou'er. This type of woman was the hardest to... The woman approached with a grin, shoving a pack of cigarettes into Su-young's hand. Director Su, come on, have a... Su-young did not accept. He dared not take it. Smoking this would probably lead to lung cancer. Su-young waved his hand. Aunt Zhang, if there's something, just say it directly. Aunt Zhang chuckled. Isn't my son getting married tomorrow morning? The wedding car needs to pass through the village. You know, my son has conflicts with several households in the village. I'm afraid they will block the wedding car. Director Su, I hope you can help and speak up. For the sake of the wedding, don't block the car. After the wedding, I'll personally come to thank you all one by one. This story begins 5 years ago. At that time, Erba village had no paved roads, only muddy paths. On sunny days, the dust would fill one's mouth, and on rainy days, even tractors could get stuck. At that time, Su Jiangwo was the village head and could no longer bear to see the situation. He went door to door persuading everyone, using every possible argument, asking the villagers to contribute some money to repair the main road. Strangely, the villagers, who were usually unreasonable, were surprisingly united on the issue of road repair. Every household contributed money according to their numbers. Su Jiangwo used the money to buy materials and hired a construction team, making all the necessary arrangements. Just as the excavator was about to enter the site, an unexpected problem arose. It got stuck right in front of Aunt Zhang's house. Aunt Zhang's husband was surnamed LV, and the villagers called him LV Guotu. In his early years, he made a fortune by running a workshop in the county town, making aluminum pots. During those years, the LV family was quite arrogant in the village. They not only bought a car, but also built a 3-story villa, living a very comfortable life. The road being repaired had a small section that passed right in front of their house. To preserve the roadbed from being washed away, they needed to occupy 20 centimeters of their courtyard wall. Su Jiangwo knew this family was difficult to negotiate with. He specially took out money to buy good cigarettes and liquor, and went to their house with a smiling face to offer a drink. However, no matter how he pleaded, LV Guotu firmly refused. Those 20 centimeters were non-negotiable. Not even a single centimeter would be given up. How long is 20 centimeters? It's about the same as what the readers can imagine. For that little bit of space, the LV family refused to budge. Aunt Zhang, who had delivered the cigarettes, had previously made a fierce statement at the village entrance. If they wanted those 20 centimeters, they'd have to pay 100,000 yuan, and not a cent less. At that time, a few households that were close to the LV family kindly brought things over to persuade them. They said that a wider road would benefit the whole village, making it easier for weddings and allowing cars to come in with dignity. However, Aunt Zhang flipped her lid right there. She slapped her thigh and shouted that her family had already bought a house in the county town. In the future, when her son married, they would definitely use a big hotel in the city. There was no way they would return to this broken rural village to lose face. Who would have thought that fate would play a hand? The aluminum pot business was phased out in just a few years, and now every household used stainless steel or nonstick pots. To make matters worse, the LV family's son got involved with online gambling. Before long, he squandered away all the savings his father had worked hard to accumulate. The LV family could no longer make a living in the city and had to move back to their old home in the village. Now, with the son getting married, the bride's family demanded that the wedding car must arrive in style at their doorstep. This was unacceptable to the villagers. There had long been whispers that if the wedding car dared to enter the village, everyone would go and flip it over. Aunt Zhang heard these rumors and was so frightened that she couldn't sleep all night, rushing to find Su-young. If the bride's entourage entered the village tomorrow and saw the LV family being ostracized by the whole village, the bride's parents would probably regret the marriage on the spot, and they definitely wouldn't dare to marry their daughter over. Su-young sat in his chair watching the sweating Aunt Zhang with great interest. He stroked his chin. Aunt Zhang, it's true that I am the village secretary, but I am not your family's hired nanny. The mess you created back then is not something I can manage. Moreover, I am still young. When my father was in office, you didn't take him seriously. I just took office a few days ago. Why should everyone listen to me? Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang became anxious and slapped her thigh. She quickly pulled out a thick red envelope and shoved it into Su-yang's arms. Secretary Su, just help by saying a few good words, will you? Just consider it a favor. Once this wedding is over tomorrow, there will be no more issues. Su-young didn't even look at it and directly pushed the red envelope back. Aunt Zhang, I don't have the ability to help it. Don't put me in a difficult position. If you really fear that everyone will cause trouble tomorrow, why not go approach them yourself? Buy some more cigarettes and liquor, treat them to a nice meal, and maybe they'll let it go. Aunt Zhang's face turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. It's not that she hadn't invited people. Just a few days ago she had asked someone. But the villagers simply refused to budge. Not a single one showed up, and everyone insisted that the road must not be given to the LV family. That woman had sworn back then that she would definitely not use the road built by the village. Now having them move back and tread on the road daily to go out was already more than enough face given by the whole village. Seeing that Su-young was adamant about not helping, Aunt Zhang grew desperate. She cast aside her dignity and plopped down on the ground, shouting and rolling around. You good for nothing Su-young. Don't forget that I held you when you were a baby. I even stuffed candy into your pocket. As a village head, you don't even regard your elders. What is a village head? It's nothing at all. Without us village, you are nothing. Asking you for a little help, and you act like you are something special. When our LV family was living lavishly, your Su family was still leaking in a dilapidated house. Bah, listen up. After my son finishes the wedding tomorrow, I will come to the village committee every day to make a scene until I make you sick of it. Aunt Zhang, furious, sat on the ground cursing for a long time. After exhausting herself, she stood up, casually patted the dust off her behind, and turned to leave. Su-young watched her retreating figure, nearly unable to hold back a laugh. He had just been slow with his phone. If he had acted faster and captured this woman's disgraceful display online, he might have gained several thousand followers. But laughter aside, a sudden idea popped into Su-yang's mind, one that seemed very satisfying. Hee, you like to cause a stir, do you? Alright, let's see if your LV family can create more chaos than the people of Erba Village. To say that they didn't fear anyone when it came to causing trouble, Erba Village had never backed down. In previous instances where villagers had suffered losses under Su-yang's hand, it was because they had been held by their weaknesses. But when dealing with someone like Aunt Zhang, the village could easily come up with a plan to make her whole family weep. Su-young turned and went into the house. He rummaged through a registration book that contained the information and phone numbers of all the villagers. After flipping through 2 pages, he stopped at one name and dialed. Hello, Uncle Ma, what are you busy with? Oh, Su-young, I'm in the county town playing basketball with friends. Just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice came through on the other end of the line. Boss, time's up, want to extend? Su-young held back his laughter and deliberately cleared his throat. Uncle Ma, why are you still playing with 2 basketballs? Uncle Ma, realizing he had been exposed, immediately panicked and hurriedly lowered his voice. Uncle Ma, you mustn't tell your wife about this. I don't usually have many hobbies, just love playing basketball. I promise I won't play too much, at most 2 or 3 times a week. Su-young didn't bother to expose him and got straight to the point. Alright, Uncle Ma, don't worry. I want to ask you something. Did that old cat of yours die yesterday? Yes, why? Have you buried it? Not yet, still haven't gotten around to it. What's going on? Uncle Ma sighed. His old orange cat had lived for about 10 years and suddenly passed away last night. Su-young had heard people mention it during the day, saying that Uncle Ma's wife was holding the dead cat and crying very sadly in the yard. Su-young chuckled. Uncle Ma, do you want revenge? Of course. How do we do it? Su-young lowered his voice to reveal the plan. Tomorrow morning, take your family and hold a grand funeral for the dead cat. Make it as noisy as possible, the more lively the better. Isn't the Liu family holding a wedding tomorrow? As soon as you see their wedding car enter the village, rush over with your people and block the road. We need to make sure their wedding doesn't happen and turns into a big joke. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds before a burst of laughter and cursing erupted. Damn, Su-young, you're really ruthless with this move. But I like it. Even if I can't take him down tomorrow, I will make sure to annoy the hell out of him. Then it's settled. Let's watch the show tomorrow. After hanging up, this matter was still not over. Su-young called the construction team working outside the village. A few days ago, a meeting was held where villagers complained about the narrow dirt road at the village entrance, demanding it be dug up and rebuilt. This request came just in time. Su-young instructed over the phone to have an excavator ready at the main road into the village tomorrow morning. As soon as the Liu family's convoy entered the village, they would act immediately and dig up the road. Cut off their retreat, preventing the Liu family from entering or leaving, trapping them halfway. Let all the villagers come out to watch the show, and let the bride's family see what kind of reputation the Liu family has in the village. Having arranged the construction team, Su Yang was still not satisfied. He went through his phone book and called several families that had grievances with the Liu family. He discreetly informed them that there would be a big spectacle at the village entrance tomorrow morning. In the countryside, news spreads quickly. A little leak would definitely draw the entire village to watch. Su Yang leaned back in his chair with a cold smile. He wanted to see how the Liu family, who once scolded everyone and vowed never to return to the village for a banquet, would behave tomorrow. After finishing these arrangements, night had completely fallen. Su Yang was in a good mood, made a small hot pot, and after eating his fill went to bed. Tomorrow morning, he would watch the show. Meanwhile, at the Wang Suanpan's home, they were also preparing a hot pot. Chen Rong and Wang Suanpan sat facing each other whispering plans. Wang Suanpan poured a full glass of white liquor for Chen Rong. Director Chen, after observing these days, this Su Yang is getting harder to deal with every day. His mind works quickly, even more shrewd than his deceased father. If we let him continue like this, how will we make money in the future? Chen Rong sighed, picking up a piece of meat with her chopsticks. That's true, but right now I have no way to deal with him. Although Su Yang deleted the video in front of her, Chen Rong, he knows all about her affair with Zhao Jifeng. It's like a ticking time bomb. If Su Yang spills it, it could reach Zhao Jifeng's wife's ears. As a mistress, she would definitely be torn apart by Zhao Jifeng's wife. Director Chen, you can't say that. Wang Suanpan narrowed his eyes, a calculating look on his face. The more critical the time, the more we should work together against him. I've come up with an idea. We can establish a village committee together. Set the rules so that all major matters in the village are decided by a vote from the committee. Just think, once the rules are set, won't Su Yang be sidelined? When it comes time to vote, you get one vote, I get one vote, and we can bring Jin Miao Miao and Wei Xiaoxiao over. With 4 votes combined, how can Su Yang compete with us? As for private matters, the 4 of us can pocket the money and split it behind closed doors, right? If something goes wrong and the higher-ups investigate, we can just blame it all on Su Yang. If he ends up in jail, it's his own fault. It has nothing to do with us. The more Wang Suanpan spoke, the more rational he felt, happily sipping his drink. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan, who was eating next to him, furrowed her brows after hearing this. She usually didn't say much, but she understood clearly that Wang Suanpan was absolutely no match for Su Yang. Not to mention others, just Jin Miao Miao is very shrewd and would never vote for Wang Suanpan. Besides, when Zhao Lan was cracking sunflower seeds at the village entrance, she had heard gossip. Someone saw Chen Rong rush into Su Yang's house and stay inside for a long time before coming out. Chen Rong was famously known as a stone woman. Who knows what happened behind those closed doors? Zhao Lan was shocked. Su Yang's methods were ruthless enough to handle even a woman like that. What if Chen Rong refused to vote for Wang Suanpan on voting day? The situation would instantly shift to 3 versus 2. With Wei Xiaoxia and Wang Suanpan having only 2 votes, they would be completely outmatched by Su Yang's 3 votes. Zhao Lan could only keep these thoughts to herself when, in fact, she secretly hoped Su Yang would win. She was well aware of her actions, secretly taking money from Wang Suanpan to support her family every day. This was not a long-term solution. If Wang Suanpan discovered her, the outcome would be dire. So she urgently sought a new backing. At the moment, Su Yang, being clever and tough, was a good choice. Zhao Lan, what are you daydreaming about? Drink something. Wang Suanpan, unaware of his wife's unease, continued to revel in his ideas, completely oblivious to the trap he had fallen into. Zhao Lan replied absent-mindedly, raising her glass. During the meal, her gaze couldn't help but drift toward Chen Rong. This scrutiny filled Chen Rong, who felt guilty with cold sweat. After eating and drinking enough, Wang Suanpan burped contentedly and reminded her. Director Chen, it's settled then. When we meet on Monday, we'll finalize the committee matters. Don't forget to vote for me. Sure, we'll talk about it then. Chen Rong responded vaguely, not committing to anything, and after exchanging a couple of pleasantries, she quickly left through the door. Watching her back, Wang Suanpan snorted coldly. This fool Su Yang thinks he can compete with me. Back when I was making money, he didn't even know where he was. Zhao Lan cleaned up the dishes, frowning in silence. Su Yang went to bed early to rest well for the next morning's show. According to the intel he received, the Liu family's convoy would enter the village around 7 o'clock. To save face, the Liu family went to the credit union for a loan and rented a fleet of luxury cars from the city. At this moment, a yellow excavator was already quietly parked by the side of the road at the village entrance. As dawn broke, Su Yang got up early. His house was well positioned not far from the village entrance, so he moved a chair to sit in his yard. With a monocular in hand, he focused on the main road into the village. Before long, he spotted a row of gleaming new energy vehicles from a distance. They were driving in with their hazard lights on. Leading the convoy was a black vehicle from a certain brand, one that had no account if the full name was revealed. Following behind were cars from Xiaomi and BYD. The convoy counted exactly 9 vehicles, symbolizing longevity. Su Yang immediately dialed a number. Uncle Ma, the convoy has arrived. Get ready to perform. At Uncle Ma's home, the family had already donned mourning attire draped in hemp and mourning caps, and had even hired someone to prepare a small coffin for the dead cat. This family was known for being cat lovers. Usually Uncle Ma's wife would hold the cat and affectionately call it her big son. They were already heartbroken over the cat's death, and when Su Yang suggested holding a funeral, the whole family was fully on board. Several wedding cars adorned with ribbons drove onto the main road toward the Liu family's old residence. Just as they were about to turn into the Liu family's yard a mere 100 or 200 meters away, on the quiet road a loud clang of gongs and the wailing of Suona suddenly erupted. Uncle Ma led the family crying and rushing onto the road. My dear Guegui. Oh poor Guegui, why did you leave us so early? What a tragic death. To create a grand scene, Uncle Ma spent a lot. To annoy the Liu family, he specifically went to the neighboring village and paid to hire professional mourners to join in the performance. Uncle Ma had turned his Baozi shop into a chain over the past 2 years, so money was no object. He had made it clear during the briefing that no matter the cost, the goal was to thoroughly embarrass the Liu family and ensure this wedding could not take place. The wedding car driver from the certain brand was just about to turn. Suddenly lifting his head, he saw a group of people in mourning attire wailing and blocking the road. The driver was so startled that he slammed the brakes hard. In the back seat, the groom in a suit and the bride in a wedding dress were jolted around. They steadied themselves and looked ahead, stunned at the funeral scene. What is going on here? The bride's face turned pale, her voice trembling. It felt like she had swallowed a dead fly, making her feel particularly nauseous. The elderly couple Lu Guodo were hosting guests at home. Suddenly, they heard a commotion outside, and their hands, which were serving tea, froze in midair, their brows knitting together in worry. They quickly set down their teacups and stormed outside with dark expressions. Upon reaching the door, they were nearly faint with anger. The wedding procession they had spent a fortune to rent was completely blocked by Uncle Ma's family, just a few hundred meters from their doorstep. All of Uncle Ma's relatives were in mourning attire. Not only were they dressed in white robes, but they also scattered a considerable amount of white paper money on the ground. A gust of wind blew through, sending the paper money flying, directly landing on the windshield of the leading black wedding car. The bright red wedding car against the backdrop of the white paper was blindingly glaring. A crowd of villagers gathered around to watch the spectacle. Several elderly men and women held bowls of breakfast, eating while pointing and gossiping, their faces full of amusement. Uncle Ma's wife was even more dramatic, kneeling in front of a small wooden box, crying uncontrollably. Those unaware of the situation might have thought she was mourning her father. Lu Guotu pushed through the crowd, pointing at Uncle Ma's nose and shouting in anger. Old Nato, what do you mean by this? Are you intentionally opposing my family? Uncle Ma sneered, slapping away the finger that pointed at him. What nonsense! Who is opposing you? What do you think you are, and what right do you have to make me oppose you? These words left Lu Guotu speechless and embarrassed. The meaning was clear: when you were rich, you acted arrogantly in the village, but now that you are poor, just shut your mouth. Lu Guotu was so angry that he was panting, his face turning crimson. What do you mean by that? My family is here for a wedding, and you are holding a funeral. Are you doing this on purpose? Uncle Ma snorted coldly. What funeral or wedding is it that I can decide, eh? How was I supposed to know your family was having a wedding today? Besides, why should I care about your wedding? My old cat died, and I want to hold a funeral for it, so what? Go ahead and hit me. Uncle Ma shook his head, putting on a defiant attitude, almost inviting a slap. The groom, who was sitting in the main wedding car and was Lu Guota's son, sensed the situation was wrong and hurriedly opened the car door. He pulled out a pack of unopened Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, smiling broadly as he handed them to Uncle Ma. Uncle Ma, please do me a favor and let the wedding car pass. Oh, I will do whatever you want afterward. Uncle Ma swatted the cigarettes into the mud with a slap and stepped on them. Get out of my way. You think a pack of Zhonghua can appease me? When this road was built, your father was quite arrogant. He explicitly said your family would not take any benefit from the village. Because your family wouldn't give up land, we had to make a huge detour costing several thousand more. All this money was gathered bit by the villagers. What right do you have to use the road that everyone paid for? The bride in the car lowered her window, slightly listening to the argument outside, fully understanding the situation. Her face instantly darkened. Anyway, let me make it clear today, this road will not allow your family to pass. Does everyone agree? Uncle Ma shouted hoarsely. The onlooking villagers all shouted in unison, yes. We won't allow it. Wasn't your father quite pretentious back then? Did he not say that even if he got married, he wouldn't return to the village for a banquet? What now? Are you getting slapped in the face? What a big wolf you pretended to be. Oh, who would have thought you'd end up like this? Exactly. Isn't there a terrible road right in front of your door? Why not take that route? Why insist on using the cement road built by the village? Lu Guotu turned to glance at the dirt road in front of his own door. The road was pockmarked, full of mud and puddles. Not to mention low-suspension luxury cars, even the village's hand tractors would skid and get stuck in the mud. Their family was now completely trapped in the middle. The front was a muddy road, and the back was the new road built by the village. They initially planned to park the car at the back door as the main entrance, but they were blocked by the villagers. Lu Guota's son hurriedly bowed and spoke softly. Uncles and aunts, my father was wrong in the past, and I apologize to everyone. We did go too far back then, but today is a joyous occasion. I ask everyone to give us some face. Don't be fooled by how humble this kid is now. In the past, he relied on his family's wealth, strutting through the village and bullying his peers. Get lost. What is your face worth? Get lost quickly, this road is not for you. As soon as Uncle Ma finished speaking, a group of villagers joined hands and directly blocked the wedding car. They formed a human wall, clearly showing they were ready to fight to the end. Seeing her husband and son at a disadvantage, Aunt Zhang resorted to her dramatic tactics. Oh, I can't go on living. You're bullying people. Aunt Zhang plopped down on the ground, rolling around despite the dust and dirt. Her hair came undone and her clothes were covered in grime. However, no matter how much she struggled, the villagers pretended not to see, with some even covering their mouths to stifle laughter. Keep rolling. Just right to clean the mud off the ground, saving the village money to hire someone to sweep it. Exactly, roll slowly and don't step in dog poop. Seeing that her tactic was ignored, Aunt Zhang could only brush off her clothes and get up. Gritting her teeth, she pointed at the crowd. Don't go too far. Do you believe I will call the police right now? If you dare not call the police today, I will look down on you. Uncle Ma snorted coldly, crossing his arms and standing firm, refusing to budge. Today he was determined to fight Lu's family to the end. All right, you all wait for me. Lu Guotu took out his phone and called the town police station, hoping to have the officers come to mediate. After about 10 minutes, the police car with flashing lights arrived. 2 officers got out of the car. What happened? Lu Guotu quickly approached and offered cigarettes, but the police waved their hands to decline. Comrades, today is my son's wedding and the villagers are deliberately blocking the road. You see, how can we proceed with this? Lu Guotu rushed to complain, his face full of grievance. The police walked between the 2 groups and asked, what exactly is going on? Uncle Ma sneered, saying, nothing much, we just won't let his family use this road. Aunt Zhang spat. What do you mean this is your road? This is a public road in the village. Oh, why shouldn't we be allowed to pass? Uncle Ma had prepared well, directly pulling out a contract from his pocket. This was prepared in advance for him by Su Yang. Look, officer, when this road was built, not a single inch of land from the Lu family was taken. The land was contributed by every household in the village, and the money was also contributed by everyone. The contract clearly states how much land each family contributed and how much money they provided, with their family being the only exception. The evidence and signatures are all here. The police took the papers, carefully read them twice, confirmed there were no issues, and then handed them back. You indeed have no grounds for your claim. The road was built collaboratively by the villagers. Since your family neither contributed land nor money, it is reasonable for them not to let you pass. These few statements left Lu Guotu's family speechless. Lu Guotu opened his mouth, struggling to find a rebuttal. This is an internal matter of your village. I'll resolve it. Before leaving, the police warned, remember, no one is allowed to fight or cause trouble. Whoever fights will be arrested. After saying that, the officers got into their car and left with a roar. The police car sped away, leaving a trail of white smoke, driving faster than a rabbit. They couldn't care less about the village's petty disputes. Lu Guotu stood there, hand outstretched, still in shock. As soon as the police car left, Uncle Ma waved his hand. Brothers, step it up, shake it up for me. The villagers behind began to blow drums and gongs, creating a deafening clamor. This scene resembled an outdoor party, making the Lu family tremble with anger. The bride, sitting in the car, turned pale, tightly gripping the hem of her wedding dress, tears welling up in her eyes. Her family quickly suggested, if it's not working out, let's turn back and go to the county to handle it. They thought it was simply embarrassing. The Lu family realized there was no other option. Continuing to make a scene would only make things worse. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. Thus, the wedding procession could only begrudgingly turn around and slowly head back. However, as they reached the village entrance, everyone was left dumbfounded. The road had actually been severed by an excavator. A large shovel blocked the middle of the road with mounds of earth piled up beside it. Now, aside from riding an electric bike, no 4-wheeled vehicle could pass. Lu Guotu angrily jumped out of the car, pointing at the workers and cursing, which scoundrel did this? Who the hell dug up the road? One of the workers smoking while working heard this and jumped down from the track. Who the hell are you cursing at? This construction team was called by Han Yueka. They usually hang around the construction site, each with a fiery temper, not easy to deal with. You've dug up the road, how are we supposed to get our wedding car through? Lu Guotu questioned, his voice trembling. The worker operating the excavator stepped forward and shoved him hard. Fuck you, why should I care? I only care about getting paid for my work. And besides, is this even your road that you think you can just walk through? Shameless idiot. Lu Guotu's son, in a fit of anger, acted rashly. He rushed forward and shoved the leading worker. This provoked the construction team. A dozen workers holding shovels and steel pipes immediately dropped their tools and surrounded them. Dare to make a move. Ever heard of the Woodpecker construction team? We just finished our 315. Brothers, get him. A dozen workers surged forward, giving the Lu family no chance to fight back. They pounced on Lu Guotu and his family, delivering a thorough beating. Fists and feet flew. Lu Guotu took a kick and fell straight into the mud, tasting the dirt. His son was pressed against the car hood and rubbed mercilessly, his suit torn to shreds. The bride's family huddled inside the car, locking the doors. One bridesmaid, scared, covered her eyes, not daring to breathe, as no one had the courage to come down and help. In no time, the Liu family was beaten to the ground, bruised and battered. Get back to work. The construction team members brushed the dirt off their hands and spat. They resumed operating the excavator to dig. The Liu family, in despair, could only walk back to their old house, supported by a few relatives. Once they stepped through the yard gate, the bride could no longer hold back. She tore off the white veil from her head and threw it fiercely onto the muddy ground. Even the bouquet she held was smashed onto Liu Guoda's son's face, petals scattering everywhere. I'm not marrying anymore. I'm not getting married today. Liu Guoda's son, clutching his bleeding nose, jumped in frustration. Nana, are you crazy? Invitations have already been sent out. How can you say you're not getting married anymore? Look at what kind of people your family is. The whole village looks down on you and stands against you. What kind of rotten character is that? I was blind to fall for you in the first place. You can't even get through a road and still want to marry me. Dream on. Mom and Dad, let's go. This wedding is off. The bride dragged her family and turned to leave, showing no regard for feelings. She didn't care that her high heels were sinking into the mud. Liu Guoda's son tried to reach out and grab the hem of the wedding dress, but was kicked away by the bride's brother. Get lost. Do you even deserve my sister? Good thing the wedding didn't happen today. If it did, it would have been a huge regret. The bride's family left, leaving Liu Guotu and his son dumbfounded in the yard. Who would have thought that the reckless words he had spoken back then would become the most lethal boomerang today? This incident would quickly turn into a big joke, spreading throughout the 10 miles and 8 townships. Su Yang stood on his balcony, picking his teeth with a toothpick and putting down a monocular. It was thrilling to This drama was even more intense than what was shown in the cinema. This was what they deserved. Liu Guoda's precious son would likely end up single for the rest of his life. After enjoying the show, Su Yang didn't forget to take care of business. He took out his phone and dialed Jean Miao Miao's number. Hello Miao Miao, what are you up to? Su Yang's tone was quite ambiguous. Jean Miao Miao had just woken up and was leaning against the headboard, scrolling through her phone. Hearing his voice, she felt a rush of irritation. Just woke up, what's up? Come over to my place tonight, let's have a chat. Uff. Jean Miao Miao cursed Su Yang. You don't think that if you make me happy I'll fall for you, do you? You don't have any leverage to threaten me anymore, so why should I listen to you? Su Yang leaned back in his chair, whistling, not in a hurry at all. Oh, is that so? Then do you want to see those photos I took of you? The dazed look in your eyes is simply stunning. Even a professional model couldn't capture that feeling. What if I were to send those photos to your fiancé Zhang Zihao for him to appreciate? The other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds. Jean Miao Miao, furious, threw the pillow from her bed, but with the evidence in his hands, she could only glare. Are you trying to die? Jean Miao Miao panicked. Playing around is one thing, but if you really dare to send it to Zhang Zihao, do you think he would let you off the hook? I don't care. Su Yang sneered. I'm already living on borrowed time. I'm not afraid of threats. If he wants to kill me, so be it. As for you, your dream of marrying into a wealthy family might just shatter, and Zhang Zihao definitely won't let you go. Upon hearing this, Jean Miao Miao frowned tightly, biting her lip, her fingers turning white from clenching. Su Yang, how can you be so shameless? Is this your first day getting to know me? I've always been shameless. To deal with shameless people, Su Yang had to be even more shameless. You have 3 seconds to think about it. Are you coming or not? 3, 2, 1. Fine. I'll come, alright. Jean Miao Miao gritted her teeth. What time? 8 in the evening. I'll be waiting at home. After hanging up, Su Yang immediately called Zhao Lan. Hello, Sister Lan. Jean Miao Miao agreed to come over tonight. I've prepared some beautiful clothes for you. Zhao Lan was lying on the sofa watching TV and blushed upon hearing this. Beside her, Wang Suan Pan was busy calculating on a calculator, his mind filled with thoughts of making money. He glanced at her and asked, what's up? Nothing much. Miao Miao invited me over tonight to play mahjong, saying she's going to dominate. Alright, sweetheart, go have fun. Bring back a lot of winnings tonight, win him a few billion. Don't worry, husband, I'll definitely win tonight. At 8 in the evening, Jean Miao Miao arrived as promised, still sneaking in through the back door while wearing a hat. As soon as she entered, she plopped down on the sofa, staring coldly at Su Yang. Su Yang, on the other hand, was courteous, pouring her a glass of water. Su Yang, you. Jean Miao Miao was about to speak when Su Yang made a shushing gesture. Wait a minute, there are still guests who haven't arrived. Jean Miao Miao frowned, feeling a bit dazed. This pervert wouldn't have found another guy, would he? Just then there were 2 light knocks at the door. Su Yang walked over to open it. Once he saw who walked in behind him, Jean Miao Miao's eyes nearly popped out, her mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Sister Lan, why are you here? Zhao Lan lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothes, blushing, too shy to speak, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Jean Miao Miao glanced at Zhao Lan, then at Su Yang. This Su Yang had quite the appetite. Su Yang closed the door, drew the curtains, and smiled, saying, the reason I called you both here tonight is not just for fun. There's also something important to discuss. He put away his smile and turned to Jean Miao Miao. Have you ever thought about a question? Why do you think the Zhang family's assets will definitely be left to Zhang Zihao in the future and not to his sister Zhang Meixin? Isn't that stating the obvious? Zhang Zihao is the sole heir of the Zhang family. Do you truly believe Zhang Dafa's modest fortune will end up in Zhang Meixin's pocket? Su Yang leaned back on the sofa and let out a cold, mirthless laugh, his gaze fixed on Jean Miao Miao, as if she were a fool. He intended to thoroughly rewire her thinking, to bind this greedy woman irrevocably to his own cause. In an ordinary family, this money would unquestionably go to Zhang Zihao. But think carefully. Do you really consider Zhang Meixin a gentle soul? Is her husband, the lone shark, a gentle soul either? Once the patriarch draws his last breath, that couple will have already bled the Zhang family's assets dry, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. What remains for you then is nothing more than Zhang Zihao, a pitiful hollow man who cannot even afford a pack of cigarettes without begging permission from others. The Zhang family knows full well that Zhang Zihao lacks mental acuity. Otherwise, with their immense wealth, they would long ago have invested heavily in him, launching grand ventures, forging powerful alliances. Why would they allow him to stagnate as a low-ranking clerk in some government office? These words cut like daggers. Jean Miao Miao's brow furrowed tightly, her lower lip caught between her teeth. In truth, the Zhang family simply did not trust Zhang Zihao, not one bit. Stop deceiving yourself. Haven't you noticed? Every time Zhang Zihao buys you a handbag or treats you to dinner, he must turn around and file an expense report to his mother for reimbursement. How long could you possibly endure such a life? Even if you married him outright. Every single coin in the Zhang household is clutched in the iron grip of the elderly couple. To claim any of it, you'd have to wait until they breathed their last. And even then, supposing they passed, there's no guarantee the lion's share would ever find its way into your hands. Su Yang, what exactly are you implying? Trying to sow discord, are you? Jean Miao Miao paled, forcing herself to retort, I won't fall for your tricks. Su Yang sneered dismissively. What do you mean by sowing discord? Don't cloak it in such ugly terms. I've never stooped to such underhanded tactics. Then what are you implying? Everything I've said is fact. If you doubt me, ask Lanjie beside you. Zhao Lan, who had remained silent all along, lifted her head and gave a quiet, solemn nod. Su Yang, after all this circling, what do you really want? Jean Miao Miao fixed her eyes upon him. Su Yang raised his teacup, took a slow, deliberate sip, and spoke with unruffled calm. It's simple, join forces with me. I guarantee every cent belonging to the Zhang family will flow directly into your personal account. Huh? Why should I trust a complete outsider like you? Su Yang burst into loud, biting laughter, full of scorn and derision. Jean Miao Miao, Jean Miao Miao. You haven't even secured a single promise from him, yet you already treat me as an outsider. How absurd. You have no idea. They see you as the true outsider. From what I've learned, Zhang Zihao's mother is a miserly dragon, hoarding every coin, releasing none. To extract money from her grasp would be harder than scaling heaven itself. And Zhang Meixin, she's no pushover. When the estate is divided, she'll fight tooth and nail for the largest share. With Zhang Zihao's addled mind, how could he possibly outmaneuver his shrewd elder sister? Don't end up empty-handed, bearing 2 healthy sons for the Zhangs only to be cast out like refuse. That would be true tragedy. Jean Miao Miao fell silent, her knuckles whitening as she clenched her fingers. Su Yang had struck precisely where she feared most, the dread that haunted her sleepless nights. She'd once believed escape was enough, that once the marriage certificate was signed, Zhang Zihao would naturally provide her with cars, apartments, luxury handbags. Yet he couldn't even decide to purchase a home on his own. Whether her name, Jean Miao Miao, would ever appear on the property deed remained entirely uncertain. Then, Su Yang, what do you suggest we do? Jean Miao Miao's voice dropped, her resistance crumbling. It's simple. Bring down Zhang Meixin. Once Zhang Zihao's parents see Zhang Meixin's true nature and lose all faith in her, her position becomes untenable. After all, she is ultimately a woman. Not a single coin of the Zhang family's fortune will go to her. With only one heir left, Zhang Zihao, who else could possibly inherit? Even if Zhang Zihao remains foolish, the funds will still land in his account. And if he cannot manage them himself, then who truly holds the reins? Eugene Miao Miao. Jean Miao Miao stood frozen, her eyes gradually lighting up with dawning realization. Yes, why hadn't she seen this clearly before? She cleared her throat, trying to mask her rising excitement. Wait, don't make it sound so easy. Zhang Meixin is cunning as a fox. How could she possibly be toppled so effortlessly? Su Yang's lips curled into a cold, ruthless smile, his eyes flashing with sharp, dangerous intent. The illicit schemes Zhang Meixin and her husband run behind closed doors. If not for Zhang Dafu shielding them from above, they'd have long been behind bars peddling sewing machines for years. One runs pyramid schemes, recruiting victims like cattle, the other bleeds people dry with usurious loans. Both crimes punishable by law. Right now I simply lack irrefutable evidence. That's why I need your help. When I move to dismantle that pair, you'll reap the rewards, seizing control of the Zhang family's assets outright. Wouldn't that be exquisite? Jean Miao Miao's mind raced, calculating swiftly. This arrangement promised nothing but profit. I've laid everything bare. The choice to cooperate rests solely with you. Su Yang pressed no further. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Lan, who sat quietly nearby. Seeing his look, Zhao Lan hurriedly pledged her loyalty. Su Yang, let me tell you something in confidence. Wang Suanpan told his wife last night that a meeting will be held next Monday. He plans to spearhead the formation of a village committee. He's declared that henceforth all major and minor village affairs will be decided by vote. He's already coordinated secretly with Chen Rong, who has agreed to support him. Next he'll court Jin Miao Miao and Wei Xiaoxia. With 4 votes against 1, he intends to sideline you completely, leaving the village committee under his sole command. Upon hearing this, Su Yang didn't flinch in anger. In fact, he chuckled softly. Then in one swift motion, he seized Zhao Lan's wrist and yanked her close, gripping her chin and planting a firm, deliberate kiss on her cheek. Zhao Lan flushed crimson, clutching the hem of her blouse, too flustered to move. Inwardly, she thought, Wang Suanpan, you truly believe your calculations are flawless. Su Yang turned to Jin Miao Miao. Miao Miao, will you vote for him at the meeting? She shook her head decisively. Wang Suanpan hoards every penny he earns, never sharing a single fun with her. Why on earth would she support him? Moreover, she had already chosen to align herself irrevocably with Su Yang. Their interests were now inseparably entwined. Thus, among the 5 members, Su Yang had already secured 2 unwavering votes. Su Yang then dropped a bombshell. As for Chen Rong, rest assured she will never cast her vote for Wang Suanpan. Do you truly take Chen Rong for a fool? Both Zhao Lan and Jin Miao Miao looked up in unison, stunned. How so? He merely smiled faintly. Just wait. You'll witness the spectacle soon enough. Enough digressions. Let's discuss something serious. Su Yang tapped Zhao Lan lightly on the waist. Lan Jie, you've been using Wang Suanpan's money to subsidize your natal family. Sooner or later he'll audit those accounts. After all, Wang Ge has served as chief accountant for half his life. He hasn't uncovered anything yet. Not because he's careless, but because he chooses not to scrutinize minutiae. But the moment numbers fail to reconcile, you will bear the consequences. Though divorce may not follow, gaining access to his funds again will become impossible, more difficult than ascending to heaven itself. One cannot walk along the riverbank forever without getting one's feet wet. Why not commit fully to our partnership instead? I'll teach you how to extract money from him. Undetected, untraceable, unseen by gods or ghosts. Zhao Lan nodded slowly. All right, I'll follow your lead. In truth, she'd reached the same conclusion. A clever hare digs 3 burrows. Securing multiple lifelines is always wiser than staking everything on a single tree. Well then, serious matters concluded, it's time for something far more important. The next morning before dawn broke, Zhao Lan and Jin Miao Miao supported each other as they walked home separately. Zhao Lan slipped quietly into her house, but still managed to wake Wang Suanpan, who lay sleeping in bed. Rubbing his eyes, Wang Suanpan asked, wife, how did the battle go? How much did you win? Zhao Lan sighed, rubbing her lower back. Don't even ask, barely anything. Just a lousy game of mahjong, and my legs are sore from sitting all night. Wang Suanpan blinked, puzzled. What? How does playing mahjong make your legs sore? Are you kidding? I sat cross-legged and perched my foot over my knee the entire night. Of course my legs ache. She shot him a scathing glare. Go to sleep now. Too weary to engage further, Zhao Lan stripped off her clothes and slid beneath the covers, falling instantly asleep. At 10 in the morning, Su Yang, full of energy, walked into the village committee courtyard with a broad smile. He pushed open the office door, leaned back in his chair, and brewed himself a cup of strong tea. In this idyllic life of being surrounded by beauty, one could trade places with the county head. After finishing a cigarette and taking a few sips of tea, Su Yang was just about to get up to take a stroll around the village entrance to see the current state of the road that had been cut off. Just as he reached the door, Wang Suanpan approached him, heat and followed by a downcast Chen Rong. Director Su, could you please come to the meeting room for a brief meeting? Wang Suanpan said with a serious face. Su Yang chuckled, knowing what this old fox was up to. Sure, brother Wang, will be right there. Su Yang pressed the cigarette but into the trash can, yawning as he sauntered into the conference room. The village committee's conference room was small, with only an old rectangular wooden table. 2 people sat on each side. Su Yang swaggered and pulled out a chair to sit at the head of the table. The scene was clearly the genuine village director was seated in the main position, yet the people on either side were plotting to undermine him. Just as Su Yang settled in, Wang Suanpan cleared his throat and eagerly began to speak. Hey, race the thing, there are only 5 of us in the village committee handling daily affairs. To provide more efficient services to the villagers in the future, I propose establishing a village committee. In the future, the committee will operate on a voting system. For any matter concerning the village, we will vote by raising our hands. The minority will follow the majority, and we will proceed according to the plan with the most votes. What do you all think? After finishing, Wang Suanpan glanced around proudly. The long table fell into an eerie silence. The remaining 3 women all stared down at the table. Not a single person spoke up, and the atmosphere became awkward. Su Yang leaned back in his chair, stood up directly, and clapped his hands twice emphatically. Good. Wonderful. Brother Wang, you truly have a broad perspective. You've even brought in the concept of democratic centralism. I personally fully support Brother Wang's proposal. Since that's the case, let's not wait for a specific day. If you support Brother Wang's committee, raise your hand now. Let's do a practice run to see if this committee can actually function. I'll refrain from voting to avoid suspicion. I'll abstain for now. Come on, you all vote. As soon as Su Yang's voice fell, the silence in the conference room was palpable. Wang Suanpan confidently raised his right hand like a wooden post frozen in midair. Turning to look, he was dumbfounded. Aside from himself, no one paid him any mind. Ji Miao Miao was now aligned with Su Yang, having just received so many benefits the night before, definitely standing firmly by Su Yang's side. Chen Rong was even more afraid to raise her hand. Although Su Yang had deleted the cheating video in front of her, she felt uneasy, fearing that if Su Yang was pushed too hard, he might retaliate. She could only glance apologetically at Wang Suanpan, pressing her hands on her thighs. But what surprised Su Yang the most was Wei Xiaoxia. Even this woman, who usually got along closely with Wang Suanpan, was also bowing her head, failing to support him. This left Su Yang feeling somewhat bewildered. But it didn't matter, the outcome was good enough. Wang Suanpan squinted his small eyes, glaring fiercely at Chen Rong, then looked at Wei Xiaoxia, finally fixing his gaze on Ji Miao Miao. He was so angry his teeth were itching. He simply couldn't understand what was wrong with these three women. Had they lost their minds? Usually whenever he benefited, he would give them a share, yet when it mattered most, they all turned into ungrateful wolves. Su Yang chuckled as he walked around the table to stand behind Wang Suanpan. He slapped his rigid shoulder heavily. Oh, Brother Wang, it seems that everyone is not quite on board with your advanced idea. Since it can't pass, then there's nothing we can do. This committee can't be established just yet. Therefore, in our village, it will still be my word that counts. Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to look at Wang Suanpan's liver-colored face as he strode out of the conference room. Seeing this, Ji Miao Miao hurriedly got up to follow Su Yang. In the conference room, only the livid Wang Suanpan remained, along with the restless Chen Rong and Wei Xiaoxia. Director Wei, Director Chen. What's going on with you two? Wang Suanpan slammed the table suddenly, his voice low and furious. Wei Xiaoxia stammered as she stood up. Accountant Wang, I still think we shouldn't complicate things so much. I'm just the women's director. I usually just mediate everyday family matters, and I really don't want to get involved in anything else. After saying that, Wei Xiaoxia grabbed her notebook and hurriedly walked out, as if escaping. As for Chen Rong, she sighed, deeply feeling helpless. Brother Wang, I wanted to raise my hand just now. But seeing Miao Miao and Wei Xiaoxia not making any moves, I felt that raising my hand alone wouldn't matter. Whether I raised my hand or not, the result would be the same, so I just let it go. Forget it. Su Yang is still young and brash. You can handle him with your experience. You don't need a committee at all. Brother Wang, you're overthinking it. Chen Rong found an excuse and hurriedly left the office, leaving Wang Suanpan alone in the empty conference room, gasping for breath in anger. These three women must have lost their minds. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang returned to his office, stretched widely, closed the door, and prepared to rest his head on the desk for a nap. Generally, as the village director, there really weren't many miscellaneous tasks. It was just stamping documents, helping people change their household registration books, or mediating trivial village matters. Unlike those 9 to 5 clerks in the town who were constantly being monitored. It was indeed free, but the salary was a bit low. Just as Su Yang was about to bury his head in his arms to recharge, outside the doorway, Xiaoxia was standing in the hallway, just raising her hand to knock on Su Yang's office door. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her cheeks flushed deeply. Looking around nervously, she quickly darted back into her own office. Wei Xiaoxia emerged from her cubicle and stood in front of the mirror at the sink, deliberately tidying up her skirt. Today she was wearing a form-fitting pencil skirt with a slightly ruffled hem. She twisted her waist in front of the mirror, feeling that this outfit indeed had its charm. Moreover, she was wearing a pair of thin nude stockings. Taking a deep breath, she puffed out her chest and confidently walked towards Su Yang's office. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Yang was about to doze off, the knocking startled him. Who is it? Director Su, it's me, came Wei Xiaoxia's deliberately soft voice from outside. Come in. Wei Xiaoxia walked in with a sway of her hips. What's up, Director Wei? Do you need something? Oh, it's like this. Our village needs to put up a poster promoting good childbirth, right? I wanted to get your approval for the promotional expenses. Wei Xiaoxia walked over to the desk, bent down, and handed over the form. Could you sign here? Then I can go directly to Accountant Wang to collect the money. Oh, sure. Su Yang yawned, took the form and glanced at it. Confirming that the amount was correct, he picked up the pen, signed his name, and casually stamped the village committee's red seal. Su Yang handed over the form, expecting her to turn around and leave. However, Wei Xiaoxia not only didn't take it, but also her cheeks suddenly turned bright red, her watery eyes fixed on Su Yang. Director Su, I heard you used to learn how to feel bones. I accidentally twisted my ankle last night while getting off stage, and it's been sore ever since. Could you help me check it out? Su Yang's hand holding the pen abruptly froze as he looked at the woman in front of him in shock, as if he were seeing. He knew very well about Wei Xiaoxia's background. This woman was extremely cautious and even repulsed towards men in the village committee, to the point of being pathological. How repulsed. Whenever she sat in a chair previously occupied by a male cadre, she would meticulously wipe it 3 times with alcohol wipes. Is the sun rising in the west today? She actually stretched out her leg, asking him to check her ankle. Su Jiangwo was known in the village for his expertise in bone setting. Whenever someone dislocated their arm, while working in the fields they would come to him for help. Su Yang often watched by his side, and picked up a few skills. However, this was not just a matter of bone setting. In the village committee yard, Wei Xiaoxia was notorious for her disdain towards men. Anyone who got too close to her would immediately find themselves at odds with her. Today this woman took the initiative to approach him. What was her game? Su Yang sat in a chair not responding. Wei Xiaoxia, unfazed by any embarrassment, simply brought over a folding chair squeezed in front of him and sat down face to face. She bent down, pinched her high-heel shoe buckle, and kicked the shoe aside. Director Su, really it's nothing. Please don't feel burdened by it. I'm just simply having sore legs and ankle pain. She adjusted the hem of her fitted skirt and leaned forward. Besides, I need to run errands for the village. If you help me out, I can wholeheartedly serve the people. Su Yang squinted his eyes and bit his lower lip. Director Wei, everyone knows you dislike men the most. What's going on today? Why are you suddenly okay with me? Oh, come on, Director Su. Let's keep things separate. Wei Xiaoxia waved her hands repeatedly. My legs are killing me. Ooh, I can't just tough it out without seeing a doctor, right? Just help me press a few points first. If that doesn't work, I'll go to the county hospital this afternoon to see a specialist. Having said that, he couldn't refuse any longer. All right then. Su Yang stood up, opened the metal cabinet, and took out a large bottle of his homemade herbal medicine. Director Wei, for bone setting or massage, you have to take off your stockings, otherwise I can't accurately press the acupoints through the fabric. Why don't you just go back to your office and take them off before coming back? Unexpectedly, Wei Xiaoxia stood up straight. If it's a hassle, let me just do it here. Su Yang stood beside her holding the bottle of herbal medicine, stunned. After everything, Wei Xiaoxia sat back down and directly extended her right leg towards him. Su Yang dragged over a low square stool for her to rest her foot on, placing her ankle on his thigh. To be fair, Wei Xiaoxia had a great figure. She was tall with fair straight legs that were particularly long. She could be considered a rare beauty. Su Yang poured some herbal medicine into his palm, warmed it up, and pressed it on her ankle. Su Yang's heart raced and his movements became erratic. Wei Xiaoxia was well aware that Su Yang's eyes were fixed on her. Yet she continued to play innocent, gripping the edge of the chair and trying to make conversation. Director Su, I didn't expect you to be quite skilled. After you massaged me, it really doesn't hurt like before. It just feels sore and numb in the bones. Su Yang stared ahead absently and mumbled an acknowledgement. Until the entire massage was completed, he didn't allow his gaze to wander even a bit. Su Yang released his hand. Wei Xiaoxia stood up and stomped her foot on the spot. Amazing. It doesn't hurt at all now. You're incredible. She stepped into her high heels barefoot, grabbed a wet wipe from the table, and leaned closer to help Su Yang clean off the remaining herbal medicine from his palm. Thank you so much today. Well, are you free tomorrow evening? Come to my place, I'll cook something delicious. Huh? Su Yang was caught off guard and blurted out in surprise. Wei Xiaoxia brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. You helped me with my leg. I have to show my appreciation. A few days ago, a friend gifted me an Australian lobster, and it's been frozen in the fridge. If I don't eat it soon, it'll spoil. Come over tomorrow evening after work, and I'll cook it up. Oh, okay, sure. Su Yang was still a bit dazed and nodded clumsily. Seeing that he agreed, Wei Xiaoxia turned around, pushed the door open, and walked out without looking back. Until the sound of her high heels faded in the hallway, Su Yang still hadn't fully processed what had just happened. What was up with her? Was she trying to seduce him? Wei Xiaoxia returned to her office, slammed the door shut, and drew the curtains tightly. Her back pressed against the cold wooden door as she gasped for breath. Her cheeks were flushed as if she had a fever. In the provincial capital at a university dormitory, Su Qian sat cross-legged on her bed, her brows tightly knitted. She held an empty packaging bag, shaking with anger. Just last night, she had bought a large pack of new wet wipes, and today, upon returning to the dorm, she found it completely empty. Su Qian took a deep breath, unable to hold back any longer, and glanced at the bed across from her. You man, you've gone too far. Didn't you have legs? Why didn't you go buy some yourself? Why do you always take other people's things? You man leisurely twisted the cap of her nail polish bottle, sat up abruptly, and rolled her eyes in disdain. Oh, come on, so what if I used a few? We're all classmates in the same class, living in the same dorm. What's the big deal about using a few wet wipes? Is that really just using a few? Su Qian raised her voice. You yanked away more than half the pack. You used up an entire pack in a day. You didn't even give a heads up before taking them. Oh, do you really think the whole dorm is your personal ATM? You man had grown accustomed to being domineering in class thanks to her mother being the director of the academic affairs office. She often skipped professional classes and would go clubbing at night with heavy makeup. Returning home drunk in the early hours, her rowdiness severely disturbed her roommates' rest. Her roommates dared not voice their anger. She didn't consider others as outsiders at all. Whether it was high-end skincare products or snacks, she took what she wanted. Su Qian gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at her. Yu Man not only didn't back down, but crossed her arms and scoffed. Try looking at me like that again. Do you believe I'll have my mom give you a hard time and fail your credits? After throwing down a harsh warning, Yu Man flopped down and pulled the air conditioning blanket over herself, lying back down to continue her sleep. A roommate who was reading nearby was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hurriedly came over and tugged at Su Qian's sleeve, desperately advising her not to confront Yu Man Heaton. The next morning, Su Yang specifically took the high-speed train to visit his sister. At lunchtime, he took Su Qian out for spicy hot pot. Have you encountered any troubles at school recently? Su Yang picked up the public chopsticks to serve Su Qian some beef tripe and casually asked. Su Qian chewed her meat, her face filled with grievance as she vented. No major troubles, the other roommates have good tempers. But that one named Yu Man is simply disgusting. Relying on her mom being the director of the academic affairs office, she looks down on everyone with her nose in the air shamelessly. Hearing this name, Su Yang's mind instantly plunged into memories of his past life. Yu Man frequently skipped classes during her 4 years at university, failing numerous courses in her final exams. Her mother, who was the director, manipulated the situation behind the scenes to ensure she obtained her graduation certificate. Not only that, but even the excellent scholarships and honors awarded to female students were forcibly taken away using her authority. Yu Man, unashamed, boasted everywhere that it was true skill. Classmates couldn't help but retort that she relied on her mother. Yu Man mocked them directly, saying, "You can only blame your lowly fates for not having a good leader as a mother since you lost the scholarships and honors." During the senior year campus recruitment, a position at a prestigious company that should have been secured for Su Qian was taken by Yu Man instead. This incident became an unremovable thorn in Su Qian's heart. Due to missing this great opportunity, Su Qian later became disheartened and started her own business. Ultimately, she fell into a pit, getting bankrupted by Zhang Meixin's schemes. The root of the mess lay entirely with Yu Man. Thinking this, Su Yang let out a cruel smile, murmuring to himself, "Yu Man, Yuhong, haha, I really want to try it out." Su Qian was utterly confused. "Brother, what are you mumbling about mother and daughter?" "It's nothing." Su Yang concealed his smile and replaced it with a gentle expression. "Hurry up and eat after you're full. I'll take you shopping for some beautiful clothes." After a hearty meal, Su Yang led his sister into the mall to buy a pile of daily necessities. He even directly transferred 5,000 yuan via WeChat. Seeing the string of zeros on the screen, Su Qian was taken aback. "You just became a village official. Where did you get so much money?" "Don't concern yourself with adult matters, little girl." Su Yang ruffled his sister's hair. "Remember, all the money is earned through legitimate means with a proper source. Don't deprive yourself at school. Feel free to spend boldly." In the afternoon around 2 o'clock, Su Yang bought a high-speed train ticket for the return journey. Halfway through, he got off and took a taxi into the old town of the county to visit Wang Yao, who was hiding in a secluded small inn. Wang Yao had been cooped up in a small shabby room during this time. When Su Yang knocked on the door, the person inside was startled. After peering through the peephole and recognizing who stood outside, she trembled and unlocked the door. As soon as he entered, the smell of instant noodles wafted over. Wang Yao, sporting dark circles under her eyes, eagerly grabbed Su Yang's arm and asked, "How is it? Have you got the evidence of Zhang Meixin's crime?" Su Yang frowned, shaking his head as he brushed her hand aside. "Not yet, but soon. You only need to wait for another week at most. Just keep your heart at ease." "A week? I really can't hold on any longer." Wang Yao broke down, crouching down and crying while covering her face. "I feel like a rat hiding in a gutter every day. I'm on edge all day long, and when I hear movement outside, my legs go weak. The mental pressure is just too much." Su Yang looked down at her coldly, without a hint of sympathy in his eyes. "The path you chose is yours to walk. Who made you make the wrong choice back then? If you want to get back on track and start anew, you have to pay the price. Even if you can't hold on, you have to endure it." After scolding her, Su Yang reached into his inner pocket and pulled out 100 yuan bills. He tossed them onto the dusty bedside table with a thud. "Take this and spend it for now. Adding this amount, you owe me 3,000 yuan. When you bring Zhang Meixin down and get the mental compensation, remember to pay me back." Wang Yao grabbed the cash, nodding repeatedly. "Don't worry, when I get the money, I'll transfer you 2 or 3,000 as a reward without any problem." "Alright, I'm off now." The next step was to deal with Zhang Meixin. Su Yang vowed that not only would he ruin her reputation, but he would also teach her a good lesson. A swift and decisive action was the way to go. In the evening, as dusk fell, Su Yang had just returned to the village and stood at the entrance of the courtyard, fiddling with his keys to open the door. A graceful silhouette slowly approached from a distance. Before the person arrived, a strong scent of perfume floated over. It was actually Wei Xiaoxia. In the past, at the village committee, this woman dressed in a way that she would button every button up to her neck, wrapping herself tightly. But tonight she had changed into a very alluring black, tight-fitting long dress. Usually accustomed to wearing a high ponytail, today her hair was all down. Her long, straight black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and she walked with a breeze, truly captivating attention. "Oh, Director Su, I've finally waited for you to come back," Wei Xiaoxia said, quickly stepping forward, grabbing Su Yang's wrist without a second thought, her palm warm. Come on, let's go to my house. I've prepared a big table of delicious dishes to thank you for helping me with my ankle yesterday. Wei Xiaoxia usually lived alone. Her father had an old tile roof house on the other side of the village, and the two families were not far apart. Once they entered the house, Wei Xiaoxia turned around and locked the door. Not only did she lock it, but she also twisted the lock several times. Su Yang looked around. In the center of the dining table lay a steaming red lobster, surrounded by exquisite side dishes. Next to it, there was a bottle of red wine poured into 2 tall glasses. This was truly a candlelit dinner. Come, Director Su, sit down quickly, Wei Xiaoxia said, pulling out the chair opposite her. Wow, Director Wei, you're quite thoughtful today, and this meal must have cost a lot. Su Yang sat down and smiled. Wei Xiaoxia's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh, we're not working at the village committee anymore. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Xiaoxia. How can— You're older than me. Su Yang leaned back in his chair. Then he'll call you Sister Xiaoxia. All right, Sister Xiaoxia. Wei Xiaoxia raised her wine glass. Come on, let's dig in and eat. Su Yang was not polite at all. He directly grabbed a thick lobster leg and started to gnaw on it. Your bone-setting skills are really amazing, and my foot doesn't hurt at all today. I can run and jump. Wei Xiaoxia propped her chin on one hand, staring intently at Su Yang. As long as you're fine. Su Yang gnawed on the lobster, casually glancing towards the balcony. Just in time, he saw a pair of stockings hanging on the drying rack swaying in the wind, which she had worn to the office yesterday. A wicked smile crept across Su Yang's face as he asked, Sister Xiaoxia, those stockings hanging on the balcony are the ones you wore yesterday, right? Wei Xiaoxia, who had just picked up a piece of meat, suddenly trembled her hand. Her face turned crimson to the roots of her ears, and she hurriedly pretended to be confused. Yes. Su Yang, you're really bad. All right, I won't mention it anymore. Su Yang laughed heartily. Wei Xiaoxia quickly raised her tall glass of red wine and lightly clinked it with Su Yang's. Come on, let's drink. She wanted to forcefully change the awkward and ambiguous topic. However, while pretending to be shy on the surface, she had already formed a bold idea in her heart. Tonight she wanted to get a little closer to Su Yang. Su Yang was now quite the seasoned player. Having been given a second chance at life, if he were still to be manipulated by Wei Xiaoxia, it would truly be a wasted existence. He had long seen through Wei Xiaoxia's intentions and planned to turn the tables. What puzzled him was why Wei Xiaoxia would be so affectionate towards him. Was it truly a trap set by her, or was she genuinely enchanted by something about him? The two clinked their glasses. Wei Xiaoxia, blushing, took on a conciliatory demeanor. Su Yang, you don't really have much enmity with Mei Xian. How about this? In a few days you'll treat everyone to a meal, and we can clear the air. Peace brings prosperity. How does that sound? Su Yang furrowed his brow. Could it be just as he suspected that Zhang Mei Xian had sent her? No way. Su Yang flatly refused. I have no enmity with Zhang Mei Xian, but what she's doing is really questionable. Let's not mention anything else, but how many women in the village have money? Charging 8,800 for a course, is that something a decent person would do? And having those women recruit others, isn't that just a pyramid scheme? Su Yang leaned in, slightly lowering his voice to probe. Sister Xia, you wouldn't have invested in Zhang Mei Xin's company, would you? Which is why you're defending her. Wei Xiaoxia quickly waved her hands in denial. Su Yang, don't think too much. I truly have no ulterior motives. I'm not a hired hand sent by Zhang Mei Xian, nor am I advising you to avoid her because of any investment. In fact, I want to help you. Su Yang picked up a piece of food, observing Wei Xiaoxia with keen interest. Oh, what do you mean? How do you want to help me? Su Yang, you know the background of Zhang Mei Xin's family. She is not someone to be trifled with. Her father, Zhang Dafu, is a leader in the county's agricultural department, and he knows all the important people in the county. Moreover, Zhang Mei Xin's husband is a loan shark. I'm worried they might retaliate against you, and you'd be the one to suffer. That's why I'm advising you not to clash with Zhang Mei Xian. Don't let a sense of justice lead you to being badly hurt. Wei Xiaoxia spoke with sincere eyes. Su Yang stared at her face for a long time, but could not find any sign of deceit. Could it be that this woman truly wanted what was best for him? It was incredible that a proud woman like her would actually consider his well-being. Su Yang remained skeptical and continued to question, then why do you want to help me? We haven't interacted much before. Although we're from the same village, we've only exchanged greetings at most. In contrast, you invested money in her. If I were to ruin your financial backer, you would lose your profits. Su Yang, let me be straightforward. Oh, please don't overthink it. Wei Xiaoxia lowered her head slightly. Well, go ahead. Wei Xiaoxia took a sip of wine, gathering her courage under the influence. Su Yang, to be honest, I don't really know why. Ever since you became the village head, I feel like your entire demeanor has changed. You've become mature and charming. Every time I get close to you and catch a whiff of your masculine scent, my heart races. So I wanted to help you. This revelation left Su Yang utterly baffled. He looked at Wei Xiaoxia with a strange expression. Sister Xia, you can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? Wei Xiaoxia gasped, her face filled with panic. Is this what it feels like to like someone? Su Yang had been sitting directly across from her, but now he was leaning in too close. Sister Xia, I think you really have developed feelings for me. Wei Xiaoxia's hands trembled as she poured herself a full glass of wine and took a sip. In no way. Could it be that you are mistaken? I might just be captivated by your charm. Su Yang smirked, then let's play a game to test it out, and see if you really like me. Are you up for it? Wei Xiaoxia swallowed hard looking at Su Yang, her cheeks flushed intensely. She wasn't sure if it was the alcohol, or because Su Yang was too close. What do you have in mind? For the first game you close your eyes and I will kiss you. I will judge your reaction to see if you really like, that doesn't seem right. Sister Xia, one must confront their inner feelings, otherwise living in constant internal conflict will be painful. Wei Xiaoxia seemed to lose control of her brain and inexplicably agreed. Su Yang whispered, close your eyes first. Once it's over I'll ask you about your feelings. Okay. Wei Xiaoxia slowly closed her eyes. Her heart raced faster and faster. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, almost bursting through her skin. Her ears buzzed and she could hear nothing but her heartbeat. She anticipated Su Yang's passionate kiss, eagerly awaiting his lips. However, time ticked by until Su Yang finally spoke. You can open your eyes now. Wei Xiaoxia slowly opened her eyes to see Su Yang's smirking face before her. A wave of disappointment washed over her, leaving her feeling empty. Su Yang smiled and asked, so Sister Xia, do you wish I had kissed you, or that I hadn't? Wei Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment, biting her lip as she replied, I hope you kiss me. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yang cupped her face and kissed her fiercely. Oh my, just one kiss and... Wei Xiaoxia scolded herself in her heart for being so cheap. After the kiss, Su Yang quietly asked, so how was it? Was it okay? Wei Xiaoxia bit her lip. From that kiss, Su Yang was certain. This woman was definitely not sent by Zhang Mei Xin to seduce him. She genuinely had feelings for him. There's no such thing as a true stone woman in this world. Feeling confident, Su Yang boldly embraced Wei Xiaoxia. Sister Xia, there's really no need to reject men. In this world, yin and yang complement each other and men and women are meant to be together. Think about it, why do we categorize people into men and women? It's simply to match them. Su Yang emphasized the word match heavily. Wei Xiaoxia responded with a soft her face growing even redder. So Sister Xia, if you like me just... Wei Xiaoxia seemed to have made a certain resolution, lifting her head. Su Yang, I like you, and I am willing to do any... Are you sure about anything? Wei Xiaoxia nodded. One cannot be deceived by appearances. Who would have thought that the stone girl was merely a disguise for Wei Xiaoxia? Her true core is that of a punching bag, a vent for frustration. After everything, Wei Xiaoxia obediently leaned against Su Yang's shoulder. Su Yang patted her shoulder. Xiaoxia, how much money did you invest with Zhang Meixin? Not much, over 200,000 I guess. Think of a way to get the money back. Oh, just say your family urgently needs it. Otherwise, when Zhang Meixin collapses, your money will go down the drain. Whatever you say? Su Yang then asked, how much do you know about Zhang Meixin's shady dealings? I know almost everything. Her MLM scheme was taught to her step by step by her mother Qin Yanhong. Indeed, they are a nest of snakes and rats, Su Yang scoffed. In truth, Su Yang didn't have a good plan to deal with Zhang Meixin for the time being. Although her scheme resembled an MLM, selling courses had tangible products and avoided many legal risks, making it hard to pin a crime on her. Thus, Su Yang planned to take the opposite approach and tarnish Zhang Meixin's reputation. Once her reputation is ruined, her company would naturally collapse. What the law could not punish, Su Yang would take it upon himself to rectify. Su Yang turned to Wei Xiaoxia, who was wiping her mouth. Do you have any dirt on Zhang Meixin? Something that could ruin her reputation? Wei Xiaoxia thought carefully for a moment. Yes, as far as I know, Zhang Meixin is cheating on her partner. In fact, Zhang Meixin is also a punching bag, a vent for frustration. No one else knows this, it's just me. Su Yang looked at Wei Xiaoxia with interest. Oh? How do you know? Once I sat in the passenger seat with Zhang Meixin and found those things hidden in her armrest. That day I also noticed some bruises on her body. Putting it all together, knowing she's been cheating, I guessed she must have had some wild escapades with other men resulting in... Su Yang skeptical remarked, she always flaunts herself as an independent woman. How could she be like this behind the scenes? Wei Xiaoxia slightly nodded. I can't say for sure, but it's at least 80 to 90% likely. Can you help me gather some solid evidence proving she is a punching bag, a vent for frustration? Wei Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled. Of course, you are the director after all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Meixin was curled up at home. Achoo! Achoo! She sneezed several times, rubbing her nose and muttering, who is cursing me behind my back? What's wrong, dear? Caught a cold. Zhang Dabiao handed Zhang Meixin 2 tissues. I'm just a bit chilly. You're underdressed for a cold. Oh, put on something warmer. Zhang Dabiao draped his outerwear over Zhang Meixin's shoulders and inadvertently glancing suddenly noticed a glaring red mark on her arm. Honey, did someone hit you? Oh, you mean this? A couple of days ago I got scratched by my zipper while getting dressed. Zhang Dabiao was half convinced. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Besides, who would dare to hit me? Zhang Dabiao pondered for a moment and agreed, nodding slightly. As long as you aren't the one suffering, that's all that matters. Meanwhile, on Su Yang's side, Su Yang dressed neatly and stood up preparing to go home. Wei Xiaoxia clung tightly to Su Yang's arm. Director, you're just leaving like this? Su Yang lifted her chin with his hand, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Once you have taken care of things, I will give you what you deserve. Su Yang was no fool. He knew how to balance kindness and authority in dealing with people. At least until Zhang Meixin was brought down, he couldn't indulge Wei Xiaoxia too much. As Su Yang left Wei Xiaoxia's house, he felt a surge of joy. Wei Xiaoxia was truly a divine assist. It was as if heaven was helping him. In fact, Su Yang never intended to throw Zhang Meixin and her partner in jail. That would be too easy for them. He found it far more interesting and satisfying to trample on this pair of scoundrels and make them his servants. Especially Zhang Meixinhoff. Zhang Dabiao was even more despicable, practically a more enhanced version of Han Yueka. This guy dabbled in every black market trade except for drugs. He opened a KTV in the county town, hiring a bunch of women as hostesses. On the side, he ran a gambling den, and due to connections, he always received tips before inspections, allowing him to slip away unscathed. The dirty money he earned was all used for high-interest loans, specifically lending to small business owners. If someone couldn't pay back, he would directly lead people to raid their homes. Over the years, with these three tactics, Zhang Dabiao thrived in the county town. He even bought a plot of land to build an office building. One can only imagine how much money this brat has raked in. Su Yang has always believed his father's death was definitely linked to those big shots in the county town. Thus he had to infiltrate that circle step. He needed to find out who had really caused his father's death, and why those people had to strike so ruthlessly. Just as Su Yang returned home and lay on his bed, his sister, Su Qian, sent him a video. "Bro, look at that, you man, isn't she disgusting? While everyone is sleeping at midnight, she's still singing." The video was dark, but one could clearly hear a woman wailing in the dormitory. Su Yang replied to Su Qian's message. "If it's really unbearable, apply to switch dorms first. Don't worry, I'll find a way to deal with her." Su Yang was indeed very busy right now and couldn't spare the time. But Yu Man and Yu Hong had already become his. Su Yang returned home, took a comfortable bath, and then fell asleep beautifully. The next morning, he rode his old electric scooter to the town to buy some vegetables. After all, the fridge at home was already empty, with not even a single green onion left. Upon arriving at the bustling market in the town, Su Yang bought some fresh vegetables and a few pounds of pork belly. All of it was stuffed into a plastic box at the back of the electric scooter. Just as he was about to turn around and head home, he saw a large crowd gathered at the intersection ahead. They were pointing and murmuring, not knowing what was happening. Su Yang was a seasoned bystander, recognized as the king of gossip in the village. Especially the trivial matters and family gossip in the countryside, he loved to join in and watch the commotion. He simply parked the scooter by the side, took out a cigarette, lit it leisurely, and pushed through the crowd towards the center. As he squeezed in, he saw a thin old man selling cowpeas sitting on the ground, sobbing and wailing while patting his. Beside the old man were two worn-out bamboo baskets connected by a shiny yoke that looked like it had been used for years, both ends cracked. The old man was wearing a faded blue Zhongshan suit commonly seen in the 70s and 80s. On his feet were a pair of liberation shoes covered in yellow mud. His face was lined with deep and shallow wrinkles marked by the trials of time and suffering. "Which scoundrel did this to me? You bastard. May your whole family suffer a terrible fate. How could you cheat this old man who is already half buried in the ground with counterfeit money? Oh heavens, am I not already miserable enough? My son and daughter-in-law died of cancer a few years ago, and now my poor grandson has been diagnosed with leukemia. I just wanted to sell some cowpeas I grew myself to buy him some snacks. How could you bear to cheat an old man like me?" Su Yang's hand holding the cigarette froze as he watched this scene, feeling a painful tug in his heart. The old man looked to be at least 70 or 80 years old. Hunched over, his arms were scrawny, and his brown skin was covered with thick calluses and cracks. At this moment, a kind-hearted woman with curly hair stepped forward from the crowd. Without a word, she took out 100 yuan and handed it to the old man. "Please don't cry, old man, you look so pitiful. This 100 yuan is my compensation for you." The old man was taken aback, but repeatedly stepped back, refusing to accept it. He hurriedly waved his rough hands in refusal. "I can't accept this, you're a stranger to me. I won't take it, I absolutely..." Despite being poor and destitute, these elderly people from the bottom of society often have principles that surpass many educated young people, as they retain the most primal kindness in their hearts. After all, they have experienced that era, and most of them are particularly simple and unwilling to take anything for. However, the kind-hearted woman also had red eyes. Without caring much, she stepped forward and forcefully stuffed the money into the old man's patched pocket. Seeing this situation, those surrounding the scene were also touched and spontaneously stepped forward to stuff money into the old man's pocket. Some put in crumpled 5 yuan bills, while others added 10 yuan notes. Some, with better conditions, even stuffed several hundred yuan in cash. Before long, the old man's cloth bag was bulging and almost couldn't hold any more. At this moment, a little girl who looked about 4 or 5 years old with 2 pigtails approached. With her short legs, she ran over and carefully took out a 1 yuan coin from her pocket, gently offering it to the. Without saying a word, the little girl trembled shyly and ran back to her father's embrace. Su Yang took a deep puff of his cigarette and extinguished it before walking over. In a gentle tone, he said, "Old man, please don't refuse. This is a little kindness from everyone, oh just accept it. Giving you this little money won't make us all poor tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the old man could no longer hold back, collapsing to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face, desperately bowing to those kind-hearted people who had given him money. Su Yang was quick to react, reaching out to pull him up. Old man, don't cry just yet. Think carefully, do you remember what that scoundrel who cheated you looks like? After all, Su Yang had lived another life, and many memories from his past were still fresh in his mind. He actually had a vague impression of most people in the town and nearby villages. He couldn't say he knew them all, but he definitely had a strong impression of the scoundrels who often engaged in petty theft, and such people were often the talk of the town during meals. The old man wiped his tears while trembling and sorting the money in his hands, choking up with memories. Ah, of course I remember him. That person is a bit short, probably no more than 1.65 meters. He has a neat buzz cut. Oh, and he has a very noticeable feature. His nose is exceptionally large and red, as if he had some illness. Damn it, it's definitely him. Su Yang instantly realized, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. Su Yang remembered that in Erba village there was a scoundrel named Ma Lingdang. This guy had somehow obtained tens of thousands of counterfeit bills. He was timid and didn't dare to spend money in major cities, so he resorted to guerrilla tactics, spending 100 here today and another 100 there tomorrow. Since counterfeit bill checkers are now quite common, he had no choice but to run to the town, or specifically to the county, to cheat those old men and women selling vegetables who had never seen a bill checker. These old men and women would get up before dawn, pick some fresh vegetables from their own fields, and carry heavy loads for over 10 miles to sell in the town. And they sold their homegrown vegetables for cheap. Standing on the street exposed to the sun and wind, they might only earn a few dozen yuan for a whole day's hard work. These elderly people were indeed quite pitiful. Su Yang had previously seen an elderly woman with white hair. She had brought 4 boiled eggs and 2 baskets of vegetables to sell in the town. On the first day, unable to bear the hunger, she ate the 4 eggs, but her vegetables remained unsold, and she couldn't bear to spend the fare to return home. Instead, she shivered and slept under the eaves on the street overnight. She managed to sell all the remaining vegetables the next day before trembling back home. If these impoverished people at the bottom of society were already so pitiful, those scoundrels who specifically targeted them to cheat money were truly worse than beasts. Now that it was confirmed that the scammer was Ma Lingdong, Su Yang immediately decided that he would teach this scoundrel a lesson. Then he would call the police to have them arrest him and throw him in jail. Old man, don't be afraid. I know who that scammer is, and I know where that scoundrel lives. I will take you to demand an explanation. Not only will I help you get back the money you were cheated out of, but I will also make him compensate you tenfold today, and I will teach him a harsh lesson. Su Yang turned to look at the entrance of the Junyi beef noodle shop, where the owner was watching the commotion. Boss, I'd like to discuss something with you. Can you keep the old man's yoke and these 2 baskets here for now? Once I finish my business and bring him back, could you please return them to him? I'd appreciate your help keeping an eye on them for a while. No problem, no problem. You can leave your things with me, they won't go missing. Hurry, and take the old man. I won't close until 11 tonight, and he'll keep watch here. Alright, thank you very much. Su Yang helped the old man sit on the back seat of his electric scooter. The electric scooter zoomed off toward Erba village. The crowd that had been watching the commotion was also filled with righteous indignation. Some drove their family vans while others rode their electric scooters, following closely behind Su Yang, storming toward Erba village. At the entrance of Erba village, several gossiping women sitting under the big tree were startled when they saw this scene, dropping the sunflower seeds they were holding into the muddy ground. Oh my, what's going on with Su Yang today? Which god did he offend this time to have so many people chasing after him? Chill, be quiet, and don't say anything foolish. Su Yang had dealt with those idiots in the village pretty ruthlessly, so his methods were fierce. These women who usually loved to gossip were now so scared that they didn't dare to say a single bad word about Su Yang, even in private. Su Yang rode his scooter with the old man and arrived at the shabby courtyard where Ma Lingdang lived, coming to a sudden. At this moment, Ma Lingdang and his disheveled wife were happily sitting cross-legged at the bedside, counting the money in their hands. This couple specialized in using counterfeit 100 yuan bills to buy small items worth a few yuan, thus receiving a lot of change in real money. Excitedly, they sorted through a pile of coins on the bed, with Ma Lingdang saying, "Hee wife, look, I managed to spend 800 yuan today. Haha, then, that means we exchanged a total of 1,700 yuan of counterfeit money for real money today. At this rate, it won't be long before the pile of counterfeit money hidden under the bed will be effortlessly exchanged for real money without anyone noticing." Speaking of these two, Ma Lingdang and his wife are simply the worst of the worst in the village. Just to put it plainly, Ma Lingdang hasn't washed the same pair of underwear in 6 months. Whenever it got too smelly and hard, he would casually toss it aside. After some time, once it dried out and didn't smell as bad, he would pick it up and wear it again. His wife was just as bad. Although she was a woman, she never bothered to clean herself up either. Her body constantly emitted a foul odor. They were too lazy to maintain personal hygiene, let alone work hard to earn money. Clearly they had several acres of decent land at home, but they let it go to waste and overgrown with weeds. They were just playing around, refusing to cultivate the land. As for working outside, that was out of the question. They would never do it in this lifetime. Later, when they could no longer survive in the village, unable to even fill their stomachs, Ma Lingdang took his wife and went to Guangdong to do temporary work that paid daily. Upon arriving there for some unknown reason, they accidentally met a big brother who sold counterfeit money and ended up with a large bag of high-quality counterfeit bills. They agreed that if they could pass those more than 100,000 in counterfeit bills at the rural market, they could cash out. If the two of them tightened their belts, that sum would allow them to do nothing for years. Just as the pair indulged in their get-rich reveries inside the house, a series of heavy thuds rang from outside. Their rusting iron gate was being struck with force. Ma Lingdang gave his wife a wary look. She understood at once. Flustered, she scooped the scattered bills from the bed and shoved them hurriedly beneath the thick quilt. "Who is it? Stop knocking. Jesus, you're trying to kill us." Ma Lingdang cursed as he stalked to the gate and opened it. He looked up and found Su Yang's face dark with fury. Ma Lingdang forced a smile. "Oh, Director Su, what brings you here?" Su Yang spat an obscenity, said nothing further, and with a single flying kick struck Ma Lingdang square in the chest. Small of stature as he was, Ma Lingdang was sent hurtling, skidding, and rolling in the muddy courtyard until he came to rest clutching his chest. Hearing the commotion, Ma Lingdang's wife burst from the house pointing at Su Yang and screaming, "Su Yang, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you attacking people?" Su Yang's face was cold. He hauled the elderly vegetable seller who'd been standing behind him forward and presented, You asked me why I hit him. Look closely, don't you recognize him?" At the sight of the old man's face, Ma Lingdang's heart dropped. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Every time he went into town to cheat elders, he'd always picked strangers, change scene, and change mark. How on earth had someone tracked him down and recognized him now? Ma Lingdang stuck to his lie stubbornly. "I don't know him. I've been home all day, never left." "Why would you storm into someone's house and start hitting people?" "I'm calling the police." Su Yang swore loudly. "Call then. Tell me, did you use a counterfeit 100 yuan note to cheat that vegetable seller?" "Don't think your post as village director gives you the right to sling mud at people. When have I ever used fake money to cheat someone?" Ma Lingdang bristled. "If you dare slander me without proof, I'll call 110 right now. And that kick you gave me. If I'm out a few thousand in medical bills, this won't end well for you." Su Yang laughed through his anger. "Spare me. You're the sort of fool who could be overwhelmed by a passing mantis. Don't put on airs with me." At that moment, the old man, trembling, pointed a gnarled finger at Ma Lingdang and cried out with wounded indignation, "It was him. I know that nose. He's the one who cheated me. He gave me 100 yuan and said he wanted 2 jin of yard-long beans. A jin is 2 yuan, 2 jin is 4 yuan, and I gave him 96 yuan in change. Look, this is the bill. This counterfeit note is the one he gave me." The old man trembled as he produced the bill and waved it violently before Ma Lingdang. No one would admit to such an act if it meant prison, so Ma Lingdang denied it loudly, panic sharpening his voice. "Nonsense. Old man, stop spouting lies. I never bought your beans today. I was at home. Maybe your eyes are failing and you've mistaken me for someone else." Seeing the growing crowd, Ma Lingdang changed tack and tried to play benevolent. "If you're short of cash, just say so. What's 100 yuan? I'll be generous and give you what you need." The old man, frail and agitated, felt his chest tighten. He nearly fainted. Su Yang hurried forward and patted his back, helping him steady his breath. "Don't get yourself worked up, sir. Don't ruin your health," Su Yang soothed. "Even if he denies it now, modern streets are full of high-definition cameras. We'll check the footage and the truth will be clear." He recalled the tobacco and liquor shop behind the old man's stall. The owner often handled parcel pickups and kept surveillance facing the road. Su Yang knew the rotund owner and even had his number. Standing before everyone, Su Yang decided to call him, have him pull the footage from the camera that watched the roadside where the beans were sold. If the video proved Ma Lingdang's guilt, Su vowed he would make him pay dearly. Su Yang dialed, put the call on speaker, and said, "Hey Kuan, how busy is the shop? Could you check the camera that faces the road? It's about the old man who was selling beans this morning." A cheerful voice answered on the other end, "No problem. This is nothing. I'm free right now, or I'll ask him to pull it." Su Yang turned to the old man. "Do you remember roughly what time it was?" The old man frowned, thinking. "I reckon around..." Kuan heard that. The old man says about 10. "Please check the surveillance for that time, and if you find it, save the clip." A few minutes after Su Yang hung up, the crowd of onlookers swelled. Once they understood what had happened, their faces hardened, and they fixed Ma Lingdang with murderous glares. Under so many accusatory stares, Ma Lingdang and his wife visibly wilted, their faces draining of color as they swallowed nervously. Ma Lingdang could feel the noose tightening. If the footage showed he'd used counterfeit money, Su Yang would tear him to pieces in that courtyard. The atmosphere grew heavy as seconds ticked by. 10 minutes later, the convenience store owner sent Su Yang a clear. Su Yang opened the video in front of everyone and watched it all the way through. At the end, he let out a cold, contemptuous, "The footage is high definition. Every pockmark on your face is visible. What excuse do you have now?" he asked, voice edged with contempt. "The video shows you handing the old man that 100 yuan note," Su Yang said, pressing the phone's playing screen into Ma Lingdang's face and shaking it for emphasis. Still clinging to denial, Ma Lingdang protested. "There were so many people buying beans that morning. How can you be certain the person who passed that note was me? Maybe someone slipped the counterfeit into the bundle." He was certain in his heart. Though the camera clearly showed the motion of him handing over 100, the recording could not prove whether that particular bill was counterfeit. The old man, furious, leapt forward and jabbed a trembling finger at Ma Lingdong's nose, denouncing him with venom. "You black-heart, shameless bastard. I spent the whole morning, and that's the only 100 yuan bill I got. Was it a ghost who gave it to me?" Su Yang added coolly, "There is video of the entire morning. If you insist on doubt, I can export every hour's footage and send it for you to study." Ma Lingdong was left speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment. The old man's poor pouch indeed contained only that single 100 yuan note. The rest were coins and small change. There was nothing left to argue. Realizing the game was up, Ma Lingdong abruptly reversed himself. "All right, maybe I didn't realize it was fake. I'm a victim too, as someone gave it to me as change. Fine, I'll pay you back. 200 will do, right?" He hurriedly fumbled 2 genuine 100 yuan notes from his pocket to settle the matter. Su Yang's expression went cold. He slapped the bills away with a hand. "Screw that," he spat, then sprang into action like a coiled storm. He launched a flurried onslaught, shouting absurdly named strikes as he moved. Crow takes flight. Parking lot tornado. Then followed with another crushing blow, skybound sweep. Ma Lingdong had barely risen when a kick snapped his jaw. General Yu's whirlwind kick. Su Yang swung his arms in wide arcs and landed a punching combo. He mockingly called Ma Baoguo's fivefold whip. The final blow, delivered with theatrical menace, was a crushing strike that sent Ma Lingdong's face streaming blood. Each punch landed with brutal flesh and bone impact. He collapsed in the mud like a dead dog, battered and bruised. After the bell was knocked down, the crowd watching applauded in delight. "Well done. Beat him to death. Such a beast that specializes in cheating the elderly should be punished severely. Get out of the way. Let me uninstall his QQ." A fishmonger in the town's market was holding a fish knife, rushing towards the fallen bell. Seeing this, Su Yang quickly grabbed her. "Sister, that won't do. Using a knife will land you in jail." He hurriedly stopped the excited crowd, fearing a moment of impulse could lead to a fatal incident. Having already vented his anger by beating the bell, Su Yang took out his phone to call the police, but instead of dialing the town police station, he called Wang Yuan's cousin Zheng Ronghua. Last time Zheng Ronghua cracked a case involving a scam ring thanks to Su Yang's tip, and he was promoted to section chief, grateful to Su Yang. He had been messaging Su Yang these days, wanting to treat him to a meal as a way of thanking him. Su Yang, too busy, politely declined. With such a significant contribution at hand, he decided to send him another favor. After all, who knows when he might need this person again. As far as Su Yang knew, the Bell's family surely had a stash of counterfeit money. Involving the use of counterfeit currency is definitely a major crime. At least in such a small town, it would cause quite a stir. Upon receiving the call, Zheng Ronghua learned of another opportunity for merit and quickly gathered his team, rushing over in a police car. With the sirens blaring, Zheng Ronghua pushed through the crowd, quickly approaching Su Yang to shake his hand. Onlookers were surprised to see the county's criminal investigation team leader being so close with Su Yang, and they began to gossip. "See, I told you not to gossip about him behind his back, but you didn't believe me. Su Yang is not like his father." The villagers made it clear Su Yang's father was honest, while Su Yang was a force to be reckoned with, not someone to provoke lightly. "Oh, brother Zheng, you finally made it here." Su Yang deliberately did not call him Officer Zheng in public, but instead addressed him as brother, making it seem more friendly, while also setting a precedent for the villagers. From now on, anyone thinking of provoking Su Yang better think twice. He then recounted the Bell's scam against the elderly from beginning to end. A police officer nearby took notes seriously. After listening, Zheng Rongguo's expression darkened, and he waved his hand. "Such a beast for doing this, you all search." 2 detectives rushed inside and turned the Bell's house upside down. Sure enough, a stash of counterfeit money was found under the bed, totaling over 100,000. Looking at the pile of counterfeit money on the bed, the staff took photos for evidence and immediately cuffed the Bell and his wife, escorting them into the police car. As the suspects were taken away, the crowd gradually dispersed. Su Yang pulled the elderly person aside and took out 500 yuan from his own pocket to hand over. "Elderly sir, our village is about to build a factory. We are just in need of someone to watch the gate. Once the factory is ready, you can come work for us, earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Wouldn't that be better than selling vegetables all day? In the guardhouse, you won't be exposed to the wind or sun. As for your grandson's illness, my personal power is limited. Send me his medical records, and I'll see if I can help raise some money online through crowdfunding." "Oh, my little Bodhisattva, you are such a good person." The elderly man was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and he almost knelt to bow. Su Yang quickly grabbed him to prevent him from kneeling. The elderly man borrowed a pen from someone, trembling as he wrote down his phone number and handed it to Su Yang. "Don't worry, old man, once the factory is ready, he'll call you right away." Su Yang kept the note. All right, I wish you a long life. May you make 100 fortunes and become a big shot in the financial world." The old man was sincere. "You understand well, old man." Su Yang was taken aback, then smiled. He appreciated such blessings. Afterwards, he found a guy driving a van and had the elderly man hitch a ride with him. After finishing his business, Su Yang rode his electric scooter home. just as he put the vegetables in the fridge and was about to lie down for a while feeling a bit tired after the scuffle. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a loud knocking at the door from outside the yard. The knocking was urgent, and Su-Yang frowned. The way this person was knocking was likely not Jean Miao Miao or Zhao Lan, and it definitely couldn't be Wei Xiaoxia. After all, they usually did their shady business at night. Who would be so bold as to come during the day? Impatient, Su-Yang walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a woman in a white bodycon dress clad in nude stockings and wearing red high heels. With a Chanel bag slung over her shoulder, she crossed her arms and coldly stared at Su-Yang. Luo Yuxue, what are you here for? To remind everyone, Luo Yuxue is the wife of Chao Jingming, who previously had a dispute with the neighbors over house renovations. Chao Jingming was a nouveau riche who had casually bought a piece of land before. He initially intended to build a factory, but failed to gather enough money, and the land had remained abandoned, overgrown with weeds. To everyone's surprise, this jerk struck it rich when the nearby area was slated for demolition. Selling the land, he bought for 30,000 for over 5 million, making Chao Jingming a wealthy man in the village. As for Luo Yuxue, she was Su Yang's former classmate. A typical green tea BTCH who looked down on others. Su Yang had intended to find an opportunity to educate this worthless person, but he had been too busy recently to pay her any attention. Unexpectedly, she came knocking today. What do you want? Su Yang asked with an unfriendly expression. Su Yang, you must have done something shady behind my back, you know what I mean. Luo Yuxue questioned coldly. What have I done? I haven't messed with you at all. Su Yang retorted without holding back. You? Watch your mouth. Luo Yuxue was enraged, pushing Su Yang aside, strutting into the yard. She marched straight to the living room, casually propping her leg up on the sofa. Su Yang leisurely walked over to sit down and coldly said, What do you want? If you have something to say, say it, if not, get lost. Su Yang had no intention of giving her a good face. Luo Yuxue was a typical snob, who only liked the rich. After getting close to Chao Jingming, she flaunted herself in the class group. Today she showcased her designer bag, tomorrow a luxury car, and the day after that a big house. She often belittled her old classmates, making them feel worthless. She would say that they worked their whole lives and couldn't afford a single car of hers. She had been flaunting herself all day long. She even claimed that buying a bag casually was enough to support her classmates for half a year. Her words were harsh, causing many classmates who couldn't stand her to leave the group. Honestly, did you tell Chao Jingming about my affair with Chen Mumming behind my back? Luo Yuxue glared at him fiercely. Su Yang was taken aback. He then yelled angrily, Stop spouting nonsense. Luo Yuxue snorted coldly. You still won't admit it. Who else could it be? You are the third person to know about this. Who told you? Su Yang thought in his heart that he couldn't say he was reborn. Luo Yuxue was secretly involved with a boy named Chen Mumming in class. While enjoying the wealth and honor brought by Chao Jingming, she was also secretly enjoying the young and strong body of Chen Mumming. Luo Yuxue continued to question, If it wasn't you spreading rumors, why has Chao Jingming's attitude towards me been growing colder these days, as if he couldn't care less? Su Yang frowned slightly, his mind racing. Some memories from his past life surfaced. He remembered the trajectory of his past life, where Chao Jingming became extremely arrogant after suddenly gaining wealth. He recklessly invested in businesses he did not understand, resulting in a broken cash flow and being trapped. Seeing the situation was dire, Luo Yuxue directly kicked the bankrupt Chao Jingming aside, took half of his assets and left. She then took the money to live a shamelessly extravagant life with Chen Mumming. Calculating the days, it was exactly the period when Chao Jingming's business was deeply in crisis. It seemed that he had yet to inform Luo Yuxue about his financial losses. The reason was simple. Chao Jingming was not foolish and understood better than anyone else. He was nearing 50 while Luo Yuxue was in her 20s. What could she possibly want from him? She was undoubtedly after his millions in assets. And Chao Jingming in turn desired Luo Yuxue's youthful and beautiful body. Both were looking to fulfill their needs. If he were to reveal that he was on the brink of bankruptcy, this money-hungry woman might immediately file for divorce. Therefore, Chao Jingming did not explicitly mention his business difficulties. However, feeling irritable due to his financial losses, he naturally did not want to pay her any attention. As a result, Luo Yuxue, feeling guilty, suspected that Su Yang had exposed her infidelity. After coming to this realization, Su Yang had a bold idea. Taking advantage of the opportunity presented to him, he decided to deal with this manipulative woman. Damn it. Moreover, Luo Yuxue had maintained herself. Well, she wasn't a complete wreck, having only been with Chao Jingming and Chen Mumming. Clarifying his thoughts, Su Yang cleared his throat with a couple of tactical coughs. I swear I absolutely did not mention your affairs, but... Su Yang sneered. I do indeed want to have a chat with him to make him understand what kind of person you are behind the scenes. What do you want, Su Yang? Luo Yuxue's expression turned ugly. We have no grievances against each other. There's no need to make this so ugly, right? Indeed, Luo Yuxue did not have a deep-seated grudge against him. At most, she was a bit gossipy and extremely vain, but she had not caused any substantial harm. However, Su Yang simply could not stand her superior demeanor. Damn it, I've lived through another life. Ooh, am I still supposed to tolerate you? What's so shameful about it? Su Yang retorted sharply. When you were spraying insults from your lofty position in the group, did you ever consider how embarrassing it would be for old classmates? Is what I said in the group wrong? You all work your fingers to the bone for a month's salary and can't afford a pair of my shoes. Was that incorrect? I wear imported McQueen shoes from Korea costing $3,008. You as a village director earn only $3,000. You truly can't afford even one of my shoes. Su Yang chuckled. Oh really? Did you earn the money for those shoes through your own efforts? By selling your body for meals, don't act like a saint in the group while being a whore behind closed doors. Nobody cares about how you quietly cozy up to a wealthy man to make money. But running to the group every day seeking a sense of superiority really annoys me. Tomorrow when I see Chao Zhengming, I will kindly inform him about you and Chen Mumming. Su Yang said with a wicked smile. He'll say your mother. Luo Yushue was finally enraged and could no longer maintain her composure. In her eyes, Su Yang was nothing more than a powerless village official. Having been a wealthy lady, she inherently looked down on these poor classmates. Su Yang, I warn you, don't push your luck. If I get pushed too far, I can spend tens of thousands to make you disappear from this world. Luo Yushue threatened fiercely. Hearing her threat, Su Yang not only did not feel afraid, but instead laughed heartily. Alright, then let's make a bet. Let's see whether the assassin you hire is faster or my message is sent quicker. I'm the village director and have contact information for the entire village. As long as I find Chao Jingming's WeChat, send him a few photos, and you'll be out in no time. Luo Yushue felt a sudden panic, but forced herself to appear calm. She did not believe Su Yang truly had evidence of her infidelity. She thought he had merely heard some gossip about her relationship with Chen Mumming. It was impossible for there to be any substantial photos or audio evidence. Humph, if you're capable, go ahead and send them. I don't believe you can produce any evidence. Luo Yushue crossed her arms defiantly, provoking Su Yang. To be honest, Su Yang indeed had no substantial evidence at hand. However, psychological warfare is all about who is more willing to take risks and whose momentum is stronger. The one who is bolder will gain the upper hand. Su Yang recalled a detail from his previous life. While handling matters in the county, he had personally seen Luo Yushue and Chen Mumming holding hands checking into the Orange Hotel. He had an excellent memory and even clearly remembered the room number at that time. With this card up his sleeve, Su Yang decided to bluff this arrogant woman. Su Yang picked up his phone, pretending to search for photos in his album. On the 18th of last month, you met with Chen Mumming at 4:20 in the afternoon. You went to room 312 of the Orange Hotel. You stayed in there for 5.5 hours and only came out when it was dark, right? Su Yang looked up with a smirk. What a coincidence, I just happen to enjoy documenting my life with my phone at all times. At that time, I accidentally captured a close photo of you and Chen Mumming at the hotel entrance with your arms around each other. What do you think, Luo? Would you like to take a look? The picture is too glaring for you to want to see it. You? Show me your phone. Hearing the specific time and room number, Luo Yushue's face turned pale, and she hurriedly stood up to snatch the phone. Su Yang had already anticipated this, and quickly pulled his hand back to avoid her. Forget it, the content is too glaring for you to want to see. I'll just send it to your husband Chao Zhengming, he'll surely love seeing such photos. Hold on, let me find Chao Zhengming's WeChat ID. As he spoke, Su Yang rummaged through the TV cabinet to find the household registration book of the Chao family from the village. He accurately slid his finger and pressed on Chao Zhengming's number. 178. Su Yang loudly recited the number, pretending to search for it on WeChat. In reality, he was merely posturing to intimidate her. At this point, Luo Yushue panicked. With a loud clap, she lunged forward, desperately grabbing Su Yang's hand that held the phone, her eyes filled with fear. Her arrogant demeanor instantly softened. Su Yang. Sugo, I was wrong. Don't do this, we are all old classmates, let's discuss this privately. What conditions do you want? As long as we can settle this privately, I'll agree to anything, okay? Now that you're afraid of being thrown out, you finally remember that we are classmates. Su Yang coldly snorted and shook off her hand. When you were flaunting your wealth and belittling others in the group every day, did you think of us as classmates? I'm sorry, I admit I spoke without thinking you, I really know I was wrong. Luo Yushue pleaded with red eyes. What conditions do you want? As long as we can settle this privately, I'll agree to anything, okay? Su Yang looked at her submissive demeanor and stroked his chin. Then without saying a word, he turned and walked back to the bedroom. He pulled out a piece of lace and tossed it directly at Luo Yushue's feet. This was clothing he had previously bought online for Jin Yimyan. Luo Yushue picked up the lace, looking both puzzled and nervous as she stared at him. What do you want me to do with this? Su Yang looked down at her, pointed at the sofa, and commanded without room for negotiation. No nonsense, put it on. Su Yang, do you want to hear what you were saying? My husband and Chen Mumming have no fate with me, what gives you the right? Luo Yuxu's face flushed with anger as she glared and questioned. Seeing Luo Yushue still acting arrogantly, Su Yang sneered coldly in his heart, knowing she hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation. Sure, you can choose not to wear it, you can act both ways in front of me. Su Yang shrugged nonchalantly. As he spoke, he lowered his head to play on his phone, not even glancing at her. Luo Yushua panicked this time, quickly walking over in her high heels, her tone softening. I will wear it, is that okay? Afterwards Su Yang smiled, and said give me what you were originally wearing. Luo Yushua blushing handed over the item, and Su Yang took it, tossing it into the nearby trash bin. Luo Yushua stood up awkwardly, and asked who said I would let you go. Su Yang leaned back on the sofa. Do you know what nickname the readers gave me? They call me Fire God Kuan Go. Luo Yushua shot Su Yang a fierce glare. After tidying her clothes, she cautiously asked Su Yang, can I delete the photos? Su Yang patted her shoulder, a smile on his face. Delete? Why would I delete? Did I promise to delete the photos? Just, Su Yang, you've humiliated me so much, what more do you want? Luo Yushua trembled with anger. Of course I want to continue humiliating you. Su Yang laughed heartily. As long as you obediently listen to me, and play along, I'll pretend nothing happened, and know nothing, and I might even give you some benefits in the future. But if you dare to go against me, I will ruin you. Alright, go back quickly. I'm not in the mood today, I'll call you when I decide how to play with you. Remember to always answer my calls. Su Yang leaned back on the sofa looking quite mischievous. Luo Yushua walked out, trembling, still in a daze. Originally, she had come to find Su Yang to seek justice, but how did it end up with her being at his mercy? At that moment her phone vibrated in her pocket, and Su Yang sent her a WeChat message. How do I compare to Chin Mumming? Answer me, LK, my eyes. Luo Yushua looked at her phone screen, blushing as she typed a reply rapidly. Of course you surpass him. I knew it, Chin Mumming is nothing. After tidying up Luo Yushua, Su Yang picked up his phone and casually messaged Wei Xiaoxia. Have you figured out how to obtain evidence of Zhang Meixin's affair with that pretty boy? Wei Xiaoxia replied almost instantly, Director, I have already thought it through. I can borrow Zhang Meixin's car, just saying I need to take care of something. Then we can secretly install a hidden camera in her car. As far as I know, Zhang Meixin and that pretty boy often indulge in their desires in the car to avoid being discovered by her husband. As long as we obtain solid evidence, Director, you can deal with her however you want. Thank you, Director. By the way, Director, I don't know how to install the camera. This professional task requires you to handle it. Su Yang smiled in satisfaction as he typed, very well, as expected of Sister Xia, you're reliable in getting things done. After the matter is settled, I will give you what you want. Thank you, Director. Su Yang sent a simple message. Then he directly opened Taobao on his phone, searched for the smallest and least noticeable hidden camera, and placed an order. After completing all this, Su Yang comfortably lay back on the sofa and took a nap. Just after waking up from a big stretch, someone knocked on the door again. He heard his fourth uncle Su Jinshin shouting from outside, is Xiao Yang at home? Xiao Yang. Su Yang put on his shoes and hurried to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw his fourth uncle Su Jinshin drenched in sweat and standing at the entrance with excitement. After entering the house and sitting down, Su Jinshin happily said, Xiao Yang, I have already dug the fish pond. I plan to go to the city in a few days to contact the shrimp fry vendors and bring back a whole truckload of crayfish fry. Once these fry grow up and are sold, I can earn over 100,000 yuan. By the way, didn't you say you have connections? Why don't you give me the contact information and I will contact them personally? Su Yang saw his uncle so excited and poured cold water on him, saying, Fourth uncle, have you thought about the possibility of losing money? Why do you say that? Su Jinshin asked, puzzled as he furrowed his brow. Su Yang poured a cup of hot tea for his fourth uncle, and leisurely said, do you not know what kind of people we have in our village? And the people from the neighboring village are all like bandits. Whoever raises fish, shrimp, or chickens and makes money will be envied and targeted by them. Aren't you afraid that after you work hard to raise some crayfish, they will all come and ruin it? After Su Yang poured this cold water, the smile on Su Jiangshan's face vanished and his brows furrowed tightly. What Su Yang said made sense. Many people in the countryside have a strong sense of jealousy and cannot stand to see others doing well. Take Erba Village for example. A while back, a returning college student pieced together an investment of over 300,000 yuan leasing a barren mountain to raise free-range chickens. Just when the chickens were about to be ready for sale, someone from the village, out of jealousy, ran over to poison them in the middle. Over 300,000 yuan went down the drain, and the college student had no choice but to work in a factory to pay off his debts. There was even a family raising fish in a pond, and just when they were about to harvest, someone threw electric wires into the pond at night, electrocuting all the fish. Such despicable acts are commonplace in the countryside. Don't think that city folks disdain the poor and love the rich and enjoy comparisons. If you want to talk about comparisons, the competitiveness of rural people is the strongest. Anyone who often returns home during the new year knows that during holidays, it's a grand competition of comparisons. Not only do villagers compare with each other, but even relatives sitting at the table must compare. Whose child got into a good university? Whose child is making money outside? Who found a beautiful daughter-in-law? They would practically want to announce it with a loudspeaker on their chest and broadcast it every day. Su Jinshin gritted his teeth. This was a path to wealth he had worked so hard to find. Recently, the lobsters at the night market have indeed been quite popular, with many people eating them at the stalls, so there is no worry about sales. I have already spent money digging my fish pond, I can't just leave it idle, can I? Su Yang smiled and reassured, we definitely have to do it, but we need to find someone with official backing to partner with. Let the villagers know that the lobsters you raise have official endorsement, which will give them the courage to not dare to take. Su Jinshin scratched his head in frustration, saying, "But I'm just an old farmer, where can I find someone official?" Su Yang smiled confidently. "You don't have it, but I do. Do you know Zhang Dafu from the county agriculture office?" Su Jinshin took a puff of his cigarette and nodded. "Of course, we can invite him to the village for a brief inspection, get his endorsement, and by the way, we can also receive agricultural stuff." Su Yang said, "But I don't know him. Can someone like that big leader even pay attention to me? Even if I awkwardly try to send him money, cigarettes, or alcohol, he might not even dare to accept it or acknowledge me. Uncle, since I brought this up, I have a solution. Trust me, within 3 days I will give you a definite answer. How about that?" "Xiaoyang, do you really know someone like Zhang Dafu?" Su Yang chuckled confidently. "Of course I do. That Jin Miao Miao, I know what's up. The man Jin Miao Miao is about to marry is called Zhang Zihao, and Zhang Zihao's father is— I happen to be a university alumnus with Jin Miao Miao, and I will go talk to her tonight. She will definitely help with some ideas." But Su Jinshin was still a bit uneasy, frowning. "Of course I will give her a deep education and directly convince." Su Jinshin looked confused, saying, "Huh? What kind of education are you talking about?" "Oh uncle, I'm joking. Just relax and wait for news at home. I will go find her after dinner." "Okay Xiaoyang, then I will trouble you with this matter. I will go home first." Su Jinshin stood up to leave. As he reached the door, he casually pocketed the lighter from Su Yang's table. Su Yang sat on the sofa taking a deep puff from the unlit cigarette, his eyes narrowing slightly. Things were getting more and more interesting. After dinner, Su Yang ran a couple of laps in the yard to maintain his energy and did a full body stretching exercise. He then took a refreshing shower and strolled towards Jean Miao's house. Her parents worked at a company in the city and seldom returned to the village, so she had been living alone recently. Knock knock knock. Su Yang knocked on the door. Immediately light footsteps sounded from inside, and Jean Miao opened the door with a bright smile. However, when she saw Su Yang standing outside, her smile instantly froze. Jean Miao wore tight black yoga pants on her lower body and matched it with a purple fitted short sleeve on her upper body. This outfit perfectly accentuated her curvy figure. She also wore clean white shoes radiating youthful vitality. "What are you doing here? If it's not me, who do you think would dress like this? What do you want, Su Yang? If you have something to say, hurry up and say it at the door." Jean Miao frowned tightly, looking wary. "What's wrong? Are you so afraid of me entering your house? You're home alone, and there's no one else." "No, Zhang Zihao is coming over to give me a bag, so you need to leave quickly. We can talk on the phone later." Jean Miao was anxious, pushing Su Yang's chest with both hands to hurry him out. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's mischievous side was piqued. Had Jean Miao not mentioned that Zhang Zihao was coming, Su Yang would have likely just finished his business and left. But since she mentioned that Zhang Zihao was coming, there was no way he would leave. Su Yang then looked at Jean Miao with an aggressively invasive gaze which made her hair stand on end and sent chills down her spine. What do you want to do? Let's go inside and have a good talk on the sofa." Su Yang casually draped an arm around Jean Miao's shoulder and half embraced her into the room. Hee. Su Yang chuckled. Jean Miao realized that the situation was getting very serious and hurriedly pushed Su Yang's chest, nervously tidying her disheveled hair. "What do you want to do? Stop playing around, or we'll be dead if we get caught. Don't you have important things to do? If Zhang Zihao comes in and sees you, you'll be in trouble." Su Yang sneered. "You have no choice." "Damn, Su Yang, are you crazy? No, please, I beg you." Jean Miao turned pale with fear, panicking. "I haven't even gotten money from his family yet. If you really want to play this crazy, at least wait until I successfully get the money and get married before you do this." I won't. I want it now." Jean Miao, feeling utterly helpless, had to give in and ask, "So what do you—" Su Yang whispered a few words in her ear. All right, I will comply with you." Su Yang remained calm as he and Jean Miao began chatting casually on the sofa. They talked about how to handle Zhang Meixin and how to gradually extract all the money from the Zhang family. As they were chatting, there suddenly came the sound of a car engine shutting off outside, followed by a knock on the door. Miao opened the door quickly. "It's me, Zihao." Jean Miao and Su Yang immediately stopped talking and exchanged glances. Su Yang quickly stood up and headed straight towards the bathroom. Su Yang calmly stayed in the bathroom, casually lighting a cigarette and taking a gentle puff. At that moment, he heard Jean Miao open the door, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching the room one after the other. As soon as Zhang Zihao sat down, he eagerly took out an exquisite gift box. Miao, look. This is the new Chanel bag you wanted the most." Zhang Zihao proudly opened the box, revealing a small milky white bag lying quietly inside. Jean Miao picked it up, examining it from all angles, her face filled with delight. "Zihao, you're amazing." Zhang Zihao took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Jean Miao's slender waist, pouting as if to— Jean Miao's gaze inadvertently glanced towards the bathroom, and just as Zhang Zihao was about to kiss her, she quickly pushed against his chest. "Zihao, don't rush, we have plenty of time tonight. Just sit for a moment while I make you a cup of tea. I did yoga for a long time at home and worked up quite a sweat. I need to take a shower first." Zhang Zihao nodded with a silly grin. "All right, baby, make sure to wash up nice." Jean Miao secretly cursed in her heart. "Tch, you 3-second man. However, she still wore a sweet smile on her face. Don't worry, I'll be fragrant. After saying this, Jean Meow Meow turned to the bedroom to grab a change of clothes, quickly heading towards the bathroom. Jean Meow Meow took a long shower, spending over an hour before finally emerging from the bathroom. Upon seeing her come out, Zhang Zihao hurriedly walked over. Baby, let's go back to the bedroom. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Zhang Zihao eagerly pushed Jean Meow Meow down onto the bed. Jean Meow Meow felt a wave of nausea, mainly because she already lacked the energy. Meanwhile, Su Yang returned home feeling refreshed. He was now eager to take control of Zhang Meixin. Logically, sending her to prison would be the simplest solution, but Su Yang felt that prison would be a form of relief for Zhang Meixin. He wanted this woman to live in torment worse than death. Early the next morning, the delivery station called to inform Su Yang that his JD package had arrived. Su Yang rode his electric scooter at full speed to the town, picked up the package, and hurried back. Upon returning home and opening the package, he found a miniature pinhole camera the size of a fingernail. Su Yang immediately called Wei Xiaoxia. Hey Xiaoxia, come over. I need to talk to you about something important. Okay director, I'll be right over. Half an hour later, Wei Xiaoxia pushed the door open. Su Yang initially wanted to complain about her being slow, but he was instantly mesmerized by her appearance. Wei Xiaoxia was dressed very sexily today in a silver tight-fitting skirt that accentuated her curves with purple thigh-high stockings and red high heels. Upon seeing Su Yang, Wei Xiaoxia twirled around with charm. So director, do you like it? Of course I do. Su Yang pulled her shoulder as they entered the room. You need to find a way to borrow Zhang Meixin's car. I've purchased the camera. By the way, has she refunded your money? Not yet, but I don't plan to let her refund it. Wei Xiaoxia replied, thoughtfully shaking her head. Su Yang was taken aback. Why not? That's over 100,000, not a small amount. I've already received a considerable share from her previously, Wei Xiaoxia explained obediently. Besides, if I demand a refund now, it would alert her and disrupt your plan, director. Su Yang chuckled, thinking to himself that this woman was quite smart. Don't worry, once I deal with her, she'll have to pay back both the principal and the interest. Thank you, director, Wei Xiaoxia said, speaking softly to Su Yang. Don't you want to do something with me right now? On the other side, Zhang Zihao looked at Jean Meow Meow, who was lying in his arms with a satisfied expression. Last night, he felt that he had performed exceptionally well and finally broke the 5-minute barrier. He even felt a bit proud, thinking that he had become stronger. But she sweetly replied, of course my darling is the best. Soft-shelled crab, Jean Meow Meow added silently in her heart. Okay, you should hurry back to the county town. Ew, I still have to go to the village committee this afternoon. Only then did Zhang Zihao reluctantly get dressed and drive back to the city. Jean Meow Meow glanced at the designer bag on the bedside table, a smirk playing at the corner of her mouth. Changing bags every few minutes is quite a profitable business. Once she marries into the Zhang family, she will make sure to drain Zhang Zihao's money completely. And that wretched Zhang Meixin, she has to be dealt with, taking all of Zhang Dafa's wealth. Thinking of Zhang Meixin, Jean Meow Meow remembered Su Yang and decided to ask about his plans at the village committee later. Upon arriving at the village committee, several people in charge, including Su Yang, Chenrong Xiaolan, and Wang Xuan, were sitting outside soaking up the sun. Su Yang waved with a smile. Meow Meow, come over and enjoy the sun with us. No, I still have some documents to finish, Jean Meow Meow replied as she entered the office. Su Yang immediately followed her and closed the door behind him and slapped Jean Meow Meow's leg. So how was Zhang Zihao last night? It was just okay, little cabbage. Jean Meow Meow glanced at the door, then quietly asked, Su Yang, how is your Why are you so impatient? Su Yang replied with a teasing smile. Of course, every day I'm on edge, truly afraid that Zhang Zihao will find out. Only when the money is in my pocket will it be safe. Don't worry, it will be soon. What are you planning to do about Zhang Meixin? Jean Meow Meow asked curiously. Su Yang briefly outlined the plan. After hearing it, Jean Meow Meow frowned. Aren't you afraid she will report you for extortion? Hee hee, so what if she does? At worst, I will just blow myself up. My father is dead, and I only have my sister as family. At worst, let my sister live at my fourth uncle's house. I have money to leave her, it will be enough for her to live on. Su Yang thought to himself, I've already lived one life, if I still hesitate, it would be better to just crash to death. Seeing Su Yang so carefree, Jean Meow Meow also expressed her willingness. Alright, I will fully cooperate with you, just tell me what to do. Of course you cooperated well last night. Jean Meow Meow blushed and playfully said, let's go out and sunbathe. Outside, Su Yang looked at Jean Meow Meow Xiaolan and Chun Rong beside him. A bold idea popped into his mind. If he could gather these few deadweights together, that scene would definitely. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoxia had already arrived at Zhang Meixin's house, chatting with her on the sofa. Ever since Su Yang ruined Zhang Meixin's plans last time, she had been feeling down. She had originally wanted to find that Wang Yao to vent, but after searching the county town, she couldn't find her. Fortunately, Wei Xiaoxia was sweet-tongued and knew how to handle people quickly, making Zhang Meixin smile. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Wei Xiaoxia cautiously spoke up. Meixin, don't take what happened last time to heart. There are so many villages in our county, we can go village by village to give talks, and surely gather some people. You can rest assured. Zhang Meixin nodded. Yes, I'll prepare a bit these days and find a new place to continue. Then Wei Xiaoxia suddenly changed the subject. Well, Meixin, I have a personal matter and would like to ask for your help. Zhang Meixin smiled and waved her hand. Xiaoxia, we are all on the same side. Just say whatever you need. Zhang Meixin had always considered Wei Xiaoxia a confidant, and often had her help with dirty and secretive tasks, so her attitude toward her was quite good. Meixin, I am going to the city for a blind date tomorrow. You know, at my age people are always urging me, and I really have no options left. So, I was wondering if I could borrow your car to make a good impression in the city. I'll return it to you on time tomorrow afternoon, is that okay? Upon hearing this, Zhang Meixin laughed. Xiaoxia, that's completely normal. At this age, who isn't pressured? Alright, you can take the car, it's no big deal. Wei Xiaoxia looked grateful. Don't worry, Meixin, I will drive carefully and absolutely won't scratch it. No worries, just use it. Wei Xiaoxia took the keys and left full of thanks. Zhang Meixin usually drove an Audi A6, which although not top off the lean was quite respectable in the county town. After Wei Xiaoxia went downstairs, she pressed the car key and the Audi A6's lights flashed, unlocking the doors. She slid into the driver's seat, skillfully adjusted the steering wheel and seat, then floored the gas and drove out. Of course, she couldn't drive the car straight back to the village as an Audi would stand out too much, and it wouldn't be good if people started gossiping. Following the plan she discussed with Su Yang, she needed to drive the car to a secluded location where Su Yang could come over and make his move. By around 4 in the afternoon, Su Yang received a call from Wei Xiaoxia. Hello, director, I've got the car. It's at the abandoned brick factory in the outskirts of our county. You need to come over quick. Su Yang perked up. Got it, I'm on my way. Su Yang turned around to find his fourth uncle Su Jinshin borrowed his old second-hand Chang'an van and headed to the abandoned brick factory in the suburbs. At this moment, Wei Xiaoxia was sitting in the Audi waiting for a long time. Su Yang drove to the abandoned brick factory mentioned by Wei Xiaoxia. After getting out of the car, he walked straight towards Zhang Meixin's Audi A6. Opening the car door, Su Yang looked around inside, contemplating where to install the miniature pinhole camera for the best panoramic view. After much thought, he decided that placing it inside the dash cam would be the most suitable option. The dash cam is essentially just a small box. Once opened, he could tuck the pinhole camera inside and connect its power supply from the dash cam itself. Perfect. Moreover, if he tampered with other areas inside the car, it would be easy to get caught. But dismantling the dash cam and putting it back together would leave no trace. Su Yang studied it briefly and swiftly completed the camera installation. Once done, he sat in the passenger seat. Next to him, Wei Xiaoxia tilted her head and leaned against Su Yang's broad shoulder. Su Yang, do you think this car is comfortable to sit in? Su Yang turned to glance at the charming Wei Xiaoxia and replied, huh. Wei Xiaoxia blushed and with a flirtatious gaze added, I mean, doesn't Zhang Meixin and that pretty boy feel cramped in here? The space in this car is so small they can't really move around. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, you don't need to hint at me. Aren't you just eager to try it out yourself? Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoxia's face turned crimson. Su Yang leaned closer to her ear and whispered, do you know what I dislike the most? Wei Xiaoxia shook her head in confusion. I dislike certain women who write please do not disturb in their social media bios yet turn around and post all sorts of suggestive content and videos. Su Yang stared at her intently. Do you know why? Wei Xiaoxia still looked perplexed as she shook her head. Su Yang sneered. That's because they fear being bothered by losers yet dread that the men they're interested in won't bother them. Wei Xiaoxia was momentarily baffled, not grasping the meaning behind Su Yang's words. Su Yang, smiling, pinched her cheek and explained, just like you're afraid ordinary poor men will bother you, so you act like you dislike men. But you also worry that the man you like won't come after you. Su Yang's blunt and straightforward explanation made Wei Xiaoxia's face flush even more as she felt so shy she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Indeed, that was her genuine thought. Thus, every time Su Yang thought of those women who incessantly claimed that no men were good, he couldn't help but laugh. Su Yang recalled watching a live stream where a female viewer vehemently criticized men, declaring they were all no good and likening them to beasts. The host quickly asked the female viewer, if Wang Junkai wanted to date you right now, would you accept? If Wu Yanzu wanted to marry you right now, would you marry him? The female viewer, who had just been ranting about men, burst into laughter and couldn't stop smiling, already imagining what wedding dress to wear to marry Wang Junkai. So there is no such thing as disliking men or women in this world. It's merely a distaste for the ugly or the poor. Women who say such things should just be heard lightly. Anyone who takes them seriously is a fool. After indulging in sweet moments of affection with Wei Xiaoxia, Su Yang contentedly drove the old van back. As for the Audi A6, it could stay at the abandoned brick factory for now. When Wei Xiaoxia woke up tomorrow and got back her energy, she would return it to Zhang Meixin. Upon arriving home, Wei Xiaoxia quickly sent Su Yang the details about the village time and location she needed to meet Zhang Meixin. Su Yang immediately forwarded the information to Wang Yao and transferred 5,000 yuan to Han Yueka via WeChat, instructing him to ensure Wang Yao's safety. Han Yueka was under Zhao Jifeng's command. Even if Zhang Meixin and her husband Zhang Dafu were truly infuriated, they would think twice before messing with Han Yueka. When dealing with the shameless Zhang family, there was no need to speak of morality. Early the next morning, Su Yang strolled to the village committee and saw a middle-aged woman sitting on the steps crying and sighing as she wiped her tears. Su Yang quickly approached her and asked, "Oh, isn't this Aunt Tao? What's wrong so early in the morning?" Seeing Su Yang, Aunt Tao looked like she had found a savior, quickly standing up and grabbing his arm as she cried, "Director Su, you must help me. Don't panic, what happened?" Su Yang comforted her while leading her into the office to talk slowly. Once in the office, Aunt Tao broke down crying and complaining about her troubles. It turned out that they had a plot of farmland right next to the land of the village ruffian, Huang Dawei. Huang Dawei was indeed a bit deranged, and he even had a legitimate medical report from the city hospital. However, his insanity was not continuous, it was intermittent, and only flared up occasionally. Huang Dawei often took advantage of his supposed mental illness, using it as a shield to frequently exploit small benefits in the village. He would sneakily take someone's chickens one day and vegetables another, even going out at night to steal fish from the pond. As soon as he was caught red-handed, he would immediately fall to the ground, start convulsing, and pretend to have a mental breakdown, causing the villagers to avoid provoking him. Over time, he realized this tactic was effective. Huang Dawei eventually stopped working altogether, living a life of leisure by pretending to be sick and extorting people. Just the day before, Huang Dawei had sneaked onto Aunt Tao's land and taken a small portion. Aunt Tao, unable to tolerate this any longer, confronted Huang Dawei, but he resorted to his old trick, collapsing on the edge of the field and foaming at the mouth. Huang Dawei's wife was no pushover either, seeing Aunt Tao as an easy target since she was a single mother, especially since Aunt Tao's husband had died in a traffic accident years ago while driving a truck. Thus, this couple targeted soft targets like Aunt Tao, retaliating and demanding compensation from her. They claimed if she didn't pay 3,000 yuan, they would bring their whole family to Aunt Tao's house to eat until she... Upon hearing this, Su Yang was furious. This is like treating a mental disorder as a sort of justice. Last time, Huang Dawei stopped a wedding car from the neighboring village on the main road, insisting on being given 888 yuan as a red envelope. When they refused, he immediately threw himself in front of the car, pretending to be sick. As a result, on that joyous occasion, the host family, fearing misfortune, had no choice but to give him 800 yuan, and only then did he get up and leave. Since he made money from that incident, he has become even more brazen, stopping cars everywhere to extort people, especially the wedding processions, who would avoid him at all costs. Damn it, he really has no shame. Su Yang cursed angrily. He immediately pulled out his phone, searched the village directory, and found Huang Dawei's number to call. "Hello, is this Huang Dawei? Come to the village committee immediately. I need to discuss something with you." On the other end, Huang Dawei arrogantly replied, "I'm not coming. I don't have time. What nonsense are you going to say over the phone? Suit yourself, whether you come or not is up to you." Su Yang's tone was icy. "If you don't come, your family's agricultural subsidies and low-income support this year will be completely cut off." People like Huang Dawei value money above all else. As soon as he heard Su Yang was going to cut his money, he panicked and quickly admitted defeat, saying he would come right away. Not long after, Huang Dawei arrived. Upon entering and seeing Sister Tao sitting in the office, he understood most likely Sister Tao had gone to the village committee and complained about his misdeeds in front of Su Yang. Upon arriving, this old scoundrel with his thick skin began to play the victim. "Oh, Sister Tao is also here. When are you going to pay me back for my medical expenses? I need to go to the city hospital. I've been feeling suffocated lately because of you. Don't blame me for not warning you. If the money doesn't arrive, I'll come to your house every day to eat until I've made up for it." All right, just shut up." Seeing Huang Dawei's shameless face, Su Yang stood up and scolded coldly, "Don't act like a big shot here with me. If they really made you sick, then you should be compensated. However, if you are deliberately pretending to be sick to extort a widow, that is extortion and is against the law. I'm only calling you here to give you a verbal warning today. If you dare to extort people again, next time, don't blame me for calling the county criminal investigation team. Let them take you in for questioning and check with a baton to see where you are actually sick." Hearing this, Huang Dawei not only wasn't afraid, but also rolled up his sleeves, swaggering over to the sofa opposite Su Yang and plopping down. "Su Yang, who do you think you are? You think you can scare me with the police? When your father was village chief, he wouldn't dare speak to me this loudly. What do you think you are? Everyone in the village knows whether I'm crazy or not. I can even bring reports. Let me tell you, being insane and hitting people is not against the law. Even if I were to stab someone to death, it would still be considered self-defense." This was Huang Dawei's classic line. He was so notorious that the villagers avoided him like the plague and dared not associate with him. "All right, stop pretending to be tough here. If you really are sick, then hurry up and go to a mental hospital for treatment," Su Yang retorted unceremoniously. Upon hearing this, Huang Dawei raised his eyebrows and immediately acted like a rogue. "Su Yang, if you have the guts, say that again. He'll just lie down here and not get up. Let's see what you can do to me. I said if you are sick, go get treatment. Stop pretending here." Su Yang chuckled coldly. Just as he finished speaking, Huang Dawei rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. His whole body convulsed as if he had been electrocuted. "I have to say, this old fellow was incredibly convincing." Su Yang ignored him and let him continue his act. He leisurely tore open a packet of sunflower seeds, sharing some with Jean Meow Meow next to him, and also giving some to Sister Tao, who was in shock. The three of them sat on the sofa sipping hot tea and munching on sunflower seeds, watching Huang Dawei on the ground. Huang Dawei struggled on the cold ground for about 10 minutes, only to realize that these three people were chatting among themselves and completely ignoring him. Huang Dawei couldn't save face anymore. Unable to keep up the charade, he suddenly jumped up from the ground, pointing at Su Yang and shouting angrily, "Su Yang, what do you mean? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill? Are you not afraid of death? Let me tell you, while the others in the village may fear you, I Huang Dawei do not. Today I'm going to go crazy. Let's see what you can do to me." Su Yang didn't even lift his eyelids, casually spitting out a sunflower seed shell at Huang Dawei's feet. "Go ahead and try to go crazy." Huang Dawei was provoked by Su Yang. His blood surged, and he picked up a folding chair next to him, slamming it against the white wall with a loud bang. Then he kicked over the solid wooden tea table in the middle of the office. Seeing this, Su Yang was completely unfazed. Instead, he stood up, pulling Jean Meow Meow and Sister Tao back out of the office to give Huang Dawei space to wreak havoc. Coincidentally, the furniture in the village committee office was already old and decrepit. Su Yang had long been dissatisfied and knew it was time to replace them. After Huang Dawei finished his rampage, the office was in complete disarray. Even the computer screen on the desk had been smashed to pieces by a metal bar. After smashing everything, he lay down on the ground panting and began to groan, pretending to be sick, thinking Su Yang wouldn't know what to do. Su Yang looked down at him and said, "Did you enjoy smashing things? They'll send a professional over shortly to assess the damages. Let's see how much all the things you've smashed are worth, and you'll pay double. Alright, I also need to calculate the labor costs for our village committee as well as the emotional distress you caused me earlier. Add all that up for a total, and you can take your time to pay it back. If you dare to default on the payment, that's fine too. From now on, all the various subsidies and allowances your family receives from the village every month, as well as the annual rent money for the land, will all be deducted until you've paid back what you owe. Moreover, any crops your family grows on your land or fruits on your mountain, our village committee won't help you find a sales channel. They will rot in the fields. Of course, this is just the financial aspect. Your behavior just now was malicious destruction of public and private property combined with extorting villagers. The total amount will definitely be enough to send you to prison for a few years eating prison food. It's just the right opportunity for those big brothers in prison to give you a good treatment for your mental illness. After a few days of education from the round-faced, white-socked inmates, your mental illness will probably be cured." As soon as Su Yang finished his harsh words, Huang Dawei, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly furious, he pointed at Su Yang and yelled, "Su Yang, you little brat, you really have no shame, do you? Do you really think that being the village chief means you can run wild in the village? Damn it, today I will definitely be call." Huang Dawei let out a strange cry, leaping high into the air, attempting to mimic Su Yang's move. Just as he was about to land, Su Yang's expression turned cold, and he raised his foot. A powerful kick landed squarely on Huang Dawei's chest while he was still in midair. With a loud thud, the tremendous force sent Huang Dawei flying, crashing against the back wall with a painful thud before sliding down. Su Yang dusted off his shoes, looking at Huang Dawei curled up like a shrimp. "Who do you think you are? You think you're me?" Su Yang walked up to Huang Dawei, slowly squatting down, and patted Huang Dawei's old face. "So how about it? Are you going to compensate for this money or not?" Huang Dawei covered his stomach, which had been kicked, and was hurting, looking at Su Yang's fierce and cold expression, already terrified. Was this really the same Su Yang who used to be timid in front of everyone? Why did it feel like this kid had completely changed after becoming the village head, as if possessed by some living hell? "I will compensate. Is that okay?" Huang Dawei was intimidated. Su Yang stood up and shouted out the door, calling Wang Swan Pan, who was watching the commotion outside, to come in. "Brother Wang, come here and calculate carefully. How much do these things that this bastard broke cost in total? After calculating, multiply the total by 2. Upon hearing this, Wang Swan Pan immediately brought in his worn notebook and ballpoint pen, bustling in to take notes. He even included a blank A4 paper that Huang Dawei had stepped on. When it comes to being stingy, Wang Swan Pan in the village was unmatched. After half an hour of calculations, they finally finished tallying the account. "Director Su, the total for everything is 23700 yuan. Multiply that by 2, and it comes to 47400 yuan. Wang Swan Pan announced the amount loudly. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction and squatted down to pat Huang Dawei's face again. "Did you hear that? Let's go get the money from your home." Su Yang followed Huang Dawei like a guard escorting a prisoner. Leaning on his axe, Huang Dawei had probably saved around 50 to 60,000. He never expected that today's show-off would hit a wall, losing everything in one go. Back home, Huang Dawei lay on the ground with a pained expression, dragging out a broken iron box from under the bed. He counted out stacks of bills from inside and tremblingly handed them to Su Yang. Su Yang, uninterested in small talk, snatched the money from Huang Dawei's hands. "Are you still going to pretend to be insane and deceive people, eh? I won't anymore. I dare not pretend again." Huang Dawei was on the verge of tears. After getting the money, Su Yang took out his phone ready to dial the number of Captain Zheng from the county's criminal investigation department. Seeing this, Huang Dawei almost wet himself. Big brother, I've compensated you double, why are you still calling the police to arrest me? Su Yang sneered. You can deceive people and break things, but compensating is a different matter. When did I promise you that as long as you paid, I wouldn't report you? You should spend a few days inside to clear your head. Su Yang knew in his heart that Huang Dawei indeed had a mental illness evaluation report from the hospital. Even if the police were called, the final judgment might not be too severe. However, he must make sure Huang Dawei spent a few days in detention. Dealing with such scoundrels requires giving them a lesson they won't forget. Otherwise, he might really think that with his legal defenses no one could do anything to him. Then with the phone call, Su Yang gave Zheng Ronghua a little credit. Upon receiving the call, Zheng Ronghua came personally with his team, bringing 2 packs of high-quality tea for Su Yang. As he was leaving, Zheng Ronghua patted Su Yang on the shoulder affectionately. Brother Su, you saved me again this time. Remember, do contact me when you have time. Let's go out for a few drinks. Don't worry, brother Zheng, I will definitely contact you once I am done with my work. Su Yang smiled and handed him a cigarette. Zheng Ronghua personally handcuffed Huang Dawei and cheerfully led him away. Due to the office of the village committee being damaged and unable to function, Su Yang directly gave 2370 yuan to Jean Miao Miao, instructing her to go to the county tomorrow to purchase a new batch of office furniture and computers. The remaining amount of more than 20,000 was naturally pocketed by Su Yang. Since he couldn't stay in the office today, he casually wandered home to take a nap. He slept until the afternoon, and when Su Yang picked up his phone, he was shocked to see a screen full of missed calls. Jean Miao Miao alone had called him 6 or 7 times. Su Yang had no idea why Jean Miao Miao was so anxious, so he returned the call. What's the matter? Why are you calling me so persistently? As soon as the call connected, Jean Miao Miao's anxious voice came through. Su Yang, you were right. That bitch Zhang Meixin is secretly stirring things up with her mother, preparing to establish a will for property division ahead of time. She told her mother that now that Zhang Zihao and I haven't officially registered our marriage, it's the best time to set the will and divide the property. You know that Zhang Zihao is just a brainless fool. I'm genuinely afraid he might get tricked by his sister when it comes to property division and end up suffering a great loss. Su Yang sneered inwardly after hearing this. In fact, Zhang Meixin was indeed a scheming woman. She could see at a glance that Jean Miao Miao was not easy to deal with. She was afraid that her useless brother would not be able to hold on to his wife in the future, and that the Zhang family's wealth would be completely taken away by Jean Miao Miao. That's why Zhang Meixin took the initiative to incite Zhang Zihao's mother to quickly study the division of family property, wanting to keep the bulk of it in her hands. However, Su Yang knew that this was just a proposal at this point. It couldn't be immediately set in stone. After all, Zhang Zihao's parents were still healthy and strong. There was no reason to divide the family assets so early. Why are you so anxious? Su Yang said lightly. She just mentioned it casually at home, right? Nothing is said. Jean Miao Miao stomped her foot in frustration. Yes, that's true, but I'm really worried. You know how scheming Zhang Meixin is, she's difficult to deal with. Su Yang disdainfully snorted. Difficult to deal with. Nonsense. I have plenty of tricks to handle her. Oh, just relax, and don't worry. After hanging up, Su Yang glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 7 in the evening. Calculating the time, it was about when Wei Xiaoxia had returned the Audi A6 to Zhang Meixin. Su Yang immediately opened the monitoring app he had installed on his phone, wanting to see if anything explosive had happened in that car. As soon as he opened the screen, he indeed saw something interesting. In the monitoring footage, Zhang Meixin was sitting in the driver's seat of the Audi. She was skillfully steering while wearing a Bluetooth headset, talking to someone on the phone. Honey, how many days will you be on a business trip to the provincial city? What? A whole week? Oh honey, I'll miss you so much at home. Zhang Meixin's voice was sweet to the point of being nauseating, completely different from her usual cold and strong demeanor. After chatting for a bit, she suddenly changed the subject. Oh, right, about the property division you mentioned. I've already hinted to my mom about it privately. I told my mom that although I'm a married daughter, I've contributed to the family business over the years. It's not reasonable to not leave me a substantial share when dividing the property. My mom thinks I make a lot of sense, and said she would discuss it with my dad later tonight. Hee, that little bitch, Jean Miao Miao, who wants to climb the social ladder, will never get a single penny from our Zhang. If it weren't for my stupid brother, who can't find a decent wife, a woman like Jean Miao Miao wouldn't even qualify to step into our Zhang family's door. Okay, honey, go get busy. Take care of yourself while you're out. Bye. As soon as she hung up the sweet call with her husband, Zhang Meixin's expression changed. She tapped the screen and immediately dialed another number. Hey babe, where are you now? I have good news for you. My husband is going on a business trip to the provincial city and won't be back for a week. Alright, just wait, I'll drive over to pick you up tonight. The footage from the monitoring camera became less interesting, showing just Zhang Meixin focused on driving. But Su Yang looked at the screen and smiled. This cheating video had practically delivered itself to him. Su Yang immediately called Wei Xiaoxia and Jean Miao Miao. Hello Xiaoxia my darling, come to my house quickly, we're going to watch a big show tonight. What level was Wei Xiaoxia at? Upon hearing this she instantly understood what Su Yang meant by a big show. Alright, I'll be there right away, or just let me change into something pretty. Since that night she had been conquered by Su Yang, Wei Xiaoxia seemed to have been released from her seal, and became increasingly open. Every time she secretly met Su Yang she dressed like those female DJs in nightclubs. Su Yang then called Jean Meow Meow. Hey Meow Meow, stop overthinking at home, I'll come to my place. There's a great show to watch tonight. On the other end Jean Meow Meow was feeling distressed. I'm almost dying from stress over the family property issue. How can I have the mood to watch any good show? You hurry over here. It's a big show about Zhang Meixin. Upon hearing it was a good show about Zhang Meixin, Jean Meow Meow's eyes lit up, and all her worries vanished. Okay, I'm on my way. Since Wei Xiaoxia lived closer to Su Yang she arrived first. When Su Yang opened the door and saw Wei Xiaoxia his eyes went wide. Wei Xiaoxia had specially changed into a style with a touch of innocent lowly vibe today. She wore tight white stockings paired with her mature face, exuding an indescribable allure. What do you think, Su Yang? Do you like this outfit? Wei Xiaoxia twirled at the door. Su Yang pulled her into the house, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. I love it, absolutely love it, come in. As Su Yang and Wei Xiaoxia had just settled down in the room, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Wei Xiaoxia blinked in confusion and glanced at Su Yang. She was still unaware of the affair between Su Yang and Jean Meow Meow. Su Yang smiled reassuringly, saying, It's fine, don't be nervous. It's just a good sister of yours in the future. He walked over to open the back door, and in rushed Jean Meow Meow dressed in athletic wear. Upon entering, Jean Meow Meow was surprised to see Wei Xiaoxia sitting on the sofa, thinking that Wei Xiaoxia was there to discuss village committee work with Su Yang. She quickly hid her impatience and politely said to Su Yang, Oh, Director Wei is also discussing work. Then you two chat first, or should I wait for you to finish before coming back? As soon as Jean Meow Meow said this, she turned to leave. However, Su Yang grabbed her hand with a mischievous smile and said, Where are you going? We are all sisters here, why not sit down and get to know each other better? When Su Yang uttered the word sisters, Wei Xiaoxia on the sofa was momentarily stunned. Jean Meow Meow, who was pulled back, also froze in place, dumbfounded. Then Wei Xiaoxia looked at Jean Meow Meow with a gaze filled with shock and disbelief. Jean Meow Meow stared at Wei Xiaoxia, her face full of astonishment. After 2 seconds of silence, Jean Meow Meow couldn't hold back and exclaimed, What the hell? Su Yang, you couldn't possibly be with Director Wei too. She abruptly turned to Wei Xiaoxia for confirmation. Before Su Yang could even open his mouth to admit it, Wei Xiaoxia, blushing, gently nodded her head. At that moment Jean Meow Meow's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Su Yang was impressive, as she had personally experienced it. If Su Yang were to flirt with any beautiful woman outside, Jean Meow Meow wouldn't think much of it. But this was Wei Xiaoxia. Su Yang actually managed to get close to Wei Xiaoxia. It was known that Wei Xiaoxia was famously cold and aloof, a notorious man-hater in the entire Herba village. Many old bachelors in the village dared not even look at her. What kind of potion did Su Yang give Wei Xiaoxia to melt this ancient iceberg? Conversely, Wei Xiaoxia on the sofa, after the initial shock, surprisingly did not feel much astonishment. She even felt it was only natural. After all, even someone like her, who was severely averse to men, had ultimately succumbed to Su Yang's charms. What more could be said for the vain Jean Meow Meow? Recalling how she had seen Jean Meow Meow several times blushing and hurrying out of Su Yang's private office at the village committee not long ago, she had sensed something was off between the two, but hadn't thought much of it. After all, Jean Meow Meow was about to marry into the Zhang family, soon to be a wealthy lady. Unexpectedly, these two actually had the audacity to go that far. Heavens! Wei Xiaoxia couldn't help but cover her mouth. Yet despite her shock, a trace of delight surged in her heart. This was actually quite good. After being taken by Su Yang, Wei Xiaoxia had secretly doubted herself at night, wondering if she had some kind of peculiar preference that made her addicted to a man like Su Yang. Seeing that even Jean Meow Meow, who was about to marry into a wealthy family, was wholeheartedly devoted to Su Yang, this fully illustrated that it wasn't her who was flawed, or rather her taste was at least still in line. Being addicted to a man like Su Yang. Su Yang was indeed exceptional. After the shock, the three individuals with their own secrets finally sat back down on the sofa side by side. Su Yang sat in the middle and cleared his throat. Since we've all laid our cards on the table today, I won't hide anything. From today onward, the three of us will officially form an alliance against Zhang Meixin. Wei Xiaoxia nodded. Although she appeared to be sisters with Zhang Meixin on the surface, they had no deep-seated hatred. However, now that she belonged to Su Yang, she would follow his lead without question. If Su Yang wanted to oppose Zhang Meixin, she would have no objections. As for Jean Meow Meow beside her, she wholeheartedly agreed, raising both hands and feet in support. Of course, she had to oppose Zhang Meixin. If she didn't oppose Zhang Meixin, how would she survive in the future? After all, she couldn't exhaust all her efforts to get into the Zhang family, only to find that Zhang Meixin had taken all the family's wealth for herself. If that happened, wouldn't her marriage be in vain and her body given away for nothing? Looking at Wei Xiaoxia, who was obedient to Su Yang, Jin Miao Miao couldn't help but scoff in her heart. If only Wei Xiaoxia knew that Su Yang not only had us too, but also Xiaolan. I really wonder what expression that man-hating fanatic would have. Seeing that they had united on the same front, Su Yang took out his phone and projected the surveillance app screen onto the big TV in the living room. I called you two here tonight to let you watch a show. By the way, you both should learn well and see how Ms. Zhang Meixing behaves. As he spoke, Su Yang clicked on the real-time surveillance footage on the TV. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhang Meixing was speeding in her Audi through the night. From the TV speakers came Zhang Meixing's flirtatious voice on the phone. "Hello, honey, I've gone downstairs. I'm in the car, now I'll be right over to pick you up. Are you excited?" Jin Miao Miao looked at the screen in disbelief and turned to Su Yang. Su Yang's skills were astounding. He managed to install surveillance in Zhang Meixing's car. She turned to see Wei Xiaoxia, who was trying to suppress her laughter on the other side. With Jin Miao Miao's cleverness, it didn't take long for her to guess that this scheme was definitely orchestrated using Wei Xiaoxia. However, no matter how hard she tried to think, she couldn't comprehend how Su Yang, that scoundrel, managed to win over the icy Wei Xiaoxia. Could it really be that Su Yang was so extraordinarily talented that people became addicted to him and could not extricate themselves? Jin Miao Miao couldn't help but swallow hard. The three exchanged glances and no one spoke. They simply stared intently at the TV screen. The surveillance footage showed an extended segment of Zhang Meixing driving along the road in the county. When the Audi reached the outskirts of the county and stopped in a small dark alley next to a college, the three on the sofa widened their eyes and shock mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost in the dead of night. Even Su Yang, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but take a deep breath. They truly did not expect that the usually dignified and proud Zhang Meixing would be so wild and promiscuous behind the scenes. But Zhang Meixing was 35 this year. This was not just an old cow eating tender grass, it was more like an old blade of grass eating a tender calf. In the footage, Zhang Meixing parked the car by the roadside. A few minutes later, a young man dressed in black sportswear with a buzz cut sneaked over. He opened the passenger door of the Audi and sat down. The high-definition camera installed in the car recorder was just in time to capture the young man's face. Su Yang examined him closely. The young man's features were quite average, not particularly handsome. However, he was young and radiated vitality. He seemed to be athletic or often played basketball, as his physique was indeed very strong and fit. No wonder he could captivate 35-year-old Zhang Meixing. As soon as the buzz cut got in the car, Zhang Meixing, who was driving, couldn't wait to lean over and kiss that pretty boy. "Baby, I've missed you to death. I have good news for you. My useless husband is going on a business trip to the provincial capital for 7 days. The buzz cut's eyes lit up and he smirked as he asked, "Where do you want to play tonight?" Zhang Meixing raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what do you have in mind?" The young man leaned closer to Zhang Meixing's ear, excitement radiating from him as he proposed, "I have a bold idea." Zhang Meixing smiled with interest. "Oh, what bold idea do you have? Tell me about it." As a result, the two drove into a grove. Su Yang did not expect that the kept boy Zhang Meixing would be so lecherous. Of course, compared to himself, he was somewhat lacking. It was already midnight, and there was no one around. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The two of them had even turned off the car lights. With the lights off, it was even darker outside, and there were no lights on inside the car. However, the ambient light in the car allowed Su Yang to see the scene inside through the pinhole camera. In 3 words, too perverse. After watching, Jin Miao Miao excitedly looked at Su Yang and asked, "So, did you record it?" "Of course. Do you think make sure to send me a copy." "Why would I do that?" "You think using this to threaten her would be effective?" "It would only ruin her reputation. We need to work together. I'll use this to threaten her while you constantly whisper in Zhang Ziheo's ear, making it impossible for the Zhang family to have peace." Jin Miao Miao pondered for a moment and replied, "That works. All right then, since that's settled, I'll take my leave now." Jin Miao Miao felt much better. With this evidence, she believed Su Yang could handle Zhang Meixing. Once Su Yang dealt with Zhang Meixing, the Zhang family would be at her mercy. At that time, she could pull the oxygen tube from Zhang Dafu without anyone daring to stop her. Just as Jin Miao Miao stood up to leave, Su Yang grabbed her. "Since we're here, why not have a little fun before you go?" Jin Miao Miao's face turned red. "What fun? Oh, come on, it's rare that Xiaoxia is here. Let's have some fun." The next day at noon, Uncle Su Jianxin called Su Yang, inviting him to dinner at his house. Su Jiangxin's fish pond would be finished that afternoon. He had taken Su Yang's advice and bought some cameras to install. After all, there weren't many good people in the village. Su Yang rode his little electric scooter to the fish pond where Su Jianxin was wearing water shoes and building a dam in the mud. Seeing Su Yang arrive, Su Jianxin walked over and handed him a cigarette. "Nephew, when can we get that Zhang Dafu to come and support us like you mentioned last time?" "My fish pond is ready." Su Yang smiled. "In a day or two. By the way, uncle, can you do me a favor?" Su Jianxin asked. "What is it?" "Just tell me. You've been wandering around the village for a couple of days. Just say you're raising shrimp and fish and plan to go to the city to get some supplies. Remember, you need to let the whole village know." Su Jianxin frowned. "Huh? Why? My fish and shrimp aren't going to be sold to the villagers. Oh, why do they need to know?" Su Yang chuckled. "It's just a very pleasant thing. Once this is done, they won't dare to touch your shrimp and fish anymore." Su Jianxin didn't know what Su Yang was planning, but he had always been reliable, so he decided to trust him. Su Yang recalled something from his past life. In the neighboring Mang village, there was a shameless father and son duo from Li Hongwei's family. Li Hongwei had a friend who repaired tires on the roadside. Business was bad, so he would scatter nails on the road, causing passing cars to get flat tires and forcing them to go to his shop for repairs. One day, Li Hongwei approached that friend with a devious plan. He suggested dropping triangle nails when a large truck, as long as the truck had a flat tire and overturned, they could take advantage of the chaos to grab the goods. With this scheme, Li Hongwei and his father Li Yutian made several windfalls. The villagers also benefited a lot from this. The news spread quickly to Erba village. Everyone knew, and those who had connections with Mang village would notify each other that whenever a truck overturned, they would rush to seize the goods. The two villages were not far apart, one to the left and one to the right, with a county road running between them. It only took a few minutes to run from the village to the roadside. As long as there were enough people running fast, the drivers would be powerless to stop the crowd from seizing the goods. Last time Su Yang had put laxatives in the radishes, he just didn't want to involve Wang Yuan's family, fearing it would cause trouble. This time Su Yang decided to be more ruthless, determined to send a group of people to the hospital to teach them that free things aren't so easy to get. According to Su Yang, there was a type of fish called tiger fish, which was highly toxic. But this poison was not lethal, so Su Yang resolved to spend a little money to teach these idiots a lesson. He picked up his phone and called a classmate in the city who owned an aquarium and sold all sorts of fish. Hey Zhangqing, what are you up to? Oh Su Yang, what's up? Long time no see, did you forget about me? I've been busy lately. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways, and I didn't have time to call you. After some small talk, Su Yang got straight to the point. Are you still running that aquarium? Yo, what's up? Do you have tiger fish? Yes, how many do you need? Can you give me around 400 or 500? What? That many? What's wrong? Don't you have them? Su Yang asked. We do, but this fish is highly toxic, usually bought as ornamental fish. Ooh, I can't get that many at once. Then how long will it take you to get them? It'll take a day or two. They'll contact the supplier. Alright, I'll transfer you a deposit shortly. I'll prepare 400 or 500, and I'll come pick them up. Su Yang lived in an inland city where everyone was only familiar with freshwater fish. Villagers wouldn't recognize species like tiger fish. Su Yang was betting on their ignorance and their greed. If a few of them ended up in the hospital, they would learn that free things aren't that easy to come by. Su Jianxin finished digging the fish pond and went home to shower. He walked under the large banyan tree in the village and boasted with the locals. Hey Lao Su, is the fish pond finished? Yes, it's done. What are you planning to raise? Fish or crabs? Once they grow up, they'll all come to buy from you. The villagers were being polite, but they were eager for Su Jianxin to stock the pond with shrimp and fish, planning to come at night with nets or electric rods to wipe out Su Jianxin's fish. Don't worry, when the fish grow big, you can come buy them. It'll give you a 20% discount. Really? Lao Su year 2. Soon news about Su Jianxin planning to stock the pond with shrimp and fish spread throughout Erba village. In the evening at Li Hongwei's house in Mang village, Su Youqian, a villager from Erba village, leaned closer to Li Hongwei and whispered. I heard Su Jianxin say he spent over 200,000 to buy lobsters and fish to raise. Li Hongwei scolded, you fool, do we really have to wait for them to grow? Su Youqian's eyes lit up as he looked at the triangular nails in Li Hongwei's hand. Are you suggesting we take action? Of course. It's a pity we didn't think of this idea when Su Yang was running the convenience store, otherwise his goods would have been ours. Li Hongwei sneered, it's not too late now. As long as the delivery truck passes between our two villages, we can take our... Later that evening, Su Yang prepared a feast at home, setting 2 sets of chopsticks and filling 2 cups with white liquor. Su Yang lit 3 incense sticks and bowed to his father's black and white portrait, placing the incense. Dad, rest assured, I will avenge you. The plan is steadily advancing. Once I fully control Zhang Dafu and Zhao Jifeng, I will find out who harmed you. Dad, you were a good person all your life, but good people never receive good returns. I don't want to be a good person, I just want to be a villain. Only by being worse than those beasts will they fear me. Just as Su Yang was about to pick up his bowl to eat, someone knocked on the courtyard door. Su Yang went to open the door and found it was his 4th uncle, Su Jianxin. 4th uncle, what brings you here? Su Jianxin was holding a thick stack of yellow paper money. Today marks a month since your dad passed. I came to share a meal with you and burn some paper money for him. Come in. The uncle and nephew sat silently at the table eating without saying much. After finishing their meal, Su Yang found an old rusty stainless steel basin in the yard. They lit a fire, sitting face to face on small stools, stuffing paper money into the fire pit one by one. Su Jianxin, whether from the smoke or memories, had reddened eyes. When your dad was young, he contributed a lot to our Su family. Your grandfather passed away early, and it was your dad who raised me and your little aunt. If it weren't for your dad back, then your little aunt and I might have starved to death long ago. Your dad was a rare good person. After becoming the village head, he always wanted to contribute to the village. In the end, who would have thought he would meet such a tragic fate? 4th uncle, good people never receive good returns. I don't want to follow my dad's path. I don't want to be a good person. These stupid villagers in Erba village deserve to be poor for life. There's not a decent person among them. Su Jinshin sighed and nodded in agreement. By the way, Xiao Yang, your aunt wants to introduce you to a girl. Would you like to come to my house tomorrow? Su Yang shook his head. I'll forget it, fourth uncle. Ooh, I haven't been in the mood lately. Oh, your dad has passed. Your aunt and I are concerned about your marriage. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to settle down and get married. Let's not talk about anything else. Oh, just get married and have a healthy baby for your dad to have a descendant to look after him. He will feel comforted from above. Hearing this, Su Yang felt he couldn't refuse anymore. After all, it was his uncle and aunt's good intentions. The tiger fish can only be fetched from the city the day after tomorrow. After dealing with the poisonous fish, he would have the time to handle Zhang Meixin. Alright, since tomorrow is also free, I'll go meet her and play along. This way fourth uncle and fourth aunt won't worry about my marriage all the time. Okay, fourth uncle, I'll come by tomorrow. Once the topic was brought up, Su Jinshin began to talk endlessly. That girl is really beautiful. She works as a nurse at a big hospital in the city, and she's actually from Mang village next. Su Yang frowned slightly. He had some impression of this matter. So he asked fourth uncle, is she Li Hongwei's cousin, named Li Yan? Yes. So you know her. Su Yang exhaled a breath of frustration. Strangely, after being reborn, all the enemies he couldn't escape from in his past life were inexplicably coming to him. After burning the paper money, Su Yang lay on the sofa and opened his phone to ask Do Bao. Do Bao, is there anything that can be applied to the skin and can't be washed off? Do Bao replied no, unless it's a tattoo. As for tattoos, implementing them is still somewhat challenging at the moment. So Su Yang searched on Taobao and bought a bottle of paint meant for marking pigs during quarantine. This kind of paint can indeed be washed off after a long time. However, once applied, it absolutely cannot be washed clean within 10 to 15 days. Su Yang chuckled. He decided to use this bottle of paint on Zhang Meixin and that Li Yan. As for what to write on them, that is a matter of importance. The brothers suggested writing whatever they liked. The next day, the first thing Su Yang did after getting up was to call his classmate Zhang Qing, who owned an aquarium. Zhang Qing said he had already ordered the goods. They would be shipped from the coast, and it would take at least one more day. Su Yang said no problem, he could wait. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang casually washed up without shaving or changing clothes, dressed in old clothes, and went straight to his uncle Su Jiangxin's house. Seeing Su Yang's attire, Su Jinshin hurried over and anxiously slapped his thigh. I said, my dear nephew, you're going on a blind date today. No matter what, you should at least change into a nicer outfit. Look at you, Eddie, you think any girl would be interested in you? Su Yang waved his hand indifferently. Oh uncle, you don't understand, this is called beauty in the eyes of the beholder. If she really likes me, she would like me even if I dress like a beggar. If she doesn't like me even if I dress like Wu Yinzu, she still wouldn't look at me. Everything is up to fate. Su Jinshin was rendered speechless by Su Yang's reasoning and didn't know what to say, only letting out a helpless sigh. The young people nowadays always have their own ideas, and as an elder he couldn't force them. Su Yang sat in Su Jiangxin's living room for about half an hour. Then he heard the sound of a car engine outside. Su Yang stood up and looked out into the yard where a white Volkswagen Golf was slowly driving in. Su Yang's aunt Chen Xiufan, hearing the commotion, quickly stood up with a beaming smile to greet them. Chen Xiufan and Li Yan's mother were from the same village before they got married and knew each other well. That's why Chen Xiufan was so eager to introduce Li Yan to Su Yang as a girlfriend. Oh dear sister, you're here. Come in. Xiaoyang, come in and sit. While warmly welcoming them, Chen Xiufan elbowed Su Yang, signaling him to show some initiative and pour a cup of hot tea for Li Yan and her mother. Su Yang carried the teacup over and discreetly glanced at Li Yan. Li Yan also looked Su Yang up and down. Although both families were from neighboring villages, they indeed didn't know each other before. After all, young people in this era either worked outside early or studied elsewhere, rarely returning to the countryside throughout the year. However, after sizing him up, Li Yan was somewhat surprised. She thought Su Yang looked quite handsome, much more spirited than the rustic guys in the village, and couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times. Then came the typical introduction phase of the blind date. Chen Xiufan praised Su Yang to the skies, while Li Yan's mother boasted about Li Yan's job as a nurse in the city hospital. After the two sets of parents finished their mutual flattery, everyone awkwardly sat in the living room munching on sunflower seeds and sipping tea, suddenly at a loss for conversation. Seeing this, Chen Xiufan quickly gave Su Yang a look. The meaning was for Su Yang to take the young girl out for a walk to cultivate some feelings. Su Yang coldly laughed to himself, stood up, and said with a smile, Li Yan, right. Let's go, but stuffy in here. Let's go for a walk outside. Our village is currently undergoing new rural construction, and it's looking pretty good. The mountains are clear, and the waters are beautiful. It'll take you to stroll by the creek. Li Yan pretended to say, and then stood up, picking up her delicate little bag, and followed Su Yang outside. The two walked one after the other along a secluded village path toward the river. After walking a short distance, and confirming that no adults were following them, Li Yan suddenly stopped, and changed her tone from the obedient one in the house. She looked Su Yang up and down, and spoke. To be honest, your looks are pretty good. You are indeed my type of sunny. Su Yang stood with his hands in his pockets, replied with an, oh, and casually asked, so what? I don't like the roundabout nonsense typical of blind dates, so, I'll just say it directly. Li Yin raised her chin, appearing quite high and mighty. Let me lay it out for you so you can understand me well. I have a younger brother who is 10 years younger than me. I usually have very refined hobbies such as raising cats, practicing yoga, and eating light meals. I love to travel and enjoy baking. I am quite slow to warm up and have an independent personality. My biggest hobby is surfing on a certain small boat. My idols are Yang Li and Yang Jinyuan. I usually enjoy watching performances by the Times Youth team. Also, my WeChat name is Not Eating Cilantro. Listening to Li Yan's self-introduction, Su Yang almost couldn't hold back a laugh. He clapped his hands in front of Li Yan, laughing and shaking his head. Great. Simply perfect. Really? Li Yan was somewhat skeptical, but still felt pleased. I didn't expect us to have such a connection. Then Li Yan revealed her true intentions. Since there's a connection, I have to say some unpleasant things up front. If I get married in the future, the groom must give a bride price of 6,800 and not a cent less. Also, he must buy me a Mercedes-Benz C-Class outright for transportation. Moreover, there must be a full-paid 3-bedroom apartment in the city for our wedding with my name added to the property deed. After getting married, all the money you earn must be managed by me. And let's be clear, I want to do housework, I want to take care of kids, and I want to go to work. Most importantly, any children born in the future must have my surname Li. After stating these outrageous conditions, Li Yan looked at Su Yang with her head held high. You don't have any objections to my conditions, right? Su Yang not only wasn't angry, but instead nodded in agreement. No objections, what's there to object to? It's quite normal. Aren't the standards for modern independent women on the internet like this? I completely understand and support it. Really? Oh my god, you are too good. Li Yan's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it herself. She didn't expect this foolish guy to actually agree. However, after calming down, she looked at Su Yang suspiciously. You agree so readily, but do you have that much money to get married? Su Yang had already anticipated her question. Previously, by taking advantage of the villagers, and also getting money from Zhao Lan, he had indeed saved nearly 400,000 in cash. Su Yang immediately took out his phone, opened the bank app, and waved the page showing the balance of 400,000. This 400,000 is just a part of my spending money from one of my cards. Su Yang spoke confidently. I also have over $1 million in savings in another gold card. Li Yan's eyes widened upon seeing the balance displayed on Su Yang's phone. Her gaze instantly lit up as if staring at a walking ATM, sparkling with greedy anticipation. Seeing Su Yang's evident capability, Li Yan, intent on preserving her imperfect, yet authentic persona, feigned sincerity, and added another remark. Su Yang, there's something else I need to confess. I've had past relationships, particularly one rather regrettable chapter in my romantic history. I believe only a man who can fully accept my entire emotional past is worthy of becoming my future husband. Su Yang suppressed a wave of nausea, coughed lightly, and assumed an air of profound, magnanimous devotion. It's fine. You may speak freely. I'm quite open-minded. I've already prepared myself mentally. Li Yan sighed, deeply feigning sorrow as she began. Well, you see. When I was studying nursing school in Dongguan, still young and naive, I met a man named Chao Yang. Then, I accidentally became pregnant with his child. Later I discovered he was a despicable scoundrel, so I secretly terminated the pregnancy at a hospital. She locked her gaze fiercely onto Su Yang's eyes. Can you accept these dark chapters of my past? If this unsettles you, if you truly cannot bear it, then you're unworthy of being my boyfriend, let alone my husband, for in such a case I'd feel no security whatsoever within this relationship. Faced with such a staggering declaration, Su Yang maintained his composed, gracious smile. No problem at all. It's perfectly normal. Who hasn't encountered a few wretches in their youth? Everyone carries memories too painful to revisit. I understand completely, and I embrace you without reservation. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Yan nearly leapt up. Really? I never imagined you'd not only be wealthy, but also so broad-minded. That's absolutely wonderful. Then let's add each other on WeChat, and see how things unfold. If it feels right, we could even marry by year-end. Agreed, no issue. Su Yang promptly pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. After adding her as a WeChat contact, a faint chilling smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flickering with icy resolve. Inside his mind he seethed venomously. You filthy wretch, just wait. I swear I'll make you suffer beyond death's mercy. After exchanging contacts, the two strolled half-heartedly along the riverbank. Soon after, Su Yang excused himself, citing urgent village committee business, and escorted Li Yan back to Uncle Sis' home. There Li Yan and her mother lingered politely in the courtyard at Aunt Chen Zufin's warm insistence, before finally departing thoroughly satisfied. The moment Li Yan and her mother drove off, Aunt Chen Zufin hurried over, brimming with gossip. So Xiao Yang, how did it go? You spent quite some time chatting alone. Did sparks fly? Su Yang nodded cheerfully. Yes, Annie, we hit it off. She really likes me, and I think she's quite lovely. Oh my, I knew it. Standing side by side, you two are simply heaven sent. Aunt Chen Zufin beamed with unrestrained delight. Hurry up and seal the deal, you two. Your uncle and I are already dreaming of your wedding banquet. Don't worry, Auntie. He'll take care of it. A sly, knowing grin tugged at Su Yang's lips. I promise she'll find it thoroughly satisfying. Having deftly appeased his aunt and uncle's marital nudges, Su Yang headed straight home. Upon entering his house, he opened WeChat and scrolled through his contacts until he found Shin Quanxin, a steadfast high school brother from his dormitory days. Though Su Yang later enrolled in University Shin Quanxin, whose academic performance fell short, attended a junior college in Dongguan. Over time, their communication dwindled, yet their fraternal bond remained unshaken. Su Yang typed rapidly, "What ray you up to, brother Xine?" His classmate's given name was Shin Quanxin, but since high school, Su Yang had always called him brother Xin. Moments later, Shin Quanxin replied, "Just relaxing at home this weekend. What's up, Su Yang? How does a busy man like you find time to reach out today?" "Brother Xin, I've got something urgent. I can't explain it properly over WeChat. Let's talk on the phone." Soon after the call connected, Su Yang wasted no time. "Brother Xin, I recall you studied at that junior college in Dongguan, right?" "That's right. Why do you ask?" Was there a fellow named Chao Yang at your school?" Su Yang probed cautious. Shin Quanxin paused to reflect. "Chao Yang. Oh yes, he wasn't in my class, but we shared the same department. He hung around campus a lot." I must have misremembered." Su Yang smoothly followed up. "What's going on, Su Yang? Why bring him up now? Do you know him?" Su Yang's tone turned grave. "Brother Xin, I've run into something revolting. I need your help, badly. We're brothers, no need for formalities. Just say it. Whatever I can do, I will." "Brother Xin, can you somehow obtain Chao Yang's Baidu NetDisk account and password? It's critical." This abrupt, cryptic request left Shin Quanxin utterly stunned on the other end of the line. "What do you need his NetDisk for?" "Downloading resources. I've got a premium SVIP membership. He'll share mine with you." Brother Xin, yours won't work. Today I must log into his NetDisk. No alternatives." Fine. Back in school, I shared a few drinks with Chao Yang. We weren't close, but our rapport was passable. He'll swallow my pride and call him." "Perfect, thank you. Just get me his phone number. He'll log in directly from my device. Once you obtain the SMS verification code, forward it to me." Meanwhile, Chao Yang, who was out carousing, suddenly received a call from his old classmate Shin Quanxin. "Hey Chao Yang, busy?" "Oh, just playing mahjong." "What's up, old buddy?" I need to download a large file from NetDisk, but my membership expired. Mind letting me borrow yours for a quick download?" Chao Yang, absorbed in drawing tiles and dreaming of winnings, barely gave it thought, and casually agreed, "Sure, no big deal. Go ahead and log in. The verification code just came through. He'll read it to you." Thus, via Shin Quanxin, Su Yang secured Chao Yang's login verification code and seamlessly accessed his Baidu NetDisk. Su Yang immediately opened Chao Yang's NetDisk directory. After sifting through several obscure folders labeled study materials, he found exactly what he sought: explicit, highly compromising photos and videos. And the woman featured in those images, the very same Li Yin who earlier that morning had posed before Su Yang as an independent, self-assured woman, was captured in angles and degrees of exposure rivaling legendary scandals of yore. Truth be told, Su Yang had approached this endeavor tentatively, merely testing fate. For in his past life memory, he recalled clearly at Shin Quanxin's wedding banquet Chao Yang had attended, and slightly intoxicated begun boasting loudly at the table. Head bragged about his peculiar obsession photographing intimate moments as mementos. Even more astonishingly emboldened by alcohol, Head pulled out his phone right then and there, opened his NetDisk, and flaunted its contents before Su Yang and Shin Quanxin. Among the fleeting glimpses flashed Li Yan's face. Su Yang hadn't anticipated divine intervention, yet here it was effortlessly through Brother Xin Head gained access to Chao Yang's NetDisk. To take a step back, even if Chao Yang had his suspicions and didn't provide the verification code, Su Yang had other means to obtain these photos, though it would require a bit more effort. With his fingers flying over the keyboard, Su Yang quickly downloaded all of Li Yan's disgusting photos from the cloud storage to his computer's hard drive, backing up a copy as well. Looking at the screen showing Li Yan's lewd and disgraceful appearance, Su Yang couldn't help but sneer. "Just you, a worthless person trying to play the innocent flower in front of me. You dare shamelessly demand a bride price of 6,800 and audaciously ask me to buy a Mercedes and have the child take your surname Li. Are you studded with diamonds or gold?" After downloading all the photos, Su Yang leaned back in his chair, content and stretching lazily. Everything was ready. Next, all he had to do was wait for the paint he bought online to arrive, and he would settle old scores and new grievances, thoroughly humiliating the shameless Li Yan. By 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Qing called Su Yang, saying the supplies were secured. The hundreds of tiger fish would be delivered to the aquarium early the next morning. He asked Su Yang to drive over to pick up the goods as early as possible to avoid the fish dying. Su Yang hung up the phone and immediately sprang into action. He contacted the local car rental company, paid a deposit, and rented a light truck with a closed cargo area, also digging out the protective helmets he used to wear while riding his motorcycle. That night, Su Yang drove the truck back from town, parked it in a deserted spot outside the village, and made some minor modifications in the cabin overnight. After all, he would be facing potential tire bursts and collisions tomorrow, so he needed to ensure his own safety. Su Yang found 2 safety harnesses used for high-altitude work and securely fastened them to the driver's seat. He stuffed thick padding into the winter clothes he would wear tomorrow. Everything was prepared, only the east wind was lacking. Once everything was settled, Su Yang called his 4th uncle Su Jianxin. He instructed him to stay at home tonight, and soon to take a teacup and go to the village's busiest mahjong hall to watch others play. In the mahjong hall, while watching others play, he would deliberately boast loudly, as if it were casual. He explained that early the next morning his nephew Su Yang would drive the truck to the city to fetch fish fry worth 200. In rural areas, mahjong halls have always been the most reliable information hubs in the village. Sure enough, not long after Su Jianxin shared this news, the word that Su Yang would go to the city to fetch valuable fish quickly reached Su Yuqian in Erba village. As soon as Su Yuqian heard this, he immediately hid in the toilet and called Li Hongwei from Mang village. On the other end of the line, Li Hongwei chuckled. Damn it, I've finally caught a break. Old Su, quickly notify the reliable brothers on both sides, prepare the necessary tools, and as soon as I give the signal tomorrow morning, we'll make a big score on the county road. Li Hongwei gave the order. Hearing that it was tiger fish which seemed quite valuable, it was essential to make a move. Early the next morning at dawn, Su Yang drove the rented truck directly to the city to pick up the fish. The city wasn't too far from the town, just over 50 kilometers via the county road. Su Yang drove quickly and soon arrived in front of Zhang Qing's aquarium. Yo Qing, you're up so early. How's business lately? Su Yang jumped out of the car smiling and greeting Zhang Qing, who was directing workers unloading cargo. Zhang Qing wiped his sweat and pointed to the tiger fish packed in special thick plastic bags and oxygenated. Business is about the same. I say, Su Yang, why are you buying so many tiger fish all of a sudden? Su Yang casually replied, isn't our village recently responding to the call for rural ecological tourism? I'm buying some to put in my 4th uncle's fish pond, creating a glass walkway for viewing fish to attract tourists. While your 4th uncle, an old farmer, is quite avant-garde, daring to raise tiger fish as an attraction in the village. Zhang Qing believed him and gave him a thumbs up. Alright, the goods are all here. I've checked, and they're all lively and Su Yang pulled out his phone. Okay, Qing, good, how much is it in total? I'll pay you right now. Zhang Qing pressed some buttons on the calculator. This kind of fish is rare on the market. I sell it for 300 each to others. As we are classmates, I'll give it to you at the cost price of 260 each. Alright, let me calculate the total. 260 times 500. A total of 130000. Su Yang didn't even blink, decisively scanning the code to transfer the full amount of 130000. No problem, it's just 130000. When the time comes, he has plenty of ways to make that bunch of animals pay back with interest, even if it means selling everything they own. After counting the quantity and loading the tank containing the poisonous fish onto the truck, Su Yang drove back. While driving halfway, Su Yang held the steering wheel with one hand and took out his phone with the other, dialing Su Jiang. He repeatedly reminded Su Jianxin to gather all family members and find a hidden spot at a high place near the village to hide. Then everyone should take out their phones, turn on the highest definition camera, and be ready for his call. At the same time, Su Yang also called Wang Yuan. He instructed her to mobilize her entire family to ambush in the cornfield by the roadside, turning on their phone cameras. That's enough. More than 10 people should shoot from different angles to capture everyone's faces. As the truck approached within a few kilometers of the junction between Mang village and Erba village, Su Yang abruptly braked and stopped the vehicle at the roadside. He took a deep breath and began to arm himself. He put on the protective helmet, securing the face shield tightly. Then he retrieved the modified impact-proof suit from the passenger seat and wrapped it tightly around himself. Finally, he returned to the driver's seat and fastened the construction site safety belt around his waist. Come on, come on. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the county road junction between Mang village and Erba village, Li Hongwei was hiding in the weeds by the roadside with Su Yuqian and a dozen villagers holding nets. Li Hongwei, unable to contain his excitement, stood on a mound with a broken binocular and stared intently at the end of the county road. The two villages had never had a good relationship. Today, having the opportunity to get something from Erba village, especially something belonging to Su Jiangwo's son. Even if the fish fry in the truck were worthless, they had to flip the truck today to vent their anger. As Su Yang drove the truck, he slowly approached the junction of the two villages. When the villagers saw the truck coming, Li Hongwei signaled them to throw the triangle nails onto the road. Su Yang pretended to act nonchalantly and continued to drive forward. Just as the truck was about to turn and enter Erba village, there was a loud pop as the left front tire blew out. A blowout usually wouldn't cause a rollover, but Su Yang, wanting to put on a good show, pressed down on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel with all his might. The truck's center of gravity became unstable and crashed to the ground with a bang. Su Yang was a bit dazed from the impact, but fortunately he was wearing thick protective gear and a helmet, so he was unharmed. Just as Su Yang's truck flipped, Li Hongwei and the others hiding nearby rushed in like hungry wolves. Charge, brothers, charge, charge. The vehicle driven by Su Yang was a closed cargo truck, not a high-side truck, so even after it flipped over, one would need to open the cargo compartment to retrieve its contents. Su-young quickly crawled out from the passenger seat seeing Li Hongwei and a group of villagers prying open his truck, loudly shouting to stop them. What the hell are you doing? Get lost. What do you want? Get lost. Get lost. Su-young stood in front of the group, but their eyes were already filled with rage. It is said that this kind of tiger fish sells for hundreds of dollars each in the market. They had never eaten such expensive fish before, and even if they didn't eat it, selling it would be worth it. Li Hongwei cursed angrily. To hell with you. Brothers, hurry up and open the back compartment. What are you doing? This is robbery. You are robbing, and that is against the law. Get lost. The people from Mang village didn't care about laws. They had done this before, and when the police asked, they would just say they didn't know or recognize anyone. At that moment, someone from Erba village was working at the village entrance. Seeing a truck overturned and the people from Mang village stealing things, he became enraged and immediately took out his phone to call his family. His family rushed to the village entrance carrying buckets and baskets. The villagers exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening, but it seemed like there was a benefit to be had. Thus news spread quickly, and a large crowd with pots and pans rushed towards Su-yang's cargo truck. Seeing that people from Erba village had also arrived along with many from Mang village, Su-yang stood by silently. There was a higher dirt slope nearby, so Su-yang climbed up, took out his phone, and started filming the people below on the slope. He also called Su Jinxin and Wang Yuan to bring their family members over. Uncle see Wang Yuan start filming quickly. More than 10 people took out their phones and crazily filmed the villagers who were readied from looting. Some people grabbed one fish and left, which was captured on film. Others, feeling bolder, grabbed several fish before leaving, and all of it was recorded. While filming, Su Jinxin asked, "Nephew, what kind of play are you putting on here? Why aren't you stopping them? Why are you just filming?" "Oh, my uncle see, just film it or I'll treat you to something nice when I make." Su Jinxin didn't understand, but Wang Yuan already knew what Su Yang was planning. He was about to pull a trick on them. Last time Su Yang opened a supermarket and swindled the villagers out of hundreds of thousands in just 3 days. This time, who knows how much he would swindle them out of. Wang Yuan held her phone in both hands, taking pictures rapidly. When the time came, these would be the pieces of evidence, and as long as all the people in the video were found, Su Yang could make a huge profit again. Su Yang was certainly not worried. He believed that Zheng Ronghua would help him with this matter since he owed him a few favors. At worst, he could give Zheng Ronghua some benefits once it was all done. In less than half an hour, all the fish in Su Yang's truck were completely looted. After it was all over, Su Yang called Wang Yuan and Su Jinxin over. "Uncle C, later let Aunt C and my cousins send you the filmed videos, and you can forward them to me. Wang Yuan, you too. Have them send the videos to you, and you can send them all to me." "Alright, it's fine, now you all can go back quickly." After sending Su Jinxin and Wang Yuan away, Su Yang picked up his phone and immediately called the police, specifically looking for Zheng Ronghua. Zheng Ronghua had solved several cases and was now a deputy section chief, likely to become a section chief next year. Achieving this at just over 30 years old was quite impressive for an ordinary person, but he owed it all to Su Yang. If it weren't for Su Yang, he might have lived his life as a regular patrol officer lacking connections and resources. He was just thinking of sending Su Yang a message to ask if he was free this weekend to treat him to a meal in the county when Su Yang's call came in. "Hello, Brother Zheng." "Oh, Su Yang, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you to see if you were free." "Brother Zheng, oh no, something bad happened, something bad happened." "What happened?" Zheng Ronghua furrowed his brow upon hearing that Su Yang was in trouble. After all, he was his brother. "Zheng, hey, race the thing. My uncle C dug a fish pond to raise some ornamental fish, so I went to the city to buy some tiger fish for him to raise. But when I got to the village entrance, the car had a flat tire and flipped over. After the truck flipped, the people from nearby Mang village and our Erba village came over and stole all the tiger fish from my truck. I suffered a loss of hundreds of thousands." "What?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Ronghua jumped up in shock. Such things could only be seen in some sensational news. He never expected to encounter it in real life. After a slight pause, Zheng Ronghua decided that he must handle this case properly. This case was very typical of villagers from other places robbed the cargo from a truck and refused to return it, ultimately letting the matter go, resulting in the owner losing a large sum of money. If he could successfully handle this case and protect the owner's interests, he could then privately invite a few reporters for an interview. Wouldn't that allow him to advance further? "Alright, Brother Su, just wait for me. I'm coming over right now." Zheng Ronghua drove straight to Erba village with 6 or 7 police officers. Upon arriving at Erba village, he saw Su Yang's truck overturned by the roadside, surrounded by water with the back compartment open. Su Yang had just asked Su Jinxin to take away his helmet and impact-resistant suit. He couldn't wear that, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Seeing Zheng Ronghua arrive, the two met, and Su Yang began to vent his frustrations. "Brother Zheng, oh dear, this time my loss is huge, really huge." Su Yang pretended to look like he was about to cry. Zheng Ronghua clenched his fists. "Brother Su, you've helped me several times, this time let me help you. What happened? Please explain clearly." "It was like this. I had just driven over preparing to turn into our village when my front tire blew out, and then my truck flipped over. Just seconds after the truck flipped, a large group of villagers rushed out and looted everything from my truck. By the way, the fish inside weren't spilled out for them to pick up. They pried open my cargo compartment and rushed into, damn it, we are in a society ruled by law under the bright sunlight, and this kind of thing still happens. Zheng Ronghua said as he walked over to the punctured tires. Squatting down to take a look, there were several triangle nails on the tire. Brother Su, this is not an ordinary case, this is highway robbery. Leave this matter to me, and I will definitely help you recover your losses. Okay, Brother Zheng, I appreciate your help. Su Yang knew very well that there was no case that couldn't be solved. There were very few unsolved cases. As long as the police were willing to put in the effort, none could escape. Zheng Ronghua called his subordinate over to take photos of the scene, and then asked Su Yang if he had any additional evidence. Su Yang smiled and replied, yes, of course there definitely is. As he spoke, he packaged and sent the videos everyone had just filmed to Zheng Ronghua. While sending, Su Yang explained, I called my fourth uncle and the others to come help bring the fish back. They all came, but in the end the fish was snatched away by those guys. They had no choice but to film the video as evidence. Su Yang thought to himself that he needed to lay the groundwork for this explanation, otherwise it would seem too fake. With these videos it will be easier. Don't worry, we won't let anyone who showed their face in the video get away. Having the car left here is also a problem. Please contact a towing service soon to come flip the car over and take it for repairs. The rest of the matters, leave them to me. Su Yang responded, brother, you can rest assured, this matter is on me. Zheng Ronghua patted Su Yang's shoulder firmly, making Su Yang feel a bit embarrassed. Alright, Brother Zheng, let's leave it at that for now. You all go back to your tasks and carefully analyze the video. Once the evidence was collected, Zheng Ronghua took his brothers and left. Their main task now was to scrutinize the video frame by frame to see how many people were involved, and then visit them one by one to apprehend them. Su Yang walked back to the house with a smile, hands in his pockets, humming a little tune. The people on the road, seeing Su Yang's demeanor, whispered and pointed at him behind his back. This Su Yang must be a big fool. A truckload of precious fish was completely robbed, yet he seems so carefree and happy. What's there to laugh about? Truly a simpleton. Upon returning to the house, Su Yang lay back on the sofa and pulled out his phone to call Zhang Qing. Hey Qing, could you help me issue an invoice? Just make it for 800,000, alright? How much? 800,000. The voice on the other end was startled. Damn, Su Yang, you can't be trying to swindle your fourth uncle, can you? You want to make your fourth uncle go bankrupt. For 13,000 worth of fish you want me to issue an invoice for 800,000. Su Yang laughed heartily. Am I that kind of person? I would never cheat my fourth uncle. Qing, good, just help me out with this, and when it works out, I'll give you 3,000 for tea. Hearing there was profit to be made, Zhang Qing immediately agreed with a big smile. Before long, the electronic invoice was sent over. With this invoice in hand, Su Yang was sure he would obtain the contract. Initially, Su Yang planned to request 2 million, but then thought it was too outrageous. Those poor fellows might not even gather that much. 800,000 was just right. On the other side, Li Hongwei ran back into the house with a large foam box full of excitement. Li Yutian was sitting at the dining table chewing on peanuts and drinking Jiang Xiaobai. What's going on? What good stuff did you bring back this time? Li Yutian, a bit tipsy, slurred his words. Dad, this is absolutely good stuff. Come and take a look. Li Hongwei placed the box down. Li Yutian stood up, his old blue coat falling to the ground unnoticed as he leaned in to take a peek. Inside the foam box were 7 or 8 tiger fish. It was Li Yushin's first time seeing such strange fish, so he asked, Hongwei, what kind of fish is this? Dad, this is tiger fish. I heard them say that these fish sell for several hundred each in the market. They are quite valuable. They're the best to eat. Where did you get these from? Li Hongwei proudly replied. Aren't they from that idiot Su Jiangwo's son Su Yang? His fourth uncle bought a truckload of tiger fish to use as ornamental fish, but the truck overturned at the village entrance, and we seized everything back. Damn, he wanted to keep ornamental fish, and ended up with nothing. Hearing that these were from Su Jiangwo's family, Li Yutian felt even more pleased. He had never gotten along with Su Jiangwo as they had always been at odds since childhood. Back in school, Su Jiangwo had better grades than him. Although Li Yutian pretended not to care, he often copied Su Jiangwo's homework behind the scenes. Later, both became village heads, constantly in competition with each other. Last time, they even had a fight over it. Thus, these strange-looking fish instantly seemed golden in Li Yushin's eyes, making him feel he had gained a tremendous advantage. Dad, let's cook one to taste, and we'll take the rest to town tomorrow to sell. OJBK, I happen to need a side dish with my drink. How do you want to eat it? Steamed or braised? Li Yutian pondered for a moment. For such a fine fish, steaming or braising would be a waste of its quality. This high-quality item should be enjoyed in its original flavor. So how exactly do you want to eat it? Li Yutian chuckled. I heard that the locals in Guangxi enjoy sashimi, slicing live fish into thin pieces, served with some lettuce and dipped in sauce for raw consumption. I've never tried it before and don't know how it tastes. Why don't you prepare a plate for us to try? Li Hongwei grinned. Dad, you really know how to enjoy. Let's also prepare a plate of sashimi today to taste the freshness. Li Hongwei went into the kitchen, sharpened his knife, and effortlessly filleted the tiger fish into thin slices. Li Yutian ran to the yard to grab some scallions, washed and chopped the accompanying ingredients, and prepared a bowl. Li Hongwei brought the fish to the table. The two of them clinked glasses for a small toast, then eagerly picked up the raw fish, wrapped it in the accompaniments, rolled it in the dipping sauce, and stuffed it in their mouths, chewing away. Dad, this fish is so fresh and crunchy. Damn, this is incredible. The taste is fantastic. The Guangxi locals really know how to eat. Li Hongwei enjoyed it so much that he took a few photos and posted them in their village's WeChat group to show off. Actually, if this tiger fish were cooked properly, its toxicity wouldn't be so severe. But these fools insisted on imitating the Guangxi locals' method of eating. Without the stomachs of the Guangxi people, they couldn't handle raw fish. Su Yang could never have imagined that these idiots would reach such a new level of foolishness. On the other side, in the emergency department of the county hospital, the on-duty nurse was dumbfounded. A large number of villagers suffered from food poisoning, and there weren't enough beds. Those who were brought in later had to be laid on mats in the hallway and lobby for 4 drips. Fortunately, most of them were only mildly poisoned, or else the hospital would have been overwhelmed today. Among this group, the most unfortunate were undoubtedly Li Yutian and his son Li Hongwei. After finishing a fish, the father and son felt it was too delicious to sell for a few $100s, so they decided to fill their stomachs instead. As a result, these two gluttons devoured 5 fish. Their bellies were round, and even their burps reeked of the foul smell of fish. While eating, the two of them cursed Su Yang as a big fool for treating them to such delicacies. Now it turned out that not only did they have to get 4 drips, but they also had to be rushed to the emergency room for stomach pumping. After all, they were the most severely poisoned in the entire hospital. Su Yang checked the logistics. The dye for marking the pigs that he bought online would arrive tomorrow afternoon. Once he dealt with these opportunistic villagers, it would be time to take care of that foul woman Li Yan. Let her experience his meteor fist directly. As for Li Hongwei and his son, Su Yang certainly wouldn't let them off so easily. Just being hospitalized and compensating for some money was not enough revenge. Su Yang secretly devised a plan for these two brutes. He wanted to torment them slowly like a cat playing with a mouse and eventually drive them to a dead end, making their deaths thoroughly physical. Meanwhile, on Zhang Meixin's side, she returned to her room, fuming with rage. That Wang Yao had sent someone to search for a whole week, and had found not a single strand of hair. Today, just as she went to the countryside to set up a stall for her pyramid scheme, that woman Wang Yao appeared like a ghost. She was accompanied by several burly men acting as bodyguards. The people on Zhang Meixin's side didn't dare to act. Wang Yao caused a scene at the venue, creating chaos, and then left, ruining her grand plan to make money. Is this shameless woman all-seeing and all-hearing? How did she know where I was going to hold a meeting today? Zhang Meixin was utterly confused. She ground her teeth secretly. As soon as her husband returned from his business trip, she would definitely find someone to deal with that woman Wang Yao. After feeling frustrated, Zhang Meixin wanted to find her pretty boy. Hey little darling, have you recovered these past few days? He'll come pick you up in a bit. During the day, Su Yang had slept soundly, feeling refreshed. In the evening, with nothing to do, he bought a few bottles of chilled beer, sliced some marinated pig ears, and enjoyed a pleasant evening drinking alone in the living room. Just as he was getting into the mood, there was a loud knock on the door. Su Jianxin shouted from outside, "Su Yang, are you asleep? Open the door quickly, I have urgent business with you." Su Yang rushed to open the door, and saw Su Jianxin drenched in cold sweat. "What's wrong, fourth uncle? Why are you in such a panic?" "Su Yang, you need to be honest with me. The people from Mang village and our village have all been taken to the hospital, right? It's because they ate that tiger fish, isn't it?" Su Yang didn't hide anything, and nodded. "That's right, it was because of the fish. What's the matter?" "Oh no, you little rascal have caused a huge mess." Su Jianxin exclaimed anxiously. "With such a widespread food poisoning, if the higher-ups find out, you will be in big trouble." Su Yang chuckled. "Oh, fourth uncle, you've lived so long and still don't get it. In this age, it all depends on... Besides, there's a label on my cargo door clearly stating that this fish is poisonous." I yelled at them at the time, telling them not to eat it because it was toxic, but they wouldn't listen and insisted on grabbing it. Is it my fault they chose to ignore the warnings? Hey. And let's not forget I have acquaintances in the county, so don't worry. If anything happens, they'll take responsibility for it. Oh, you little rascal, let me know your plans ahead of time. Keeping everything to yourself is giving me a heart attack. But seriously, you spent over 100,000 just to see them go to the hospital. I find that too much of a loss." Su Yang laughed heartily. "Fourth uncle, do you really think I'm that foolish? Spending over 100,000 just so they could go to the hospital for 4 drips. I must have hit my head on the door." As he spoke, Su Yang took out his phone and pulled up the electronic invoice to show Su Jianxin took a look and gasped, his mind quickly turning. "You little rascal. Are you digging a pit for them to jump into, just like the last time you opened a supermarket and tricked them?" Su Yang slightly nodded. This time the knife is going in deeper. These opportunists love to take advantage, right? They'll let them take full advantage this time. Let me tell you, to deal with these rogues, you have to completely subdue them at once to prevent them from getting a taste for it later and pushing their luck. Su Jianxin swallowed nervously. "That makes sense, but are you sure you can get the money back? Those people from our village are one thing, but can you really get it back from those thugs in Mang village? Fourth uncle, just trust me. As long as we can get the money back, he'll treat you to a nice meal in the county. Su Jiangxin's face turned red and he chuckled. Alright. I'll make sure to find a few who don't eat cilantro for you. Su Yang looked at Su Jianxin with a strange expression. Fourth uncle, if you can't handle the younger ones who don't eat cilantro, how about I find you a few more mature ladies? Hearing that Su Yang only wanted to arrange older women for him, Su Jianxin immediately became displeased and huffed while unbuckling his belt. Not happening. Don't push me. If you only arrange for older women, I'll just drop my pants and urinate in this yard, and you'll believe it or not. Seeing Su Jianxin getting serious, Su Yang was startled and quickly grabbed him. Alright. Fourth uncle, don't go crazy. I'll arrange for you a few younger ones who don't eat cilantro. Su Jianxin finally snorted in satisfaction and pulled up his pants. Hee, that's more like it. Since you, my dear nephew, have it all figured out, I can relax. I'll head back home now. Su Jianxin left Su Yang's house with a smile. Su Yang watched fourth uncle's disappearing figure and shook his head helplessly. If only his father could be as open-minded and easygoing as fourth uncle, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself for those ungrateful wolves in the village. After seeing off his fourth uncle, Su Yang returned to the house, continuing to sip on some liquor while enjoying pig's head meat. Just as he was eating, a notification sound suddenly popped up on his phone. It was a notification from the pinhole camera app he had installed earlier. Su Yang casually opened the app, and the image that appeared on the screen made him gasp. Who would have thought? The glamorous female boss, the independent heroine who stood tall, was actually this kind of person. Throughout the entire process, Su Yang watched with gritted teeth and furrowed brows. He wondered what Zhang Meixin's husband would feel if he saw this video. Even a seasoned man like Su Yang found it hard to bear. It was just too damn eye-watering. That night, he collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. The next morning, after washing up and tidying himself, Su Yang strolled towards the village committee. He hadn't even reached the gate yet. He saw a large crowd of villagers gathered around the entrance of the village committee. Jin Miao Miao and Wei Xiaoxia were on the steps frantically, trying to maintain order. Dear villagers, please remain calm. Let's not rush. Once Su Yang arrives, we can discuss this clearly, alright? Immediately someone shouted angrily, screw this. Su Yang is an ungrateful bastard. He brought a truck of poisonous fish back to the village, and my spouse ended up in the hospital. Exactly. This guy is too heartless. That damn scoundrel deserves to die. We are all from the same village. How could he lay such a poisonous trap against us? From a distance, Su Yang could hear the villagers cursing at him. Su Yang sneered. He had long guessed that these shameless villagers would definitely not let it go. Having suffered a loss, they would come to the village committee to settle the score with him. After all, these bullies were used to running rampant and loved to turn the tables on others. As Su Yang approached the crowd, he cleared his throat twice. Everyone turned to look at him, their eyes fixed intently. Su Yang calmly walked through the crowd, undeterred by their "What's the matter? Why are you all gathering here so early in the morning?" Just as Su Yang finished speaking, a large woman jumped out and began to curse at him. Su Yang, are you even human? You brought a truck of poisonous fish back to the village, and now our family member is lying in the hospital. Immediately someone chimed in, exactly. My son, my daughter-in-law, and all my grandchildren are in the hospital. This is all your fault, Su Yang. We came here today to demand an explanation from you. Compensation. If you don't compensate today, we're not leaving. Listening to these rogue remarks, Su Yang found it laughable. He turned around and grabbed the loudspeaker at the entrance of the village committee. He pressed the switch and shouted loudly to the crowd. How can you people be so shameless? Clearly you all stopped me and stole my fish. Now that you've gotten sick, you want to turn the tables and say you were poisoned by my fish. Did I ask you to rob me? Was I begging you to steal it while kneeling on the ground? Or was I generously giving it to you? Su Yang unleashed a barrage of retorts, leaving the raucous villagers speechless. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds, and someone stubbornly shouted, All right, Su Yang, enough of your excuses. We are not fools. We watch the news and scroll through Douyin. In this situation, even if we did steal, you still bear legal responsibility. Su Yang fixed a cold gaze on the speaker and laughed. What responsibility do I bear? First of all, I have already fulfilled my duty of verbal warning. Didn't I loudly remind you? I stressed repeatedly that the fish was poisonous and told you not to steal it. Moreover, there was a clear warning label on the truck stating this fish is poisonous. You all just didn't see it. As the owner of the vehicle, I have fulfilled all my responsibilities and safety obligations. Yet you all gathered to block the road and steal someone else's property. I have already reported this to the police. The surveillance video of you stealing my fish has been sent to Officer Zhang of the County Criminal Investigation Team. Officer Zhang said the police are already in the process of investigating the case. In the end, those who should go to jail will go to jail, and those who should compensate will compensate. If you have grievances, you can go to the detention center and tell the police. After Su Yang's assertive words, the crowd fell silent. The bustling crowd realized that this time they had truly hit a hard wall. One relatively reasonable woman approached and whispered, Su Yang, we won't hold you responsible for this matter. We'll cover the medical expenses for our family members in the hospital ourselves. Just hurry to the police station and withdraw the case. Otherwise this will escalate, and it won't look good for anyone and you won't gain anything from it either. Young burst into laughter after hearing this. Whether I gain anything or not, why do you care? I'm telling you now, I won't pay a single cent. If you have the ability, go report it to the police. If you have the ability, take me to court. As for the bill for you robbing my things, I'll say it again, those who should go to jail will go to jail, and those who should pay will pay. The large woman who had jumped out first became anxious. Young, are you even human? Our entire family except for me is in the hospital. You have to cover the high medical expenses. Young stared at her and laughed bitterly. Would you like to hear yourself speak? Your calculations are truly precise, and your fantasies even more so. On that day when you blocked my vehicle and seized my fish, wasn't it your family who snatched the most, fiercely and without restraint? I saw it all clear as day. Sister Zhao, you'd best return home now and tally it up carefully. Count exactly how many fish your family stole from me. So when the police arrive at your door, you'll know precisely how much to reimburse. Pa. Sister Zhao stamped her foot in fury. Reimburse you? Not a single coin. What could a reckless youth like you possibly do to an old woman like me? She spat thickly onto the ground and stormed off, cursing under her breath. The other villagers, realizing Young was utterly unmoved, neither swayed by pleas nor willing to yield medical compensation, departed sullenly, their faces dark with resentment. Young strode back into his office with deliberate nonchalance. He dropped heavily into the plush leather chair behind his newly purchased executive desk, a quiet satisfaction blooming in his chest. He owed this comfort in part to Huang Dawei, the utter lunatic. Without him, Young would never have sat upon such luxuriously supple leather, such exquisite ease. Jean Miao Miao pushed the door open and entered. Her brow furrowed deeply as she gazed at Young, her expression heavy with concern. Young, aren't you afraid these troublemakers will snap and escalate things? What if they storm the county government? Let them, Young replied with a faint knowing smile. The louder they clamor, the better. This time I intend to break them, utterly and irrevocably. He reached out and effortlessly drew Jean Miao Miao close, pulling her into his embrace. Actually, I need your help with something. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She assumed once again where his intentions lay. Flustered, she glanced toward the window. Oh, you're insufferable. It's broad daylight. How improper. Can't we wait until tonight back at home? He leaned in, his voice a low teasing murmur near her ear. Ah, you've already leapt to conclusions. I didn't summon you for that. Go home after work and tell your husband. Say you've recognized the profit potential in aquaculture and wish to invest in a fish pond. You and my fourth uncle Su Jinshin will jointly lease a large pond within the village. Ask your husband to visit the village at some point, to cut the ceremonial ribbon and lend his presence to the launch. Jean Miao Miao's brow nodded further. Huh, what on earth do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Su Yang's laugh held no warmth. First, your husband's status as a civil servant provides official credibility, allowing us to legitimately claim generous agricultural subsidies from the county government. Second, and far more crucial, we must make it unmistakably clear to every envious scheming wretch in this village that fish pond is co-owned by Zhang Dafu's daughter-in-law. Let them abandon any thought of coveting it. These villagers possess the brittle bones of cowards, cringing before power, scorning the weak, and worshipping wealth. They fawn over county-level civil servants like lapdogs, and tremble in awe before anyone clad in official. In our countryside, if a family's child secures a civil service post in the county or city, that child becomes a deity in the eyes of kin. Even distant cousins suddenly strut through the village, as if born to rule. When drunk, they boast endlessly, my nephew, or cousin, is a high-ranking official in the county government. Truly formidable. Jean Miao Miao hesitated on the verge of refusal, when Young gently pinched her soft cheek. Rest assured you won't lift a finger in vain. Consider it technical equity. You'll receive 10% of the venture outright. 10% of all future profits from the fish pond will be yours. 10%. Hardly impressive. Why would I care about your petty money? Yes, 10% may seem modest, but all you'll do is speak a few words and offer minor assistance. Isn't that a remarkably favorable arrangement? Logically, Jean Miao Miao, shrewd and calculating, would never consent to such a risky proposition. Yet here stood Young, her demand her command. Her body and soul had long since surrendered to him. Fine, I agree. With that single effortless sentence, Young resolved a major crisis for his fourth uncle Su Jinshin. After all, with the spouse of a county cadre invested in the project, those substantial agricultural subsidies were guaranteed. Meanwhile, at the county criminal investigation unit, Zheng Ronghua had completed the meticulous verification of all videos sent by Young, identifying each perpetrator down to household and family name. He had compiled exhaustive records detailing precisely how many fish each individual had seized. Next, the police would simply follow the evidence, contacting each implicated villager individually. They would be given two choices: surrender voluntarily at the CID headquarters, or face officers arriving in marked police vehicles to arrest them personally. Whether hospitalized with fish-induced poisoning or hiding at home unscathed, none who participated in the looting would escape. Privately, Zheng Ronghua had also contacted reporters from the municipal television station. Once arrests were complete, he insisted the incident be widely publicized, treated as a landmark case for Su Yang and Jean Miao Miao lingered affectionately in the office for a while. With no pressing matters in the afternoon, Su Yang hopped onto his battered electric scooter and rode to the town's express delivery station. The item he'd ordered online had finally arrived. To ensure optimal results, he stopped at the local market en route, purchasing 2 jean of fresh skinan pork belly from the butcher's stall. Back home, Su Yang tore open the package with eager anticipation and unscrewed the cap of the specialized pigment. A pungent chemical odor surged into the air. He poured a small amount into a chipped ceramic bowl and laid the pork skin flat upon a cutting board. Then dipping a fine brush into the pigment, he painted a bold, unmistakable character, "Bai," upon the skin. After allowing the pigment to dry thoroughly, he soaked a stiff bristled brush in water and scrubbed the skin vigorously, again and again. The skin nearly shredded beneath the bristles, yet the character remained vivid, unblurred, its color unyielding. Su Yang stared at it, a cold, satisfied smirk curling his lips. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Having confirmed its efficacy, Su Yang pulled out his phone and dialed Li Yan. "Hey Yin Yan, come over tonight after work, drive here. I've got something special for you. I bought you the latest LV handbag, why not come by? My cat can perform backflips, you know." On the other end of the line was Li Yan on duty at the nurse's station. She was bored lying on the desk playing with her phone. When she received a call from Su Yang, she was surprised to hear that he had taken the initiative to buy her a bag, and it was an LV, a renowned brand. Li Yan's heart surged with joy. In fact, she had taken a liking to Su Yang at first sight during their blind date. Su Yang was young and handsome, which was already enough. What was most crucial was that he accepted all her outrageous conditions. In truth, someone like Li Yan had already been brainwashed by the toxic messages on the internet. Did she not realize that the conditions she proposed were mere fantasies, completely unrealistic? Deep down, she was more aware than anyone else. But in order to elevate her value in front of men, and to present herself as someone unattainable during blind dates, they deliberately set forth such absurd demands. Some of the brainwashed women genuinely believed that they deserved such high expectations. Initially, Li Yan thought those unrealistic demands could only be achieved in her dreams. To her surprise, they were about to come true. Li Yan's tone turned sweet as she spoke into the phone. "Really? Then you just stay at home and wait for me. They'll drive over to find you after my shift. By the way, I can drink iced drinks." After hanging up the phone, Su Yang stared at the paints on the table, murmuring to himself, Come on. Tonight I want to see whether your martial arts skills are stronger or my 20-plus years of fighting experience." In fact, Su Yang had gone to great lengths to deal with Li Yan. There was an even more important reason behind it. That was the despicable things this woman had done, which were utterly inhumane. These were all dark secrets Su Yang had heard from friends in his past life. It was that Xiao Yang who privately informed Shin Quanxin, and Shin Quanxin then told Su Yang at a drinking table. Li Yan had long taken advantage of her position to wildly accept red envelopes from patients' families. Those who gave red envelopes were arranged to stay in slightly better double rooms, and the nurses would take better care of them. For the poor patients who could not afford red envelopes, she would deliberately make things difficult for them, randomly placing severely ill patients in chaotic hallways. As someone who was supposed to save lives, a white-robed angel, what Li Yan did was so morally reprehensible that even if she were struck by lightning or run over by a truck 100 times, it would not be an exaggeration. Thus, Su Yang's actions this time were not only personal revenge, but also a quest for justice. Meanwhile, in the county hospital's ward, Li Yutian and his son Li Hongwei had just awakened from a coma after resuscitation. As they opened their eyes, they saw 2 uniformed police officers standing straight beside the bed. Zheng Rongwa stared at the young man on the bed. "You are Li Hongwei, right?" Li Hongwei weakly nodded. "I am." Zheng Rongwa then turned to the other bed. "You are Li Yotian, the village head of Mongsuan, right?" Li Yushin's cloudy eyes turned around. "Yes, I am." Zheng Rongwa's expression was serious. "You two are suspected of gathering a crowd to rob others of their valuables. We are from the county criminal investigation team, and are here to conduct a preliminary investigation." After finishing his statement, Zheng Rongwa squatted down and held up his phone screen in front of Li Hongwei's eyes. The screen displayed footage of Li Hongwei leading the charge in madly robbing tiger fish. "Did you see clearly? The person leading the fish robbery in the video is you, right?" As Li Hongwei watched the video, his heart suddenly sank. He forced himself to remain calm. "Officer, it's just a few worthless fish. Is it necessary to file a case for investigation? Damn it, I haven't even reported Su Yang yet. He brought back a truckload of poisonous fish. I want to report him for deliberately bringing poisonous fish back to the village to harm people." Zheng Rongwa coldly looked at him. "We have already investigated the situation regarding Su Yang. He has all the necessary permits, and during transportation, he made sufficient safety warnings without any violations. On the contrary, you two have led the way in doing good deeds. I now have ample reason to suspect that your actions, along with the previous incidents in your village, are related to the malicious cases of intentionally robbing and damaging others' property. Previously, several trucks from outside overturned on the national highway at your village's entrance. After the accident, instead of rescuing the people, your villagers formed groups to rob the goods from the trucks. We have already called all the truck drivers to the criminal investigation team and conducted new statements. Moreover, we found identical triangle nails at the accident site. Our police are currently working hard to trace the source of these triangle nails. Zheng Ronghua paused, his tone becoming heavier. Li Hongwei, once the police verify the connection between these truck overturning cases and you should prepare to go to prison. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Regarding the fish robbery and the overturning cases, if you know anything, you should confess honestly now. Otherwise, once the police solidify the evidence chain and submit the case to the prosecutor's office for prosecution, you won't get out for at least 3 to 5 years. Oh. After hearing this, Li Hongwei almost jumped up from the bed in fright. He never imagined that just for robbing a few fish, all those past deeds would come back to haunt him. The situation had escalated to this severity. Meanwhile, another team from the county criminal investigation team had already driven into Mongsuan and Erba village. They went door to door with a list, conducting detailed investigation notes on the villagers who participated in robbing Su Yang's fish. Before leaving, they verbally summoned them, informing them to go to the county police station the day after tomorrow to discuss compensation matters with the victim Su Yang. If they could reach a satisfactory agreement, they would compensate for the cost of the fish and seek leniency. If no agreement could be reached, or if they refuse to compensate, they should prepare for legal proceedings and expect to serve time. Those villagers who were accustomed to being tyrannical in the village, upon hearing they might really go to jail, were all scared stiff, standing there like muggles. On the other side, Li Yan returned to her single apartment after work. She couldn't wait to take off her nurse uniform. After carefully selecting, she changed into a sexy black lace outfit, putting on a fitted skirt and carrying a small bag on her shoulder. To be fair, Li Yan did possess a certain amount of beauty, and her figure was quite alluring. However, she was just wearing a pair of worn-out shoes that had been through countless feet. Li Yan applied some lipstick in front of the mirror. Hee Su Yang, darling, your Yin, Jia, will be coming soon. She swayed her hips down the stairs, got into her car, and sped towards Su Yang's home. At this moment, Su Yang was at home, specifically warming up to avoid running out of energy later. After waiting for about an hour, the sound of a car horn echoed outside his yard. Su Yang knew someone had arrived, so he quickly hid the prepared tools. Then he slipped on his slippers and cheerfully went to open the door. Li Yin drove the golf car into the yard and parked it. As soon as Li Yin got out of the car, she rushed over and threw her arms around Su Yang's neck. Oh, Su Yang, darling, I've missed you so much. Li Yin, slightly older than Su Yang, often referred to herself as Sister Yin. Come, let's sit inside. Su Yang flashed a mischievous smile and gestured for Li Yin to enter the house. When Li Yin saw the portrait of Su Jiangua on the nearby cabinet, she felt an inexplicable chill in her heart, though she didn't understand why. Su Yang quickly brought out some sunflower seeds and peanuts, smiling as he welcomed Li Yin and also brewed her a pot of tea. As he sat on the sofa, Li Yin, like a magnet, naturally leaned closer to him. Su Yang, my little darling, I really missed you. Ever since we met last time, I've dreamed about you every night. Oh dear, what should I do? I think we need to speed up our wedding plans. I can hardly wait anymore. Li Yin deliberately avoided mentioning the LV handbag to prevent Su Yang from thinking she was too opportunistic. Su Yang cracked some sunflower seeds and replied leisurely, Sister Yin, why the rush? We've only known each other for a few days, and I don't even know you well yet. We should get to know each other better first. Li Yin smiled seductively. That's true. So what do you want to know about me? My height measurements or something else? Then leaning closer to Su Yang, Li Yin whispered, let me tell you, I'm wearing a very sexy purple outfit today. Su Yang chuckled, feeling a shiver down his spine, and casually replied, oh really? You sure know how to Li Yin thought Su Yang would respond with enthusiasm and asked to see it, but his lack of excitement left her confused. Wasn't it said that all men in the world are the same, driven by their lower halves? Why was Su Yang not taking the bait? If she could seduce Su Yang tonight, and then find a good day to get the marriage certificate, wouldn't all his money be hers? Then she could have Su Yang pay for a new luxury Mercedes for her, which would be delightful. Not only could she show off the Mercedes in front of her classmates, but she could also outshine the head nurse, who just got a Mercedes C-Class. The head nurse at their hospital had just bought a Mercedes C-Class, and was acting all snobbish. Seeing Li Yin dazed, Su Yang waved his hand in front of her eyes, interrupting her daydream. Oh, how annoying. You can do whatever you want of me tonight, Li Yang teased. Su Yang coldly laughed, inwardly, nonsense, I definitely plan to skin you alive tonight. Su Yang casually wrapped his arm around Li Yan's shoulder. Feeling his hand on her, Li Yin secretly felt pleased, him pretending to be serious. All men are the same. Su Yang began to get to the point. So Sister Yin, I want to ask you something. I've heard that when you're working at the hospital you arrange better rooms and take care of patients who give you red envelopes, while making things difficult for those who can't. Is that true? Li Yin paused for a moment. She thought to herself they were flirting, so why suddenly switch to such a disheartening topic? But since Su Yang asked, she casually admitted, of course. I'm a nurse, not a bodhisattva saving the suffering. Su Yang sneered. You need to eat, and you're paid by the hospital. Isn't it a bit excessive to ask patients for red envelopes? Thinking that this would make Li Yin feel guilty, he was surprised to find her wearing a nonchalant expression, You're wrong there. Which industry doesn't benefit from a little extra? I do the same in my line of work. Besides, our hospital salary plus bonuses only amounts to 7 or 8,000 a month, which isn't even enough for my own living expenses. Su-young inwardly cursed. You have some nerve. Earning 7 or 8,000 a month is simply because your abilities are worth that much. If you lack skills, why blame society? What if someone truly can't afford it? Especially those who come for serious illnesses, their families are already struggling, and you still demand red envelopes. Isn't that pushing people to their limits? Oh, you've twisted my words. How am I making it difficult for them? It's just like dining out. If you have no money, you eat the cheaper stuff, and if you have money, you eat better. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? Su-young couldn't help but laugh at her absurd reasoning. A woman like Li Yin was merely brainwashing herself, and her sophistry was truly at its peak. Su-young put away his smile and continued, let's change the topic. I heard that you have inappropriate relationships with those male doctors and department heads at the hospital. I even heard that the golf car you drive was bought for you by one of the department heads. Is that true? Li Yan's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes fixed intently on Su-young. Who told you that? You mustn't listen to those people outside spreading rumors. I'm not that kind of woman at all. In truth, every word Su-young said was accurate. The luxury bags and high-end cosmetics piling up at Li Yan's home, along with the golf car parked in the yard, were all obtained through her body. Otherwise, with her monthly salary of 8,000, having just graduated and worked for over a year, how could she afford these luxuries? Why did Li Yan come out to go on blind dates? Why did she specifically look for partners in the countryside? It was because her reputation had long been tarnished among her peers, and she couldn't hold her head high in front of her colleagues at the hospital. Seeing that she couldn't find a suitable partner in the city, she thought of finding a scapegoat in the countryside, where people were less informed and unaware of her past. Oh, Su-young, why are you asking so much? I'm really not the kind of casual woman you think I am. When I went on blind dates before, I honestly told you that I had a relationship, got pregnant, but I had it terminated long ago. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? Do you really have to nitpick over such trivial matters? Are you still a real man? Su-young laughed. This was practically a textbook example of green tea tactics. If you mind my past, then you don't love me enough. Su-young's cold sneer remained as he continued. I also heard that when you were dating Chao Yang during your school days in Dongguan, you were quite wild. Is that true? I heard you tried everything from playing do di zhu to mahjong. Upon hearing this, Li Yin became vigilant. She abruptly broke free from Su-young's grip, her eyes fixed on him. Su-young, you actually had someone investigate me. What? Are all those things I heard really true? Upon hearing Su-young say it was hearsay, Li Yan's anxious heart eased slightly. You said it was hearsay, so it must be someone spreading rumors. How would I know who you heard those rumors from? Let me tell you, some people are just bored and have nothing better to do than to tarnish others' reputations. I wouldn't do such despicable things. You can be as wary as you like. Him very clean. Su-young couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore, cursing, pure. You must be joking. Just take a look. Su-young grabbed the remote control and turned on the television in the living room. The large screen displayed a series of explicit photos. There were photos of Li Yin and Chao Yang along with a multitude of disgraceful scenes. Li Yin stared at Su-young in disbelief, her lips trembling. Su-young, who gave you these photos? You don't need to worry about that. What if I send all these photos out to your village, and then to our village's WeChat group? How do you think people would see you? Li Yin simply shrugged off the threat, crossing her arms with a cold snort. I don't care. Worst case, people in the village will just scold me a bit. But you stealing my private photos and coming to blackmail me, that's illegal. I never planned on hanging myself on your tree. Oh, do whatever you want. Worst case, I won't go back to the village anymore, and I won't look for a man from the nearby villages. What can you do to me? Su-young laughed heartily. Beautiful, truly beautiful. No shame, invincible in the world, huh? But do you think I only have these cards up my sleeve? I still have high-definition photos of you sleeping with the directors and male doctors from the hospital. Do you want me to release them for your slow enjoyment? Su-young said, pressing his thumb on the phone screen and pretending to. In reality, he didn't have those photos at all. He was just bluffing. This was also a risky gamble. As Su-young scrolled his phone, he leisurely said, if I send those photos back to the village, the worst that would happen is that people would call you shameless. But if I send the photos of you with Director Zhao and Dr. Wang to their wives at home, just guess how those original wives would react. Would they team up and come to the hospital to tear your face apart? Su-young, you lunatic. As soon as Li Yin heard Su-young accurately mention Dr. Wang and Director Zhao, she panicked. It seemed this guy wasn't just bluffing, he must have those photos. After all, she did have a fling with those older men, or rather several flings. Su-young, what do you want from me? If you find me repulsive, just say it outright. There's no need to use these underhanded tactics behind my back. No, I not only find you disgusting, but today, I also want to teach you a lesson as a form of righteous justice. Li Yin was so frightened that she kept retreating, turning to grab the door handle to escape. Su-young moved quickly, locking the door with a click, blocking the entrance. Tonight, I'll let you know the power of male fists. Hey, let's see if you dare to fight again. You can't go anywhere. Surrender now unless you truly want to ruin your reputation in this society. Li Yin finally felt scared. After all, the hospital she was at now had decent benefits, and with the current harsh external environment, if she were to be fired, where would she find such a comfortable job? What's more, if Soo-young really exposed the photos, those powerful male doctors and department heads in the hospital would hold her accountable. Those people were not easy to deal with. Soo-young, you're truly insane. What do you want from me? Lee Yin stood frozen, then saw Soo-young. She thought Soo-young still wanted to take advantage of her. Unfortunately, she was thinking too much. Soo-young had no interest in her, a worn-out woman, considering her dirty and a pathogen. Seeing Soo-young's icy gaze that brooked no refusal, Lee Yin was too scared to speak. Soo-young decided to hit her, making her understand why the sun was so round. Generally, Soo-young wouldn't hit women unless the woman wasn't human. Lee Yin screamed in horror. Soo-young, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Damn it, because you deserve it. Scum like you should be hit. To deal with such a beast, she needed a profound lesson. Soo-young looked up at the portrait of Su Jang-wo on the cabinet, gritting his teeth, and saying, Dad, you better watch closely today, I'm avenging you. After hitting her, Lee Yan's face was filled with tears, looking at Soo-young with a mix of grievance and resentment. Soo-young, are you sick? On what basis do you hit me? Soo-young scoffed. The last time my dad was hospitalized, it was because you didn't give him a red envelope. You deliberately delayed, leading to a delay in his surgery. His 2 fingers could never bend until he died. Even eating, his right hand trembled incessantly. I didn't kill you today because I still need this life for something more important, otherwise I would have killed you today. Hearing this, Lee Yin suddenly recalled that there indeed was such a thing. But she had been so used to receiving red envelopes that she had long forgotten about these little matters of making things difficult for others. If Soo-young hadn't brought it up today, she wouldn't have remembered that there was such a person at all. Come here. Soo-young shouted angrily. Soo-young turned around and took out what he had prepared for her, leaving her with a lingering thought. Get out. Lee Yin didn't even bother to put on her high heels, fleeing barefoot while carrying her shoes.